Traverse through the world of harbor integration, start with the complete collection and flight, and bind to the invincible system of Dragon's Song 9 Heavens. Starting from 49th Street in Causeway Bay, we fought against Lok Tin Hung, beheaded Crow, suppressed Eastern Star, and were infected by Yushio. The more arrogant, the stronger, the dragon chi value skyrockets, and all skills are fully activated. Finally stepping onto the top of the dragon's head, renowned in the martial arts world, with one hand covering the sky. In this life, I want Hong Kong Island to remember my name. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1 Dragon Sings in Rainstorm Night. January 1st, 1984. Causeway Bay, rainstorm pouring. The rainwater poured down like free money, hitting the bumpy cement ground in the back alley of Lockhart Road, splashing murky splashes of water. On both sides of the alley, wet garbage piles mixed with red, white, and blue plastic bags and empty Vita milk cartons, with a sour and rancid smell rushing straight into the nose. In the distance, the faint sound of a mahjong parlor shuffling could be heard, intertwined with the sizzling sound of rainwater hitting neon lights. A black cat ran up the rusty fire escape and disappeared into deeper darkness in an instant. When I woke up on Saturday, my first feeling was cold. The piercing cold, the cold seeping into the bone marrow. Then comes the pain. The headache felt like it was about to explode, with sharp stabbing sensations coming from the ribs and a rusty, fishy and sweet taste in the mouth. The rain fell on my face, blurring my vision. This is... He opened his eyes with difficulty, and what caught his eye was dirty asphalt pavement. Not far away, a green trash can was overturned on the ground, and the dirt was flowing out along the rainwater. The neon lights at the entrance of the alley pierced through the rain curtain, creating a blurry red and blue halo. This is not his office. Not the financial analyst booth overlooking Victoria Harbor with Bloomberg terminals. The chaotic fragments of memory suddenly surged into my mind. The plan to short the Nikkei index for 72 consecutive hours, a sudden cramp in my heart, a blackout in front of my eyes. There is another completely different yet incredibly clear memory. A 17-year-old body, a 49-year-old boy from Causeway Bay, in debt, being chased and chopped off. As soon as the thought of have I traveled through time came to mind, it was interrupted by a strong kick. Dead Servant Street. Zhongshe Yu? A rough voice exploded above his head. Zhou Jiu let out a muffled snort and instinctively curled up his body. Through the rain curtain, he saw 3 figures surrounding him. Flower shirt, jeans, wet hair sticking to the forehead, eyes full of the typical fierceness and impatience of a gangster. Wafo Go asked me to collect your last digit, 3,000 mosquitoes, including capital and interest. The short and strong man in charge squatted down and patted his face. No money? So we have to use our lives to pay. 3,000 mosquitoes. Expensive interest. Warning wave. The memory fragments belonging to this body quickly pieced together in intense pain. The original owner was a bad gambler who owed high-interest loans to the high-interest king, Ling Bo. Today is the deadline. Zhou Jiu wanted to speak, but coughed up a mouthful of blood foam. Why do you talk to him so much? The other groom impatiently added a kick. Beat him up and throw him to the shelter to feed the fish. The 3 of them hit each other. Fists and leather shoes greeted him like raindrops. Zhou Jiu could only curl up with his head, and a creaking cry could be heard from between his bones. The cold rain mixed with warm blood, forming a small puddle under my body. Are you going to die? Just crossed over and died in this dirty alleyway? Not reconciled to. A tremendous sense of unwillingness exploded from the depths of my soul. He is Zhou Jiu, a renowned analyst in the financial market known for his calmness and calculation, not a pushover like 49 Kid. Just as consciousness was about to sink into darkness, detected strong survival will and martial arts luck. The adaptability meets the requirements of system binding in progress. A cold, emotionless mechanical sound exploded directly in his mind. The system panel with flashing red light appeared out of thin air, glaringly bright. Binding successful. Welcome to use the Dragon Singing 9 Heavens, Jianghu Promotion System. Host, Zhou Jiu. Realm, 49 Suns, 0/100. Dragon Chi Value, 10, Initial Activation Reward. Skill Library, not unlocked. Prop Column, empty. System. Zhou Jiu was momentarily stunned in excruciating pain, but the thug in front of him didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. The short and sturdy man took out a spring knife from his lower back, and with a pop, the blade flickered open, and the cold light flashed through the rainy night. Enough playing. I'll take you on the road. The blade pierced straight down. At this moment, in Zhou Jiu's field of vision, the cold system interface flickered red again, and a prompt popped up. A fatal threat has been detected. It is recommended to unlock skills to deal with it. Optional skill, Table Lifting Deterrence. Consumes 10 Dragon Chi points. Unlocked to create a powerful and intimidating aura in specific situations, causing enemies within 5 meters to freeze for 1 second. Unlock it. I don't have time to think. The instinct of financial analysts flashed in an instant. 1 second of rigidity is enough to complete a counterattack. Unlock. Zhou shouted in his heart. Dragon Chi value -10. The skill table lifting deterrence has been unlocked. Usage conditions. It is necessary to cooperate with tapping the desktop or similar actions, supplemented by strong mental concentration. A faint heat rushed through the limbs along the spine, and the previously painful ribs temporarily eased a bit. There's no table. But, in the corner of Zhou's eye, he caught a glimpse of the overturned green metal trash can beside him. Almost instinctively, he used the last bit of his strength and suddenly raised his hand, slamming it hard onto the wet and dirty side wall of the trash can. Dong! A dull loud bang exploded in the back alley on a rainy night. At the same time, Zhou lifted his head, his eyes red, and stared fixedly at the short and sturdy man who was stabbing him with a knife. All the unwillingness, anger, and desire for survival converge into an invisible impact at this moment. Pouch on you, auntie! He roared out the foul language that the original owner of the body often cursed, his voice twisted and hoarse due to his injuries. Do you want me to die? Let's all die together. Something strange happened. The short and sturdy man's movements suddenly froze, as if he had been choked by an invisible force, and the sharp edge of the knife stuck in midair. Not only him, but also the two horsemen next to him who were about to lift their feet froze in place, their faces showing a moment of confusion and fear. 1 second. Just 1 second. But for the dying Zhou, it's enough. He suddenly grabbed the upper half of the brick with his right hand, and the rough surface of the brick made his palm ache from nowhere. He gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the inertia of his unsteady body, swung fiercely towards the short and stout man's unguarded side brain. Bang! Muffled sound. It's not the sound of rain. It's the sound of bones colliding with bricks. The short and stout man didn't even have time to scream, rolled his eyes, and fell backward straight. The spring knife in his hand fell to the ground with a loud bang, and blood mixed with rainwater gurgled out from his ear. Defeat the enemy horse X1. Dragon Chi value 10. Current Dragon Chi value 10. The prompt sound of the system is cold and timely. The remaining two horsemen finally snapped out of their rigidity, only to see their companion, Zhou, lying on the ground with blood all over his face, supporting a brick and standing up unsteadily. The neon lights at the entrance of the alley shone on him, casting twisted and huge shadows on the walls behind him. Those eyes shone terrifyingly in the rainy night, revealing both the boldness of a 17-year-old boy and the calmness and sharpness that did not belong to his age. Ghost! Ghost! A young man screamed, turned around, and ran away, not daring to pick up even a slipper that had fallen under his feet. The other was a little brave, but his face was also pale with fear. He pointed to Zhou and trembled. You're dead. Brother Hua Fo won't let you go. In the alley, only the sound of rainstorm washing the ground, and Zhou's heavy bellows like breathing remained. He threw away the bricks, and the bloodstains on his palms rubbed a few dark red marks on the wet wall. With every step he took, his ribs ached like they had been hit by a heavy hammer, and he could only hunch over, relying on the support of the wall to slowly move deeper into the alley. The rain is getting heavier, hitting the metal shed above with a crackling sound. In the distance, the faint sound of a tea restaurant closing its stalls could be heard, mixed with the roar of an old Toyota Crown engine, gradually engulfed by the sound of rain. This is Causeway Bay in 1984, chaotic, barbaric, yet full of primitive vitality. He leaned against a wall corner filled with discarded cardboard boxes, his heavy breathing particularly clear in the empty alley. The excruciating pain darkened his vision, but his consciousness was exceptionally clear. The instinct of a financial analyst allowed him to complete the analysis of the current market environment in the shortest possible time. Self-assets. A broken life, a newly activated dragon singing 9 heavens system, Dragon Chi value of 10 points. Market risks. The pursuit of Geely Wang's death wave, the retaliation of Wafo, and the ubiquitous gang conflicts in this era. Core opportunity. The growth potential of the system is unknown, but the 1-second rigidity of table lifting deterrence has proven its value. Treat the wound, gather information, and then. Zhou wiped away the rain and bloodstains on his face, revealing a pair of cold and sharp eyes. Make everyone who wants me to die pay the price. He supported the wall and stood up straight again. The neon lights at the entrance of the alley shone through the rain curtain, casting mottled light and shadow on his young but fierce face. At the age of 17, there is a soul of a 30-year-old financial elite and a system from the future inside. This combination was destined to be extraordinary in Hong Kong in 1984. Zhou took a deep breath and turned around, entering a deeper and darker alleyway. His figure was quickly swallowed up by the night, leaving only a trail of bloody footprints that gradually faded away under the erosion of rainwater and eventually disappeared. And his martial arts legend has just begun. Chapter 2. Cages and Systems. Zhou had no inkling of how he had managed to endure until this point. The journey from Causeway Bay to Sham Shui typically took half an hour by bus, yet tonight he had trudged for nearly 2 hours. With each painstaking step, he leaned against the slick walls, gasping for breath, the sharp pain in his ribs stabbing like needles, penetrating deep with each inhalation. His vision flickered between darkness and light, and he nearly collapsed several times. The rain had thoroughly soaked his cheap synthetic jacket, and the mingling of blood and rainwater trailed behind him, only to be washed away by the relentless downpour. He dared not take the main roads, opting instead for the narrow alleys devoid of even a single sign. The cramped stairwells. These were the instinctual escape routes etched into the very bones of the original inhabitant, paths chosen when fleeing from debt collectors or enemies. Finally, he staggered into the dimly lit entrance of a Tong Lao. The hallway was devoid of light, illuminated only by the distant neon glow filtering through the grime-coated windows, barely revealing the cluttered staircase below. The air was thick with the stench of mildew, urine, and the acrid scent of cheap incense, causing him to grimace. On the third floor, both sides of the corridor were lined with makeshift cubicles separated by wire mesh, resembling cages used for poultry. This was the cage house. Each cubicle measured barely 40 to 50 square feet, crudely partitioned by rotting wooden boards, containing a bed and a dilapidated cabinet, serving as the abode for entire families. At this late hour, the sounds of coughing, infants wailing, and hushed arguments between couples echoed from the various cubicles, intertwining in a cacophony. Zhou Jiu groped his way to the farthest cubicle in the corridor. The door was unlocked, held ajar by a crooked piece of wire. He pulled the wire aside and squeezed inside. The space was suffocatingly small. A bunk bed of iron frames nearly consumed the entirety of the room. The upper bunk was piled high with tattered bedding and miscellaneous items, while the lower bunk was merely a darkened straw mat. In the corner stood a rusted metal cabinet, its top adorned with a chipped enamel basin. This was home. Zhou Jiu secured the wire behind him, leaned against the thin wooden wall, and slid down to the cold concrete floor, utterly spent. Pain, cold, and exhaustion that gnawed at his very bones. Yet, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain alert. The instincts honed from years of navigating the cutthroat financial market brooked no confusion. In dire straits, one could only survive by calculating the odds accurately. The system, he muttered to himself. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a semi-transparent panel, glowing with a faint blue light, materialized before his eyes. Unlike the rudimentary prompts from his previous crisis, this time the panel was complete and clear. Dragon S Roar 9 Heavens Host Panel. Host, Zhou Jiu. Age, 17, physical. 32, mental. Realm, 49 Kid 10100. Dragon Chi value, 10. Status, severely injured, rib fractures, multiple soft tissue contusions, blood loss, mild concussion. Skills, table flipping intimidation, LV1. Item bar, 110 empty. Assets, cash 87 Hong Kong dollars. Debt 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Usury, creditor, Sangbo, due in 3 days. Influence, none. Reputation, unknown 49 Kid of Causeway Bay, extremely low. Zhou Jiu's gaze lingered on the line regarding the 3,000 Hong Kong dollars debt for quite some time. Fragments of memories belonging to this body began to crystallize. The original owner was a gambler, having lost heavily in an illegal gambling den run by Sangbo, borrowing 3,000 at exorbitant rates. The interest was a staggering 9 to 13, borrowing 3,000 but only receiving 2,700, and yet had to repay 3,900 in 10 days. Today marked the 10th day. No wonder they are so ruthless, Zhou Jiu murmured, his voice hoarse as if worn down by sandpaper, almost a whisper. Those who lend at usurious rates demand either repayment or retribution. Clearly, Sangbo had chosen the latter, making an example of others in debt to demonstrate the fate that awaited those who defaulted. Below the panel, several sub-options appeared. Attribute exchange, skill library, item mall, mission log. He focused his thoughts on item mall, and the interface switched immediately. On the screen, there were only a few redeemable items, most of which were in a locked state, labeled as insufficient realm or dragon chi value. Only one item shone brightly. Bloodstained garment, one-time consumable. Effect, upon activation, when the host is injured. It temporarily enhances momentum and intimidation based on the severity of the injury, maximum increase of 15 to all attributes. Lasting until the end of combat or until the injury is treated. Redemption price, 5 dragon chi, currently redeemable. Description, heavily injured, mightier the force. In the world of martial arts, sometimes blood must pave the way. Zhou Jiu stared at the price of 5 dragon chi, then glanced at his own meager total of 10 points. To redeem it? If he did now, he would only have half remaining. Yet, the effect of bloodstained garment. The more grievous the injury, the more formidable the force, seemed tailor-made for his current critical condition. It was a magnifier, capable of transforming his vulnerability and injuries into a terrifying ferocity. He did not make an immediate decision, closing the mall interface and pondering a more fundamental question. 3,000 in debt, due in 3 days. To repay or not to repay? The instincts of a financial analyst sprang into action. Assuming repayment, in the next 3 days, I must secure at least 3,900 HKD. With only 87 HKD to my name, I would be short by 3,813. In 3 days, relying on legal or conventional gray methods, such as theft or robbing street vendors, would be utterly insufficient. Even if I managed to gather the sum, repaying the debt would leave me empty-handed, and with my injuries still unhealed, I would still face a death sentence in the dog-eat-dog environment of Causeway Bay. Assuming non-repayment, I would be hunted down by Sangbo's men. They already knew where I lived. This cage house offered no secrets, and moreover, I had made a deadly enemy tonight by incapacitating one of his lackeys. Fleeing would require funds, a new identity to hide, and still necessitate money for treatment, likely amounting to no less than the repayment cost, all while carrying the perpetual threat of being pursued. Zhou brow furrowed deeply. Both options led to dead ends. Yet soon, he grasped the pivotal variables, the system, the newly unlocked, table-flipping intimidation, and the redeemable, blood-stained garment. Resources extended beyond mere money, he whispered to himself, his gaze sharpening in the dim confines of the cage house, contemplating strength, momentum, intelligence, and the unconventional growth opportunities presented by the system. If the costs and risks of repayment and evasion were excessively high, perhaps there was a third path. His gaze returned to the Realm section of the system panel. 49 Kid 10100. Elevate the realm, unlock more system functionalities, and strengthen oneself. Furthermore, utilizing the skills and items at his disposal, he could potentially turn the tables in this dire situation or seize what he needed. A vague plan began to take shape in his mind. The risks were astronomical, yet should it succeed, it could not only resolve the debt, but also provide him with the initial capital to establish himself. He needed more detailed intelligence. What was the extent of Sangbo's power? Did he engage in any other businesses aside from usury? Where did he typically operate? How many subordinates did he have? How was the influence of other factions distributed in Causeway Bay? Where could quick money be made? Or which neglected industries could he take over? These were but scattered fragments in the original inhabitants' memories, far from sufficient. He needed allies, eyes, and ears. However, before that, he must survive until tomorrow. Zhou's gaze ultimately fixated on the exchange option for the blood-dyed garment. Exchange. Dragon Chi value, 5. Acquired item blood-dyed garment, X1. Stored in the inventory. Current Dragon Chi value, 5. A nearly imperceptible red light flickered momentarily before vanishing without a trace. Zhou could feel an invisible connection forming with something intangible, ready to be activated at the slightest thought. He closed the system panel, gritting his teeth as he made his way to the iron cabinet, pulling open its door. Inside lay a few pieces of old clothing imbued with the scent of sweat. A tattered towel, half a pack of the cheapest Nanhua brand cigarettes, a small roll of filthy gauze, and half a bottle of purple medicine. These were all the medical supplies the original owner could muster. Zhou clenched his jaw, enduring the agonizing pain in his ribs as he dipped the tattered towel into the remaining rainwater in the enamel basin, painstakingly wiping the blood from his face and hands. Each movement slow, yet steady, devoid of any panic. He then took the meager gauze, dabbed it with the purple medicine, and carelessly applied it to several deep wounds. With every motion, his ribs felt as though they might shatter, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his disheveled hair, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Yet he dared not utter a single sound of pain. He slumped back onto the straw mat, listening to the snoring from the adjacent cubicle and the distant clatter of mahjong tiles. Hong Kong, 1984. Cause for alarm from grievous injuries, debts to loan sharks. Surrounded by formidable foes. Yet so what? He possessed a system, skills, items, and the mind of a transcendent being from another era. In this 1984 Causeway Bay, he would inevitably carve out a path for survival, forging a realm of his own. The first step, survive. The second step, find a black market doctor to heal his wounds. Money would find a way. The third step, Zhou curled up on the cold straw mat, shutting his eyes and forcing himself to rest. Pain and cold coiled around him like venomous serpents, inextricable, yet the calculations and strategies in his mind were clearer than ever. Each step meticulously plotted. Outside, the rain had lessened at some point, reduced to a gentle patter. The night in Sham Shui remained steeped in poverty, congestion, and desire, flowing slowly onward. But unbeknownst to anyone, within this dilapidated cage, lay the spark that would soon stir the entire underworld of Hong Kong. Chapter 3. Black Market Suturing and Debt. Before dawn broke, with only a hint of gray on the horizon, Zhou propped himself up to leave the cage. He donned the only somewhat clean attire from the iron cabinet, a faded blue work uniform and a pair of black trousers. Carefully stowing away the remaining 87 Hong Kong dollars and half a pack of Nanhua cigarettes in his inner pocket, he endured the lingering pain of his wounds, each breath tugging painfully at the cracks in his ribs. guided by the memories etched in the very marrow of his being. He moved stealthily through the damp streets of Sham Shui Pa, like a specter clinging to life. Street vendors were just beginning to stoke their fires. Steam rising from the bamboo baskets. Workers pushing wooden carts broke the morning silence with their creaking sounds. A group of ruffians squatted at the street corner, their shifty eyes darting about. Zhou kept his head down, collar pulled high, avoiding attention at all costs, navigating through two narrow alleys. He circumvented a dilapidated shanty area filled with rusted metal shacks, finally halting before an old Tong Lao with peeling walls, plastered with advertisements for treating gonorrhea and injuries. The entrance was a nondescript iron door, beside which a hastily painted red character stood for medical. The door was ajar, revealing a dimly lit staircase leading upward. Zhou pushed the door open, the air thick with the mingled scents of disinfectant, traditional Chinese medicine, and a faint hint of blood. Clutching the rough cement handrail, he ascended step by step, each footfall echoing sharply in the stillness of the corridor. On the third floor, to the right, there was no door plate. Only a piece of cardboard tacked to the door, inscribed with the words suturing for injuries. He knocked thrice in a distinct rhythm. Sounds of a chair being dragged came from within, followed by the click of a lock being turned. The door opened a crack, revealing the face of a man in his 50s, with puffy eye bags, gold-rimmed glasses, and a yellowing white coat, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his fingers. Uncle Shou. Zhou lowered his voice, recalling the name from his memory. Uncle Shou squinted, scrutinizing him for a few moments in the faint light of the hallway, his gaze lingering on the blood crusting on Zhou's face and his visibly unnatural stance. Come in. He stepped aside, his voice rasping like sandpaper against wood. Inside was a narrow room converted into a makeshift clinic. A rusty iron-framed bed covered in a dirty white cloth stood next to a dilapidated four-stand. A wooden shelf against the wall was cluttered with various medicine bottles, glass jars containing unidentifiable substances, gauze, and surgical instruments. The window was mostly covered with thick newspaper, the sole source of light emanating from a dusty fluorescent bulb hanging from the ceiling, buzzing softly. The scent of disinfectant grew stronger, tightening around the throat. Lie down. Uncle Shou gestured toward the iron bed, walking over to the enamel basin to wash his hands. Look at your sorry state. Been in a fight again? Zhou remained silent, complying and lying down. The cold metal frame pressed against his wounded back, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Uncle Shou approached, lifting his shirt. Upon seeing the ghastly bruising and swollen flesh around his ribs, as well as several gaping wounds, he frowned. Ribs are fractured. The wounds need suturing. They're anesthetic. But it'll cost extra. An anti-inflammatory injection is necessary. That'll cost extra too. His speech was as straightforward as listing dishes, devoid of any emotion. Total, $300. Cash up front, $300. Almost 4 times the 87 Hong Kong dollars in Zhou's possession. I don't have that much. Zhou replied calmly, enunciating each word. Let me owe you for now. I'll pay you back in 2 days. Uncle Shou hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Zhou with a discerning gaze that flickered with shrewdness behind his glasses. Oh, you? You think I'm a charity? I know you, Zhou. The little brother under FAFO in Causeway Bay, right? I'm not running a free clinic here. Your boss FAFO still has an outstanding balance from last month. FAFO, the small-time leader the original owner had followed. It seemed the interpersonal relationships of this body were more complicated than he had anticipated. It has nothing to do with FAFO. Zhou's tone remained flat, devoid of any ripple. I'll settle my own debts. $300 in 3 days. I'll return you $350, not a cent less. Uncle Shou didn't respond immediately, leisurely lighting a new cigarette, taking a draw, and slowly exhaling smoke rings. $350 is quite a hefty interest. But why should I trust you? You look like you might be killed in the street at any moment. When it's time to settle, who is going to collect? Because I want to die? Zhou turned his head to look at Uncle Shou, his gaze eerily calm, devoid of pleading or menace, only a chilling certainty that even if death loomed, he would settle the debt of $350 first. Uncle Shou studied him for several seconds, as if weighing the gravity of those words, pondering the unusual composure of this young, injured man. Fine. He finally flicked the ash from his cigarette, relenting. I'll trust you this once. But there's no anesthetic. Can you endure it? Suture. Zhou replied with a single word, decisive and unambiguous, displaying a fierce determination. Uncle Shou ceased further discussion, moving to the shelf to retrieve an old set of suturing instruments wrapped in cloth, taking the needle and thread, and sterilizing them over an alcohol lamp. Producing another syringe, he drew some clear liquid. The tetanus shot, no charge, consider it complimentary, he said as he swiftly injected it into Zhou's arm. If you don't want to die so soon, bear with it. Next, he picked up tweezers holding an iodine-soaked cotton ball and began cleansing the wound. The iodine stung sharply, sending waves of burning pain through the injury. Zhou clenched his teeth, uttering not a sound. Once the wound was thoroughly cleaned, Uncle Shou retrieved a curved needle and catgut thread. "Endure this," he muttered. The needle pierced skin and flesh. The thread threaded through the wound and was pulled taut. Once, twice. The agony was like red-hot needles stabbing deep into his bones. Beads of cold sweat immediately emerged on Zhou Jiu's forehead, streaming down his cheeks as his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, gripping the edge of the iron-framed bed with white-knuckled hands, fingernails digging almost into the palms, and eyes fixed unblinkingly on a moldy stain on the ceiling, he refused to utter a single sound. Uncle Shou's suturing was remarkably skilled and swift, evidently honed by years of experience. As he stitched, he casually inquired, "Who did you cross?" Such heavy-handedness doesn't seem like a mere lover-esque quarrel or petty dispute. "Sangbo," Zhou squeezed out through clenched teeth. Uncle Shou's hand hesitated subtly for half a second before resuming. "Gui Li Wang Sangbo. How much do you owe him?" 3,000. That's a big mess. Uncle Shou shook his head with a tinge of regret in his tone. "If you only own 9 out of 13, it's light. Compound interest is the real bloodsucking." "You knocked out his henchman?" "No negotiation then. He won T, just take your skin. You won T, be able to set foot in Causeway Bay ever again." The final stitch was tightened, knotted, and trimmed. Uncle Shou then picked up gauze and adhesive tape to bandage the wound. "Listen to me, young man. Before Sangbo rounds up his crew to seal off the street, get as far away as you can. $3,000. Consider it the price of your life. As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood to burn." Zhou exhaled a slow, foul breath, enduring the pressure and pain from the bandaging as he gradually sat up. "Let us go? I'll need travel expenses." He dressed slowly, movements hindered by pain, yet remarkably steady. "Stay here. In 3 days, I owe 3,900. No money to pay, still dead." Uncle Shou tidied his instruments and glanced at him upon hearing this. So, Zhou fastened the last button on his shirt, eyes sharp as blades. "I need to raise a startup fund within 3 days, enough to take me further afield or to secure a foothold in Causeway Bay." He didn't specify his plans, but Uncle Shou discerned from his gaze something beyond a mere 17-year-old street tough's recklessness. Not blind savagery, but cold calculation. "Crazy," Uncle Shou muttered under his breath, unsure whether he cursed the audacity of the idea or the young man before him. He waved his hand dismissively. 3 days, 3,500. Get out of here. And remember to leave through the back door." Zhou nodded, enduring the fracture-like pain coursing through his body, and headed toward the other side of the room, the small door leading to the fire escape. Before stepping out, he turned back and asked, "Uncle Shou, if I don't want to run, but rather take over some small businesses that Sangbo looks down on or Hua Fo neglects, like 1 or 2 mahjong parlors, where would be easier to start?" Uncle Shou's hand, wiping instruments with alcohol, suddenly froze. He looked up sharply. His gold-rimmed glasses slid down his nose as his eyes widened in unmasked astonishment, scrutinizing this battered youth who dared to pose such an audacious question. "CFA Road, near the Luo Ku Road intersection," he said slowly, voice layered with complexity. "There's a thriving mahjong parlor there. The owner is a timid Chaozhou man. Hua Fos people collect 500 a month as a token tribute. Young man, I don't know what you're planning, but greed leads only to poverty. Even a fierce dragon 1T crossed the river. Be careful." "Thank you," Zhou said. Having obtained the information he sought, and without lingering, pushed open the fire escape door, his figure swiftly vanishing into the morning light outside. Uncle Shou stood motionless, listening to the pained footsteps receding along the fire escape. He shook his head and stubbed out his cigarette in a blood-stained pile of gauze. Youthful audacity or foolhardy recklessness? Zhou walked through the streets of Causeway Bay, now growing noisier, the sunlight piercingly bright. After professional treatment, the pain had lessened somewhat, but his body remained weak and depleted. As he walked, his mind raced through calculations with the instinct of an analyst, each step measured precisely. Hypothesis A. Flee. Goal. Completely leave Hong Kong, at least to Macau or the mainland. Minimum cost. Smuggling boat fare. Assumed 500. Initial living and concealment expenses upon arrival. Assumed 1,000. Totaling 1,500. This excludes funds for medical recovery and unforeseen emergencies. Total estimated need. Approximately 2,000 to 2,500. Source, unknown. High risk of robbery. Difficult to secure such a sum at once. Hypothesis B. Stay and settle debt. Goal. Repay 3,900 in 3 days. Deficit 3,900 to 873813. Source. Nearly impossible to obtain through legal or minor illicit means within 3 days. Both options figures point to despair. Yet, the information Uncle Shou inadvertently revealed, along with his own question, hinted at a third path. A route that neither demands immediate full repayment nor excludes the possibility of transforming the debt crisis into an opportunity. The thriving mahjong parlor's Chaozhou owner pays 500 monthly, Zhou Jio whispered, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. What if I could turn that 500 into 2,000? What if I could leverage that projected income to pry open greater prospects? Sang Bo demands money or authority. But what if I could offer him benefits more valuable than mere intimidation, or a deterrent even harsher? The risk is astronomical, like walking a tightrope over a bottomless abyss. But compared to the first two seemingly straightforward yet fatal options, this vague, violence-laden, and uncertain path at least grants him a pivot to take control. He needs more information to assess the Chaozhou owner's temperament, understand Hua Fo's true control over the mahjong parlor, and anticipate Sang Bo's next moves. Most importantly, he must arm himself with stronger bargaining chips before the next conflict arises. He thought of the bloodstained robe in his inventory, and the table-flipping intimidation move that required a decisive slap on the table to trigger. Startup capital. Zhou Jio gazed toward Causeway Bay, where towering buildings rose. Neon lights yet unlit, but already conjuring images of nocturnal brilliance and shadowy struggles. Perhaps it need not be money alone. He raised a hand to his ribs, still throbbing painfully where the catgut had forcibly sewn the wound, the lingering ache piercing his core. It could also be blood and courage. Chapter 4. Alleyway Battle to Rescue Fei Quan. The narrow alleyways of Causeway Bay in the afternoon were so tight, they barely let sunlight through. Zhou Jio hugged the wall, every step sending dull, stabbing pain beneath his ribs. Uncle Shou's sutures had stabilized the injury, but blood loss and agony drained the scant remaining strength from his body. He had to venture toward Fei Road to discreetly scout the thriving mahjong parlor's location and situation from afar. As he turned into a narrow alley cluttered with discarded wooden planks and bamboo baskets, the sound of hurried footsteps and furious shouts ahead made him stop in his tracks. He quickly sidled behind a stack of moldy tatami mats. At the far end of the alley, three figures were entangled and rushing towards him. Leading the charge was a young man, approximately 19 years of age, clad in a faded denim jacket, his hair plastered to his forehead by sweat. His face bore bruises. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes glinted with the ferocity of a wolf driven to desperation. Clutched in his hand was a broken beer bottle, its jagged edge glinting coldly in the dim light. Pursuing him were two men, dressed in the typical garb of thugs, floral shirts and tight pants, one wielding a pipe, the other grasping a wrench. Their faces wore the predatory grins of cats toying with their prey, closing in relentlessly. Fei Quan, don't run so fast. Brother Sang Bo invites you for tea, shouted the one with the pipe, panting heavily yet not faltering in his pursuit. I'll curse your mother. Drink your mother's tea. The young man, Fei Quan, retorted without looking back, stumbling momentarily over a broken bamboo basket and nearly losing his footing. In that fleeting moment, the two pursuers closed the gap. The man with the wrench lunged forward, swinging it with force aimed at the back of Fei Quan's head. Fei Quan barely managed to turn aside, the wrench grazing his ear before crashing against the wall, sending sparks flying. He retaliated by jabbing the broken bottle into the assailant's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry as the man staggered back. However, the one with the pipe had circled around, delivering a solid blow to Fei Quan's ribs. Ugh! Fei Quan gasped as he was slammed against the wall, the shattered bottle slipping from his grip. He slid down the wall, clutching his side, his face paling from the pain, yet he glared defiantly at the approaching duo, panting with unwavering resolve. Run? Why aren't you running? Taunted the one with the pipe, prodding Fei Quan's face with the weapon. Repaying debts is only right. Your mother's a sickly wretch waiting for money. Does your life hold no value? Brother Sang Bo kindly lent you money, and you still want to escape? Fei Quan spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. I've already repaid more than enough with interest. You bloodsuckers. More than enough? The other, clutching his stomach and regaining composure, wore a sinister expression. The principal was 3,000, and that's without considering the interest. If we don't see our money today, you'll be left with just one hand. They raised their weapons, ready to strike. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Zhou Jio's mind. Detecting special target. Fei Quan, 19 years old. Status: being pursued, severely injured, on the brink of despair. Potential assessment: high, extremely high loyalty potential, good growth in combat capability. Possesses traits of traditional chivalry. Investment recommendation: subdue the target, expected to yield stable long-term benefits, and provide a robust support in terms of combat for the core team. Risk assessment: current intervention would directly oppose Sang Bo's faction. Overall return rate: extremely high. Shall we intervene? The chilling system prompt resonated in Zhou Jio's mind. Simultaneously, a translucent arrow, visible only to him, pointed towards Fei Quan in the corner. Almost instantaneously with the sound of the prompt, Zhou Jio's brain began operating with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Intervention risks: 1. Physical condition: severely injured. Combat capacity under 30%. 2. Enemies: 2 armed henchmen of Sang Bo, in good condition. 3. Consequences, complete enmity with Sang Bo, immediate retaliation likely. 4. Advantages, the enemy is unaware of my presence, the terrain is narrow, possesses skill, table flip intimidation, and has an unused item, bloodstained robe. 5. Potential gains, a high potential. High loyalty core fighter, system certified. Increased daily benefits. Additional support against Sang Bo non-intervention risks. 1. Miss out on a target with a clearly indicated extremely high return rate. 2. Witnessing Fei Quan being killed or maimed, potentially losing an important ally in the future. 3. No direct assistance to my own plans. Calculations were completed in the blink of an eye. The potential benefits far outweighed the risks. More importantly, Fei Quan's plight resonated with Zhou due to the shared experience of familial debt. Such individuals, once rescued, were likely to exhibit loyalty as the system indicated. Zhou's gaze swiftly scanned the alley environment. The garbage bin, too far. Broken wooden planks, not loud enough. Bamboo baskets, too soft. His eyes landed on the stack of discarded tatami mats beside him. The top mat had rough wooden edges. That's it. Without rushing out, he took a deep breath, enduring the pain, and suddenly stepped out from his hiding spot, raising his right hand high, summoning every ounce of strength to slam down on the protruding edge of the tatami mat. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, akin to an explosion, reverberating through the narrow alley. The noise ricocheted off the walls, echoing back and forth, intensifying, leaving one's eardrums ringing. Skill table flip intimidation activated. Mental concentration, high determination for survival investment. Range, alley environment enhancement, effect amplified. Enemy targets within range, X2, immobilized. The two henchmen with weapons froze in place. Their predatory grins were instantly replaced by shock and confusion, their raised hands suspended in midair, as if an invisible force had pressed the pause button on reality. They themselves could not comprehend why this sudden, resounding clap would cause such a jolt to their senses, rendering their bodies unresponsive. This was the opportunity Zhou had been waiting for. Instead of charging at the two henchmen, he darted like a specter, using every ounce of speed he could muster, and lunged towards the one nearest to him, wielding the pipe. The immobilization effect lasted only a second. He had to eliminate one before they could react, creating an absolute asymmetrical advantage. As the confusion in their eyes began to dissipate and astonishment had yet to fully register, Zhou crashed into the assailant. Lacking a weapon, Zhou positioned his fingers like a blade, channeling all his pent-up resentment, fury, and calculated ferocity into a fierce thrust aimed at the most vulnerable spot, the carotid sinus. This was not the brawl of a petty thug. It was a lethal strike, blending modern combat knowledge with the instinct of life and death struggle. The thug emitted a strange sound from his throat, his eyes rolling back as he dropped the pipe with a clatter, his body collapsing like a marionette with its strings severed. The immobilization effect ended just in time. The other thug, wielding the wrench, regained his faculties and looked up to see his comrade inexplicably sprawled on the ground, and a pale-faced stranger with a chilling gaze slowly rising to position himself between him and Fei Quan. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in Brother Sang Bo's affairs?" he shouted, his bravado faltering as he took an involuntary step back. The earlier eerie pause and the sight of his companion collapsing had unsettled him. Zhou offered no reply. He merely bent down slowly to retrieve the pipe from the ground. His movements, though slightly labored from the pain, exuded a disquieting steadiness. He lifted his gaze, coldly locking eyes with the remaining thug. In those eyes, there was no rage, no bluster, only an unfathomable chill and an unwavering certainty that he had calculated the outcome. And the thug was doomed. The earlier, table flip intimidation, had drained his mental energy, and the injury to his ribs throbbed painfully with each movement, even causing warm liquid to seep through the bandages. However, Zhou understood that he could not allow his momentum to falter. "Leave." The word escaped his lips, not loud, yet it resonated in the stillness of the alley like a hammer striking iron. The expression of the thug wielding the wrench shifted dramatically as he glanced at his fallen companion, then at the youth before him, clearly gravely injured, yet emanating an aura of peril. A final glance was cast at Fei Quan, who struggled in the corner to rise. "You've got guts. Cross boss Sang Bo, and you'll regret it." He spat out a standard threat, yet lacked the courage to advance alone, hastily dragging his unconscious mate away, retreating awkwardly towards the other end of the alley, quickly vanishing around the corner. Only when the footsteps had completely faded did Zhou sway slightly, propping himself against a water pipe, exhaling a long breath tinged with the metallic scent of blood. Cold sweat had already soaked his back. He turned his gaze towards Fei Quan in the corner. Fei Quan was staring back, his eyes a mixture of bewilderment from surviving a brush with death, deep caution, and disbelief. He could see that the person who saved him was severely injured, moving clumsily, yet had decisively altered the situation in a most peculiar manner. Why did you save me? Fei Quan asked with difficulty, his voice hoarse. You don't even know me. Zhou did not respond immediately. Instead, he stepped closer and extended his hand. Now I do, Zhou said, his voice low due to pain. I am Zhou. Do you owe money to Sangbo? Fei Quan regarded the outstretched hand, neither particularly broad nor robust, yet remarkably steady, then raised his gaze to Zhou's pale face, his calm eyes. After a brief silence, he grasped the hand, using it for support to stand up. Fei Quan, he introduced himself. Then, gritting his teeth, he continued. My younger brother is in the hospital due to a serious illness, and I need money for his surgery. I had no choice but to borrow $3,000 from Sangbo. The interest has compounded. I've paid 2 months' worth of interest without touching the principal. They came today to say that if I don't repay at all, they'll take one of my hands. Zhou nodded, his assumptions confirmed. Driven to desperation by family circumstances and pressured by loan sharks, Fei Quan exhibited a fierce spirit, daring to resist. A classic case of high potential as assessed by the system. Successfully intervened in the incident. Target Fei Quan's gratitude significantly increased. Initial rapport established. Dragon Chi value, 25. Successfully recruited a potential mentee. Daily Dragon Chi gain, 0.1. Current Dragon Chi value, 30, cumulative. Current daily Dragon Chi gain, 0.1 day. The system's notifications arrived as expected. The Dragon Chi value had increased by 25 points, exceeding expectations. More importantly, successful recruitment guaranteed a stable daily gain. What about your younger brother now? Zhou inquired. Fei Quan's gaze darkened. The hospital is pressuring for money. I was just going to seek out other loan sharks when I was targeted by Sangbo's people. $3,000 principal, plus interest. How much do they want you to repay? They didn't specify, but said it needs to be settled clearly, at least 4 to 5,000. Fei Quan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I really can't find that much. Zhou observed the young man before him, only 2 years younger than himself, yet burdened with the weight of family responsibilities. He spoke slowly. If I can find a way to spare you from losing a hand, and perhaps even cover your brother's medical expenses, would you follow me? Fei Quan abruptly raised his head, fixating intently on Zhou. Do you have a way? Why do you want to help me? What are the conditions? The condition is your life will belong to me from now on, Zhou replied, his tone flat, yet heavy with significance. I'm not running a charity. I saved you because I see potential in you. Stay with me. And there will be food to eat and battles to fight. But you must adhere to my rules. Fei Quan's chest heaved violently, his gaze shifting rapidly between struggle, skepticism, desire, and resolve. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. This person who had saved him must have ulterior motives. Yet, compared to the unrelenting exploitation of Sangbo, this man at least offered him a choice, a seemingly hopeful one. Moreover, that clean and calculated counterattack had left a profound impression on him. After a few seconds, Fei Quan's eyes settled, the wolfish ferocity within transforming into something deeper. He stepped back, then knelt on one knee on the filthy alley floor. Boss, Fei Quan's voice trembled slightly, yet rang clear and resolute. I, Fei Quan, owe my life to you. From now on, I will eat with you and fight for my life alongside you. I will abide by your rules. If anyone lays a finger on you, I will take them down. There were no grandiose oaths, only the most straightforward, most brotherly of promises. Zhou gazed at Fei Quan kneeling before him, and the pain in his side seemed to lessen. He extended his hand, resting it on Fei Quan's shoulder. Rise, he commanded. From now on, we share our meals and face our hardships together. Thus, his first brother was officially bound to him. Outside the alley, the clamor of Causeway Bay continued unabated. Yet in this narrow, sun-starved passage, 2 hearts, both pushed to the edge of despair, became intertwined through a calculated rescue and a desperate allegiance. Ahead lay Sangbo's threats, a debt of $3,000, the hospital's demands for payment, and the obscured path of the underworld. But at least, he was no longer alone. Chapter 5, The First Brother. In the cramped cage homes of Sham Shui Pa, the evening hours grew even more congested and noisy. The aroma of frying oil wafted through the corridor, a cheap radio crackled out Cantonese tunes, and the sounds of children crying and couples arguing intermingled, filling the dimly lit passageway through the thin wooden partitions. Zhou led Fei Quan, squeezing past stacks of clutter in the corridor, to the innermost cubicle. He pulled open the door to a small, shabby space that carried a faint musty odor, revealing it to Fei Quan. Clearly familiar with such an environment, Fei Quan showed no surprise, merely casting a swift glance over the iron bunk bed and the metal cabinet in the corner before his gaze returned to Zhou, now infused with complexity. Zhou deftly secured the door with a wire, gesturing towards the darkened straw mat on the lower bunk. Sit. He leaned against the metal cabinet, gradually sliding down to the cold concrete floor, a dull ache in his side causing him to involuntarily gasp. Fei Quan did not sit. He stood in the cramped space, observing the young man who had saved him, yet was likewise battered and in a dire situation, remaining silent for a few moments. Then, he took a step back and knelt straight down on one knee in the small space before the straw mat. "Boss." Fei Quan lifted his head to look at Zhou Jio, his voice not loud, but each word enunciated with intensity. "I, Fei Quan, possess little capability, merely a worthless life. Today you saved me. This life is now yours. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west. If you command me to kill, I will not hesitate." After speaking, he pressed his hands to the ground, resting his forehead against his hands in a gesture of the utmost sincerity. This was not a hasty declaration made in the heat of the moment, but a formal, thorough commitment made after brief reflection in a relatively safe and private space. Zhou Jio quietly watched him, not immediately offering assistance. He recognized the necessity of this ritual. Fei Quan needed it more. This was not merely an oath of loyalty, but a severance from his past, one marked by being chased by lone sharks like a dog, and a cutting away from an uncertain future. From this moment forth, his life was irrevocably intertwined with Zhou Jio's. After a few breaths, Zhou Jio finally spoke. "Rise." Fei Quan complied, standing at attention. Hands at his sides, his posture respectful, waiting quietly for further instructions, an instinctive display of subordination. "I will remember your brother's situation," Zhou Jio began, setting the tone. "But right now, we must stabilize ourselves. To save others, we must first save ourselves." Fei Quan nodded. "I understand, boss. To save ourselves, we need money, territory, and the respect of others." Zhou Jio's voice was calm, akin to the analysis of a business report. "At present, we have nothing. However, this does not imply a lack of opportunity." He paused and turned to Fei Quan. "Are you familiar with Causeway Bay? Do you know of a mahjong parlor called Xingwang, located near the intersection of Shekpai Road and Lockhart Road?" Fei Quan contemplated for a moment before nodding. "I know it. The owner is a Teochew man named Chun, known to everyone as Teochew Chun. The parlor has been in operation for several years, and business is quite good. There are always players from dawn until dusk." "Boss, what are you thinking?" Zhou Jio asked directly. "Our first business deal will be with him." Zhou Jio continued without hesitation. "I need you to gather information. Approximately how much does the parlor earn in a month? Who collects the payments? How much?" Fei Quan's spirits lifted, clearly more suited to this mode of operation. "I've inquired with some old friends. Teochew Chin's parlor nets around $20,000 a month. As for the collection," he frowned, "it used to be $500 collected monthly by someone from HuaFo, as if it were a symbolic gesture. HuaFo primarily oversees the gaming halls and small stalls, and it seems he doesn't pay much attention to the mahjong parlor, perhaps deeming it too troublesome. Or maybe because Teochew Chun knows how to handle things." The information aligned perfectly. Uncle Shou's intelligence was largely accurate, and Fei Quan's insights further elucidated HuaFo's apparent indifference. Either the profits weren't enticing enough, or Teochew Chun was adept at maintaining good relations. 500, Zhou Jio repeated, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. HuaFo collects 500 because he only provides $500 worth of protection. Or perhaps he simply does not care about this parlor. But we are different. He looked at Fei Quan, his gaze suddenly sharp. "If we were to collect, we would not accept 500. Boss, how much do you intend to collect?" Fei Quan couldn't help but inquire. 2,000, Zhou Jio stated succinctly. Fei Quan's eyes widened slightly. 2,000. How could Teochew Chin possibly agree? If HuaFo's people find out, they would surely. "Thus, we will not be collecting debts," Zhou Jio interrupted him, his tone remaining steady. "We are here to reason with him and establish a new business arrangement." "Reasoning?" Fei Quan appeared perplexed. "Precisely," Zhou Jio elaborated slowly, as if organizing his thoughts. "Consider this. HuaFo collects 500. What does he offer? Perhaps just a name. Occasionally intimidating a few low-level gamblers. But if someone were to disrupt operations, driving away his customers, would HuaFo truly intervene to protect him?" Fei Quan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I doubt it. 500 isn't worth it. Therefore, Teochew Chun pays 500 a month for nothing more than a false sense of security, along with the potential for trouble," Zhou Jio analyzed. "If we inform him that for $2,000, we guarantee, first, no one will come to his parlor to drive away customers. Second, no other gangs will disrupt his establishment. Third, should any ordinary troublemaker arise, we will handle it promptly. Fourth, we will even assist him in maintaining order, allowing his customers to play with greater peace of mind." He observed Fei Quan's gradually enlightened expression and continued, "With $500, he purchases a title that could expire at any moment. With $2,000, he secures a tangible, round-the-clock assurance. Tell me, what choice would a cautious businessman, solely wishing for a stable profit, make?" Fei Quan followed this line of thought, his eyes gradually brightening. "But boss, what grounds do we have to convince him that we can deliver? Moreover, whether HuaFo believes it hinges not on mere words." Zhou Jio's tone grew cold. "It must rely on strength, on presence, on what we can accomplish. As for HuaFo," he paused, casting his gaze toward the dim corridor outside the cage, "where where the sound of a couple arguing and smashing objects echoed. What Hua Fo looks down upon, we find value in. What Hua Fo is disinterested in, we will pursue. The Underworld is a place where the big fish prey upon the small. We may currently be insignificant, but even the smallest creature can feed on algae. Once we grow stronger, we will discuss other matters. He withdrew his gaze and focused back on Fei Quan. The first step is to secure the Xing Wang Mahjong parlor. I want Tia Chu-chun to willingly pay $2,000 each month. It is not a protection fee. It is a cooperative security fee. Will you join me in this endeavor? Fei Quan's chest swelled with determination, without a trace of hesitation. I will. Wherever you go, I will follow. Whatever you say to do, I shall do. Good, Jojo nodded. Tomorrow, you will investigate the vicinity of the Mahjong parlor further, ascertain when Tia Chu-chun opens and closes, and any habits he may have. Remember, do not raise any alarms. I need to prepare how to present our reasoning to him. His hand instinctively brushed against the bandaged wound beneath his ribs, where a dull ache resided, sharpening his gaze to an even colder focus. Bloodstained garment may soon have its purpose realized. Fei Quan gazed at Zhou Jio's side profile, calm yet brimming with intent. His heart, once filled with anxiety and despair due to debts and pursuers, suddenly surged with a peculiar strength. No longer was this a futile escape. It was a perilous yet clearly defined path. The boss possessed strategy, courage, and a depth that Fei Quan could not fathom. That was enough. I will go early tomorrow. Fei Quan replied earnestly. Outside the cage, the night deepened. The neon lights of Sham Shui flickered to life, outlining the mottled contours of this crowded world. Within this less than 50 square foot room, a plan rooted in survival officially commenced. The objective, Causeway Bay, Shekpai Road, Xing Wang Mahjong Parlor, a monthly income of 2,000. The transition from passive evasion to proactive engagement unfolded quietly within this seemingly mundane yet resolute dialogue. Chapter 6, Move After Planning. The following evening, Fei Quan, reeking of sweat and dust, hurried back to the cage, panting. His eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement over completing the task and anticipation for the work ahead. As soon as he entered, before Zhou Jio could inquire, he lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. Boss, I've gathered the details. Zhou Jio leaned against the wall, gently wiping the scabbed wound on his face with a damp cloth. Upon hearing Fei Quan, he paused, gestured for him to sit, and said, speak slowly and provide details. Fei Quan settled onto the straw mat, leaning forward, his voice low yet clear. Xing Wang Mahjong Parlor, located at 45 Shekpai Road, has 2 storefronts connected, with 8 automatic mahjong tables and 4 regular ones inside. Business is indeed good. I observed it throughout the day, and there were hardly any empty tables. The patrons are mostly local residents and small business owners, betting modestly, but the cash flow is certainly adequate. The owner, Tia Chu-chun, whose full name is Chun Xinglong, is in his 40s, short and stout, with a receding hairline, often clad in a gray cool shirt with his pants hiked up to his chest. He constantly wears a smile, hands out cigarettes to acquaintances, yet his eyes are shifty, and he always speaks to people with his body partially turned, as if ready to retreat at any moment. Fei Quan's vivid description conjured the image of a cautious, slick, and inherently timid businessman. He opens the doors promptly at 9 in the morning, personally lowering the shutters. During the afternoons, he generally sits behind the counter, observing the games and chatting on the phone. The peak hours are from 7 to 10 in the evening. He will make rounds from behind the counter to greet regulars. But he always closes by 11 without fail. Did you notice any special individuals around him? Are there any hired hands overseeing the place? Zhou Jio asked the most crucial question. None. Fei Quan replied decisively, shaking his head. I watched for most of the day and did not see anyone conspicuous. There's just a young assistant who serves tea and exchanges chips, and an elderly woman who shuffles the tiles. All financial transactions are handled by Tia Chu-chun himself. I also inquired about Hua Fo's men. They usually come around the 3rd to 5th of each month, just 2 or 3 low-level operators, collect $500, and leave without even having a cup of tea. It seems no one takes this parlor seriously. The intelligence was too ideal. The target lacked robust protection, possessed a timid disposition, and maintained a stable cash flow, a prime candidate for a novice venture. Good, Zhou Jio nodded, his expression neutral, but his eyes were rapidly calculating. What date is it tomorrow? Today is the 3rd, Fei Quan replied. I suspect Hua Fo's people have already collected, so we will have to wait until next month for their next visit. The timing was just right. This would not only avoid a direct confrontation with Hua Fo's men, but also provide Tia Chu-chun with a psychological window of protection. Zhou Jio remained silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee, a habit he had when calculating figures and devising complex plans. Fei Quan held his breath, not daring to utter a sound. In the afternoon, Zhou Jio finally spoke, his tone steady. At 3 o'clock, when the mahjong parlor is least busy and Tia Chu-chun is most bored, we will pay him a visit. In the afternoon? Fei Quan was somewhat taken aback. Typically, negotiations are conducted during quieter, less populated evening hours, are they not? At night. He felt apprehensive, as did we all. Zhou Jiao explained in a measured tone that in the afternoon, there were patrons in the establishment, albeit not many, with customers present. The Chaozhou businessman, Chun, was reluctant to raise his voice or call out, especially since he had no one to summon. The presence of customers also served to validate that we were not there to cause trouble, but rather to engage in legitimate business discussions. Fei Quan nodded in sudden understanding. How shall we converse? Zhou Jiao continued to delineate the plan, as if finalizing a set of intricate steps. We would not simply approach and demand 2,000. First, we must present our rationale. The first step, upon entering, proceed directly to the counter and politely address him as Boss Chen. The second step, be direct and forthright, stating that we are aware that Huafa collects 500 from him, yet cannot guarantee his safety. For instance, if someone comes to intimidate and drive away customers, will Huafa's personnel be there every day to oversee matters? If someone loses their temper and causes a ruckus, when will Huafa's people arrive? And will they truly intervene? Fei Quan listened intently, unconsciously following Zhou Jiao's train of thought, his eyes reflecting agreement. The third step, lay down our conditions. Zhou Jiao's gaze turned slightly cold as he informed him that we could offer comprehensive services. From dawn till dusk, there would be no outsiders imposing debts, nor other gangs encroaching, and any ordinary troublemakers would be dealt with swiftly within 10 minutes. The cost for this? A mere 2,000 per month, not as protection money, but rather a security cooperation fee. The fourth step. Zhou Jiao paused momentarily, remarking that if Chun hesitated or invoked Huafa to pressure us, we would need to make it clear that Huafa would not engage in a protracted struggle over a mere 500. More importantly, our services are worth the price we are asking. Zhou Jiao glanced down at his own attire, which, though washed, still bore visible stains of blood, and then at the bandage under his ribs, deliberately left unmedicated to allow a hint of dark red to seep through the edges. Our determination is emblazoned upon me, he stated softly. When a man is willing to risk his life to such an extent, do his words not carry more weight than those of the two thugs under Huafa who are merely skilled in collecting debts? Fei Quan gazed at Zhou Jiao's calm countenance, marked by those glaring scars, and suddenly felt parched. He understood the boss's meaning. These wounds, this blood, were the most compelling arguments, more impactful than any blade. Boss, what should I do tomorrow? Fei Quan's throat tightened slightly. You need not worry, Zhou Jiao replied, shaking his head. Your task is to stay close to me. Guard the entrance, and be vigilant of any unusual movements. Remain silent, do not intimidate, but maintain a steady gaze and a firm stance. You must convey to Chun that although there are only two of us, we are not easily dismissed. Fei Quan nodded vigorously, understood. Finally, Zhou Jiao took a deep breath, feeling the familiar sting in his side, yet he paid it no mind. If, by chance, Chun truly fails to recognize the gravity of the situation, or if we encounter unforeseen complications, I may need to perform. He turned to Fei Quan, his gaze profound. At that moment, regardless of my actions, you must remain steady and cooperate with me. Remember, we are here to conduct business, not to engage in violence. Yet, while negotiating, it may sometimes be necessary for the other party to perceive that we possess both the means and the resolve for such confrontations. Fei Quan responded with a resolute affirmation, his fists instinctively clenching, knuckles turning white. A fire burned within his chest, not out of fear, but out of tension, excitement, and a fervent loyalty to follow his boss's lead. The boss had meticulously calculated every step, even preparing for the worst-case scenarios. All he needed to do was to follow through and give it his all. Go tidy yourself up, Zhou Jiao instructed at last. Tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon. Wait for me at the corner of CFA Road and Lok Tin Road. Wear something presentable and look sharp. Yes, boss. Fei Quan immediately stood up, his posture straightening. Zhou Jiao watched as Fei Quan departed, until the thin wooden door was gently closed, isolating them from the din of the corridor outside. The room gradually dimmed. He did not turn on the lights, choosing instead to sit in solitude. A faint glow from the distant neon lights filtered through the window cracks, casting shifting shadows across his face. He slowly raised his hand, a subtle thought eliciting a response. A translucent panel, visible only to him and shimmering faintly, materialized before his eyes. Inventory, bloodstained garment 11 upon activation. Injuries will convert into a surge of momentum. Tomorrow, this item may prove useful, not for combat, but for persuasion. He retracted the panel and closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the entire plan once more. Every step, Chen's potential reactions, the dialogue to employ, Fei Quan's positioning, and even the handling of unexpected situations. There is no plan that guarantees success. Only one side can be better prepared. As the night deepened, the sounds of cooking, crying, and arguing from the surrounding rooms began to fade. Yet, within this innermost cubicle, a silent, taut anticipation was quietly taking root. The strategy was set. It was merely awaiting execution. Chapter 7. The bloodied garment intimidates the Chaozhou man. At 3 in the afternoon, in Causeway Bay on CFA Road. Sunlight slanted across the green sign of the bustling mahjong parlor, the paint along its edges peeling away, revealing its age. Through the glass door, one could see 8 automatic mahjong tables, 4 of which were occupied, the sound of shuffling tiles mingling with curses in Cantonese, laughter, and banter, creating a cacophony that echoed in the ears. Zhou paused, standing across the street, casting one last glance at the glass door. He wore the previously washed blue work shirt, now faded, with the bandage beneath his ribs subtly protruding, its edges intentionally stained with dark red, strikingly vivid. The wounds on his face were crusted with dark blood, and under the afternoon sun, appeared even more grotesque. Fei Quan stood half a step behind him, clad in a cleaner white t-shirt, his hair slicked back with water, presenting a rigid demeanor, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. He adhered to his boss's instructions without unnecessary movements, yet the latent ferocity that suggested he could spring into action at any moment was already apparent. Remember, Zhou said without turning back, his voice calm and steady, your role is merely to provide background support. Stay composed, and you will be more than sufficient. Understood, boss. Fei Quan replied quietly, straightening his posture. Zhou stepped forward, crossing the street. As he pushed open the glass door, the copper bell above jingled brightly. The rush of cold air mixed with the sense of smoke, sweat, and old carpet enveloped him. Behind the counter, the short, rotund man with a receding hairline, clad in a gray shirt, Chun, was engrossed in his calculator. Upon hearing the bell, he looked up, his habitual smile freezing upon seeing the visitors. Zhou walked straight to the counter, fixing his gaze squarely on Chun. His steps were deliberate, slightly hindered by his injuries, yet each footfall was firm and resolute. Fei Quan followed closely, positioning himself at the doorway, leaning against the wall, his gaze lowered yet sufficiently covering the entire hall's activity. Boss Chun, Zhou began. His voice low, gravelly from his injuries yet distinctly clear, each word resonating in Chen's ears. Chen's facial muscles tightened, his eyes darting over Zhou's wounds, the bandaging beneath his fabric, and then stealing a glance at the imposing figure of Fei Quan by the door. He set down the calculator, his smile re-emerging but now tinged with a hint of trepidation and servility. Ah, this brother is unfamiliar. Here to play some mahjong? His heavy Chaozhou accent made his words tremble slightly. Not for mahjong, but to discuss business, Zhou interjected, cutting to the chase. Fixing his gaze on Chen's hands that were slick with nervous sweat. It concerns the $500 your establishment pays monthly. Chen's heart sank, his smile faltering. 500? That's a trivial sum. Huafa's men come to collect each month. It's the established rule. Rules are made by people, Zhou interrupted calmly. I am aware that Huafa collects 500. But, Boss Chun, ask yourself sincerely, what does this 500 truly purchase? He leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the counter. This movement aggravated his rib injury, sending a sharp pain shooting through, yet he did not flinch, maintaining his composure. If someone with closed eyes were to come into your establishment and disrupt your patrons, driving away your regular clientele, would the individuals in your service be present daily to keep watch? If someone, in a fit of rage, sought to wreak havoc upon your premises, when would those in your employ arrive to assist? And upon their arrival, would they truly be willing to risk their lives for a venue that is worth merely $500 a month? Each of these inquiries struck Chaozhou Chen's heart like iron nails. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, his gaze flitting about, unable to meet Zhou's eyes directly. These were questions he had certainly contemplated, but had always comforted himself with the notion that everything was fine. Now, stripped bare of that illusion, his fragile sense of security shattered into 1,000 pieces. I run a modest operation here, and it has always been peaceful. No one stirs up trouble. He attempted to justify, his voice barely a whisper, devoid of any conviction. Peaceful, Zhou's tone turned icy, is merely a byproduct of your good fortune, not a blessing from the gods. Luck, after all, has its limits. Chaozhou Chen swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the pressure bearing down on him from the young man across the counter. It was not just the sharpness of his words, but a palpable, blood-soaked sense of oppression that left him gasping for breath. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the fabric bandaging the young man's wounds, the dark red hue seeming to intensify. Zhou noticed the flicker of uncertainty and fear in Chen's eyes. The moment had arrived. He silently intoned, activate, blood-soaked garb. Without any theatrical flourish, a sudden wave of heat and cold surged from the wound beneath his ribs, coursing through his body in an instant. The excruciating pain ignited within him, transforming into fuel that invigorated every limb, sharpening his senses to an extraordinary clarity. He became acutely aware of his taut muscles, steady breaths, and even the sensation of every hair on his body, all heightened. This peculiar state transmuted his vulnerability and suffering into a formidable aura of intimidation and strength. To Chao Chun, the young man before him appeared unchanged yet utterly transformed. He still bore the countenance of one gravely injured, but the cold glint in his eyes seemed capable of inflicting harm, tightening Chen's chest. The pressure in the air doubled, and he could even detect a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood mingling with the smoke. This was not an aggressive display by Zhou Jio. Rather, it was an inherent quality of his existence, akin to a bloodied sword unsheathed, silently proclaiming his danger. "I am here today," Zhou Jio began, his voice deeper than before, each word laden with significance. "Not to disrupt your operations, but to propose a new business arrangement." "What kind of business?" Chao Zhouchen's voice was dry, his throat constricted. "Security cooperation," Zhou Jio replied slowly. "From dawn until dusk, my people will oversee this street, ensuring your establishment remains undisturbed. No outsiders will dare to intrude, and any common ruffians causing trouble will be dealt with swiftly, within 10 minutes. The cost, $2,000 a month. This is not a protection fee. It is a security cooperation fee. You pay, and I provide the service, clear and straightforward, without any unnecessary words." 2,000. Chao Chun exclaimed in disbelief, quickly realizing his outburst and lowering his voice. "Brother, you cannot be serious. Brother Huabua only collects 500 from us." "The 500 from Brother Huabua, what did it truly secure for you?" "You know that well." Zhou Jio remained unfazed. "My 2,000 buys you genuine peace of mind. Your establishment nets around $20,000 a month. Can you not see the value in spending 2,000 for a year of tranquility and profitable business? Is it worth it?" Chao Zhouchen's mind raced, calculations flitting through his thoughts. If what Zhou Jio proposed could truly eliminate all troubles, $2,000 was indeed a small price to pay. But what would he say to Brother Huabua? What excuse could he offer when Brother Huabua's men came to collect next month? This was the concern that plagued him most. When Brother Huabua's men come, you simply tell them the truth. Zhou Jio's tone brooked no dissent. "Inform them that I, Zhou Jio, am now responsible for the security of this establishment. If they have any issues, they are to come directly to me. As for the 500, if they still expect it, they may discuss it with me." He paused, leaning forward slightly, the amalgamation of pain and iron will pressing heavily upon Chao Zhouchen's chest. "But do you think Brother Huabua would risk confrontation over $500 with someone willing to gamble with their life?" Chao Zhouchen trembled, a chill running through him. He gazed at Zhou Jio's calm, unwavering expression, taking in the visible scars that could not be concealed, and considered the silent yet formidable presence of his companion by the door. He recalled the fleeting figures of Brother Huabua's men, who only sought profit without offering any real protection, and the answer became starkly clear. One was a nominal fee, a potential source of trouble at any moment. The other was a substantial investment in genuine security, backed by a life on the line. One was Brother Huabua, who was ensnared in the web of gang extortion, indifferent to such trifling sums. The other was this grievously wounded yet resolute newcomer, whose gaze was as sharp as a blade, clearly intent on claiming territory. In that moment, the acumen of a businessman eclipsed his fear. Chao Zhouchen's shoulders sagged, and a smile emerged that was more grotesque than tears. "Zhousheng, is it? I shall ensure the 2,000 is ready by the 5th of each month. From now on, the safety of my establishment will rest in your capable hands." "Agreed." Zhou Jio felt a subtle easing in his heart, though his expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly. "It has been a pleasure to cooperate, Boss Chen. From this day forth, your business will be my concern." He straightened, the fierce aura surrounding him dissipating slightly, yet his calmness and assurance remained intact. Turning to Fei Quan, he exchanged a knowing glance before making his way to the door. Fei Quan promptly followed, casting one last penetrating glance at Chao Zhouchen, who was wiping sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with reverence for the boss. Throughout the entire exchange, the boss had not once raised his voice or lifted a finger, yet his mere presence, coupled with his few words of wisdom and countless scars, had quadrupled the stakes, compelling Chun to acquiesce willingly. Zhou Jio and Fei Quan had barely stepped 20 meters from the mahjong parlor when they turned into a side alley. The distant wail of police sirens growing louder, abruptly ceasing at the entrance of the Xingwang mahjong parlor. A blue and white patrol car came to a halt, the doors opening to reveal two officers clad in summer short-sleeve uniforms. Leading the pair was a man in his 30s, with short hair and a resolute demeanor, Li Ying from the Wanchai police station. Having received reports from nearby residents about a dispute at the parlor, suspected to involve intimidation and extortion, he rushed over without delay. Chao Zhouchen, still grappling with the implications of the $2,000 life insurance, was startled nearly out of his skin upon seeing the officers arrive. "Ah, officers. Everything is fine. Absolutely nothing has happened." He waved his hands frantically, his face as pale as a sheet. Li Ying ignored him, his keen eyes scanning the interior of the parlor. The guests had paused their games, glancing over with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Everything appeared normal. No signs of a fight, no damage. Did someone just come in? Was there any intimidation involved? Li Ying approached the counter, locking his gaze firmly on Chao Zhou-chen's eyes without yielding an inch. No, absolutely not. Chao Zhou-chen shook his head vigorously. It was just two young men asking for directions. They left immediately. It was a pure misunderstanding, a simple misunderstanding. Li Ying scrutinized him deeply before shifting his gaze toward the entrance. After years of experience, he had seen many a flustered and guilty expression desperately trying to conceal the truth. Asking for directions? Nonsense. He stepped toward the entrance, his sharp eyes sweeping over the street. The afternoon sun blazed brightly, pedestrians hurried along, and all seemed ordinary. Yet, his keen observation caught sight of two fresh, dragging footprints on the ground across the alley, leading into the depths of the passageway. The individuals who had just departed were likely in poor condition. Li Ying walked back into the hall and gave a few instructions to another officer before turning his gaze toward the perspiring Chao Zhou-chen. As long as there are no issues, it's fine. His tone was unremarkable, yet laden with implication. Remember, should trouble arise, seek the police. Some individuals you may deem manageable today could very well threaten your life tomorrow. With that, he made no further delay and turned to leave the mahjong parlor. As he settled into the car, Li Ying watched the sign of the thriving mahjong hall recede into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Sir Li, is everything truly all right? Inquired the officer behind the wheel. There are matters at hand, yet some dare not speak of them, Li Ying replied, igniting a cigarette and taking a drag. Reports indicate that a young newcomer entered, and the atmosphere was unsettling. It seems this is not merely a routine collection, but rather a change of dealer. A change of dealer? Indeed. Li Ying exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze penetrating. In the territory of Wafo, someone intends to stake their claim. And the methods employed are different. It's not about violence, but rather persuasion. Quite intriguing. He recalled the anxious visage of Chao Zhou-chen from earlier, too frightened to articulate his fears, along with the faint footprints at the alley's entrance. A newcomer from the 4-9? Li Ying murmured to himself. They possess both audacity and cunning. Keep a close watch on them. Do not let them slip away. The police car merged into the flow of traffic on Shekpai Road. The afternoon appeared unchanged. Yet something seemed to have subtly shifted ownership. In the side alley, Zhou Jiao and Fei Quan listened to the fading sound of police sirens, exchanging glances. The police. Fei Quan whispered, his voice tense and taut with anxiety. Perfectly normal, Zhou Jiao replied, unfazed. In such a hodgepodge locale, even the slightest stir could attract law enforcement's attention. Li Ying's presence was, to some extent, anticipated. To be noticed by the police posed a risk, yet it also served as a form of validation, affirming that he had gained a reputation worthy of attention. Boss, you truly are something, Fei Quan exclaimed, having held back for a while before bursting out. $2,000. Just like that, it's settled. He hadn't even grasped the specifics of what the boss had done. He just felt that, at that moment. The boss resembled a wounded beast, dangerous yet restrained, managing to intimidate Chao Zhou-chen merely through his gaze and words. Zhou Jiao remained silent, acutely aware of the fatigue and sharp pain coursing through his body as the effects of the blood-stained garment began to wane, every muscle screaming in protest. The first step has finally been taken. $2,000 a month, though far from resolving all issues, provided a stable initial income and a base for operations. He glanced at the system panel. His dragon spirit value hadn't increased directly, but the blood-stained garment had already been utilized. The success of this negotiation was merely the nascent form of expansion. Perhaps the next settlement would reflect this progress. More importantly, the almost palpable admiration and unwavering loyalty in Fei Quan's eyes were assets far more valuable than $2,000. Let us go? Zhou Jiao turned and walked deeper into the alley, heading back. Tomorrow, there were more significant matters to attend to. The reaction from Wafo would be the true test. Chapter 8. Promotion of the Straw Sandals. News travels faster than the wind. The afternoon following Zhou Jiao's agreement with Chao Zhou-chen on the $2,000 security fee, Wafo caught wind of the developments. Causeway Bay was small enough that a 4-9 could bypass Wafo and persuade Chao Zhou-chen to raise the protection fee to $2,000, even declaring that the security for that establishment would henceforth fall under his jurisdiction. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Wafo's face. If such matters went unchecked, how could Wafo maintain any semblance of authority in Causeway Bay? At 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun was still glaringly bright. Zhou Jiao and Fei Quan were just exiting their makeshift abode, intending to scout around the vicinity of the Xingwang Mahjong Hall to see if Chao Zhou-chen was up to any tricks, while also familiarizing themselves with the environment. Just as they reached the intersection of Shekpai Road and a side alley, they found their path blocked by 8 figures. At the forefront stood a man of medium build with a crew cut, approximately 30 years old, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck. wearing a floral shirt unbuttoned to reveal a tattoo of Guangdong over his heart. He held a cigarette between his lips, his gaze cold and menacing, fixed intently on Zhou. It was Wafo. Behind him trailed 7 lackeys, each armed with an assortment of weapons, pipes, chains, baseball bats, and one brandishing a flick knife. The group spread out, subtly enclosing Zhou and Fei Quan's escape route. Zhou? Wafo spat out his cigarette, butt, and crushed it underfoot. I've heard you're quite the hotshot. You dare to meddle in my territory? Zhou halted, and Fei Quan instinctively stepped half a pace in front of him. Glaring fiercely, his fists clenched. Wafo, Zhou began, his voice calm and composed. I'm not meddling. I've merely struck a new business deal with Boss Chun. A new business deal? Wafo snorted derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A new deal with me in my territory? Have you consulted with me? I have, Zhou replied, staring resolutely at him. I asked myself, and I believe I can do it better than you. Wafo's face contorted with rage, clearly unprepared for such direct and audacious defiance. Very well. I'll see just how formidable you truly are today. With a wave of his hand, he barked, attack. Beat this insolent bastard into submission. Leave no one standing. The 7 lackeys charged forward with shouts. They had little regard for the 2 individuals before them. One was injured and barely able to walk, while the other, though fierce in appearance, was still young. Yet, as Wafo's men advanced, Zhou and Fei Quan moved as well. Instead of retreating, they pressed forward toward the side where only 2 lackeys wielded pipes. Stick close to me, Zhou hissed, his pace quickening despite the searing pain in his side. Charging straight at the left side lackey, Fei Quan gritted his teeth and followed suit, targeting the right side lackey. The left side lackey, seeing Zhou charge, sneered and swung his pipe down. Zhou did not flinch or evade. At the moment the pipe reached its zenith, he abruptly pivoted and braced himself, absorbing the blow with his shoulder while simultaneously thrusting his right hand like a dagger toward the lackey's neck. Ugh! The lackey let out a muffled groan, the pipe slipping from his grasp as he collapsed onto the ground. However, the impact of taking the hit sent Zhou reeling, his vision momentarily darkening. The right side lackey swung his pipe at Fei Quan, who blocked it with his arm, producing a dull thud, but then retaliated by grabbing the lackey's pipe with one hand and delivering a fierce punch to his face with the other, swift and brutal. In an instant, they had taken down 2, but 5 more lackeys were already surrounding them. Retreat! Into the alley, Zhou shouted hoarsely, fighting while backing away into the narrow alley piled high with debris, the very alley where they had rescued Fei Quan the day before. The alley was constricted, accommodating no more than 3 people side by side, significantly curtailing the advantage of numbers for Wafo's men. Yet, they had learned from their previous encounter, positioning 3 in front and 4 in the back, slowly pressing forward. Zhou leaned against a stack of discarded wooden boards, breathing heavily. Fei Quan stood guard in front of him, his arm bruised and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained fierce, showing no sign of retreat. Boss, what do we do? Fei Quan whispered, his voice strained yet resolute. Zhou's eyes darted around the alley. The garbage bin was too far. The broken bamboo basket was useless, and the wooden boards caught his attention, the same stack he had used to launch the table-flipping intimidation tactic yesterday. However, that trick might not work again, especially from this distance. His gaze shifted deeper into the alley, to a midsection where, beside a back door of a residence, lay a dilapidated folding table stacked with empty flower pots. That's it. Fei Quan, hold them off for 10 seconds. Zhou let out a low growl, suddenly charging deep into the alley. Thinking he meant to flee, Huafo hastily gathered his men to pursue him. Fei Quan, with a fierce shout, seized a half-broken water pipe from the ground and, instead of retreating, charged forward, swinging it at the 2 men in the lead, engaging in a life-or-death struggle to impede the pursuers. In that brief moment, Zhou had already reached a small wooden table. He took a deep breath, disregarding the approaching shouts and Fei Quan's muffled groans, concentrating all his energy into his right hand, and then, with a resounding slap, struck the dust-laden tabletop. The sound echoed even more loudly and abruptly than the day before, detonating within the narrow alley. The noise reverberated violently between the walls, causing a ringing in the ears. Skill table flip intimidation activated. Mental focus, maximum, life and death struggle. Range, alley environment enhancement, effect amplified. Enemy targets within range, X7, immobilized. Duration, 15 seconds, environmental and mental enhancement. The 3 henchmen at the forefront, along with Huafo and the others behind, found themselves frozen in place, their faces momentarily blank with astonishment. The sudden, thunderous sound and the ensuing invisible mental shock left their minds in a haze. 15 seconds. For Zhou, this was ample time. He did not charge at the henchman, but instead expended all his strength, like an injured leopard, lunging at Huafo, who stood rigidly a few paces back in the crowd. Capture the leader first. just as Hua Fo's bewilderment began to fade. He saw the battered young man charging towards him, a shard of sharp porcelain from a broken flower pot on the table, in hand, aimed at his wrist holding the knife. Ah! Hua Fo screamed in agony as the spring knife slipped from his grasp to the ground. Zhou movements did not falter. The porcelain shard swiftly followed through, pressing against Hua Fo's throat, the chilling touch and sharp edge silencing his cries. Tell them to stop. Zhou's voice was cold and hoarse, as the shard pressed slightly into the flesh, drawing a thin line of blood. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When the other henchmen regained their senses, they beheld their boss with a shard pressed to his throat. Though Fei Quan bore the marks of a brutal beating, he seized the opportunity to grab a baseball bat, positioning himself beside Zhou, eyes glinting with fierce intent. Stop! Everyone stop! Hua Fo felt the real sting of the shard against his throat, and terror seized him as he cried out. The henchmen exchanged glances, none daring to move. The alley was momentarily filled only with heavy breaths. Zhou's bandage beneath his ribs was soaked with blood, the excruciating pain causing his vision to darken. Yet his hand holding the shard remained as steady as a rock. He gazed upon Hua Fo's twisted face, wrought with fear, and spoke each word deliberately. Brother Hua Fo, today I do not seek your life. However, regarding the Xinguang Mahjong Hall, I shall be keeping an eye on it. The $500 you previously collected? That is no more. Do you have any objections? Hua Fo swallowed hard, the shard pressing in a fraction further, and he quickly shook his head. No objections. You can have the establishment. You can have it. Good. Zhou gradually eased his grip, yet the shard remained against Hua Fo's throat. I hear you have a gaming hall nearby? Hua Fo's heart sank, knowing the other sought to take advantage of his predicament, but under the threat to his life. He could only grit his teeth and respond. Yes, it's a small one. I will take it, Zhou stated with unyielding authority. As compensation for your visit here today, is that acceptable? Hua Fo's face twitched. Although the gaming hall was not large, it generated a monthly income of several $1,000s, serving as one of his vital revenue streams. Yet, faced with Zhou's eerily calm eyes and the menacing gaze of Fei Quan beside him, he had no choice but to concede. No problem. Hua Fo practically spat the words through clenched teeth. Defeated regional boss Hua Fo successfully seized control of the territory Xinguang Mahjong Hall, acquiring the asset gaming hall. Dragon Chi value, 45. Cumulative Dragon Chi value reaches 80 points, original 35-45. Due to achieving the expanding territory milestone, the system grants an additional 20 points. Cumulative Dragon Chi value, 100 points. Realm Breakthrough. 49 Boys, Grass Slippers. Unlocked feature, Daily Dragon Chi earnings, based on the number and loyalty of subordinates, officially activated and quantified. Current estimated Daily Dragon Chi earnings, 0, 5 points per day, based on existing subordinate, Fei Quan. Received Realm Enhancement Reward, slight increase in physical recovery speed. Enhanced endurance against minor injuries. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind, a warm current spreading throughout his body. As the searing pain beneath his ribs seemed to ease slightly, and his fatigue was somewhat dispelled, Zhou felt assured, releasing Hua Fo and casually discarding the bloodied shard. Take him away, he instructed Hua Fo's henchman, then turned to Hua Fo. The keys and ledger for the gaming hall, by tomorrow afternoon at 3, at the Xinguang Mahjong Hall. 1 hour late, and I will come looking for you. Hua Fo, clutching his bleeding wrist, his face ashen, shot Zhou a fierce glare, yet lacked the courage to utter further threats, stumbling away from the alley with the support of his men. Only Zhou and Fei Quan remained in the alley. Amidst the wreckage, Fei Quan, panting heavily, looked at Zhou, then towards the direction Hua Fo had vanished, his face alight with incredulous joy and shock. Boss, did you really deal with Hua Fo? Did we actually win? His speech faltered slightly. Zhou leaned against a nearby wooden board, slowly sliding down to the ground, blood still seeping from his wounds. He appeared pale, yet his gaze shone brilliantly. For now, we have won. He gasped, help me up. We are going to take possession of our first territory. Hua Fo's gaming hall lay just down another alley off Xie Road, its facade modest, housing a dozen old arcade machines, such as Street Fighter and Final Fight, and a few slot machines. At that moment, 2 of Hua Fo's henchmen were on watch, along with several students engrossed in gaming. When Zhou and Fei Quan entered, especially upon seeing the horrifying bloodstains on Zhou and the signs of their recent struggle, the students scattered in fright. The 2 henchmen recognized Fei Quan and had heard rumors of a newcomer besting Hua Fo. Upon seeing the main figure, their faces turned ashen. Zhou moved behind the counter and sat down. Fei Quan stood beside him like an unwavering guardian. Hua Fo has already agreed. This establishment is now mine. Zhou addressed the 2 anxious henchmen, speaking slowly. You two, do you wish to stay or leave? The henchmen exchanged glances, and one bolder one cautiously asked, Boss, if we stay, will there be a place for us? Yes, Zhou nodded. Follow me, and there are rules. If you can abide by them, there will be food to eat. What rules? Zhou's gaze swept over them, also taking in the 349 boys who had rushed over. Formerly under Hua Fo's command, lingering nearby to see who the new boss was. Together with Fei Quan, a total of 6 people stood before him. He slowly rose. Despite the pain from his wounds, his posture straight. There are 3 rules. First and foremost, drugs are strictly prohibited. Should I catch anyone in the act, their hands shall be severed. Secondly, no harm shall come to innocent women and children. Should I learn of any transgressions, the offender will have their feet cleaved. Thirdly, among brothers, betrayal is intolerable. Whoever betrays a brother shall face my personal retribution. Furthermore, all accounts must be meticulously clear. Any hint of corruption will be dealt with mercilessly. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an unyielding authority, echoing through the stillness of the gaming hall. If you can comply, stay. If you cannot, you may leave now, and I shall not pursue. However, should you remain and err again, the consequences will be yours to bear. The 2 underlings exchanged glances with the other 3, hesitating momentarily. The new boss observed the youthful faces, yet his resolve was unwavering, even dismantling the flowered Buddha. Moreover, while the rules were stringent, they seemed more virtuous than those of the flowered Buddha, who only knew exploitation without principle. Boss, I am with you, one of the underlings declared. I am with you too, echoed another. Ultimately, among the 5, 2 chose to stay, those who had been observing, known as Little Ghost and Big Fool, while the other 3 deemed the rules too harsh or were reluctant to follow the newcomer, quietly departing. Zhou remained unfazed. He valued quality over quantity. With Fei Quan now included, he had 4 subordinates. Fei Quan, the lead, Little Ghost, the watchful one, clever, Big Fool, the watchful one, strong yet simple, and Ming, who had just pledged loyalty and offered his driving skills, having previously worked in transportation. The team was beginning to take shape. Recruited subordinates, Little Ghost, Big Fool Ming. Daily Dragon Chi revenue updated. 3 o'clock, based on the number and quality of new recruits. Current total daily Dragon Chi revenue. 8 o'clock, Fei Quan 05, new trio 03. Current team size, 5 members, Zhou, Fei Quan, Little Ghost, Big Fool, Ming. Sensing the system's notifications in his mind, Zhou observed the 4 individuals before him, each displaying a hint of reverence as they regarded him. He slowly took a seat. In less than 4 days, he had traversed from the brink of death, vanquished the flowered Buddha, acquired his first territory, and gathered 5 subordinates, achieving a rise in status. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The flowered Buddha would not relent. The debts owed to the corpse wave loomed overhead, and the hospital's demands struck Fei Quan like a whip across the chest. He himself needed to swiftly acquire more money and resources to heal his wounds and strengthen his power. The path through the underworld had only just begun. Little Ghost, Zhou called, from now on, you shall be responsible for gathering intelligence, particularly monitoring any movements in Causeway Bay, especially concerning the flowered Buddha and the corpse wave. Big Fool, Ming, you will follow Fei Quan, learning both combat and operational skills. Fei Quan, keep an eye on them, and together we shall manage this gaming hall. The account books must be meticulously organized by tonight. Yes, boss, the 4 replied in unison, their voices resonating loudly in the spacious gaming hall. Outside, the neon lights of Causeway Bay gradually illuminated the corner of this recently acquired small empire. Chapter 9. The team begins to form. The roll-up gate of the flowered Buddha's gaming hall was pulled halfway down, blocking the increasingly raucous evening streets outside. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed, casting light upon the fine dust swirling in the air, alongside discarded cigarette butts and empty soda cans scattered among several old arcade machines. Zhou sat behind the counter on a creaky swivel chair. Spread out before him was a hastily scrawled account book retrieved from the drawer. Fei Quan stood beside him, marked by injuries yet maintaining an upright posture, showing no signs of faltering. The other 3, Little Ghost, Big Fool, and Ming, stood awkwardly at the counter, unsure of what to do. The air still lingered with the chaos and bloodshed of earlier, but more prominently was a subtle atmosphere. As everyone awaited the boss to assign tasks, Zhou closed the account book and slowly surveyed the 3 before him, his gaze steady and profound. Little Ghost, in his early 20s, was slender, with small yet shrewd eyes. His stance was slightly loose, but his gaze darted about nervously, cunning yet perceptive. Previously, he had served under the flowered Buddha, tasked with monitoring the premises and running errands, well acquainted with the diverse characters of Causeway Bay. Big Fool, true to his name, was larger than Fei Quan, sporting a shaved head and an earnest visage. Although he attempted to appear fierce, there was no hint of menace in his eyes, rather a nervousness that rendered him endearingly inept. He was a local brought in by the flowered Buddha, strong and obedient, yet lacking in intellect. Ming, slightly older, around 25 or 26, wore a standard polo shirt and trousers, his hair neatly combed. Under the flowered Buddha, he primarily drove and occasionally handled deliveries, appearing the most respectable yet remaining taciturn. Little Ghost, Zhou began, succinctly calling his name. Boss. Little Ghost jolted, immediately responding, his body instinctively straightening, his posture becoming more assertive. How long have you been with the flowered Buddha? Zhou inquired, his tone even and devoid of emotion. About 2 years, Little Ghost replied, his eyes flicking about, primarily overseeing this establishment and occasionally gathering intelligence elsewhere. Gathering intelligence? Zhou raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with curiosity. So you know many people? A flicker of pride crossed Little Ghost's face, though he quickly concealed it, responding modestly, I know quite a few. Those who park in Causeway Bay, those selling counterfeit goods. Even the newsstand owner outside the police station. I've shared tea and idle chatter with many. Good, Zhou nodded, getting straight to the point. From now on, you will be solely responsible for gathering intelligence. You are no longer to monitor the premises or engage in brawls. I need your ears and eyes on every street in Causeway Bay. I want to know immediately about any movements from the flowered Buddha, news from the corpse wave, updates from other factions, and even what the police are currently investigating. Can you do that? Little Ghost's eyes brightened, instantly invigorated. This role was far more substantial than merely guarding the gaming hall against unruly patrons and students. It offered him a chance to showcase his value. He immediately squared his shoulders. Rest assured, boss. I know how to handle it. I guarantee I won't let any whispers go unnoticed. Do not merely speak empty words. Zhou cautioned, his tone steady yet firm. I expect to see tangible results. Starting tomorrow, every afternoon, I want to receive your briefings. The content must be truthful and prompt. There can be no fabrications. Yes, boss. Little Ghost exclaimed loudly, his posture more upright, clearly feeling a newfound sense of importance. Zhou's gaze shifted to Big Fool. Upon meeting his eyes, Big Fool grew even more anxious, unsure of where to place his hands and blushing profusely. Big Fool. Zhou's tone softened slightly. You possess strength. I heard from Fei Quan that you did not follow the flowered Buddha because you felt he was lacking in loyalty to his fellow townsmen. Big Fool scratched his head, responding in his endearingly naive manner. Yes. The flowered Buddha once promised to take me out of the city to earn big money, only to have me watch the shop and fight daily, with little pay, and he often berated me for being foolish. Although you defeated him today, I believe you are reasonable, and since Fei Quan is with you, I too wish to follow a boss who possesses integrity. His words were straightforward, devoid of any ulterior motives. Zhou nodded slightly, understanding. Possessing strength and being obedient is a virtue. From now on, you will follow Fei Quan. He turned to Fei Quan, instructing, Fei Quan, I entrust Big Fool to you. Teach him how to fight effectively, targeting vital areas rather than mindlessly swinging punches. Also, instill in him the rules I have set. There shall be no recklessness. Fei Quan nodded, patting Big Fool's sturdy shoulder with a cheerful tone. Don't worry, big guy, stick with me, and soon you'll learn. I promise you won't be called foolish again. The Big Fool broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, and nodded vigorously. Yes. I will follow Brother Fei Quan. I will heed Brother Fei Quan's words. Finally, Zhou turned his gaze toward Ming. Ming. Zhou fixed his steady gaze upon him. You know how to drive, you have experience in transportation, and you work reliably. From now on, any tasks requiring coordination for the team's vehicles will fall under your purview. Moreover, for the daily affairs of this establishment, utilities, rent, you will liaise with the Little Ghost, and he will handle the errands. Is that clear? Ming absent-mindedly pushed up his non-existent glasses, a habitual gesture that revealed his cautious and methodical nature. No problem, boss. I will keep track of everything clearly, and I will ensure the vehicles are well maintained. Previously, when I was with Hua Fo, the accounts were a chaotic mess, and I have long since found that intolerable. He was a meticulous person, with a touch of principle. Zhou silently noted this, refraining from further comment. Good. Zhou leaned back slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 5 of them. Fei Quan, Little Ghost, Big Fool, Ming, and himself. A rough yet discernible framework of a team had finally taken shape. From today onward, we are all comrades. He spoke slowly, his tone steady. I won't indulge in empty platitudes about sharing blessings and facing hardships together. I simply wish to convey that if you follow me, adhere to my rules, and carry out the tasks I assign, I will ensure you have food on your plates and money in your pockets, and no one will dare to bully you. However, his tone suddenly darkened, an icy chill emanating from his words. Whoever engages in treachery, betrays their brothers, or violates my rules, I, Zhou, guarantee that their fate will be tenfold worse than when they were with Hua Fo. The conviction and coldness in his words made the few present feel a tightening in their chests, and they dared not even breathe. Little Ghost reigned in his earlier smugness, his demeanor turning grave. Ming furrowed his brow, becoming increasingly cautious. Big Fool shrank his neck, no longer daring to wear a foolish grin. Only Fei Quan's gaze grew more resolute, filled with unwavering faith. Little Ghost, Zhou began to issue specific instructions without a hint of delay. You will start working tonight. I need to know where Hua Fo fled after his defeat and who he met, whether Sangbo has made any recent moves, and if there are any other thriving little stalls in Causeway Bay that Hua Fo looked down upon or could not manage. Understood, boss. I will get on it immediately. Little Ghost replied, turning to pull open the roller shutter door, swiftly disappearing outside with agility. Fei Quan, you take Big Fool and Ming to familiarize yourselves with this street and the nearby alleys. Zhou continued, his instructions clear and precise. You must ascertain where our territory lies, where others' domains begin, and where the no man's land is. Additionally, check if Hua Fo had hidden away any secret compartments or goods in the vicinity aside from this establishment. Got it, Fei Quan replied, gesturing for Big Fool and Ming to follow. Let us go. I'll show you the way and see if there's anything we might have missed. The three of them gradually exited the arcade. The roller shutter once again pulled halfway down, blocking out the outside clamor. Inside the arcade, only Zhou remained, accompanied by the silent flickering of the arcade screens displaying various game scenes. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights became increasingly grating, accentuating the stillness of the establishment. Zhou leaned back in his swivel chair, slowly closing his eyes, acutely aware of the throbbing pain emanating from the wound beneath his ribs. The recovery brought about by his elevated condition was minimal. His severe injuries still required time and medication for proper healing. There was no rush. He had triumphed over Hua Fo, seized the territory, and gathered his underlings, appearing to be off to a prosperous start. Yet, the crisis had not been averted. Hua Fo would undoubtedly not accept defeat easily. Did he still have other backing behind him? The $3,000 owed to Sangbo loomed like a blade overhead, threatening to fall at any moment. The medical expenses for Fei Quan's brother were becoming increasingly urgent, a burden he could not afford to ignore. Officer Li Ying from the Wanchai police station, with his hawk-like gaze, had evidently set his sights on him and could cause trouble at any moment. Furthermore, his own injuries required prompt attention, otherwise they could become a fatal flaw should another conflict arise. The daily revenue of 8 o'clock dragon energy sounded appealing, but accumulating enough to exchange for useful skills or items would take a considerable amount of time. Zhou mentally prioritized the aspects of money, intelligence, manpower, and force. His thoughts clear. The immediate task was to secure this first stronghold, ensuring the timely collection of the $2,000 monthly security fee and stabilizing the arcade's cash flow. Simultaneously, he needed to swiftly leverage Little Ghost's intelligence network to identify the next prosperous mahjong parlor, replicate this model, and expand both territory and income. Then, it would be time to proactively address the trouble posed by Sangbo passively dodging debts would only lead to further entrapment. It was better to take the initiative. A vague plan began to take shape in his mind, requiring only more intelligence to fill in the details and set it into action. He opened his eyes, gazing at the chaotic yet already his own little arcade. This was his starting point in the Hong Kong underworld of 1984. From 5 individuals, 1 arcade, and a verbal agreement on security fees, he was embarking on a fresh journey. The road ahead was long, fraught with thorns, yet it also concealed boundless opportunities. But at the very least, he was no longer that soul struggling for survival in the alley after a storm, overlooked and forsaken. He had a name, Zhou. He had a territory, the CFA Dao Arcade. He had 4 brothers, Fei Quan, Little Ghost, Big Fool, and Ming. And he had a system called Dragon's Roar in the Sky. That was sufficient. He stood up and approached a Street Fighter arcade machine, where the red and white characters were engaged in a fierce battle, fists flying. He extended his hand, pressing it against the cold glass screen, feeling a chill at his fingertips. The Underworld, he murmured to himself, his gaze sharp as a blade. I have arrived. Outside, in Causeway Bay, the lights began to twinkle, neon signs flashing, and the nightlife was only just beginning to unfold. In this unassuming alley, a brand new, albeit small, vortex had begun to stir, destined to disrupt the underworld dynamics of Causeway Bay. Chapter 10, Establishing Rules. When darkness had fully enveloped the sky, Fei Quan returned to the arcade with Big Fool and Ming. The 3 of them were drenched in sweat, and Big Fool bore a new scratch on his face, explaining with a tinge of annoyance, I got scratched by some rusty metal while squeezing through a narrow alley. As Big Fool rubbed his arm and attempted to approach the counter for a drink, he inadvertently nearly knocked over a nearby arcade joystick, causing him to quickly steady the machine, retract his neck, and chuckle sheepishly, not daring to move again. Meanwhile, Fei Quan, disregarding his sweat, took out a crumpled note from his pocket, crouched down to spread it out, and began tracing the crooked marks indicating the alleyways, reciting the route aloud. Ming, clutching a broom, First made his way to refill Zhou Jio's enamel cup with half a cup of cool tea before bending down to tidy up the scattered cigarette butts and empty cans on the floor. His actions steady and methodical, not uttering a single word. Little Ghost had mysteriously slipped back in at some point, crouched in a corner, fingers surreptitiously probing the coin slot of the slot machine. When Ming spotted him by his feet, he softly reminded, "Boss, keep an eye on that. Don't mess around." Little Ghost jumped, immediately withdrawing his hand, feigning to brush off dust, yet his eyes darted towards Zhou Jio's direction. Fei Quan's eyes, however, sparkled brighter than before. He swiftly approached the counter, his tone lively and eager. "Boss, I've figured it out." Huafo primarily focused on this stretch of Xie Dao, along with the 2 alleys behind. The Xingwang Mahjong parlor is his biggest source of income. And there are also 2 convenience stores, a bone-setting clinic, and a late-night kanji stall, all of which only yield a few $100s each month, sometimes collected, sometimes not. And Huafo hardly pays them any mind. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice, his eyes glinting with calculation. "We just defeated Huafo, and our momentum is soaring. Why not seize the opportunity and take over these places tomorrow? A monthly increase of over $1,000 in income is undoubtedly feasible." Upon hearing this, the young boy abruptly raised his head, his eyes darting around rapidly, remaining silent yet intensely fixated on Zhou Jio, awaiting his response. Amin quietly set down the broom, standing calmly to the side, maintaining his composed demeanor. The Shah scratched his head, glancing at Fei Quan and then at Zhou Jio. His expression earnest. "Whatever you say to do, I will do." Zhou Jio did not immediately respond to Fei Quan's suggestion. He slowly rose from his swivel chair, the wound beneath his ribs still throbbing painfully, yet the subtle warmth brought on by his elevation in status allowed him to stand upright. The fluorescent light illuminated his face, revealing the lingering bruises and scabs, as well as the unyielding tranquility in his eyes. He walked to the center of the arcade, where there was a perfect patch of open space. "Everyone, come here." His voice was not loud, yet each word was crystal clear, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Fei Quan was taken aback, quickly moving closer. The young boy immediately got up and hurried over. Amin set aside the broom and stood silently. The Shah also rushed to squeeze in. The 5 of them, including Zhou Jio, formed a small circle in that confined space. "I understand Fei Quan's thoughts." Zhou Jio began, his gaze sweeping over Fei Quan, his tone devoid of emotion. "To seize greater territory and earn more money. This is the most straightforward logic of our world." Fei Quan nodded eagerly, realizing that the boss truly understood him. However, Zhou Jio's tone suddenly grew grave. "But what do we rely on to take down Huafo? It is ambush, it is risking our lives, and it is underestimating our opponents. If we were to raid other venues tomorrow, how would the owners of those places react? How would the remaining subordinates of Huafo perceive us? And what of the other groups nearby?" He paused, allowing them time to digest each question, each one striking at the core of the matter. They would see a newly appointed, battle-scarred rookie with an insatiable appetite, who does not know when to stop. What would the outcome be? Either they would unite against us, or they would attract even stronger individuals to encroach upon our territory. At that point, how long could we hold on to this small patch of land we have just fought for? Fei Quan opened his mouth to retort, but realized that every word the boss spoke was grounded in reality. In his fervor, he had only thought of the heist, never considering how to maintain control afterward. The young boy nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Amin's expression grew more serious, increasingly earnest. The Shah frowned, straining to comprehend the boss's words. "Thus, we shall not rush." Zhou Jio's tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. "Winning one battle is not the end, it is merely the beginning. The most crucial aspect of the beginning is not to rush outward, but to first establish a firm foundation." His gaze was piercing, sweeping across the 4 faces, youthful, composed, clever, and earnest, all of whom understood clearly. "How do we solidify our foundation?" "Through rules. Today, here, I, Zhou Jio, shall establish 3 iron rules with you. Whoever dines with me must abide by these 3. Anyone who transgresses shall have no place here and must leave immediately." The air instantly fell silent, save for the incessant buzzing of the fluorescent lights, which seemed particularly jarring. Fei Quan instinctively straightened his posture. The young boy gathered himself, his expression grave. Amin held his breath, fully attentive. The Shah sensed the seriousness of the atmosphere, standing like a wooden post, not daring to move. "The first rule." Zhou Jio raised a finger, his tone as hard as iron, "is no touching drugs. Not a single bid is permitted. No selling, no trafficking, no spectating, and no collecting any debts related to drugs. If I see or know of it, regardless of who you are or what reasons you present, your hand shall be severed. There will be no second chances." As his words fell, the expressions of the 4 varied. Fei Quan furrowed his brows, having rolled in the underworld for many years. He knew that drugs were the quickest way to make money, This rule was akin to cutting off a limb. The young boy's eyes flickered. Weighing the deeper implications of this rule, Amin breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had anticipated this. Dasha committed the rule to memory: no touching drugs, or your hand would be severed. You may ask why? Zhou, sensing their thoughts, spoke slowly. Because drugs lead to a dead end. Those who consume will go mad. Those who sell will become frantic, ultimately attracting the police and endless troubles and vendettas. What I aim to establish is a territory where we can thrive for a long time, not a powder keg that could explode at any moment. This rule is for the long-term benefit of us all. The second rule, he raised a second finger, his tone still resolute, is no harming innocent women and children. Engaging in fights is a path we choose ourselves, and fate will take its course. But dragging women and children into violence, bullying those who cannot fight back, is not a display of skill. It is the behavior of beasts. If I find out, the punishment is severing your feet. Likewise, there will be no sympathy. This rule relaxed Fei Quan's furrowed brows. He valued loyalty and the scant sense of morality within the underworld. Bullying women and children was something he held in disdain. The young boy nodded silently, seemingly pondering something. Amin's eyes reflected agreement. Dasha nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "We do not bully women and children. My mother taught me that." The third rule, Zhou raised a third finger, his gaze becoming exceptionally sharp, as if it could pierce the hearts of men, is that brothers must not betray each other. The five of us standing here today are all in the same boat. No matter how fierce the storms outside, we can weather them together. But if anyone were to stab a brother in the back for their own gain. He paused, a chilling intent lacing his voice that sent shivers down spines. I, Zhou, will personally send them on their way. I guarantee that they will regret ever coming into this world. This statement pierced deeply into the hearts of all present. Even the most naive Dasha could not help but shudder. Lastly, Zhou lowered his hand, his tone softening yet still unyielding. All accounts must be clear. The $2,000 from the prosperous mahjong parlor, the revenue from the arcade, and any future income and expenditures must be documented and traceable. Whoever is responsible for a section must sign off. No embezzling, no hiding the truth. This is our bottom line, and there is no room for negotiation. For rules, 3 ironclad laws and 1 bottom line were clearly laid out before the 5, with no room for ambiguity. Fei Quan fell silent. He understood that what the boss wanted was not merely an ordinary gang that could only engage in violence and territorial disputes, but rather to establish a new force with rules and boundaries. Though this notion felt somewhat restrictive, there was a sense that this might indeed lead to greater success in the long run. He ultimately nodded firmly, his tone resolute. "Boss, I understand. I will abide by the rules." The young boy's eyes twinkled as he suddenly spoke, his tone laced with curiosity. "Boss, these rules are quite different from those of other gangs. If we enforce them so strictly, won't we incur losses?" "A temporary loss for long-lasting peace and trust among our people," Zhou replied, locking his gaze on him, his tone steady. "You are clever enough to understand, young boy. A territory that upholds rules and has boundaries will attract more willing collaborators, and ordinary citizens will not despise us so much. Even the police might turn a blind eye. These are things that money cannot buy." The young boy's face lit up with realization, admiration evident as he nodded eagerly. "Boss, you are insightful. I understand now." Amin adjusted his non-existent glasses, his expression earnest. "Boss, you can rest assured regarding the accounts. I have always detested the confusion of numbers. I will prepare a simple ledger, with income and expenditure laid bare, and there will be no chaos." Dasha, observing the exchange, finally bellowed in his deep voice, "Whatever the boss says goes. No touching drugs, no bullying women and children, no betraying brothers, and all accounts must be clear. I, Dasha, will remember this." Watching the varied reactions of the 4, yet recognizing that they all ultimately accepted the rules, Zhou felt a subtle sense of assurance. At that moment, an indescribable feeling surged within him. It was as if the invisible bond in the air had become more solidified. The tenuous connection among the 5, forged from interests and fears, was infused with something sturdier, a shared recognition of principles. Detected Host has formally established core organizational principles, iron laws. The principles exhibit clarity, binding force, and long-term value orientation. Team cohesion has improved. Current team cohesion increase. 10. Effect manifested. Accelerated loyalty solidification among members, reduced internal friction, and slight enhancement in coordination and trust when executing commands. The system's prompt quietly appeared and then faded away. Zhou could sense that the way these 4 regarded him, beyond mere reverence, was beginning to shift towards genuine recognition of him as their leader, rather than a mere submission to his might. The rules have been set, and they must be upheld. At last, Zhou spoke with solemn gravity. "This is not a matter of idle talk, but of decisive action. From this day forth, you shall hold each other accountable. and I shall keep a vigilant eye upon you all. Our next objective," he shifted his tone sharply, drawing everyone's attention back to reality, "is not reckless expansion, but to first consolidate our stronghold on Xie Dao. We must ensure the prosperity and stability of the mahjong parlor and the arcade, and bring order to all our accounts." His gaze then fixed upon Xiao Gui. "I require more precise and abundant intelligence, especially regarding Sangbo." The moment that name was uttered, Fei Quan's eyes hardened, his entire demeanor transformed. "We shall not sit idly by and await trouble's arrival." Zhou Jio's voice carried a chilling resolve, each word struck with unwavering force. "The debts owed by Sangbo must be settled. How we do it, that is for us to decide." He scanned the four men with steadfast determination. "Stand firm, hold your ground. Only then will you earn the right to speak of expansion in the future. Understood?" "Understood, boss." The four responded in unison, their voices resonating clearly within the modest arcade. More coordinated and resolute than ever before, each syllable striking like thunder. Outside, the bustling nightlife of Causeway Bay was reaching its crescendo. Neon lights flickered, voices clamored, and the undercurrents of gang rivalries and schemes stirred quietly within every shadowed alleyway. Chapter 11. Newspapers and Blades. The morning light filtered through the partially raised shutter of the arcade, slicing pale beams across the floor. Jojo sat behind the counter. 3 newspapers spread before him: Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, and a tabloid devoted to underworld gossip, Fierce News Weekly, all procured early by Ming at his behest. Nursing a rib injury sustained the previous night, he felt some relief thanks to his modest recovery skills, yet any sudden movement still sent sharp pangs through his side. He paid no heed, his eyes scanning the print as if defusing minds. In a nondescript corner of Oriental Daily's Society section, a brief news piece reported a Causeway Bay nightlife dispute, suspected to involve gang interests, with no casualties, though no names were mentioned. Jojo knew all too well this referred to his recent clash with Huafo. The police, uninterested in delving deeper, left it as a gang matter. Such was the unwritten code of Hong Kong in the 1980s. The finance section of Sing Tao Daily discussed fluctuations in the Hong Kong dollar exchange rate and signs of a warming property market. Jojo glanced over the key data. Committing it to memory, these details would prove invaluable later. Lastly, he picked up the course, Sensationalist Fierce News Weekly. The front page featured a scandalous celebrity gossip story, which he bypassed without a glance, turning instead to the Underworld affairs column nestled inside. The reporter's words were a blend of truth and innuendo, vaguely outlining movements among the major triads in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Recently, the Hung Hing gang had experienced internal unrest. In Causeway Bay, Bigo, known as the Fit Man and whose real name was Lai Shu Tin, clashed over gambling hall interests with the formidable Lok Tin, real name Lok Tin Hung. Rumor had it that Bigu's Golden Princess nightclub was thriving, inciting Lok Tin's envy and several threats to prevent profits from slipping to outsiders. Word was that their henchmen had skirmished sporadically in Mong Kok, thankfully without fatalities. Meanwhile, Bigu's right-hand man, Chan Ho Nam, nicknamed Namgor, had recently risen in prominence. Trusted by Bigu, he often managed accounts and handled negotiations. Some veteran elders praised him as loyal and responsible, though young and lacking in underworld experience. The 3 names, Lok Tin, Bigu, and Chan Ho Nam, surfaced like 3 keys that, with a click, unlocked a dusty box of memories within Jojo's mind. Not memories of this body's original owner, but those from his past life as a financial analyst, when, out of boredom, he had watched the young and dangerous films. Scenes, plots, and character fates flooded his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled vividly, Lok Tin orchestrated the massacre of Bigu's entire family, framing Chan Ho Nam and forcing him to flee to Taiwan. Later, Chan Ho Nam returned to exact vengeance, personally slaying Lok Tin, and with Jiang Tianxing's support, ascended to lead the Causeway Bay Fit Man faction. This was the main storyline of Young and Dangerous, a saga steeped in betrayal, exile, and blood feud. The newspapers only referenced recent events. The exact dates were unspecified. The films implied a mid-1980s setting. It was now early January 1984. The feud between Bigu and Lok Tin had surfaced in tabloids, signaling rising tensions, but not yet an explosion. According to the plot, the massacre of Bigu's family marked a pivotal turning point. Once that occurred, Chan Ho Nam's destiny would spin fiercely onward. What if, before the tragedy unfolded, Jojo could make contact with Chan Ho Nam? As this thought emerged, the faintly glowing, translucent system panel in his mind automatically appeared. A new prompt scrolled slowly. Golden light tracing the edges of the text. Detected. Host has accessed and identified key information nodes of classic Underworld event. Event name: Hung Hing Internal Strife. Lok Tin's coup. Main plot of Young and Dangerous. Event status: brewing, conflict budding, not yet erupted. System notice: Hostess active intervention and guidance of classic event along original or altered trajectory will yield additional Dragon Chi rewards. Reenactment of iconic scenes, e.g. duels, negotiations, ceremonies, grants especially generous bonuses. Projected benefits. Beyond Dragon Chi, successful intervention may secure key personal relationships, allies, favors, territorial assets, reputation enhancement, and narrative faction support. Risk warning. Engaging in high-intensity triad conflict significantly elevates personal risk exposure. The system is cold. Precise tone mirrored the risk assessment reports Zhou Jiu had often analyzed in his previous life. It transformed vague cinematic plots into quantifiable, operable projects with clear benefits. Zhou Jiu closed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the scarred wooden counter, an unconscious habit when pondering complex problems. Benefit analysis. 1. Dragon Chi. The system explicitly promised extra rewards for intervening in classic events. Defeating Liang Quan and aiding Chan Ho Nam's vengeance, acts that alter the storyline, would undoubtedly yield substantial Dragon Chi. 2. Key connections. Chan Ho Nam, future leader of the Causeway Bay faction and a core figure in Hung Hing, was known for his loyalty. A timely favor in his hour of need would be worth far more than mere cooperation. This was top-tier social capital. 3. Territory and resources. Once Chan Ho Nam rose, he would require strong support. Establishing ties early would grant Zhou Jiu greater influence and opportunities within Causeway Bay and beyond. 4. Prestige and status. Involvement in a high-level Hung Hing internal conflict, regardless of outcome, would swiftly elevate Zhou Jiu's standing in the underworld hierarchy, shedding his former lowly status as a mere newcomer. Risk analysis. 1. Direct conflict. Liang Quan was a ruthless, unhinged villain, commanding a cadre of desperate, reckless subordinates. Currently, Zhou Jiu had only 5 men. De Sha and Ah Ming were not combat capable. A frontal assault would be akin to casting pearls before swine. 2. Timing. Contact with Chan Ho Nam had to precede Bi Gu's downfall to build trust subtly without arousing suspicion from Liang Quan or Bi Gu. The window was fleeting. Missing it meant failure. 3. Information accuracy. Films and reality diverged. Details could differ. Reliable intelligence was critical. 4. Police scrutiny. Such high-profile triad conflicts attracted the organized crime and triad bureau's attention. Once entangled, Zhou Jiu's connections, including the Li Ying network, could be compromised. Resource evaluation. 1. Our side consists of 5 individuals having just established rules, with a cohesion level of 10. With the game hall as our stronghold, we enjoy a steady income of 2,000 from the Mahjong parlor each month. System skills include table flipping intimidation, on cooldown, and Brazilian war dance. Items. Jianghu Order Arrow, X1, Trial Version. Golden Death Medal, X1. 2. Informational advantage. We are aware of the plot's trajectory and possess a clear understanding of the key characters' personalities and significant event nodes. This constitutes an invaluable intangible asset. 3. Potential allies. Chen Haonan, in the future, along with his brothers, Shanji, Chao Pai, and others. However, at present, they remain unfamiliar with one another. The sound of knocking ceased. Zhou Jiu opened his eyes, his gaze bright and unclouded. After weighing the risks against the benefits, he had come to a conclusion. Though the risks were considerable, they remained manageable as long as he refrained from confronting Liang Quan directly and instead focused on providing warnings and assistance. The risks were primarily confined to the uncertainties of initial encounters and potential information leaks. In contrast, the benefits, particularly the long-term goodwill and reputation, those intangible advantages, far outweighed the current strategy of steady, gradual expansion. More crucially, the system itself served as the greatest variable and source of confidence. The potential to replicate classic additional dragon energy rewards offered a swift avenue to enhance strength and unlock more formidable skills and items. In the ruthless world of Jianghu, falling behind in strength could lead to a fatal outcome. He had made up his mind. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible in the empty game hall. He intended to actively insert himself into the narrative of young and dangerous, rather than passively awaiting events to unfold. Before the storm of fate descended, he aimed to locate the blade that would one day gleam in the rain, Chen Haonan, and become the trustworthy wielder of that blade, the one who would offer shelter. The strategy was simple: establish contact in advance, build a modicum of trust, and at critical moments, when Brotherby encountered trouble, provide assistance without overstepping boundaries. When Chen Haonan found himself in distress, he would offer timely support, solidifying their bond. When the time came for revenge upon his return to Hong Kong, he would lend a hand and share the spoils. The first step was to approach Chen Haonan. This could not be overly contrived. A chance encounter would be most effective. Where? A locale frequented by Chen Haonan? A bar? According to cinematic portrayals and street rumors, he often patronized one. Zhou Jiu's gaze returned to Ming Liao weakly. where a journalist had mentioned that Chun Haonan frequently relaxed with friends at a bar in Wanchai. Xiao Gui, Zhou called out. The youth crouching in a corner dismantling a broken slot machine sprang up and hurried to the counter. Boss, what's up? I have a new task for you. Zhou fixed his eyes on him. In addition to keeping an eye on Hua Fo and Sang Bo, also keep tabs on Brother B's men, particularly Chun Haonan, alias Ninggu. I want to know where he frequently goes, when he goes, and who he is with. The intelligence must be accurate. And we must maintain a low profile to avoid alarming the target. Xiao Gui's eyes lit up instantly. Tracking down a figure of renown in the underworld was far more exhilarating than tailing a vendor and would showcase his abilities. Brother Nan, I know him. He's the most prominent among the young bloods in Causeway Bay. Don't worry, boss, I'll figure out his routine. Go, Zhou waved him off. Xiao Gui darted away like a cat, disappearing from sight. Zhou sat alone behind the counter, where morning light mingled with shadows, slowly folding the newspapers. The rough texture of the paper, the scent of ink, and the hidden currents within the words were all strikingly real. This was no film. It was the tangible world of Hong Kong's underbelly in 1984. Outside, the streets of Causeway Bay gradually awakened, the sounds of vehicles and pedestrians growing louder. Newsboys shouted the latest headlines. The aroma of breakfast wafted from nearby tea houses, and neon lights, faint in the morning light, shone defiantly. Beneath the seemingly mundane surface of urban life, the blade of interest was being sharpened in the shadows, and the drama of loyalty and betrayal was about to unfold. Within Hung Hing, Liang Kuan's ambition was growing wildly like a poisonous vine. Brother B might still be lost in the revelry of nightclubs. Chun Haonan might be enjoying dim sum with his brothers, completely unaware that the wheels of fate had begun to turn. A storm was brewing. Zhou gently pressed on the wound beneath his ribs, the pain keeping his mind alert. He needed to find his place amidst this gathering storm, to grasp the branch that could lend him strength. Then, when the deluge came, he would soar with the tide. Chapter 12, A Chance Encounter at the Bar. On the third afternoon, Xiao Gui delivered the intelligence to Zhou. Boss, I've got it figured out. He whispered, his eyes sparkling with pride. Nanga usually goes to the Sapphire Bar in Wanchai every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday after 9 o'clock. He doesn't go every time. But those 3 nights have the highest likelihood. He typically comes with 3 or 4 brothers, and sometimes Brother B drops by, but not often. They have a reserved booth, located at the innermost right side of the dance floor. The Sapphire, Zhou mused, recalling that the bar was of mid-range quality in Wanchai. Not overly chaotic, ideal for discussions or relaxation. What day is it today? Wednesday, Xiao Gui replied immediately, not daring to hesitate. Zhou nodded. The timing was perfect. What he sought was a seemingly serendipitous encounter. 2 contrived would raise suspicion, while 2 casual would fail to achieve his goal. On Wednesday evening, Chun Haonan might go or might not, which provided the foundation for a chance meeting. Fei Quan, he turned and instructed, his tone decisive. Yes, boss. Fei Quan responded promptly. Then added, should I bring a few more people? Wanchai is in our territory, and I'm worried about any mishaps. Unnecessary. Zhou shook his head, his gaze resolute. 2 people are sufficient. We're not going to cause trouble, just have a drink and make an acquaintance. Fei Quan seemed to understand, yet not entirely grasp the implications. But he followed orders without question. At 8:45 in the evening, Zhou and Fei Quan entered the Sapphire Bar. The lighting was dim, with colorful spotlights swirling around, casting patterns on the crowd swaying on the dance floor. The air was thick with the scents of smoke, alcohol, and cheap perfume, creating a heady mix. The music thumped against their eardrums, the latest English disco hits resonating throughout. Dressed in a simple black shirt, Zhou concealed his wound beneath layers, and the bruises on his face were barely discernible in the dim light. Fei Quan trailed behind him, also clad in a clean shirt. Yet his vigilance and the aura of the underworld he carried were unmistakable. They bypassed the reserved booth and settled directly at the bar. Zhou ordered a soda, while Fei Quan opted for a beer. This position was ideal, sideways to the dance floor, in the quietest area closest to the right side, offering a clear view. At 9:10, their target arrived. 4 young men entered, the lead figure tall and well-built, sporting medium-length hair and a strikingly handsome face. Radiating an indomitable spirit, that was Chun Haonan. Accompanying him were 3 similarly aged brothers. One with dyed blonde hair, exuberant in demeanor, was surely Shanji. The other 2, one stocky and the other slightly more refined, were likely Chow Pai and Tian. The 4 moved confidently toward their reserved booth, exchanging friendly greetings with the bartenders and waitstaff along the way. Chun Haonan casually waved his hand and settled into the innermost position of the booth, and before long, drinks were served. Zhou did not act immediately. He sipped his soda, his gaze appearing to casually scan the dance floor, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on the booth. They laughed and drank, occasionally toasting with acquaintances who approached. The atmosphere was relaxed. About half an hour later, Chun Haonan rose, seemingly heading to the restroom. The opportunity had arrived. Zhou Jiu quietly muttered to Fei Quan, urging him to remain seated and not to move, before leisurely making his way towards the restroom. The restroom was located at the end of a short corridor at the back of the bar. Just as Zhou Jiu reached the entrance of the corridor, he spotted Chun Haonan cornered by two individuals outside the restroom. These two were dressed flamboyantly and exuded a thuggish demeanor, unmistakably the lower-tier ruffians of the nightlife scene, clutching bottles of liquor, evidently intoxicated. "Hey, Brother Nan. How about sharing a drink? My boss just wants to befriend you." One of the thugs approached with a smirk, the stench of alcohol wafting over to Chun Haonan. Furrowing his brow, Chun Haonan slightly turned his body away, his tone as frigid as ice. "Not interested, excuse me. Not giving face, huh?" The other thug's expression darkened, his voice dripping with menace. "Is Hung Hing so grand? My boss is from Liansheng. Is it so hard to share a drink?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, he reached out to pat Chun Haonan on the shoulder. Just as the thug's hand was about to make contact, a hand suddenly emerged from the side, firmly grasping his wrist. It was Zhou Jiu. His movement appeared almost casual, yet the grip was astonishingly strong. The thug's face changed as he struggled, but he couldn't break free. "Friend, you've had too much to drink. Please, step aside and don't block the way." Zhou Jiu spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over the thug without a hint of disturbance. "What's it to you? Who are you?" The thug, now embarrassed and enraged, glared at Zhou Jiu. At that moment, Chun Haonan also turned his head to regard this unexpected stranger. The young man bore a wound on his face, yet his eyes were as serene as a still pond. Chun Haonan had never encountered him before. "Who I am is of no importance." Zhou Jiu released his grip, gently pushing the thug back half a step to clear the passage. "What matters is that Brother Nan does not wish to drink with you. Forcing someone is not friendship. It's creating enmity." His tone was unremarkable, yet the warning was unmistakably clear. The two thugs exchanged glances, weighing Chun Haonan's unyielding demeanor and the young man, though injured, who radiated a palpable strength. The effects of the alcohol began to wane. "Humph, what is so impressive about that?" one muttered, dragging his companion away, clearly disgruntled. The minor commotion dissipated in an instant. In the corridor, only Zhou Jiu and Chun Haonan remained. Chun Haonan scrutinized Zhou Jiu from head to toe, finally asking, "Thank you. What do I call you?" "Zhou Jiu." He introduced himself, meeting Chun Haonan's gaze without a trace of evasion. "Just a small fry from Causeway Bay. You likely haven't heard of me." "Causeway Bay?" Chun Haonan pondered, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "I recently heard that a newcomer has taken care of the flower Buddha. Could that be you?" "Word travels fast." Zhou Jiu smiled non-committally. "Just lucky, really. Compared to Brother Nan, I'm far from it." Chun Haonan smiled back, but the scrutiny in his eyes remained. His experience in the underworld was not the most extensive, yet his ability to read people was keen. This Zhou Jiu was certainly not as simple as he claimed to be. The calmness, the timing and force of his intervention, and his effortless handling of the thugs indicated he was no ordinary low-tier player. "Why did you help me?" Chun Haonan asked directly, avoiding any roundabout discussions. He didn't believe in pure coincidence in the underworld, nor did he trust unsolicited kindness. Zhou Jiu did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a step closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper only for Chun Haonan to hear. "Brother Nan, allow me to share a word of caution. Be wary of those around you while you're out." Chun Haonan frowned, his tone growing serious. "What do you mean?" "No particular implication." Zhou Jiu's gaze remained steady, devoid of any evasion. "It's just that I observe you value loyalty and bear responsibility, qualities rare in this world. Yet sometimes, loyalty can blind one to the daggers lurking nearby, especially concerning Brother B." At the mention of Brother B, Chun Haonan's eyes sharpened like a blade, his body tensing slightly, his tone laced with caution. "Clarify." "I can only say so much." Zhou Jiu stepped back half a pace, creating a little distance to signal he meant no harm. "I have no evidence, merely whispers of the wind. I felt it necessary to mention it. Whether you believe it is for you to judge." He retrieved a pre-prepared slip of paper from his pocket, inscribed with a phone number, and handed it to Chun Haonan. "My name is Zhou Jiu, currently staying at the arcade on Fei Road in Causeway Bay. If Brother Nin encounters any troublesome matters or feels something is amiss, you can call me. More people, more strength." Chun Haonan did not immediately take the slip. Instead, he scrutinized Zhou Jiu deeply, as if trying to discern some flaw or ulterior motive from his face. Yet Zhou Jiu's expression remained tranquil, almost disarmingly composed for his age. After a few seconds, Chun Haonan accepted the slip, glancing at the number scrawled upon it before casually tucking it into his jeans pocket. "How do I know your intentions are genuine? Or if you have other motives?" he reiterated, this time with a softened tone. "Time will tell," Zhou Jiu replied with certainty. "I don't require your trust. Only that you know there is an alternative when the need arises. If I had ulterior motives, I would have remained silent today, allowing those two thugs to continue bothering you." or waiting for you to clash with the He Liansheng people? Wouldn't that be more beneficial? This statement was both reasonable and compelling. Chen Haonan's expression softened slightly, his vigilance diminishing. Why do you want to help me? He inquired again, this time with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Because I see potential in you. Zhou Jio's response was unexpectedly forthright. I believe that pursuing the right path in this world is worth more than mere indulgence in superficial gains. Offering aid in times of need is worth more than simply adding embellishments to one's success, he concluded, offering a nod to Chen Haonan before turning to head towards the restroom, as if he had simply come to relieve himself. Chen Haonan stood rooted in place, watching Zhou Jio's silhouette disappear behind the restroom door, his fingers tightly gripping the slip of paper inscribed with the phone number, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This Zhou Jio was enigmatic and composed, his words seemingly layered with meaning, yet he remained impenetrable. Did his mention of Brother B and the lurking daggers refer to Liang Quan? Recently, Brother B and Liang Quan had indeed been at odds. But had it reached a point where an outsider needed to intervene? He shook his head, forcing his tumultuous thoughts aside. Regardless, this Zhou Jio was now etched in his memory. Emerging from the restroom, Zhou Jio did not glance towards the booth, but directly returned to the bar, taking a seat beside Fei Quan. Boss, everything all right? Fei Quan lowered his voice, scanning their surroundings cautiously. All is well. Zhou Jio lifted the now lukewarm soda. Taking a sip, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. The encounter had gone more smoothly than anticipated. Chen Haonan's vigilance was incredibly high, but precisely because of that, his reminder would capture his attention even more. The seed had been sown, now awaiting its germination. On the other side of the bar, Chen Haonan returned to the booth. Brother Nan, where have you been? Everything all right? Shanji leaned in, curiosity etched on his face. Nothing happened. Chen Haonan sat down, lifting his glass, his gaze casually drifting towards the bar, spotting the young man named Zhou Jio conversing quietly with his companion. Hey, Brother Nan, what are you looking at? Chow Pai followed his gaze, suddenly enlightened. Oh, that newcomer who seemed to help you just now? His name is Zhou Jio, from Causeway Bay, Chen Haonan briefly explained. His tone neutral. The one who recently took down the flower Buddha is him. Is it truly him? De Tian Air exclaimed in surprise, craning his neck to get a better view. He looks younger than us, and he's even injured. Did he really manage to deal with the flower Buddha? One should never judge a book by its cover. Chen Haonan took a sip of his wine, his gaze profound and inscrutable. There was something distinctly different about this man. Different how? Was he seeking to ingratiate himself with our Hung-Hing? Shan Ji scoffed dismissively, unconvinced. Doesn't seem so. Chen Haonan shook his head, his tone growing more solemn. He had just warned me to be cautious of those around me, especially concerning Brother B. The private booth fell into an instant hush. The expressions of several men shifted noticeably. What does he mean by that? Chow Pei lowered his voice, eyes shadowed with suspicion and wariness. He hadn't elaborated further. Chen Haonan toyed with his glass, his thoughts turbulent, yet I sensed he was not speaking frivolously. Moreover, he had left me his pager number, saying I could contact him if needed. Can we trust him? De Tin Yi asked cautiously. What if he's a spy sent by Lung Quan to test us? Whether he has trustworthy ISNT for us to decide right now. Chen Haonan drained his glass, momentarily setting aside the matter of the note. But one could never be too careful. Be vigilant about Brother B and Lung Quan's affairs from now on. The brothers nodded gravely, refraining from further questions. Meanwhile, at the bar, Chao Gao settled the bill and rose, motioning Fei Chen to depart. Stepping into the night, the Wan Chai breeze carried a salty, humid tang that invigorated the spirit. Neon lights flickered, traffic surged like a river. The nightlife was at its zenith. Let's head back, Chao Gao tossed to Fei Chen, his stride resolute. The first step had been taken. Now, all that remained was to wait and intensify their efforts. Chapter 13, Guardians of the Night. Chao Gao invested a modest sum and issued explicit orders. Sagua's intelligence network, woven as intricately as a spider's web, quietly spread. Key positions in Causeway Bay and neighboring Wan Chai were surveilled. The sapphire-hued bar's opportunistic, yet well-informed bartender, the porridge stall owner at the Shek Fei Road intersection, whose establishment was a gathering point for night shift drivers, valet boys, and lowlifes. Even the elderly newsstand vendor near the Wan Chai police station, who gleaned fragments of gossip from officers buying their papers. 3 evenings later, as dusk fell, Saigui hurried back to the arcade, his face alight with excitement. He had breaking news. Boss, we've got something. He whispered urgently, words tumbling out like bursting beads. My informant is the bartender at the Sapphire. He secretly called the convenience store. I left my number there to tell me that tomorrow night, under Lung Quan's orders, his subordinate, So Kung, along with 2 henchmen, were overheard at the bar plotting to teach that Chun lad a lesson, not to think he is untouchable just because of Brother B. They even mentioned his girlfriend, threatening to frighten her. Chao Gao, engrossed in reviewing a rudimentary ledger compiled by Ming behind the counter, snapped up, his eyes narrowing sharply. Time. Location? Not specified exactly. But So Kung said that tomorrow night, Nam Gor will definitely escort his girlfriend back to Sham Shui Pa, probably referring to Chun Haonan and his girlfriend, Little Stutter. I reckon it's tomorrow night, Sai Gui urged anxiously. Boss, what is the plan? Chao Gao closed the ledger, fingers tapping lightly on the counter. The plot was unfolding. Lung Quan had begun targeting those close to Chun Haonan. This was a scene straight from a film, yet it was a deadly reality. But it was also an opportunity, a chance to draw nearer, to let Chun Haonan recognize our own, to earn his complete trust. Fei Chen, Chao Gao called out sharply. Fei Chen, who was practicing boxing stances in the corner with Dasa, immediately ceased and strode over, standing at attention. Tomorrow night, you and Dasa have a task. Chao Gao's tone was crisp as he looked at them both. Chun Haonan will be escorting his girlfriend back to Sham Shui Pa, and Lung Quan's men will likely cause trouble. You'll tail them discreetly, keep your distance. If nothing happens, just leave quietly. But if anyone dares to harm Nam Gor or his girlfriend, he paused, his gaze darkening. Do not kill, do not expose your identities. Just drive them off and ensure Nam Gor and his girlfriend's safety. Once done, vanish immediately. Avoid any direct contact with Nam Gor. Understood. Fei Chen nodded without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with resolve to protect Hung Hing's Nam Gor. This mission was both formidable and honorable. Dasa also nodded vigorously, his voice booming. Don't worry. Boss, I'll stick close to Fei Chen. We one team mess this up. Remember, Chao Gao emphasized, you're just concerned citizens passing by, not my men. Dress plainly. Alter your appearances slightly. Don't give yourselves away. Got it. They replied in unison. The next evening, nearing 10 o'clock, Chun Haonan held Little Stutter's shoulder as they exited a cinema in Wan Chai. She nestled close, chattering animatedly about the film's plot. A faint smile played on Chun Haonan's lips, yet his eyes scanned the street corners and alleyways warily, never letting his guard down in the treacherous underworld. Approaching the curb, Chun Haonan hailed a taxi, shielding Little Stutter as they boarded. The taxi headed towards Sham Shui Pa. About 50 meters behind, an aging Toyota van followed steadily, inconspicuous. Ming drove. Dasa sat in the passenger seat wearing an ill-fitting, oversized coat to conceal his robust frame. Fei Chen, donning a cap, pulled low, obscured most of his face. Keep close, but not too close. Don't get spotted, Fei Chen murmured, eyes fixed on the taxi's taillights. Relax, Fei Chen, Ming assured. Hands steady on the wheel. The van glided into Sham Shui Pa's old district, where streets narrowed and dimly lit lamps flickered weakly. The air heavy with the musty scent of aged buildings. At an intersection, the taxi stopped. Chun Haonan and Little Stutter alighted, facing a short, shadowy alley leading to her tenement. They walked side by side into the dark passageway, barely a few steps in, when from the front and rear alley entrances, 3 figures emerged simultaneously, blocking all escape routes. The leader was a burly man with a brutish face, grinning maliciously. So Kung, Nam Gor, escorting your girl home so late. Huh? So Kung sneered, his tone flippant, eyes roving over Little Stutter with malevolent intent. A devoted boyfriend indeed. Little Stutter shrank back, immediately hiding behind Chun Haonan. Clutching his coat tightly, Chun Haonan shielded her firmly, his expression hardening, voice icy cold. So Kung, what is your intention? No intention, So Kung cracked his knuckles. The sound sharp and menacing. His 2 henchmen edged forward. Kun wants to say hello and teach you a lesson. Stop hanging so close to Brother B. Today, we're borrowing some tuition fees from your girlfriend. Before the words had fully left his mouth, So Kung's fist surged forward, aimed at Chun Haonan's face. The other 2 henchmen lunged simultaneously, targeting Little Stutter behind Chun Haonan, attempting to circle around and seize her. Chun Haonan's reflexes were lightning quick. He tilted his head just in time to evade the punch, while delivering a swift kick to one of the advancing henchmen. Yet, outnumbered, the 3rd henchman reached out, nearly grabbing Little Stutter's arm. Ah! Little Stutter screamed in terror. At that critical moment, from the alley's shadows, a towering figure burst forth like a raging bull, crashing headlong into the henchman. Bang! The heavy impact echoed, causing the nearby walls to tremble slightly. The henchman staggered back several paces, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in pain, unable to rise for a long moment. The assailant was none other than Dasa. Following Fei Chen's orders, he had lurked deeper within the shadows, suddenly striking to disrupt the enemy's formation. Almost simultaneously, Fei Quan hastily emerged from the shadows at the other end of the alley, clutching a short wooden stick he had scavenged, perfectly suited for wielding. He positioned himself in front of Sha Chong, lowering his voice and slightly altering his tone, his face obscured beneath a duckbill cap, radiating a half-lit, half-shadowed aura. His tone laced with mockery. Hey, a bunch of grown men bullying a woman in the alley. Aren't you afraid of being the subject of ridicule? Sha Chong was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this unexpected interruption. His expression darkened instantly, and he cursed. Damn it. Which road did you come from? Mind your own business. Are you looking to get yourself killed? We are merely passing renovation workers, heading home after work, and couldn't bear to stand idly by. Fei Quan brandished the wooden stick, which whistled through the air, his tone resolute. What's the matter? Have you practiced? I'm ready for a showdown. Chun Haonan seized the opportunity to protect the stuttering girl even more tightly, his gaze shifting between the two sudden arrivals with uncertainty. Renovation workers? With such skill and timing, how could they possibly resemble ordinary laborers? They were clearly well prepared. Sha Chong glanced down at his groaning subordinate on the ground, then at the imposing figure wielding the stick, and finally assessed the intimidating presence of the hulking Dasha beside him, weighing his options rapidly. Brother Kuan had merely instructed him to intimidate Chun Haonan, not to engage in a brawl, and he certainly had not anticipated the arrival of reinforcements. Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate. Sha Chong gritted his teeth, unwilling to escalate the situation, and shot a fierce glare at Chun Haonan and Fei Quan, then yanked his fallen subordinate to his feet, growling, "We're leaving." The three men dared not linger, hastily retreating into another alley, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. The alley fell silent once more, with only the stuttering girl's trembling sobs echoing softly, unsettling the heart. Fei Quan, seeing the trouble resolved, nodded slightly at Chun Haonan, uttering not a single word, and turned to signal Dasha. "Let us go. We have work early tomorrow, so let us not waste time." The two moved swiftly, soon blending into the intricate streets of Sham Shui Po, as if they truly were two night shift workers coming to the aid of those in distress, leaving no trace behind. Chun Haonan did not pursue them. Instead, he gently patted the stuttering girl's back to comfort her, yet his gaze remained fixed on the direction the two had disappeared. His brow furrowed with concern. Renovation workers? Out late at night in this old district? And conveniently armed with a handy short wooden stick? The coincidences were far too numerous. It was simply irrational. Suddenly, he recalled the young man named Zhou Jiu from the bar, the way he had said, "Call me if something happens," and his calm yet resolute gaze when he had left his number. No trace of insincerity or flattery to be found. Could it be a conjecture arose in his mind, becoming clearer with each moment? If this truly was Zhou Jiu's doing, then the efficiency and intelligence of this individual were utterly terrifying. Moreover, his chosen method not only assisted them, but also maintained a facade of distance between both parties, subtle yet precise in execution. "Who are they, Brother Nan?" the stuttering girl asked, her voice still laced with fear as she clutched his sleeve tightly. "It's nothing," Chun Haonan replied, retracting his gaze and wrapping his arms around his girlfriend, his tone softening. "Perhaps they were just kind-hearted individuals passing by who couldn't bear to watch. Let us head home quickly and not frighten you any further." Yet in his heart, he was already convinced by 70 or 80%. He would remember this favor. Zhou Jiu, this debt of gratitude, I, Chun Haonan, acknowledge. Meanwhile, a few streets away, Fei Quan and Dasha had already boarded the van driven by Ming. "How did it go? Is it settled?" Ming inquired, turning his head. "All done." Fei Quan removed his duckbill cap, wiped the sweat from his brow. A smile plastered across his face, and spoke with a relaxed tone. "A few useless fools, just a little scare, and they ran off without even a fight. The task assigned by the boss has been thoroughly accomplished." Dasha chuckled innocently, patting his chest. "That guy I bumped into will surely be in pain for a few days. If I see him again, I'll run into him once more." "Good." Ming nodded, starting the vehicle to report back to the boss, assuring him not to worry. The van silently departed from Sham Shui Po, vanishing into the night. In the arcade, Zhou Jiu listened to Fei Quan's brief report and nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. Handled cleanly, without leaving a trace. He paused before adding, "Well done." "It was nothing, boss." Fei Quan puffed out his chest, pride radiating from his face. Serving the boss was an honor. Zhou Jiu turned to gaze out at the pitch-black night, hiding countless storms within its depths. Their second encounter had concluded in such an indirect yet effective manner. A perfect ending. As long as Chun Haonan wasn't foolish, he would surely deduce who had extended the helping hand. The foundation of trust had gained yet another brick, making it increasingly solid. Now, it was time for that storm that would change everything to arrive. He must prepare an umbrella or become the one who could offer shelter in the rain. Chapter 14, Conspiracy and Charcoal Fire. In Causeway Bay, in the private office on the third floor of the Golden Princess nightclub, the smoke was thick enough to choke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Liang Kuan lounged on an opulent leather sofa, his floral shirt unbuttoned to the chest, revealing a gaunt torso, with a golden chain swinging about his neck, glaringly ostentatious. He held a half-burned cigar between his fingers, yet his gaze was fixed intently on the statue of Guan Gong on the wall opposite him. A manic grin twisting at the corners of his mouth, sinister in nature. "Ah B, you old bastard," he muttered under his breath, his voice rasping like sandpaper against iron. "You run this most profitable venue in Causeway Bay, and yet you preach about brotherhood and loyalty? Bah." The office door creaked open, and his trusted henchman, Sha Chong, slipped inside, swiftly locking the door behind him. His face was broad, with a scar at the corner of his eye, yet at that moment, it was adorned with obsequiousness, hiding a fierce intensity beneath, creating a jarring contrast. "Boss, I've found out everything." Sha Chong lowered his voice, inching closer. Brother B goes to Sham Shui Pai every Wednesday, without special engagements, taking his wife and children out for dinner, always back in Causeway Bay before 10. He has a habit of taking shortcuts through the back alleys, specifically the Funing Lane behind the Golden Princess, where 2 streetlights are out, and it's eerily deserted. Liang Kuan's eyes gleamed unnaturally bright through the haze of smoke, fixated on Sha Chong. "What about Chen Haonan? As you instructed." Sha Chong leaned in even closer, his tone becoming more hushed. "My subordinate, Si Yin Ming, pretended to be drunk last night and bumped into Brother Nan at the Sapphire Bar, swiping his Zippo lighter, which has Brother Nan's name engraved on it. Si Yin Ming has already taken a boat to Macau this morning and 1T returned for several days." "Good." Liang Kuan sprang to his feet, the ash from his cigar tumbling to the floor. "How many men?" 6. Sha Chong gestured confidently. "They're all my cousins from the countryside, utterly trustworthy. 2 will watch the alley and cut off the escape route. 2 will block the entrance. And 2 will strike from the rooftops on either side, quick to act, and even quicker to retreat. Their weapons are all black market goods, untraceable." Liang Kuan inhaled deeply from his cigar, slowly exhaling as the smoke twisted grotesquely, his tone icy. "Remember, it must be done discreetly. After all, Brother B is a red stick. It needs to be intense, but ensure he doesn't breathe again. His wife and child." He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and coldly commanded, "Leave no roots behind. Once it's done, make sure to stuff Chen Haonan's lighter into Brother B's jacket pocket." Sha Chong nodded emphatically, his voice booming. "Understood. Boss, what about the aftermath for the brothers?" 50,000 each. Tell them to return to the countryside and lay low for half a year." Liang Kuan pulled out several stacks of cash from the drawer, tossing them forcefully. "Handle it cleanly, and in the future, Causeway Bay will have a place for you." Sha Chong. Sha Chong caught the money, his face contorting with a greedy smile, both ingratiating and fierce. "Thank you, boss. I shall ensure everything is handled impeccably, without the slightest error. Furthermore," Liang Kuan suddenly called out to him, his gaze darkening further, seeking 2 accomplices, drug users, to satiate with white powder, instructing them to concoct a statement claiming they saw a long-haired individual resembling Nangu appear in a fluster at the mouth of Funing Lane last night. "Money? I will double it. High, truly high." Silly Chong gave a thumbs up and lavished praise, anticipating that once Brother B was dead, the evidence would lead directly to Nangu. Even if Jiang Sheng did not believe it, he would have to act for the entire gang to witness. At that moment, Causeway Bay would be my Liang Kuan's domain. Liang Kuan interjected suddenly, laughing maniacally, his laughter echoing in the smoke-filled office, shrill and piercing, sending chills down one's spine. Wednesday night, at 9:50 p.m., Funing Lane, aptly named, was indeed devoid of fortune, so narrow that only 2 people could walk side by side. It was shrouded in darkness, obscured by discarded boxes and broken furniture from nearby businesses, the stench mingling with the dust, chokingly uncomfortable. The 2 streetlights present, one completely extinguished, the other flickering intermittently with a faint yellow glow, swaying in the wind, casting distorted shadows. Brother B was in good spirits tonight. He had enjoyed a delightful chowzhou meal at his mother-in-law's. His wife was tender and considerate, and his son was lively and energetic. After a few cups of white wine, a pleasant warmth spread throughout his body. He held his bouncy 8-year-old son, Shaojia, with his left hand while draping his right arm around his wife's shoulders, engaging in light-hearted banter as they turned into the alley. "Dad, the school sports day is tomorrow. Are you coming to watch me run the relay?" Shaojia looked up, his eyes sparkling, shaking Brother B's hand excitedly. "Of course, I will definitely come." Brother B replied with a smile, ruffling his son's hair, his tone cheerful. "Let us see who among your classmates' dads can run the fastest." His wife playfully scolded him, her tone soft. "You're talking nonsense after a few too many drinks." The warmth of their laughter was abruptly cut short. The alley was silently engulfed by shadows. Unbeknownst to them, figures quietly emerged atop the low rooftops on either side. 6 pairs of eyes glinted with a beastly coldness in the dim light, fixated on the family of 3 in the middle of the lane. Brother B's inebriation evaporated in an instant, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The instincts honed from years in the underworld compelled him to react instantly. He yanked his wife and child behind a discarded sofa, growling urgently and fiercely, "Get down. Don't make a sound. Don't come out." Almost simultaneously, he drew a short-bladed knife from his waistband, its blade glinting ominously, reflecting the ferocity in his eyes. "Brother B, I'm sorry," a cold voice emerged from the shadow ahead, devoid of any emotion. Someone is paid to send your family on their way. Without further ado, the 6 shadows lunged forward, weapons raised. They charged from both sides, while figures on the rooftops leapt down, each strike aimed to kill. The sounds of knives and iron rods slicing through the air were deafening. Brother B roared, advancing rather than retreating, his short blade carving a vicious arc as he lunged at the 2 attackers in front of him. In his youth, he was renowned for his ferocity. And though he had spent years in a leadership role, his foundational skills remained intact. For a moment, he forced the 2 assailants to retreat, their blades clashing, sparks flying, the clang of metal ringing incessantly. However, the adversaries were too numerous and coordinated, each strike lethal. A iron rod swept from the side. Brother B barely evaded, the tip grazing his ribs, a sharp pain causing him to grunt, sweat instantly soaking his clothes. One assailant on the rooftop seized the opportunity, diving down with a knife aimed at Brother B's neck, intent on a fatal blow. Brother B sensed the rush of wind behind him. Hastily raising his blade to block, a thunderous clang reverberated through him, numbing his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip. In that moment of distraction, a knife silently pierced his back, plunging into a vital spot. Brother B cried out in pain, his voice hoarse, turning to retaliate against the assailant. But blood gushed from his wound, staining his back, flowing ever more profusely. Afong, take Xiao Jie and go, he rasped, glancing back desperately at his wife and son, his voice filled with despair and defiance. Yet, what he saw would haunt him forever. A killer had stealthily circled to the side of the sofa, withdrawing a bloodied knife from his son's small body. His wife lunged at the assailant in a frenzy, only to be kicked in the chest by another, crashing against the wall, collapsing silently. Brother B let out a beastly howl, consumed by madness, disregarding his wounds. He lunged at the killer who had slain his son. The blade flashed like a whip, each strike aimed to kill. The assailant was taken aback by Brother B's reckless assault, but still received a deep cut to his shoulder, collapsing with a scream. Yet, more weapons rained down upon Brother B from all directions. An iron rod shattered his shoulder blade, while blades sliced through his thigh, abdomen, and chest. Blood sprayed incessantly, staining the dim alley, and soaking Brother B entirely. Brother B stood for a moment like a shattered crimson statue, his knife clattering to the ground with a clear, despairing sound. His final gaze was fixed on the direction where his wife and child had fallen. His lips moved, but no sound emerged. His eyes filled with unyielding regret and resentment. Then, he collapsed, lifeless, without a sound. The lead assassin approached, checking Brother B's breath, then examining his wife and child. Confirming there were no survivors, he calmly retrieved a Zippo lighter engraved with the character for Nan from his pocket, carefully placing it in the inner pocket of Brother B's bloodstained jacket, his movements swift and leaving no trace. Clean up the evidence, and let us go. The terse command was cold and unfeeling. The 6 men swiftly dispersed, collecting any personal items that might have been left behind, excluding the lighter, vanishing like phantoms into the intricate darkness of Funing Lane, leaving no trace behind. Only 3 gradually cooling corpses remained, along with a pool of viscous blood, winding and glistening dark red under the dim light. The pungent scent of blood began to permeate the narrow alley, sharp and nauseating. The news exploded throughout Hong Kong's underworld like ice cubes dropped into boiling oil. First, a valet from a nightclub detected the scent of blood and alerted the authorities, leading to the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau's rapid intervention. At the scene, a lighter was found, along with 2 eyewitnesses who were brought back to the police station, their testimonies meticulously piecing together evidence that pointed directly to Chun Haonan within hours. Hongxing was shaken, Jiang Tiansheng was enraged and suspicious, while Liang Kuan wailed within the gang, adamantly accusing Chun Haonan of murdering the elder brother, demanding immediate retribution. The atmosphere within the gang became tense and anxious. A police-wanted notice was swiftly issued, launching a manhunt for Chun Haonan. When Chun Haonan received the coded message relayed by Chow Pai through a public phone at a deserted dock in Saikong, he was attempting to pry open a can of expired food with a rusted piece of metal he had found. The message contained only 4 words: family tragedy, flee quickly. He was stunned for 2 seconds, then comprehension struck him. His blood turned cold, and in the next moment, it boiled with rage. Brother B and his family, killed, and it was pinned on him. Liang Kuan. A suppressed roar erupted from the depths of his throat, his fist crashing violently against the slick concrete floor, skin splitting and blood gushing, yet he felt no pain. Grief, injustice, fury, and a searing hatred, combined with a chilling fear of impending doom, ensnared him like a web, suffocating him. He nearly dashed back to Causeway Bay to confront Liang Kuan in a deadly reckoning. But the remnants of his rationality, along with the caution he had heard at the bar from Zhou, particularly Brother B's warning and the coincidental rescue in the alley days prior, doused him with icy water, forcing him to regain his composure. This was a trap. Returning would be tantamount to walking into a snare, a path to certain death. Brother B's vengeance could never be avenged. He had to survive. Only by living could he have a chance at revenge. To live is to unmask the sinister plots of Liang Kuan. The second message from Chow Pai arrived swiftly, conveyed in a secret code known only among their brethren, informing him of the police's issued wanted notice and the relentless manhunt for him by Liang Kuan. It provided him with coordinates to a temporary hiding spot located within a dilapidated fishery cold storage in a remote area of Saicom. Chen Haonan, like an injured lone wolf, relied on his familiarity with the terrain and the cover of night to stealthily navigate, evading several waves of seemingly aimless yet potentially varied pursuers. At last, before dawn broke, he arrived at the dilapidated cold storage, permeated with the scent of fish and rust. The warehouse door was half destroyed, its interior cluttered with discarded fishing nets and decaying wooden crates. It was chillingly cold but relatively concealed, serving as a temporary refuge. He curled up in a corner. A painful gash on his arm, a remnant of his escape, throbbed faintly, while a low fever rendered him intermittently lucid and disoriented. Hunger and cold gnawed at him relentlessly, leaving his body increasingly stiff. Despair seeped in like the frigid air of the warehouse, threatening to swallow him whole. He was uncertain how long he could endure. Oblivious to the fate of his brothers outside, unaware if Shanji was safe in Taiwan, and ignorant of whether the enigmatic figure known as Zhou would, like before, possess an uncanny awareness of his predicament and extend a helping hand. He dared not indulge in such hopes. In the world of the underbelly, misfortune was something everyone sought to avoid, especially in the face of such overwhelming calamity. No one wished to be burdened by a traitor who had slain their elder brother. Almost simultaneously with Chun Hunan's arrival at the abandoned cold storage, the atmosphere in the gaming hall on Shafi Street, Causeway Bay, became unbearably tense. The intelligence network of Si Gue, driven by money and Zhou Jio's explicit directives, exhibited astonishing efficiency. He not only learned of Brother B's tragic incident and the wanted notice at the earliest opportunity, but also, through bribery of an internal clerk from the O Department, obtained a crucial summary of the preliminary scene report, mentioning evidence such as a lighter, and heard from a disgruntled subordinate within Hongxing about Liang Kuan's unusually good mood and lavish rewards for his underlings. Boss, Si Gue rushed forward, his voice rapid, eyes alight with the excitement and anxiety of uncovering a grave conspiracy. All signs point to something amiss. Brother B's death was too timely, the evidence too complete, and Liang Kuan's response too swift. I suspect with 99% certainty that Liang Kuan orchestrated this, wiping out Brother B's entire family and framing Brother Nan, achieving two goals with one strike, aiming to swallow Causeway Bay. Zhou Jio listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the counter, his gaze calm, yet sharp. The unfolding events matched the scenes from his memory of cinematic narratives. Yet reality proved far more brutal and sanguinary. The madness of Liang Kuan far surpassed artistic embellishment. Where's Brother Nan now? He inquired, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable steadiness. The last coded coordinates from Chow Pai pointed to a dilapidated fishery cold storage near Lei Yuman in Saikong, featuring a large cold room. However, Si Gue hesitated, his tone grave. Liang Kuan's men and the police will undoubtedly follow protocol and search that area. Brother Nan may no longer be there, or may have already been compromised. In Zhou Jio's mind, cinematic imagery intertwined with real-world coordinates. That cold storage was indeed one of Chun Haonan's earlier hideouts in the film. While the details might differ, the general direction was correct. Time was of the essence. Presently, Chun Haonan was like a startled bird, besieged by pressure, trauma, and the relentless pursuit, with supplies inevitably dwindling and injuries likely worsening. This was the most crucial moment of his investment, the highest risk, yet potentially the greatest reward. Assistance must arrive in the deepest snow and the coldest weather for it to be substantial. Fei Quan, his voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable resolution, carrying immense power. Boss. Fei Quan immediately stepped forward, standing tall, his gaze sharp, ever ready. Prepare. 5,000 in cash, neatly packed and dispersed. Anti-inflammatory medication, oral and topical, hemostatic powder, bandages. High-calorie food, chocolate, compressed biscuits, clean water, and 2 packs of cigarettes. All packed in ordinary black garbage bags, with an additional tattered burlap sack as an outer layer. Zhou Jio's speech was steady, his instructions clear and precise. You and Desha will take the unmarked old truck that Ming has prepared. Depart now. Destination, the abandoned fishery cold storage at Lei Yuman. What next? Fei Quan's eyes flashed with determination as he pressed for more information. Park outside, you will infiltrate alone. Do not head directly to the cold storage. First, circle the perimeter, observing for any ambushes or surveillance. Once you've confirmed safety, approach the cold storage. Place the burlap sack in a conspicuous yet hard-to-detect spot on the inside of the cold storage door. such as behind a collapsed wooden frame. Zhou gaze was piercing, his tone serious. Once placed, withdraw immediately, do not linger, and do not attempt to contact or meet Brother Nan in person. Afterward, you and Desha will drive to Sai Kung Pier, purchase 2 bowls of boat porridge, and engage in casual conversation with the vendor, mentioning that you are waiting for a shipment. Then return directly, avoiding detours and maintaining discretion. Understood. But how will Brother Nan know it's from us? Fei Quan inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. Zhou produced a slip of note paper, swiftly writing with his left hand, altering his handwriting. Prepare your own supplies. Use with caution. Kuen's eyes are everywhere. The scrawl appeared hurried, as if left in haste, devoid of any deliberate intention. He folded the note and tucked it into the bundle of cash. As soon as Brother Nan opened it, he would see it. Zhou handed over the note, his tone calm, warning him to be mindful of Liang Kuen's surveillance and not to be careless. 9. He recognizes it and knows it's from me. Fei Quan nodded emphatically, carefully stowing the note before promptly turning to prepare the supplies, his movements swift and decisive, without a hint of delay. Sigue. Zhou then turned to the intelligence officer, his tone still steady. Utilize your informants in Sai Kung, particularly dock workers and fish vendors, to keep an eye out for any unfamiliar faces frequently loitering around Lei Yuman today. Be alert for any large-scale searches by the police or suspected Hongxing members. If anything unusual arises, find a way to notify Fei Quan. Ensure you know how to contact him on the way. Understood, boss. Sigue dared not delay, hastily departing to contact his informants, ensuring not a moment was wasted. Zhou stood alone in the dim light of the gaming hall, the outside world gradually brightening as dawn approached. The pale light filtered through the glass, yet it could not dispel the tension within the hall. He understood he was engaged in a high-risk gamble. If Fei Quan were exposed, if Chun Haonan had already been captured or relocated, or if this were merely a reverse trap set by Liang Kuen. Yet he held firm in his judgment, trusting in that memory from the future, and in Chun Haonan's resilience as the protagonist of this narrative. The charcoal must be delivered. This batch of charcoal would directly determine the strength of future alliances and the weight of his role in Chun Haonan's revenge saga. Not a single step could falter. In the afternoon, ominous storm clouds loomed, heavy and dark, threatening to unleash a deluge. The abandoned fishery compound was steeped in the decay of salty air and rust. Dilapidated and strewn with derelict hulls and debris, desolate and void of life, save for the mournful sound of the wind. Fei Quan, agile and adept at navigating the chaotic terrain, slipped silently between the forsaken hulls and heaps of refuse like a phantom, his steps light, making not a sound. He observed cautiously for nearly an hour, scrutinizing every nook and cranny, ensuring no ambush lay in wait near the cold storage. Only the distant rustling of stray dogs rummaging through trash, devoid of any other anomalies. He cautiously approached the half-collapsed iron door of the cold storage, listening intently. Inside, he could only discern the sounds of wind and dripping water, void of any other noise, indicating that Chun Haonan should be inside or had temporarily stepped away. He swiftly darted into the cold storage, his movements fluid, tucking the burlap-wrapped supplies beneath a pile of decaying wooden frames just inside the door, then using a few rotten planks to obscure it slightly. Ensuring that no deliberate search is conducted at the entrance makes it difficult to detect, yet those inside, if they meticulously scour for supplies, can easily spot them. The balance is maintained with utmost precision. Having completed all this, he makes a swift retreat along the original path without hesitation, heart pounding like a drum, yet filled with an exhilarating and tense sense of undertaking a momentous mission. Leaving behind no trace, he flawlessly accomplishes the task entrusted by the boss. He then rendezvous with the big fool waiting in the truck at the outer gate. The two drive straight to Sai Kung Pier, purchase 2 bowls of traditional boat congee, and complain to the stall owner about the interminable wait for the cargo ship, feigning irritation with convincing authenticity. Afterwards, they circle around a few times, ensuring no one is tailing them before finally returning to Causeway Bay with peace of mind. Deep within the cold storage, Chun Haonan endures a tormenting alternation between drowsiness and vigilance. His wounds begin to show faint signs of infection, while a low fever renders him intermittently lucid and delirious, his head heavy and his body weak. The burning pangs of hunger torment his nerves, making even breathing a laborious effort. He knows he must venture out to find some food or clean water, otherwise he will perish here from starvation or illness long before Liang Kuen or the police arrive to capture him. As dusk falls, he summons his last reserves of strength, clutching a solitary rusted iron shard for self-defense, and stealthily approaches the cold storage entrance like a spectral presence, eyes keenly alert to any slightest movement. When his gaze sweeps past a pile of dilapidated wooden racks behind the door, an uncanny sensation arises. There is an unexpected heap of items deliberately concealed there, evidently placed by someone on purpose. It is not a trap. If they intended to capture him, barging in directly would be simpler. There would be no need for such elaborate ruses that waste time. Extremely cautious. He edges closer and gently pries open the ajar wooden planks and tattered sacks with the iron shard, revealing black plastic bags inside. Upon opening them, his entire body stiffens. Pupils constricting, eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Money, medicine, food, water, cigarettes, all the essentials he desperately needs. There is also a folded note tucked within the bundle of cash. Drawing out the note and deciphering the hastily scrawled yet legible 8 characters, a surge of electricity courses through his body, momentarily paralyzing him. Supplies prepared, use cautiously. Kuen's eyes are everywhere. Jojo. It is him again. Not only does he know that Chun has fled to this godforsaken place, but he has also precisely delivered everything he urgently requires. He even warns that Kuen's surveillance is omnipresent, urging utmost caution to avoid exposure. Shock, confusion, and incredulity ultimately transform into a fervent, almost overwhelming gratitude and a profound sense of recognition. At this darkest hour, when the entire world regards him as the traitor who murdered the big brother, with both the righteous and the underworld gunning for his life. And at this moment when despair threatens to engulf him, Jojo, whom he has only met twice and never shared even a single drink with, appears like a ghost piercing through the dense fog, repeatedly locating, assisting, and rescuing him. The last time was through warnings and covert protection. This time, it is a direct delivery of life-saving fire. This is not merely material aid but a lifeline. A weighty trust and investment fraught with immense risk. Jojo, fully aware that helping him would antagonize Liang Kuen and potentially involve the police, nevertheless acts with unwavering resolve. Leaning against the cold, damp wall, Chun Haonan slowly sits down, tightly clutching the note and the bag of money. His body trembling slightly, not from the cold but from an intense emotional upheaval that moistens his eyes, mingling gratitude, sorrow, and defiance. Having witnessed the fickleness of the world and the sycophancy of the powerful, he knows well that in times of misfortune, former sworn brothers often avoid him or even strike him down. To encounter someone like Jojo, who silently throws down a lifeline time and time again at the abyss's edge, is a first in his life, regardless of Jojo's ultimate intentions. This bond is too profound, too heavy for Chun Haonan ever to fully comprehend. He carefully slips the note into the innermost pocket of his shirt, as if it were a talisman far more precious than the cash, treating it with utmost reverence. Then, methodically and swiftly, he organizes the supplies, taking only a portion of the food and medicine, while rehiding the majority, conserving for an uncertain future when aid might next arrive. With these provisions, he can tend to his wounds, restore his strength, and endure longer, awaiting the moment of vengeance. Liang Kuen, just you wait. Whispering the name. His gaze pierces the dilapidated door's cracks, meeting the gloomy sky beyond. Within his eyes, besides grief and hatred, a faint but unyielding spark rekindles, the hope to survive and the resolve to exact revenge. This debt of gratitude, spoken to the void, word by word, with unwavering tone, as if swearing a blood oath. I, Chun Haonan, record this, never, ever to forget. Chapter 15. The storm clouds over Kowloon Bay, abandoned third freight warehouse. Afternoon sunlight filters through shattered high windows, casting mottled beams upon the dust-laden concrete floor. The stifling air is thick with rust, machine oil, and dust, suffocating to breathe. The warehouse is vast and desolate, with only a few piles of tarpaulin-covered scrap machinery and rusted containers scattered about, resembling silent, brooding beasts. Chun Haonan stands in the center of the open space. He wears clean black denim jeans, his long hair tied back, a scruffy beard on his face, and eyes that gleam chillingly, cold as ice, filled with sorrow and a barely contained murderous intent. The haunting vision of Brother B's family's brutal demise torments his dreams nightly, now transformed into the pent-up strength within his muscles. By his side are his last loyal comrades, Chaopi, Datianair, and 2 young henchmen who barely escaped from Saikong. The 5 stand like unsheathed blades, silently poised in the open space. Their hands grip not a hodgepodge of weapons, but uniform steel pipes and heavy-backed machetes, urgently purchased on the black market with the money Jojo sent, ideally suited for close-quarters combat within the warehouse. Brother Nan, Chaopi's voice is tight, whispering, "Do you think Jojo will come?" Chun Haonan does not turn, but fixes his gaze on the half-open massive iron door of the warehouse. His voice hoarse yet resolute. He will. He offers no explanation for his certainty. That note marked with the character Geo. The life-saving supplies handed in the abyss. These are more potent than a blood oath. Jojo's motives may remain partially mysterious, but Chun understands that this debt must be repaid, especially in his moment of greatest vulnerability. They had infiltrated 2 hours in advance, thoroughly searched every corner of the warehouse with no sign of bombs or heavy traps. Yet the silence only deepens their unease. Liang Kuan never surrenders passively. Time drags on. The warehouse eerily silent save for the distant drip of water from pipes, each tick tightening their chests with dread. On the warehouse's second floor, atop a concealed platform constructed from rusted iron frames, Liang Kuan lounges comfortably on a tattered sofa, a cigar clenched between his lips. Dressed in a flashy purple suit without a tie, his gaze peers through the railings down upon Chun Haonan and his men, as if observing prey trapped in a snare. Beside him stand Sha Chong and 7 or 8 loyalists, each wielding heavy knives as soon as he is utterly despondent. I shall personally send him down to accompany Abi. Ha ha. The frenzied laughter reverberated against the warehouse walls, buzzing ominously and sending chills down one's spine. Almost at the very moment the laughter settled, a cacophony of engine sounds approached from afar, intensifying with each passing second, accompanied by the jarring screech of brakes. It was not merely one vehicle, but several. Inside the warehouse, Chan Honam and his companions instantly tensed, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed sharply on the iron door. The first to burst through the entrance was a ragtag group of about 15 or 16 men, their actions surprisingly coordinated. Leading them was a striking figure with bright yellow hair, his expression a mix of urgency and aggression, Shanji, who had hastily returned from Taiwan. Brother Nam. Shanji immediately spotted Chan Honam in the center of the warehouse, his eyes reddening in an instant as he let out a thunderous shout, eager to rush forward. The men behind him, though casually dressed, exuded an intensity in their gazes and movements that clearly marked them as not mere thugs, but the elite of the Sanlian gang. Temporarily dispatched from Taiwan, Shanji. Chan Honam felt a surge of warmth upon seeing his brother return, yet he quickly issued a stern command, halt. Be cautious of ambush. Shanji abruptly halted, recognizing the gravity in Chan Honam's demeanor and the unsettling silence that enveloped the warehouse. He immediately gestured for his men to spread out and remain vigilant. The two factions swiftly converged across a distance of several dozen meters, now numbering just over 20. Their morale soaring, just as Shanji and his men steadied themselves, scanning the shadows of the warehouse with uncertainty. An inconspicuous side door on the opposite side quietly swung open. 5 figures entered in single file. At the forefront was Zhou Jiao, clad in a simple black shirt. His demeanor remarkably calm, as if he were not about to engage in a life-and-death struggle, but rather attending an ordinary rendezvous. The injury at his side appeared to have healed sufficiently, displaying no signs of discomfort as he walked. Following closely behind were Fei Quan, Shi Gui, Desha, and Ming. Fei Quan's eyes were sharp, wielding a weighted pipe. Shi Gui moved like a shadow, closely adhering to Zhou Jiao's flank, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Desha carried a thick wooden beam, his ordinarily jovial face now overshadowed by seriousness. Ming clutched a large wrench, and his waist bulged suspiciously, hinting at concealed weaponry. Rather than approaching Chan Honam's group, Zhou Jiao and his companions hastily maneuvered to the side of the warehouse, taking cover behind a pile of high, discarded tires. This position allowed them a clear view of the entire scene while remaining concealed, providing both offensive and defensive options should trouble arise. Zhou Jiao? Chan Honam caught sight of him from a distance, a weight finally lifting from his chest as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhou Jiao reciprocated the nod, remaining silent as he raised his hand to indicate the second floor of the warehouse, signaling a surrounding maneuver. Chan Honam's expression sharpened. He instantly grasped the implication. Liang Kuan had indeed set a trap, and it was positioned above. Shanji also noticed Zhou Jiao, filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar ally. But upon seeing Chan Honam's nod, he suppressed his questions, quietly instructing his men to keep a close watch above. On the second floor platform, Liang Kuan had a clear view of everything below, his smile growing increasingly twisted. Excellent. Everyone is here. What a splendid gathering. He stood up, approached the railing, and looked down with a commanding presence, his voice ringing out harshly in the vast, empty warehouse. Chan Honam, Shanji, and that fool Zhou Jiao, who doesn't even know how to write the character for death. Welcome to the farewell party I have prepared for you. With Liang Kuan's emergence, the edge of the second floor platform revealed a throng of 30 or so men armed with machetes and chains, swiftly forming a semicircle around those below. They held all the advantages in numbers and positioning. Below, Chan Honam, Shanji, and Zhou Jiao immediately aligned back-to-back, forming a defensive formation as tension hung in the air. Thick with the scent of gunpowder, ready to ignite at the slightest spark, Zhou Jiao crouched behind the tires, observing the rapidly escalating battlefield with the patience of a hunting leopard, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. His gaze remained fixed on the fiercely aggressive figure of Sha Chong, who was charging through the fray. Chapter 16, Blood for Blood. The warehouse erupted in chaos, resembling a boiling inferno. The shrill sounds of metal clashing, furious roars, and anguished screams melded into a cacophony that crashed against the high ceiling. sending dust swirling through the air, caught in the mottled beams of light streaming through broken windows, blinding all who gazed. As Chan Honam clashed with Sha Chong, their eyes ablaze with fury, relying on sheer numbers and brute force, Sha Chong swung his machete with reckless abandon, intent on overpowering the weary Chan Honam, who had just endured a harrowing escape. Yet, the pent-up rage within Chan Honam had transformed into an inferno, fueling his resolve. He abandoned all pretense of defense. Each swing of his steel pipe, driven by a fierce determination to fight to the bitter end, even forcing Sha Chong back 2 steps. However, Liang Kuan's ambushers, being numerous and well-prepared, surged forward like rabid dogs, crashing into Chan Honam and Shan Ji's ranks. Despite the valiant efforts of Shan Ji's Taiwanese brothers, their unfamiliarity with the warehouse environment soon proved detrimental as they found themselves surrounded, with cries of distress echoing. Chow Pai and De Tian Air stood back to back, bravely fending off the assault of 3 or 4 enemies, their situation perilous. In a moment of misfortune, Chow Pai was struck on the leg by a chain, stumbling to the ground. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the adversary immediately flashed a sinister grin and brandished his knife to strike. In a moment of peril, a figure, akin to a leopard, erupted from behind the stacks of tires, none other than Zhou Jiao. He had been biding his time for this very instant. Shurqiang, overwhelmed with frustration after a protracted assault, had his focus entirely ensnared by the fierce engagement, leaving his comrades in jeopardy. It was precisely this unexpected ace that would turn the tide. His target was the very knife wielder who had just felled Chow Pai and was reveling in his triumph. A trusted lieutenant of Shurqiang and the most formidable of the ambushers. Zhou Jiao's speed was astonishing, his movements crisp and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary flourish. With a mere 2 meters separating him from the knife wielder's back, his right fist clenched, producing a menacing crackle, his muscles taut like a drawn bowstring. His intent firmly locked onto the system's skill. Explosive headstrike. A searing intensity erupted from his spine, coursing through his arm and coalescing into his fist. This was no ordinary augmentation of strength. It was a concentrated force imbued with the power to penetrate and devastate. The knife wielder seemed to sense something amiss and hurriedly turned around. Too late. Zhou Jiao's fist, laden with the terrifying energy of his skill, deftly evaded the adversary's hasty block, landing squarely on the jaw just below his left temple. Bang! The dull thud resonated painfully, akin to a hammer smashing a thick coconut. The grin on the knife wielder's face froze instantly, his eyes bulging as his pupils dilated. He was propelled off the ground, hurtling sideways before crashing into a nearby abandoned oil drum with a thunderous clang, subsequently collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The knife clattered from his hand, his head tilted at a grotesque angle, dark crimson froth spilling from his mouth and nose, his body convulsing twice before falling utterly still. One strike, rendered incapacitated. This abrupt turn of events momentarily froze the surrounding ambushers, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Zhou Jiao, emerging like a specter of death. Chow Pai. Zhou Jiao called out sharply, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, as he nonchalantly retrieved the fallen knife and tossed it to the struggling Chow Pai. Chow Pai caught the knife, astonished and elated. Brother Jiao successfully defeated the enemy gang's red stick-level leader. Mission of decapitating the enemy completed. Dragon Chi value, 50. The system notification flashed through Zhou Jiao's mind, but he had no time to ponder it. His gaze sharpened like lightning, instantly locking onto Shurqiang, whose expression was one of utter dismay and fury upon witnessing the death of his trusted aide. Frustrated by his inability to subdue Chen Haonan, Shurqiang was now incensed, bellowing, "You bastard! Who dares to seek death?" He abandoned Chen Haonan, spinning around to charge at Zhou Jiao with his knife. In his eyes, this sudden emergence of a formidable foe, though seemingly young and isolated, presented an opportunity to assert his dominance. But Zhou Jiao welcomed the challenge. "Fei Quan," he shouted, refusing to retreat, instead advancing towards Shurqiang's blade. He sidestepped, barely avoiding the edge, and in a swift motion, his fingers struck precisely at the acupoint on Shurqiang's wrist, an assassination technique he had learned from Gao Jin, now enhanced by the system. It was not lethal, but it rendered the opponent instantly numb and weakened. Shurqiang felt his wrist go numb, nearly losing his grip on the knife, panic setting in. Just as he faltered, caught between the old and new strength, Fei Quan, who had been vigilantly awaiting Zhou Jiao's signal, emerged ghost-like from behind a stack of canvas, wielding a weighted pipe, which he swung with all his might, crashing it into Shurqiang's unguarded ribcage. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed sharply. "Ah!" Shurqiang cried out in agony, his massive frame staggering back, bent over in pain, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Haonan would not let such an opportunity slip by. With a furious shout, he propelled himself forward, his steel pipe piercing like a javelin into Shurqiang's abdomen. Shurqiang's eyes widened in horror as he glanced down at the steel pipe embedded in his belly, then back up at the bloodthirsty Chun Haonan and the cold-eyed Zhou beside him, his face contorted with disbelief and resentment before he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping into the dust beneath him. Shurqiang, the head horse, was finished. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Ling Kuan's ambushers, witnessing the fall of their most formidable fighter at the hands of a smaller force, felt their morale plummet, their aggression waning. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan and the others saw Zhou's decisive intervention eliminate a key figure, and their spirits soared. Brothers, follow south, brother. Follow brother Jiu. Let us slay the bastards. Shanji roared, rallying the Taiwanese brothers for a ferocious charge. Zhou's team unleashed their full potential. De Sha, resembling a human tank, swung a hefty wooden beam, guarding Zhou and Fei Quan's flank. Two ambushers attempting a sneak attack were sent sprawling to the ground upon his collision. Shi Gui, with keen senses, suddenly spotted an individual concealed behind a container, clutching a gasoline bottle and preparing to ignite it. He shouted, "Boss, to the left. There's fire." A Ming reacted swiftly, hurling a large wrench that struck the assailant's hand with precision. The gasoline bottle shattered upon impact, flames flaring up and momentarily obstructing the enemy's advance. On the second-floor platform, Ling Kuan watched in disbelief as his trusted aide was swiftly dispatched. The manic grin on his face vanished, replaced by frustration and a hint of panic. He had not anticipated that Zhou would prove so troublesome, nor did he expect Chun Haonan, cornered, to unleash such formidable combat prowess. As he surveyed the chaos below, ignited by Shurqiang's downfall, and witnessed Chun Haonan charging like a raging tiger, flanked by Zhou and Shanji, it was clear they were intent on storming the second floor to settle the score. "Stop them. Halt their advance," Ling Kuan screeched, instructing the last few bodyguards to intercept the oncoming tide. But at that moment, the flames of vengeance had ignited in Chun Haonan, and with Zhou perpetually stirring the pot and restraining the enemy, alongside Shanji and the others fiercely battling, they carved a bloody path through the opposition. Chun Haonan kicked down the last enemy blocking the staircase, bloodied and determined, as he ascended 2 steps at a time, charging onto the second-floor platform. His gaze was fixed on Ling Kuan, clad in a purple suit, his face as pale as iron. "Ling Kuan," Chun Haonan's voice rasped like sandpaper, each syllable dripping with blood and hatred. Only 2 bodyguards remained by Ling Kuan's side, and as they witnessed Chun Haonan's murderous approach, fear gripped their hearts. Yet they steeled themselves to confront him. "Get out of my way," Chun Haonan roared, allowing a knife to slice through his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Yet he seized the opportunity, swinging the stolen blade to cleave one bodyguard backward while his elbow struck the other, rendering him unconscious. His focus was solely on Ling Kuan, advancing relentlessly, exuding an overwhelming presence. Ling Kuan found himself cornered at the edge of the platform, his back teetering over the precipice. One more step, and he would plunge into oblivion. Panic faded from his face, replaced by a frenzied desperation. He suddenly drew a short dagger from his lower back and seized an empty wine bottle, shattering it against the railing to expose its jagged edges. Brandishing it as he screamed, "Chun Haonan, you want my life? Come on, let us see who dies first." No more words were wasted. Chun Haonan threw away the machete with a rolled blade in his hand, let out a low roar, and pounced like an injured beast. Liang Kuan also screamed and greeted her. Short, intense, bloody. The 2 of them struggled together and rolled into a ball. Liang Kuan's dagger sliced open Chun Haonan's ribs, leaving a trail of blood on his face with shards of glass. Blood flowed profusely, but Chun Haonan seemed to feel no pain. He grabbed Liang Kuan's wrist holding the dagger and slammed it fiercely onto the railing, causing the dagger to fly out with a clang. Then, with his other hand tightly gripping Liang Kuan's neck, he pressed him against the railing, his body trembling violently due to the force exerted. Why did Chun Haonan squeeze out a few words from between his teeth to kill Brother B's family? Each word was bloody, and his eyes were filled with immense hatred and grief. Liang Kuan's face turned purple-red, and he had difficulty breathing, but he was still laughing nervously. "Why?" "Because he's blocking me, and because you're too out of place, I want to do my best, ha." The laughter abruptly stopped, and Chun Haonan's fingers tightened even tighter. "Go and confess with Brother B." Chun Haonan exerted all his strength and forcefully pushed him down from the edge of the second-floor platform. A Liang Kuan's scream swept through the air in a brief arc, followed by a muffled loud noise. Bang! A muffled loud noise came from the ground floor, and the body in the purple suit twisted and collapsed on the ground, motionless. Blood slowly spread from below, staining the large cement floor red. In the warehouse, there was a moment of deathly silence. Liang Kuan has passed away. The big shot is dead, the leader is also useless. And the remaining ambush soldiers have completely lost their fighting spirit. They shout in unison, abandon their injured companions, and flee from various entrances and exits like lost dogs, scattering like birds and beasts. The warehouse regained relative quietness, with only the groans of the injured and the heavy breathing of the crowd echoing in the open space. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood and dust, and a faint smell of gasoline comes from the partially ignited gasoline. Everywhere is in chaos. Abandoned weapons, damaged debris, and people lying on the ground, some groaning in pain, struggling and wriggling, while others have long gone silent, becoming cold corpses. The bloodstains on the concrete floor paint a grotesque pattern, which is shocking. The mountain chicken, accompanied by its brothers who could still stand, quickly cleaned up the battlefield, treated its wounded soldiers, and vigilantly guarded the prisoners who were injured and had not had time to escape. Chun Haonan stood at the edge of the second-floor platform, tightly gripping the rusty railing with both hands, his fingertips turning white. He lowered his head and looked at the body of Liang Kuan downstairs, his chest heaving violently, his face covered in blood mixed with sweat, and his face covered in paste. The revenge of the great hatred did not come as expected. Instead, there was a huge emptiness and deeper sorrow for the vivid faces of Brother B, sister-in-law, and Xiaojia, who could never come back. He won this battle, but lost the most precious part of his life. Tears mixed with blood flowed down my cheeks without a sound. Mange Mountain Chicken walked up to the second floor and watched his brothers trembling back. His voice also choked up, and he reached out to pat his shoulder. Chun Haonan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and wiped his face with his sleeve, wiping away the blood and tears on his face. He turned around and looked over the mess on the first floor, landing on Zhou Jiao, who was being protected by Fei Quan and Desha, examining the shallow wound on Ming's arm. Zhou Jiao. Chun Haonan walked down the stairs step by step, through the battlefield filled with bloody smell, and arrived in front of Zhou Jiao. Several wounds on his body were still bleeding and his breath was heavy, but his eyes had regained some calmness, but deep down, there was still an indelible pain. For eyes facing each other, on Zhou Jiao, Chun Haonan spoke, his voice hoarse but his words clear. Thank you very much. 2 words, as heavy as 1,000 tons, hiding all the previous reminders, secret protection, desperate help, and today's crucial punch to turn the tide of the war. I promised. You can call me if you need anything. Zhou Jiao's tone was calm, as if he had done his duty. Moreover, people like Liang Kuan deserve to die. Chun Haonan shook his head. He knew in his heart that this was not just about accepting. This is the most reliable hand in a critical moment of life and death. He looked at Zhou Jiao's young but overly calm face, and then at the brothers Fei Quan, Shi Gui, Desha, and Ming beside him, who were tired but still firm in their eyes. He had already made a decision in his heart. This person, this emotion, must be repaid, and it has to be beautiful. To let the whole martial arts world know that Chun Haonan has clear grievances. I, Chun Haonan, have a low record of this favor. He spoke solemnly. His gaze swept over Zhou Jiao and his team, not only me, but also my brothers, all of whom were impressed. In the future, in Causeway Bay, every day with me, Chun Haonan, there will be a place for you to stand. He didn't say any more specific repayment, but the weight of this sentence is understood by everyone present. This is almost a formal recognition of Zhou Jiao's position in Causeway Bay, and a promise to include him in his protective circle and interest alliance. Zhou Jiao nodded slightly without any polite excuses. Nan Gu spoke too seriously. Brothers, take care of each other. He knew in his heart that his venture capital had finally achieved the most substantial interim return. Chun Haonan's recognition and commitment are more precious than gold, silver, and territory. This is an important cornerstone for him to establish himself in the martial arts world and climb higher. Fei Quan and Shi Gui listened to the conversation between the 2 big shots. Their chests involuntarily straightened, and their faces were filled with pride. Outside the warehouse, the faint sound of police sirens could be heard. The people who were getting closer and closer to Aji finally arrived. Chicken, pack up and prepare to retreat. Chun Haonan instructed his brothers and looked at Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao, your men, come with us. I won't leave it. Zhou Jiao nodded. Everyone immediately took action, helped up the severely injured brother, and quickly evacuated through the designated back door, leaving only ruins on the ground and the increasingly loud sirens. Drawing a hasty conclusion to this bloody revenge, the sunlight still shone through the broken window into the warehouse, but the dust floating in the beam of light was tinged with a faint red color. Chapter 17, Superiority and Gifts. The incense in Hongxing General Hall has become several times more prosperous than before, with tobacco swirling around the eyes. The top floor of that inconspicuous old Tang Dynasty building in Wanchai has an open door today, without any concealment. In the long conference hall, Guan Eri was surrounded by green smoke in front of him, with more than 10 chairs below, fully seated. The tragic death of Brother B in Causeway Bay, the execution of Liang Kuan, and the turmoil in the community have not yet subsided. Today, when the Hong Kong Coliseum reopened, a new spokesperson for Causeway Bay was appointed for one matter. The air was heavy and stuffy, with the smell of cigars and cigarettes mixed with the moldy smell of old wood, entwining and choking. Jiang Tianxing still sat firmly in the main position of the Grand Preceptor, his deep gray tang attire adding to his weight. The purple sandalwood beads between his fingers spun slowly, without any extra movement. To his left is the Crown Prince. The Mongkok war god with a straight back and a sitting posture like a bell. There are no waves on his face. But there is strength hidden in his eyes. On the right side is Judge, and the person from Zawan is squinting his eyes and his head is gradually changing. No one knows what he is up to. Going further down, the 13 girls from Boland Street were wearing a plain shirt, rarely smoking, and staring straight at the hall. Kuei-Ching Hanbin was playing with a Zippo lighter, clicking and opening, and the crisp sound was particularly piercing in the quiet hall. Lia Jiao, a fat man from North Point, broke into a cold sweat and kept wiping his hands. Kowloon City Big Fly yawned, tears streaming down his face. But his gaze was sharp like a knife. All the fits from the 11 entrances of Kun Tong Diwu, Chai Wanyu, and Sham Shui Po's beautiful mother Hung Hing have arrived, except for the late Brother B and the pending Causeway Bay. On the several grand armchairs at the back row sat a few elderly gentlemen with white hair, their eyes closed in tranquil repose. Yet none dared to underestimate the gravity of the society's discourse. The nods of these venerable figures held substantial weight. In the very center of the assembly hall stood Chun Haonan, impeccably clad in a black suit, his long hair tied back. With the blood stains on his face washed away, though the weariness and sorrow etched in his features manifested as a heavy, oppressive aura that made it difficult for others to breathe. Beside him stood Shanji, Chao Pai, and De Tian Air, each bearing wounds. Their arms and legs wrapped in bandages, yet their spines remained straight, resembling sturdy trees firmly rooted in the ground. Esteemed elders and brothers, Jiang Tianxing began. His voice not loud, yet it resonated with the weight of a stone dropped into water, suppressing all subtle distractions. Today's gathering is convened for the sake of Kowloon. AB has been by my side for decades, contributing significantly to the Hongxing society. Now his family faces calamity, and I, Jiang Tianxing, am utterly heartbroken. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately locking onto Chun Haonan. Haonan is AB's protege, and I have kept a watchful eye on him. In this incident concerning AB, Haonan disregarded his own life to uncover the truth and avenged his mentor by eliminating the foe, Liang Kuan, for reasons both emotional and rational. As well as in accordance with the rules of our society, the deputy mantle of Kowloon should rightfully rest upon his shoulders. No sooner had his words settled than Brother Ji languidly interjected, his tone dragging, Jiang Sheng, while your reasoning is sound. Why did Liang Kuan seek to annihilate AB's family? The rumors circulating in the underworld are manifold. Some speak of disputes over women, others over business. Yet we must possess concrete evidence to convince the masses. It cannot simply be a matter of declaring vengeance or seizing power. He directed his gaze toward Chun Haonan, his eyes scrutinizing him as if weighing goods. A few individuals with tenuous ties to Brother B also nodded slightly, their expressions indicating a shared skepticism. What grounds did Chun Haonan have to earn their trust? Anticipating this, Chun Haonan remained unfazed. He stepped forward, deftly retrieving a small tape recorder from his pocket and a stack of photographs, presenting them to the red cane holder beside Jiang Tianxing with swift, decisive motions. Jiang Sheng, esteemed elders and brothers, his voice was slightly hoarse, yet each word was articulated with clarity. This tape was procured from Liang Kuan's safe. It contains recordings of conversations between Liang Kuan and his right-hand man, Sha Chong, wherein he explicitly admits to orchestrating the attack. The motive lies in AB thwarting his drug trafficking and his resentment towards AB for supporting me, deeming me a threat to his standing. The photographs depict the assailants from that night, captured by my brothers just prior to Liang Kuan silencing them. One of them bears an Eastern tattoo, which I believe some brothers have encountered before. Upon receiving the items, the red cane holder promptly inserted the tape into an old-fashioned recorder and pressed play. In the next moment, Liang Kuan's distinctive manic laughter intertwined with Sha Chong's submissive responses echoed throughout the assembly hall. Jarring to the ears, that old fool AB always opposes me at meetings, and he wants to support Chun Haonan? He is obstructing my financial avenues. How can I expand my white powder business? Be thorough, leave no trace. I want Chun Haonan to suffer immensely. The recording was brief, lasting only a few seconds. Yet it was sufficient to drain the color from everyone's faces, eliciting a collective intake of breath. The few indistinct yet recognizable photographs circulated among the attendees, with individuals pointing at the figures within, whispering about the tattoo, as many recognized it as belonging to one of Liang Kuan's peripheral henchmen. Damn it! It truly is that scoundrel Liang Kuan. The Crown Prince was the first to slam his palm on the table, producing a thunderous sound that startled those nearby. His face flushed crimson as he bellowed. Not even AB's family, including women and children, should be spared. They deserve their fate. Though he belonged to a different faction than Brother B, they had fought side by side in their youth, traversing through trials of fire and blood. And that bond was unwavering. Haonan has done well. Sister Shursan spoke up coldly, her tone laced with animosity. Her friendship with Brother B ran deep, as Bolan Street and Kowloon were adjacent, often looking out for one another. Such a traitor must be slain, otherwise it would be insufficient to honor ABS spirit. Hanbin closed his Zippo lighter with a click, his tone calm, yet his stance resolute. The evidence is irrefutable. Haonan's vengeance is justified. I support him. Fatty Lai quickly wiped his brow, continually agreeing. Yes, yes. Liang Kuan brought this upon himself, walking into the line of fire. Haonan is avenging our leader. There is no argument against it. Big Fei flashed a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth as he clapped his thigh. Haonan, you're ruthless. You're loyal. I, Big Fei, respect you. Others, initially neutral observers like Kun Tong Sdu and Chaiwan Xiao, witnessing the solid evidence and the steadfast support from powerful figures like the Crown Prince, Sister Shursan, and Han Bin, also nodded in agreement, no longer daring to voice dissent. An elderly gentleman in the back row slowly opened his eyes, his voice aged yet resonant. AB met an unjust death. And Haonan has managed to unearth the true culprit and exact revenge. He possesses both courage and wisdom, as well as loyalty. I have no objections to entrusting Kowloon to him. Once the elders spoke, others were left with no further arguments. Seeing the tide had turned decisively, Brother G chuckled nervously, attempting to smooth things over. Since the evidence is undeniable and all brothers have no objections, I, Brother G, will certainly support Haonan. The youth are formidable indeed. Thus, there were no further dissenting voices. The new leader of Kowloon was officially designated as Chun Haonan. A complex expression flickered in Jiang Tiansheng's eyes. A blend of satisfaction and sorrow for AB. He gradually rose from his seat, retrieving the ebony dragon-headed cane tied with red silk from the purple sandalwood tray held by the red cane bearer, an emblem of the leader of Kowloon. Heavy with the authority of the entire enclave. Chun Haonan. Jiang Tiansheng's voice was solemn, each word resonating throughout the assembly hall. Present. Chun Haonan responded. Kneeling on one knee, his head bowed low, hands clasped in a fist over his shoulder, his tone unwavering, filled with reverence. Today, I, Jiang Tiansheng, in the name of the Hongxing Dragon Head, on behalf of all the elders and brothers of the society, formally confer upon you the position of leader of Kowloon. I hope you will remember the 36 oaths of Hongxing, safeguard Kowloon, lead with honor, and not betray AB and our expectations of you. Haonan accepts this mandate. I shall not fail the trust placed in me by Jiang Sheng and all esteemed elders and brothers. Chun Haonan raised his hands high, firmly grasping the heavy ebony dragon-headed cane, his knuckles whitening as he clutched it tightly. This cane represented honor, responsibility, and a promise to Brother B. Applause erupted once more, even more fervent and sincere than before, echoing throughout the assembly hall. Chun Haonan slowly rose, turning to face all the members present, hands clasped in a respectful gesture, bowing in acknowledgement. Beside him, Shanji and Chao Pai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, fists clenched, their bodies taut with excitement, yet they dared not disrupt their leader, who had finally risen to prominence. As the ceremony concluded, night had fallen, and the evening breeze carried a hint of chill. Chun Haonan declined all invitations from his brothers to celebrate, showing no inclination for socializing. He only took Shanji and Chao Pai with him, driving straight to a secluded, old-style tea restaurant on the outskirts of Kowloon, where Zhou Jiao and Fei Quan had already been waiting in a corner booth. Brother Jiao, I apologize for the wait. Chun Haonan took a seat, his face still bearing the steadiness that came with his new position, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of gratitude for Zhou Jiao. Softening his tone slightly, Brother Nan, no need for formalities. Congratulations on your ascendance. Zhou Jiao nodded slightly, pouring a cup of strong tea for Chun Haonan, the steaming liquid rising in fragrant wisps. He observed closely, noting the shift in Chun Haonan's aura, less of the sharp indignation and sorrow previously displayed, now imbued with the weight of responsibility and commitment following his rise to leadership in Kowloon. Chun Haonan lifted the teacup, taking a sip of the hot tea, warmth coursing down his throat. He delved straight into the matter at hand, omitting any trivialities. I one tea waste words. Brother Jiao, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for your guidance, your assistance in avenging my mentor, and every single act of support. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. As he spoke, he produced a brown paper bag from his pocket, gently sliding it across the table toward Zhou Jiao. His voice earnest. Inside are the documents pertaining to the Blue Moon Bar's lease. Note. Actually a long-term rental contract or management rights agreement, fitting the era, its seal. The profit records for the past 3 years, along with a key. The Blue Moon, located at 73 Lok Road, was previously managed by Brother B. It typically generates a net profit of approximately 50 to 60,000 monthly. From today onward, I entrust the bar to you for full management. All personnel and operations will be under your purview, and I will not interfere. You will retain 30% of the monthly profits. He paused for a moment before adding. Moreover, there is an old storeroom in the bar's basement, well soundproofed and discreet. I have already arranged for it to be cleaned out. From now on, it will serve as our communication point and your first stronghold in Causeway Bay. I will inform the brothers of Hung Hing and the big shots in the circle about the new owner of Blue Moon, Zhou Jiu, who is my brother Qin Haonan. The conditions are clearly laid out. This gift is substantial, not merely in terms of assets, but also as a public endorsement of identity, providing Qin Haonan with a solid backing. Zhou Jiu did not immediately reach for the brown paper bag. He remained silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the bag before returning to Qin Haonan's face. His tone was steady, neither servile nor arrogant. Brother Nan, I will remember this favor, and I will accept the assets. A 30% profit share. Rest assured, I will manage Blue Moon well, ensuring that the monthly income only increases. And I will not let you down. The basement will be transformed into a safe house and communication point, safeguarding our channels of contact. Any whispers of movement on Lockhart Road and all significant news from Causeway Bay will reach you at the earliest opportunity. He made it clear that while he accepted the gift and protection, he also expressed his stance. He, Zhou Jiu, was not merely a beneficiary. From now on, he would reciprocate this trust in his own way, becoming Qin Haonan's most reliable support. Excellent. Qin Haonan exclaimed, slamming the table with approval in his eyes. He extended his hand, his tone resolute. From now on, I will take charge in Causeway Bay, and you will preside over Blue Moon. United as brothers. United as brothers, Zhou Jiu echoed, extending his hand to firmly grasp Qin Haonan's. Their hands clasped tightly together, the grip full of sincerity and the tacit understanding of brotherhood in the underworld. The dim lights of the tea restaurant cast a warm glow, the steam from the hot tea gradually dissipating. Shanji and Fei Quan wisely moved to a neighboring table, leaving ample space for the two men. Qin Haonan absently traced the rim of his cup before lowering his voice. Brother Jiu, Causeway Bay may not be as glamorous as it appears. Although Liang Kuan is dead, his remaining faction still lingers, and Dongxing's crows are eyeing us hungrily. There are also those from my uncle's generation who do not look favorably upon me. Blue Moon is located at the intersection of Palam Street and Causeway Bay. Your presence here means safeguarding half of my territory. Zhou Jiu took a sip of tea, his tone calm. Brother Nan, rest assured, my people will not allow any trouble to encroach upon your territory. However, I must make one thing clear. My principles are that I do not engage in drugs, nor do I harm the innocent. And this will hold true for Blue Moon as well. Of course. Qin Haonan readily agreed, his expression serious. Both B and I detest drugs. This bottom line is one we will always uphold. Your principles will be my principles. Zhou Jiu nodded slightly and continued. Xiao Gui has already placed informants on Lockhart Road. Should there be any disturbances in the future, I will inform you immediately. You are the one in charge in Causeway Bay, and you must maintain a steady facade. I will handle matters behind the scenes. Qin Haonan swallowed hard, a warmth flooding his heart. In the world of the underbelly, where loyalty is spoken of but rarely practiced, Zhou Jiu's sincerity was a rare find. He patted Zhou Jiu's shoulder with a heavy hand. Brother Jiu, you are truly a man of honor. From now on, your affairs will be my affairs as well. Any establishment in Causeway Bay, just give the word, and my people will be at your service. No need, Zhou Jiu replied, shaking his head, his tone still steady. What I seek is mutual support, not dependency. You maintain the facade of Causeway Bay, while I keep a watchful eye over Blue Moon. Such a brotherhood is what will endure. Qin Haonan was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Very well. We shall do as you say. From here on, united as brothers, let us see who dares to stir trouble in Causeway Bay. They exchanged smiles, their cups clinking lightly, the tea splashing gently, casting two resolute silhouettes in the dim light. The warm glow of the tea restaurant enveloped them, the steam curling between them, solidifying this alliance. Zhou Jiu understood that from this moment forth, his foundation in Causeway Bay had truly been laid. Blue Moon was not merely a cash cow, but a hub of intelligence. A stronghold, a glimmering badge of honor bestowed by the Hung Hing's appointed ones in Causeway Bay. With this badge, he could finally establish himself securely in this turbulent, perilous underworld of Hong Kong. In the deep of night, under a heavy darkness, with silence enveloping all, Zhou Jiu returned to his temporary residence, closing the door behind him. With a thought, he summoned the system panel visible only to him, his greatest reliance in this underworld. Dragon's Roar 9 Heaven System, host, Zhou Jiu current realm, Straw Shoe, accumulated Dragon Chi value pending settlement, Dragon Chi value acquisition record, counterkilled Horfo's lackey, activated system, 10. Rescued and recruited Fei Quan, 25. Fei Quan formally pledged loyalty, 5. Defeated Hua Fo, seized the arcade, Elevated realm to straw shoe. Accumulated should reach 100. Final battle at Kowloon Bay warehouse. Using headshot heavy fist to defeat Leon Cohen's head horse. Completed the decapitation flag raising. 50. Awarded management rights to Blue Moon Bar, important asset and stronghold. Expected to gain Dragon Chi growth. Pinning system settlement. Unlocked skills. 1. Table flipping intimidation, active. 2. Headshot heavy fist, active. 3. Bloodstained garment, passive trigger, items. No items currently acquired. Funds and assets. Cash, approximately several thousand HKD. Main sources, protection fees from Xing Wang Mahjong House. Initial income from the arcade, specific figures not detailed in text. Stable monthly income, protection fees, Xing Wang Mahjong House approximately 2,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. Arcade income, unknown, but should have some surplus. New addition, 30 stake in Blue Moon Bar, expected monthly dividends of 150,000 to 180,000 HKD, as informed by Chun Haonan. Asset management rights, protection rights over Xing Wang Mahjong House, non-ownership. Actual control rights over the arcade, non-ownership. New addition, actual management rights and usage rights for Blue Moon Bar, including business premises and concealed basement. Team size, core group of 5, Zhou, Fei Quan, Xiao Gui, Da Sha, a Ming, with several peripheral personnel. Network of relationships, life and death allies, Chun Haonan, Hung Hing, Causeway Bay Authority. Team members, Fei Quan, head horse, Xiao Gui, intelligence. Da Sha, enforcer, a Ming driver. Taking over Blue Moon Bar marked a milestone for Zhou, a brand new starting point. He raised his hand to turn off the system panel, his gaze drifting through the window, landing on the distant, hazy blue neon lights of Lockhart Road. There, he would establish his eyes and ears, constructing the first lookout tower and fortress in this tumultuous, perilous underworld of Hong Kong. Chapter 18, The Eyes of Blue Moon. In the night of Lockhart Road, the neon sign of Blue Moon Bar shone blindingly, enveloped in blue mist, accompanied by the soothing strains of jazz wafting through the streets. Zhou and Fei Quan stood across the street, their eyes locked onto the 3-story old tenement building. The exterior walls were weathered and peeling, yet the windows gleamed brightly. The raucous voices from the first floor audible even across the road. Boss, this place is ours from now on. Fei Quan leaned closer, his voice lowered. Excitement barely contained in his eyes. Having navigated the underworld for many years, he understood that this bar was no ordinary establishment. It was a genuine hub for intelligence and networking. Indeed, it is our responsibility to manage this place, Zhou replied, casting him a sidelong glance. His tone flat as he stepped across the road and pushed open the heavy teak door. As the door swung open, they stepped into an entirely different world. Warm yellow wall lights illuminated the deep brown leather seats, polished to a reflective sheen. Behind the bar, bottles were stacked densely. The sharp scent of whiskey and the rich aroma of tobacco mingling with a hint of cologne, creating an enticing atmosphere. It was still early, and the clientele was sparse. A few office workers huddled over their drinks in a booth, while 2 men sat at the bar, indulging in solitary drinks. A record player in the corner spun slowly, playing Su Xiaofeng's Through Storms and Rain, adding to the relaxed ambience. An elderly man, lean and sprightly, approached them quickly, appearing to be in his 60s. Impeccably dressed in a waistcoat, his hair slicked back. His eyes were sharp but not cunning. Mr. Zhou. Yes, it's you, right? I am Uncle Fu. Brother Nin has briefed me. Welcome, welcome. Uncle Fu spoke with the tone of an old-fashioned bartender, respectful without a hint of flattery. Uncle Fu, I will be relying on you a lot in the future. Zhou nodded, his gaze sweeping across the 40 seats on the ground floor, the 2 entrances. The staircase leading to the 2nd floor beside the bar, and a small door that led to the kitchen, comprehending the layout at a glance. It was as it should be, indeed. Uncle Fu guided the 2 inside, and Zhou Sheng inquired where to start. The 1st floor served as the business area, while the 2nd floor housed the offices and lounge. The basement, as instructed by Nangu, had been completely cleared, and the key was in hand. He extracted a brass key from his keychain and handed it to Zhou. Grasping the key, Zhou succinctly declared, "Let us first inspect the basement." The entrance to the basement was located behind the small door at the bar, down a narrow staircase. Upon pushing open the heavy iron door, a 20 square meter space lay empty, illuminated only by a few dim yellow bulbs. The cement walls had been treated for moisture, and a faint musty odor lingered in the air, though ventilation was relatively adequate. Previously used for storing liquor and miscellaneous items, the soundproofing was quite effective. The music from above was barely audible. Uncle Fu added this information. Zhou nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. Adding a table, a few chairs, a radio, and some emergency supplies would transform this space into an ideal safe house and communication point. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he found the 2 offices modest in size. One belonged to Uncle Fu, with ledgers and documents meticulously arranged, while the other was vacant, containing only an old desk and a filing cabinet. The lounge was even simpler, furnished with merely a bed and a wardrobe, devoid of any other items. Returning to the bar on the first floor, Zhou ordered a glass of ice water and straightforwardly inquired about the details. What time does the bar open? Who are the patrons? What are the monthly expenses and revenues? Uncle Fu, well versed in the business, responded promptly. The bar opens at 4 in the afternoon and closes at 2 in the morning on weekdays, while it operates overnight on weekends. The clientele primarily consists of young professionals from nearby office buildings, with some dubious characters dropping by in the evenings for drinks and conversations. The monthly rent is $8,500, with salaries totaling $18,000, including 4 bartenders, 2 cleaners, and 1 cook, and liquor costs amount to $30,000, while utilities and miscellaneous expenses are $3,000. Over the past 6 months, the average net profit ranged from $50,000 to $60,000, with the account books available upstairs for Zhou Sheng to review at any time. Zhou silently calculated that with a 30% share, he could expect to receive between $15,000 to $18,000 each month, which, combined with his existing income, would provide a comfortable cash flow. All employees would remain, with their benefits unchanged. Zhou turned to Uncle Fu, his tone resolute, stating that daily operations would still be under his purview, while significant decisions should be discussed with him. Pausing for emphasis, he added a further request to pay close attention to customers, particularly unfamiliar faces and any unusual activities, keeping detailed notes and reporting to him regularly. Uncle Fu's eyes flickered with understanding, and he nodded vigorously. Understood, Zhou Sheng. The following afternoon, the informant was summoned to the vacant office on the second floor. Zhou sat behind the old desk, observing the busy traffic on Lok Road through the window. From now on, this will be one of your offices, he stated, tapping the desk with his fingertips, his tone serious. The bar is a hub for information, and I need you to transform this place into our eyes and ears. The informant sat upright in his chair, attentive. Boss, how shall we proceed? Develop informants. Zhou articulated, raising a finger for emphasis. They need not be sophisticated, but they must be reliable. First, the valet. He knows what cars our guests drive, their arrival and departure times, and who they are with. Second, the hostesses. What guests say in a relaxed state is far more valuable than what is extracted through direct inquiry. Third, the cleaning lady. In the corners and trash bins, there may be unexpected clues. The informant's mind raced, and he immediately replied, understood. The valet and cleaning lady can be incentivized with money, while the hostesses will depend on their personalities. Some need protection, while others may present opportunities. You have my full authority to manage this. Zhou retrieved an envelope from the drawer, containing 5,000 Hong Kong dollars, and handed it over, instructing that each person receive a fixed monthly allowance, keeping it discreet, disguised as a beverage subsidy or performance bonus. His gaze turned serious. There is but one requirement. If you see or hear anything suspicious or related to the Underworld, report it directly to me, without going through anyone else. The informant clutched the envelope tightly, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, boss, I will have it sorted within a week. The informant's efficiency was impressive. By the 4th evening, he brought 3 individuals to Zhou. The valet, Wei, in his early 20s, had a dark complexion and shifty eyes, having worked as a valet on Lok Road for 2 years and memorizing the license plates of regulars at various night spots. Brother Jiu. Wei is trustworthy. His mother is ill and urgently needs money. He's clever and discreet, and won't speak indiscriminately, the informant introduced. The hostess, Ping, aged 25 or 26, was not exceptionally beautiful, but possessed a mature charm, speaking softly and adeptly navigating social interactions. Having recently joined Blue Moon after enduring mistreatment at another establishment, she was well liked by customers who enjoyed conversing with her, gathering more information than anyone else, and seeking a stable protector. The informant lowered his voice. The cleaning lady, Sister Lawn, in her 50s, was petite and efficient, working as a cleaner in an office during the day and supplementing her income at the bar for 4 hours in the evening. She was meticulous. If anything was amiss in the trash bins, she would be the first to notice, as her son was in high school and urgently needed funds for tuition. Zhou met each of them privately for a few minutes in the second-floor office, employing neither coercion nor bribery, but clearly stating his expectations and offering promises. Observe any anomalies and report regularly, with additional rewards for diligence. Those who are loyal would not be mistreated, and they could approach him or the informant directly in case of issues. The 3 readily agreed, solidifying their mutually beneficial relationships. The informant promptly established a reporting mechanism every Wednesday at 4 in the afternoon before the bar opened. The 3 would rotate reporting information under the pretext of collecting their allowances or handing over shifts. In urgent situations, they would use signals. Wei would park in a specific manner. Ping would order a particular cheap drink, and Sister Lon would mark her cleaning tools. Upon seeing these signals, immediate action would be taken. On the 5th day of establishing this intelligence network, they caught wind of something significant. On Wednesday afternoon, Alway reported. His face tense. Boss, over the past 2 days, an old Toyota, license plate XX2345, has been parked across the street for 2 consecutive nights without anyone getting out, with someone inside staring fixedly at the bar entrance. He paused to add, last night there were 2 people, but today only 1. I've never seen this car or plate before. The informant immediately sensed a shift, probing for exact times and physical descriptions before rushing to report to Zhou. Zhou, engrossed in reviewing the account books, laid down his pen upon hearing this, his expression growing colder. Someone is quite interested in Blue Moon. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly issued orders. Fei Quan, you and Desha stay hidden in the back alley and across the street tonight. Do not reveal yourselves. He then turned to the informant. Have Wei continue monitoring without alerting them. Ping and Sister Lon should carry on with their duties, focusing on any unfamiliar faces within the bar, particularly those paying attention to you and me. That evening, Zhou deliberately lingered until closing time before exiting through the front door, sliding into the old car driven by Fei Quan. The vehicle merged smoothly into the traffic on Lok Road, maintaining a steady pace. Boss, they are following us, Fei Quan whispered, glancing in the rearview mirror. Zhou cast a casual glance at the old Toyota trailing closely behind, maintaining a perfect distance. Do not return to our usual spot. Take a detour through Mong Kok. Then head towards the boxing gym near Prince Edward. The car circled Kowloon for half an hour, with the Toyota steadfastly tailing them, only hesitating to turn around and speed away as they neared the street leading to the boxing gym. TCH, afraid to enter Prince Edward's territory? Fei Quan scoffed. They are merely scouting, observing my route and personnel. Zhou leaned back in his seat, his tone calm. Alway's information proved invaluable. Had he not received this intel in advance, he would have only realized the situation upon arriving home, which would have been too late. Upon returning to their temporary hideout, Zhou produced 1,000 Hong Kong dollars and handed it to the informant. 500 for Alway. And the other 500 you may distribute at your discretion between Ping and Sister Lon. Let them know that this information was exceptionally useful. He patted the informant's shoulder. From now on, we will operate under this rule. Valuable information will be rewarded. The informant accepted the money, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Nodding vigorously, he understood that his efforts had genuinely aided the team and earned him the boss's recognition. This preliminary intelligence network, cast for the first time, had successfully captured a lead. Chapter 19, The Rules of the Territory. In the afternoon, Blue Moon Bar basked in the sunlight streaming through, with floating dust particles illuminated clearly in the rays. Uncle Fu squatted behind the bar, checking the drink inventory, while 2 waitstaff diligently wiped down tables and chairs, polishing the surfaces until they gleamed. Zhou sat in the second-floor office, listening to the informant report on the new week's intelligence. The watchers across the street had withdrawn, and the informant pointed to the notes on his pad, speaking rapidly. However, yesterday afternoon, a subordinate of Eastern Star, known as Beng Erhua, was spotted at a tea restaurant 3 streets away. He paused for a moment and added, it seems these folks have no intention of backing down. Just as Zhou was about to speak, a sudden uproar erupted from downstairs, filled with shouts of violence and the clatter of overturned tables and chairs, causing the floor to tremble. Tell your boss to come out. The Crow has sent someone to collect. Zhou exchanged glances with the thin ghost, and without a word, they sprang into action, racing downstairs. The first floor had descended into chaos. 2 bar stools lay overturned, and Uncle Fu was being pushed back repeatedly by a burly man in a floral shirt, his back pressed against the wall, his face pale. 5 henchmen in black t-shirts blocked the entrance, the leader being the infamous Broken Ear Hua, whom they had encountered at the tea restaurant, missing a piece of his left ear. His floral shirt open, revealing a gruesome scar on his chest. Who is the boss? Are you deaf? Broken Ear Hua kicked over a nearby trash can, sending garbage spilling everywhere. The stench overwhelming. I am, Zhou replied as he descended the stairs, his voice steady and devoid of fluctuation, each step taken with firm resolve. Broken Ear Hua scrutinized him, grinning to reveal a set of yellowed teeth, his tone brash. So you're Zhou, the new handler for the Blue Moon? Do you understand the rules of the street? The territory fee for this block is 10,000 a month, which was previously paid to our Crow. Now that you've taken over, it's your responsibility to settle this. The 4 henchmen behind him stepped forward, hands resting on their bulging waistbands, clearly concealing weapons. Zhou halted before the bar, casting a glance at the pushed-around Uncle Fu, then at the overturned furniture, before finally raising his gaze to Broken Ear Hua. His tone chilling. The Blue Moon was previously under Brother B's management, but now it is entrusted to me by Brother Nan. This is Causeway Bay, the territory of Hung Hing. When did it become the East Star's place to collect fees? Hung Hing. Broken Ear Hua scoffed. nearly spitting in Zhou Jio's face. Chun Haonan just ascended. Whether he can hold on to his position is still in question. Our crow intends to collect from this street, and Hung Hing must show us some respect. Enough talk. 10,000 now, or I'll smash your pathetic bar to bits. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the small door to the kitchen was flung open with a crash. Fei Quan and Desha charged out, steel pipes in hand, clanging ominously. A Ming also appeared from the back door, blocking off the escape route on the other side. The thin ghost quietly retreated to the corner of the staircase, clutching the walkie-talkie that Zhou Jio had procured just yesterday, though it was merely a pair. It sufficed to contact their brothers outside. Thinking of making a move? Broken Ear Hua's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew a machete from his waistband, the blade gleaming ominously and dizzying to behold. With just you few? Zhou Jio, don't push your luck. The air in the bar instantly froze. One could hear a pin drop amidst the tension as both sides stood on the brink of violence. Yet, Zhou Jio smiled, not out of fear or anger, but with an understanding smile tinged with a hint of pity. His eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade, slicing through Broken Ear Hua's facade, piercing straight into the most vulnerable part of his heart. The gaze of Brother Jiaqian, active during negotiations, this can consume mental fortitude to exert pressure on a single target, potentially causing them to waver on their opening terms, effectiveness depending on the disparity of will between the parties. System annotation, derived from the signature skill of the classic character Brother Jiaqian. It's not about adding money, but making you feel like you should add money. Broken Ear Hua felt his heart skip a beat under that gaze, a chill creeping up his neck, as if every little thought of his had been laid bare. He saw through the bluster, recognized that the crow had merely sent him to test the waters, and understood that he lacked the courage to truly stir trouble in Chun Haonan's territory. His grip on the knife involuntarily slackened for a moment, then tightened again as he barked, "What are you looking at? Pay up. Money? Not a single cent will be given." Zhou Jio's voice was soft, yet felt like a hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. The Blue Moon is under Hung Hing's jurisdiction, and I am a man of Hung Hing. The East Star's hands cannot reach into Causeway Bay. That is the rule. He stepped forward, closing the distance to just 2 meters from Broken Ear Hua, his tone growing more grave. "You can destroy this place today, but after you do, consider whether you can walk out of Causeway Bay alive. Brother Nin is newly in power and is in need of a target to establish his authority. Do you think he will overlook someone smashing up his territory under the East Star's crow?" Broken Ear Hua's expression shifted rapidly. He was acutely aware that he had come merely to probe. The crow had long said, if money could be collected, then collect it. If not, stir up a ruckus. Engage Zhou Jio's mettle, never intending to truly escalate to violence. If he were to destroy the establishment that Chun Haonan had just gifted, it would be tantamount to slapping the new leader of Hung Hing in the face, a consequence he could not bear. "Are you trying to scare me?" Broken Ear Hua feigned bravado, yet his voice had softened considerably. "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm merely stating the facts." Zhou Jio's gaze sharpened further, his look clearly conveying, "You are but a pawn, unworthy of risking your life for a mere 5,000 in running costs." Sweat beads began to form on Broken Ear Hua's forehead, soaking his back. His henchmen also sensed the change in atmosphere, shrinking back, their eyes darting nervously, no longer daring to advance. Just then, the bar door was kicked open with a loud bang. Shanji entered with 4 brothers, each clutching long objects wrapped in newspaper, unmistakably not of the benign variety. He surveyed the scene, raising an eyebrow, his tone mocking. "Oh, what a lively gathering. The East Star dares to come to Causeway Bay to collect fees? Huagu, you've got some guts." Broken Ear Hua's face drained of color. Who was Shanji? A staunch ally of Chun Haonan, a ruthless figure within Hung Hing. His presence here signified that Chun Haonan had been aware of this situation long before. "Brother Shan." Broken Ear Hua managed to force a smile, his voice trembling. "It's all a misunderstanding. Our crow merely sent me to greet the new boss." "Greet?" Shanji stepped beside Zhou Jio, sneering as he glanced at the machete in Broken Ear Hua's hand, then at Uncle Fu cowering in the corner. "You bring a knife to greet? And you push our Hung Hing people around? Huagu, your method of greeting is quite unique." Cold sweat streamed down Broken Ear Hua's forehead. He realized there was no way out of this situation today. He shot Zhou Jio a fierce glare, gritting his teeth as he sheathed his knife, leaving behind a hard line. "Fine, Zhou Jio, you've got guts. I will report every word of today's events to the crow. We're leaving." With that, he turned to make his escape. "Wait." Zhou Jio spoke, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Broken Ear Hua turned back, his eyes fierce enough to devour. "What more do you want? The damaged property and the people who pushed us around. Are you just going to walk away?" Zhou Jio pointed at the overturned tables and then at the pale-faced Uncle Fu. "The medical expenses and losses amount to 1,000. Pay up, and you can leave." "You." Broken Ear Hua's face turned an ashen hue, trembling with rage. He came to collect money, only to find himself on the hook for compensation. If this got out, How would he face the East Star again? Shanji took a step forward, his gaze growing icy. The brothers behind him moved in closer, their newspaper-wrapped objects creaking ominously. Fei Quan, Desha, and a Ming surrounded them, each with fierce expressions, blocking Broken Ear Hua's escape. Looking at the encroaching figures, Broken Ear Hua understood he had no retreat left. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a crumpled stack of bills from his pocket, counted out 10 notes, and flung them to the ground with force. Is this enough? Pick it up and place it on the bar, Zhou Jiu replied coolly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Broken Ear Hua's eyes nearly sparked with fury, but seeing the hostile crowd surrounding him, he could only suppress his anger, bend down to retrieve the money, and slap it heavily on the bar before turning to flee, leaving even the scattered trash behind. The mountain chicken gazed at the retreating figures of those fleeing in disarray, then turned to Zhou Jiu with a smile, his tone filled with admiration. Brother Jiu, you handled that splendidly. Nangu was concerned that you might struggle to manage the Dongxing crew since you just took over. So he sent me to assess the situation. It appears I needn't intervene at all. Thank you, Brother Mountain Chicken, and please extend my gratitude to Nangu as well. Zhou Jiu replied, nodding sincerely. I appreciate you making the trip. We're brothers, no need for pleasantries. Mountain Chicken clapped Zhou Jiu on the shoulder, his voice exuberant. If Dongxing dares to stir trouble again, just give me a call. This territory in Causeway Bay is not a playground for their kind. That evening, within the raucous private room of a nightclub in Kowloon, the mingling scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume created an almost suffocating atmosphere. Crow perched, listening intently to the embellished report from Beng Erhua, his expression devoid of emotion, while his fingers tapped rhythmically on the glass tabletop. A tempo that set Beng Erhua's heart racing with anxiety. So, you didn't collect the money, and instead were coerced into compensating 1,000, only to slink back in defeat? Crow's voice was calm, yet as chilling as ice, sending shivers down Beng Erhua's spine. Boss, it's not my fault. Beng Erhua quickly defended himself, his tone rising in pitch. That Zhou Jiu was too arrogant, constantly invoking Chun Haonan's name, and he even called in Mountain Chicken. I truly had no way to handle it. Chun Haonan. Crow licked his lips, a glint of ruthless intent flashing in his eyes. Just ascended to power, and he's already shielding his men? Intriguing, quite intriguing. He rose from his seat and strolled to the window, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the neon-lit skyline of Kowloon, the lights casting a cold glow on his face. Beng Erhua, did you notice that Zhou Jiu regarded you with a rather peculiar gaze? Yes, indeed, boss. Beng Erhua recalled that unsettling look, nodding vigorously. His eyes gave me the creeps, as if he could read my every thought, seeing right through me. Crow turned to face him, a strange smile playing on his lips, a blend of admiration and cruelty. He's bold, confident, and possesses a gaze that can intimidate. This Zhou Jiu is becoming increasingly appealing to me. Boss, how about I bring more men and deal with him directly? Beng Erhua suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture with a fierce tone. You fool. Crow erupted in anger, kicking over a nearby coffee table, shards of glass scattering across the floor. Beng Erhua stumbled back in fright, not daring to utter a word. To move against Chun Haonan in Causeway Bay? Are you insane? Crow pointed a finger at Beng Erhua, his voice sharp. Do you wish to ignite an all-out war between Dongxing and Hunghing? The time is not right. Do you understand? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, yet his gaze remained even colder than before. Continue to monitor Blue Moon closely. Keep an eye on Zhou Jiu. Crow commanded in a low tone, imbued with an unmistakable authority. I want to know what he does daily, whom he meets, and any vulnerabilities he may possess. A tough nut like him cannot be cracked hastily. We must wear him down slowly, discover his softest spot, and then. Crow's words trailed off as he extended his tongue, slowly licking his lips, eyes gleaming with a greedy and cruel hunger, as if savoring a delicacy. Beng Erhua hastily nodded and bowed. Yes, boss. I will arrange it right away and ensure we keep a close watch on him. Crow resumed his seat on the sofa, picked up a wine glass from the table, and gently swirled the red liquid within, reflecting his chilling gaze. Zhou Jiu, he murmured softly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I've taken note of you. In my lifetime, I, Crow, relish tackling tough challenges. I hope you can endure this game for a bit longer. If you yield too soon, it would be dreadfully dull. Chapter 20, The Rise of the Dragon. In the dead of night, the Blue Moon Bar closed its doors, the establishment falling into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Zhou Jiu sat alone in the office on the second floor. Outside, the neon lights along Lockhart Road flickered out one by one, leaving only a few street lamps casting dim shadows. With a thought, he summoned a translucent blue panel visible only to himself, glowing conspicuously in the dark room. Dragon's Roar System. Host, Zhou Jiu. Current realm, Grass Shoe Dragon Chi value, 215,500 daily Dragon Chi earnings, 15 points. Source, stable territory, team size, ally relations. As the data pulsed and updated, Zhou Jiu mentally calculated. Activating the system for counterattack yields 10 points. Rescuing Fei Quan earns 25 points. Fei Quan's loyalty grants 5 points. Winning against Wafuo for territory, approximately 60 points. The decisive battle in Kowloon Bay, 50 points. Driving away Dongxing Crow, 25 points. Acquiring Blue Moon Bar. The system estimated an additional 20 points, totaling 215 points, perfectly matching the panel's figures. With 500 points needed for the next realm, Red Stick. He still had a distance to cover, but the rate at which his Dragon Chi was increasing had noticeably accelerated. System notification: Dragon Chi value surpasses 200 points. Meeting the conditions for skill unlocking. Unlocked skill: Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, beginner, skill description, originating from the combat system of Tony and Fuse. This skill integrates ground grappling techniques from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with standing joint locks, emphasizing control and submission, ideal for creating advantages in confined spaces or one-on-one confrontations. Upon unlocking, the host will master basic techniques and principles of exertion. Mastery level: beginner, can teach others the basics. Almost simultaneously, a surge of unfamiliar muscle memory and various combat scenarios flooded Zhou Jiu's mind. How to lock a crossbody hold, the angles for a triangle choke, and the timing for a leg sweep. All these techniques seamlessly fused with his body, which had already been enhanced by the system. As if he had practiced them 1,000 times. He steadied himself and practiced several movements slowly in the office. His body felt significantly more agile than before, with increased control over his joints, especially in leg movements, which now offered many more options for variation. Not bad, Zhou Jiu concluded, standing still. A flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. System notification: team has begun to take shape. Core members: 5, possesses stable industries and territories, qualifying for additional rewards. Reward acquired: Jianghu Order Arrow, trial version. X1, item effect. Can be used in critical situations, when life is severely threatened or facing insurmountable obstacles, to randomly summon a projection of a brother with whom the host shares a life and death bond to assist in battle. Lasting 3 minutes. The projection possesses some combat awareness and experience of that brother, but has no physical form and cannot inflict physical harm, primarily used to create chaos, confuse enemies, or provide crucial tactical guidance. Limitations: trial version can only be used once and will disappear after use. No cooldown period, single-use item. Note: the road of Jianghu is long. Sometimes, a bit of luck in the shadow of a brother is necessary. An ancient bronze arrow's phantom shimmered briefly on the panel before transforming into a stream of light that melded into Zhou Jiu's body. He could distinctly feel that with a mere thought, he could summon this power, but the opportunity was limited to just once. Zhou Jiu took a deep breath and raised his hand to turn off the panel. Skills and items were trump cards, yet to truly establish a foothold in the Jianghu, one relied on tangible strength and strategy. He unfurled a map of Hong Kong he had obtained from Uncle Fu, his gaze sweeping across the island of Causeway Bay to the Kowloon Peninsula across Victoria Harbor. In 1984, Zhou Jiu circled several areas in Kowloon with a red pen. Kuntong, Kowloon City, Mong Kok. No matter how favorable Causeway Bay might be, it ultimately belonged to Chun Haonan's core territory. Developing here would forever confine him to the role of an ally, never a decision-maker. To be truly independent, he needed to establish his own foundation. The Kowloon district was a chaotic blend of new and old forces, ripe for seizing opportunities amidst the turmoil. Moreover, the threat posed by Dongxing Crow loomed large before him. Rather than sitting idle and adopting a passive defense, it is far more advantageous to proactively expand our territory, drawing the battlefield to the enemy's stronghold. The thought grows clearer. In the first half of 1984, we must first stabilize the existing industries in Causeway Bay, transforming Blue Moon into a solid fortress that serves both as an intelligence hub and a source of cash flow. Simultaneously, leveraging Chan Honam's connections, we should gradually infiltrate Kowloon, seeking suitable entry points, whether to establish business collaborations, absorb the small factions of the younger gangsters, or even, akin to the likes of Saga, start from the grassroots level of intelligence gathering. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts Chow Cao's contemplation. Fei Chen strides in, holding 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, and immediately inquires, "Haven't you taken a break yet?" Saga just caught wind that there hasn't been any new movements from East Star. But that scoundrel Crow is getting drunk with his crew, boasting that he'll eventually deal with us at Blue Moon. Chow Cao receives the beer and gestures with a nod of his chin towards Fei Chen. "Sit down. Just the person I wanted to see." He places the beer bottles on the table and stands up. "I've recently grasped a new fighting technique called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, primarily focusing on ground grappling and joint locks, which suits your current style perfectly. Are you interested in learning?" Fei Chen's eyes light up instantly as he nods vigorously. "If boss teaches me. Of course I want to learn." For the next 2 hours, Cao Cao clears a space in the office on the second floor, teaching Fei Quan the fundamentals of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu step by step. They begin with the most basic falling techniques, followed by the fundamental crosslocks, and ultimately, how to use leg control to manage an opponent's center of gravity. Fei Quan practices earnestly, initially finding himself easily subdued by Cao Cao, his joints aching from the locks. Yet the excitement in his eyes grows ever stronger. He can distinctly feel that this technique is vastly different from the rough street fighting he was accustomed to. It emphasizes skill and timing. Once mastered, he will be able to dominate most of the street thugs who rely solely on brute force. Cao Cao pulls Fei Quan up from the ground, patting him on the shoulder. Remember, this dance is not meant for show. It's designed to swiftly incapacitate your opponent. You possess the strength and reaction time. What you lack is technique and systematic training. From now on, I will dedicate an hour every afternoon to teach you. Thank you, boss. Fei Quan rises, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with gratitude. He understands clearly that Cao Cao is deliberately nurturing him. As they sit down to rest, Cao Cao begins to outline the current status of their team. Core team. 5 members, Cao Cao, Fei Quan, Saga, Big Fool, Ming, each fulfilling their roles. Reliable external personnel. Approximately 10, former subordinates of Hua Fo, those from the gang willing to follow Sang Bo, and newly recruited bar security. Main sources of income. 1. Blue Moon Bar with a 30 stake, approximately 18 million monthly. 2. Protection fees from a prosperous mahjong parlor, 2,000 monthly. 3. Arcade revenue, approximately 8,000 monthly after expenses. 4. Newly acquired. 3 stalls left by Sang Bo, mahjong parlor, arcade, video rental store. With Sai Gui having conducted a preliminary inventory. After deducting wages, rent, and the share owed to the syndicate, the monthly net profit is approximately 350,000, slightly lower than expected due to some loss of clientele. Total monthly cash flow, around 60,000 Hong Kong dollars, after deducting team expenses. Assets, no owned properties. But effectively controlling the Blue Moon Bar, including the basement, the protection rights of the prosperous mahjong parlor, the operating rights of the arcade, and the 3 stalls left by Sang Bo. This scale already represents a notable force in Causeway Bay, especially with Chan Honam backing us. Sai Gui. Cao Cao does not turn his head, looking at Sai Gui, who has quietly appeared at the door. Do you have any other news? Sai Gui tiptoes in. Lowering his voice, 2 pieces of news. First, there are no new movements from East Star's Crow, but his underling, the one named Bien Hua, is still keeping tabs in the vicinity. Secondly, he pauses, his tone growing heavier. I've received word that Sang Bo will soon be released from prison. The exact date is the 8th of next month. Cao Cao's gaze sharpens, and the atmosphere around him grows tense. Fei Quan leaps to his feet, his fists clenching with a cracking sound, his voice deepening. That scoundrel is finally getting out? Boss, we must resolve this once and for all. Sang Bo, the relentless loan shark who pursued Fei Quan for his brother's medical expenses, was previously outsmarted by Cao Cao, leading to the demise of his top henchman at a street-side stall, executed by Cao Cao himself. While his remaining forces have been absorbed, he has been imprisoned in Stanley due to an insufficient sentence. Now, upon his release, given his vengeful nature, he will undoubtedly come seeking retribution. On the 8th of next month, Cao Cao muses for a few seconds before lifting his gaze to Fei Quan. There are still 20 days, which is ample time for preparation. He looks at Fei Quan, his tone serious. Sang Bo's target will undoubtedly be you and me. He knows it would be difficult to directly confront me, so he is likely to strike at you or those close to you. Starting tomorrow, your younger brother and mother will move to my newly rented place, and I will assign someone to watch over them. You must also remain vigilant when coming and going. Fei Quan nods emphatically, his resolve unwavering. Understood. Sai Gui. Cao Cao turns to issue further instructions. Send someone to keep a close watch on Stanley and gather intelligence on Sang Bo's former connections. The moment he is released, I want to know where he goes and who he contacts. Additionally, we must reinforce the security at Blue Moon, especially in the back alley and side entrance. We cannot afford any oversights. Yes, boss. Sai Gui promptly acknowledges. Once the arrangements are complete, Cao Cao paces to the window, gazing out at the night-lit Victoria Harbor. The lights of Kowloon twinkle like stars, a realm filled with greater opportunities, yet also concealing more adversaries like Sang Bo and Crow. The year 1984 promises to be anything but tranquil. Yet he is no longer that frail young man gasping for breath in the rain-soaked alley. He possesses a system, brothers by his side, territory under his command, and a strategy in place. The dragon has raised its head, it will no longer hide. Chapter 21. The Return of Sang Bo. The iron gate of Stanley Prison creaks open slowly in the morning mist. Sang Bo steps over the threshold, inhaling the air of freedom deeply. 3 years of imprisonment, neither too long nor too short. yet sufficient for him to reflect on the folly of underestimating the young Cao Cao and for not eliminating him and Fei Chen. The first order of business upon his release is to ensure that both of them pay a bloody price. He has emerged from prison with a more robust physique, his shaved head now showing stubble, and a new scar running horizontally across his left cheekbone, a souvenir from his time in prison, enhancing the already fierce countenance he possesses. Waiting at the prison gate are three of his former subordinates, impatiently anticipating his arrival. Boss, a young man with yellow hair rushes forward, deftly offering a cigarette. Sangbo takes the cigarette, using the lighter in the young man's hand to ignite it, taking a deep drag before exhaling a cloud of smoke, his voice low. Sai Hung, how did it go with the things I instructed you to keep an eye on before I went in? The young man named Sai Hung promptly lowers his voice. Boss, everything has been thoroughly investigated. Cao Cao is no longer the same. He has taken over Blue Moon Bar and is now on friendly terms with Chan Honam, with a crew of over a dozen men. Fei Chen remains by his side, acting as his top lieutenant. Fei Chen's younger brother, Ah Kit, is 10 years old this year, attending 4th grade at Sacred Heart Primary School, and is typically picked up by Fei Chen or their mother at 3:30 p.m. every day. Fei Chen's mother works at the market, from early morning until late afternoon. Sangbo squints, his tone grave. Chan Honam's people? This complicates matters. Pausing for a moment, his gaze hardens as he states with conviction, however, the debt of blood must be repaid. I want Cao Cao and Fei Chen to suffer a fate worse than death. With a snap of his fingers, he extinguishes the cigarette but underfoot, darkly asserting, Cao Cao has a large crew and the support of Chan Honam. A direct confrontation will be difficult. However, the little brother is the most susceptible to wandering off. In an instant, the young man comprehended and promptly responded, Boss, we have already mapped out the route. There is a narrow alley behind St. Hart Primary School that is seldom frequented. His mother sometimes runs late, so Ajie tends to walk to the nearby park to wait. Tomorrow afternoon is Parents' Day. Many parents will be at the school, making it the perfect opportunity. A sinister grin spread across Sangbo's face, his eyes glinting with malice. It's tomorrow then. Remember, keep your hands clean and leave no traces. Once we have him bound, take him to the usual spot. I intend to play with Zhou Jio and Ajie to the very end. At 3:40 in the afternoon, the back alley of St. Hart Primary School in Causeway Bay was silent. Ajie, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, walked alone in the desolate alley. His mother had to go to the hospital for a follow-up appointment today, and his brother had assured him that an uncle would come to pick him up. Yet, he looked around and saw no familiar faces. He recalled his brother mentioning that if no one came, he should wait at the nearby park first. A dilapidated van was parked at the alley's entrance, dusty and worn. As Ajie passed by, the door suddenly swung open with a loud clang. Two robust hands shot out and gripped his collar tightly, yanking him forcefully into the vehicle. Following that, a drug-soaked handkerchief was pressed firmly over his mouth and nose. Ajie flailed desperately for a few seconds before his head drooped, and he lost consciousness entirely. The van roared to life and sped away, leaving the alley in an eerie calm as if nothing had transpired. At 4 in the afternoon, in the second-floor office of the Blue Moon Bar, Fei Quan was drenched in sweat, repeatedly practicing Brazilian jiu-jitsu ground techniques on the floor, while Zhou Jio stood nearby, occasionally correcting his movements. Suddenly, a young man burst in, pale and breathless. Boss, it's urgent, he exclaimed. Awe just called to say he saw Ajie after school today. He was forcibly taken by several individuals into a white van, the license plate obscured with mud, heading towards Chaiwan. What? Fei Quan sprang to his feet, his face turning ashen, fists clenched tightly. Ajie has been kidnapped? Who dares to do this? Zhou Jio's gaze sharpened as he firmly grasped Fei Quan's shoulder, saying in a steady voice, calm down. Did Awe follow the vehicle? What were its specific characteristics? The young man shook his head rapidly. Awe was parked across the street, too far away to see clearly. He only caught sight of about 3 or 4 people, and their movements were too swift to discern. The vehicle was an old Toyota Hiace, white, with a dent on the right side door. I've instructed Awe to keep a lookout in the vicinity and report any leads immediately. Fei Quan's eyes blazed with rage, fists trembling with fury. It must be Sangbo. That scoundrel is out of prison. He is coming for me. Boss, I need to find him. Where will you look for him? Zhou Jio's voice was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Sangbo is not a fool. He kidnapped Ajie to lure us out, and he certainly has backup. If you rush out now, it plays right into his hands. He turned swiftly to the desk, spreading out a map with urgency. Get to work, mobilize all our informants, and track the potential locations of that white Hiace. Check abandoned parking lots in Chaiwan, old factories, dock warehouses, and remote villages. Leave no stone unturned. Additionally, investigate if Sangbo's old crew has gathered unusually or rented secluded places. Do not overlook the slightest clue. Understood. The young man did not hesitate and dashed downstairs. Zhou Jio turned to the nearly frantic Fei Quan, speaking in a calm and steady tone. Fei Quan, I know you're anxious. Ajie is your only little brother. However, in times like this, we must remain composed. Impulsiveness will not solve the problem. It may even endanger Ajie. He paused before continuing. Sangbo's abduction of Ajie targets not only you, but also me and our territory. He will undoubtedly reach out to us for negotiations. Before he contacts us, we must be thoroughly prepared, with no room for error. Zhou picked up the phone from the desk, dialing several numbers swiftly, his tone crisp and commanding. Desha, gather all the brothers and have them assemble at the Blue Moon. Everyone must bring their gear and be punctual. Ming, prepare 2 vehicles, fill them with fuel, and check them meticulously to ensure there are no issues. Inform Uncle Fu that the bar will close early tonight. Without my orders, no one is permitted in or out. Guard the entrance vigilantly. Fei Quan forced himself to take deep breaths, his throat tightening, voice hoarse. Boss, Ajie is only 10 years old. He can't withstand fear, let alone violence. I know. Zhou's voice was unnaturally calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. So I need you to remember, regardless of what conditions Sangbo proposes, you are not to act without my instructions. Everything will be under my command. I promise you, I will rescue Ajie and bring him back unharmed. Fei Quan gazed into Zhou's calm yet unfathomable eyes, his racing heart inexplicably settling, and he nodded firmly, the panic in his eyes gradually replaced by determination. At 6 p.m, dusk began to fall, and streetlights flickered to life. The first floor of the Blue Moon bar had already been cleared. The doors locked tight with a sign indicating it was closed for business. Inside, a dozen brothers stood in orderly formation, each face grave, gripping their weapons. The atmosphere laden with tension. The young man continued to receive and make calls from the side, quickly documenting and summarizing the information pouring in, his expression taut. Just then, the bar's landline rang abruptly, its sound piercing the silence of the hall. Zhou's gaze sharpened, signaling for silence among the group as he strode over and picked up the receiver. Hello? On the other end, a gravelly voice, filled with venom, responded. It was Sangbo. Zhou, you recognize my voice, don't you? Sangbo. Zhou's tone remained flat, betraying no emotion. Have you been released from prison? Do you need me to throw you a welcome party? A welcome party? Sangbo's mocking laughter echoed from the receiver, his voice dripping with contempt. I've been contemplating how to greet you from Chima Wan prison. Zhou, spare me the pleasantries. There's no time for games. Fei Quan's little brother is in my possession. If you want him to remain safe, you will follow my instructions without question. State your terms. Zhou cut straight to the chase, leaving no room for hesitation. First, at 8 o'clock tonight, you and Fei Quan will drive to the abandoned Young Li junkyard in Saikong. Remember, it's just the 2 of you. If I see even one extra person or another vehicle following you, I will immediately execute him, leaving you to collect the remains. Second, bring 500,000 in cash, no less. This sum is to compensate for my brother's life and the interest on my 3 years in prison. Third, you must return the Blue Moon bar and the 3 stalls you previously took over, signed and sealed, with no conditions for negotiation. Once I have the money and the paperwork, I will release him immediately. The 3 conditions were exceedingly harsh, demanding money, territory, and requiring both Zhou and Fei Quan to put themselves at risk, clearly intending to put them in a deadly predicament. Zhou did not respond immediately, allowing a few seconds of silence to pass before he slowly replied. 500,000 in cash is not something I can gather on such short notice. I need time to prepare. As for the territory and stalls, we can negotiate. But how do I know Ajie is safe right now? I want to hear his voice. On the other end, there was a rustling sound, followed by Ajie's quivering voice, filled with fear. Brother, help me. I'm so scared. Then came a resounding slap, followed by a muffled whimper from Ajie, and the phone was swiftly snatched back by Sangbo. Did you hear that? His voice brimmed with satisfaction and a hint of cruelty. The little kid is tender and easily frightened. You'd better be wise and prepare quickly. Don't force my hand. The money and territory, I need time to prepare. Zhou maintained his composure, revealing no hint of panic in his tone. He noted that the timing of 8 o'clock tonight was exceedingly rushed, leaving insufficient time for preparation. Tomorrow evening at 8, at the same location, the Yonli scrapyard. During this period, should Ajie lose even a single hair, I assure you, both you and all your brothers shall never witness the sun of the day after tomorrow. Each one of you will have to accompany him to the grave. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, seemingly intimidated by the chill in Zhou's final words. However, it was not long before Sangbo bellowed fiercely, Fine. It shall be at 8 tomorrow evening. Zhou, you had better not play tricks. Do not think for a moment that I truly fear you. Otherwise, prepare to receive your brother's corpse. With that, the phone was slammed down with a decisive thud. Zhou placed the receiver down and turned to face his companions. His tone brisk and direct. The location is the Yonli scrap yard at by Shawan in Saikong. The opposing party consists of at least 5 to 6 individuals. undoubtedly armed, and they hold hostages, leaving them with a significant advantage. Fei Quan immediately interjected, anxious. Boss, are we truly going with just the two of us? They outnumber us and are armed, and with hostages involved. Going in as just the two of us is tantamount to seeking death. While he voiced these concerns, they were not genuinely willing to march into certain doom. Zhou Jiao approached the map, his finger indicating the location of Baishawan and Saikong. Speaking in a low voice, the scrap yard has a complicated terrain, littered with abandoned vehicles, uneven and difficult to assault, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. Sang Bo chose this location precisely to ensnare us, intending to eliminate us all in one fell swoop. His finger traced the map slowly, his gaze sharp. However, he has made a grave error, being overly greedy, underestimating us, and particularly underestimating the means at my disposal. Xiao Gui, are there any of our people or reliable informants in the vicinity of Baishawan? Xiao Gui immediately rifled through his records, responding quickly, yes, boss. There's a former associate of Hua Fo, known as He Zai-ming, currently residing in Baishawan village. He is intimately familiar with the terrain and connections in that area. He owes me a favor and is willing to assist us. Contact him immediately, Zhou Jiao commanded, his tone leaving no room for debate. Money is not an issue. I am willing to pay any amount. I need him to swiftly ascertain the detailed layout of the Yongli scrapyard, where the blind spots are, where the passages are, and where ambushes could be set up. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, I will contact him right away. Xiao Gui hastily retrieved his phone. Zhou Jiao then turned his attention to Desha and Ming. His tone resolute. You two will drive to the vicinity of Baishawan tomorrow afternoon, posing as fishermen or hikers, to observe the terrain firsthand. Take note of all entry and exit routes, vantage points, and potential ambush sites. Remember to remain discreet. Absolutely do not reveal your identities. If Sang Bo's men discover you, all plans will be in vain. Understood, boss. Desha and Ming replied in unison. Fei Quan, Zhou Jiao's gaze fell upon him last. His tone grave. You will accompany me. Tomorrow evening, we will go to the Yongli scrapyard, but we are not going to seek death. We are going to rescue people. I will prepare a portion of real cash and a portion of counterfeit. To placate Sang Bo, the land documents will be forged. To deal with him, the most crucial aspect is that we must seize the opportunity to ascertain the precise location where Ajie is being held. Wait for the right moment, strike decisively, rescue Ajie, and then deal with Sang Bo. He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. His tone frigid. Xiao Gui, additionally, utilize all connections to investigate whom Sang Bo has contacted since his release from prison, particularly those from Dongxing. I suspect that with only Sang Bo's remaining ragtag group, they would not dare to be so brazen. There must be someone backing them. Especially behind our backs with Nango. Investigate thoroughly and resolve it all. Yes, boss, I will ensure it is investigated thoroughly. Xiao Gui noted earnestly, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Zhou Jiao surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across each brother, his voice resonant. Brothers, tomorrow evening will be a tough battle, fraught with peril. Our adversaries are not just Sang Bo and his former subordinates. There may be other forces looking to take advantage of the chaos to seize our territory. What I seek is not a reckless fight, but to rescue the hostages and withdraw safely, while simultaneously eliminating the threat posed by Sang Bo. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. A chorus of voices erupted from over a dozen brothers, their resonant affirmations echoing and vibrating the hall, filled with unwavering resolve and no trace of retreat. Fei Quan watched as Zhou Jiao meticulously orchestrated everything, the anxiety and disarray in his heart gradually being replaced by a chilling resolve. He understood that the boss was already incensed, and for Sang Bo and his brothers, they were already as good as dead. At 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, everyone shall reconvene here for the final deployment, checking weapons and equipment. There must be no errors. Zhou Jiao commanded in a low voice, and now, disperse to prepare. Yes, boss. The crowd responded in unison, gradually dispersing. The hall fell silent, leaving Zhou Jiao alone. He stood by the window, gazing at the deepening night outside, his eyes profound, devoid of any ripple. He knew that this was a severe test for his newly formed power. The stakes of success or failure rested upon this moment. To rescue Ajie and eliminate Sang Bo would further solidify his team's cohesion, enhancing their prestige, and fortifying their territory in Causeway Bay, should he fail. There was no room for failure. He must win. In his mind, the system interface silently emerged, the icons for Brazilian War Dance, and Brother Gia's gaze, faintly glimmering, exuding a subtle radiance. Within his inventory, the Jianghu Order Arrow, trial version, awaited quietly, emanating an extraordinary aura. Zhou Jiao internally mused, I hope it does not come to needing it. Chapter 22, The Bloodbath at the Scrapyard. At 7 o'clock in the evening. In the basement of the Blue Moon Bar, the dim yellow bulbs hung overhead, the air thick enough to wring water from. Zhou, Fei Quan, Xiaogui de Sha, and Ming, along with 8 other core brothers, gathered around a hastily unfurled hand-drawn map. The only scrap yard spans approximately the size of 2 football fields, with 3 walls surrounding it and one side facing the sea. Xiaogui pointed at the map with a pencil, which was marked with red and blue symbols. The main entrance was rusted shut, typically accessed only through a side gap. Inside, it was filled with junked cars. Divided into 3 main sections, a cluster of small vehicles near the entrance, a central open area, and at the far end, bordering the sea, were buses and trucks. The terrain exceedingly convoluted. De Sha leaned in to add, Ming and I posed as fishermen this afternoon to scout the area. At least 5 or 6 vehicles are parked inside the yard, one of which is a white lion, located in the central open space. We observed through binoculars that among the trucks near the sea, there were occasional movements inside one. Jie is most likely being held there. Ming quickly followed up, his tone precise. There is only one narrow path for entry and exit, flanked by dense weeds, making it impossible to discern any ambushes. However, there is a hole in the southwest corner of the wall large enough for a person to crawl through, leading to an open area outside, convenient for hiding. Zhou listened silently, his finger gliding slowly across the map, his voice heavy as iron. Sangbo specifically wants Fei Quan and me to go, so he has undoubtedly stationed lookouts near the main entrance. The moment our vehicle enters that narrow path, he will be alerted. He suddenly lifted his head, scanning the assembly. His words deliberate. The plan is set. At 7:30, Fei Quan and I will drive a car in through the main road to draw their attention. De Sha, you will lead 4 brothers to stealthily enter through the hole in the southwest corner, making your way to the area where the hostages are held, waiting for my signal. Ming, you will take the remaining 3 brothers and park another vehicle a kilometer outside the narrow entrance, ready to provide support and intercept reinforcements. Xiaogui, you will remain here, monitoring communications and coordinating efforts. He turned to Fei Quan, his tone serious. Our mission is to hold off Sangbo, allowing De Sha and his team the time to rescue the hostages. Once Jie is freed, De Sha will signal, and we will withdraw immediately. If a confrontation arises, prioritize self-preservation and retreat. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Fei Quan nodded vigorously, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Understood. Boss, Sangbo must be left for me. Zhou patted his shoulder and surveyed the group, his voice resonating with authority. Remember, our objective is to rescue Jie and deal with Sangbo. However, should circumstances shift, self-preservation is paramount. Everyone, check your gear. The group immediately sprang into action, inspecting their steel pipes, machetes, and hatchets. De Sha and his crew even brought along 2 sawed-off shotguns. Zhou had strapped a black market Black Star pistol to his waist, the magazine fully loaded. Fei Quan secured a sharp dagger to his calf, hefting a weighted pipe in his hand, its weight palpable. At 7:25, the group dispersed as planned. Zhou stole one last glance at the photograph of Shirong hanging on the basement wall, wondering how long it had been there, before turning away and getting into an inconspicuous gray Toyota with Fei Quan, plunging into the twilight. Yong Li's junkyard. The setting sun bathed the mountains of scrap cars in a dark crimson hue, casting twisted shadows. The air was thick with the metallic scent of rust, oil, and the briny tang of the sea, an acrid stench. The scene was utterly silent, save for the rhythmic crashing of waves against distant rocks. The gray Toyota slowly maneuvered into a gap on the side, coming to a steady halt in a relatively open area of gravel. Zhou and Fei Quan exited the vehicle, Fei Quan carrying a hefty travel bag, within which lay the 500,000 Zhou had prepared. Only the top few layers were real cash, the rest neatly arranged old newspapers. Sangbo, we have arrived. Come out, Fei Quan shouted, his voice echoing against the carcasses of the abandoned vehicles. Moments later, from behind a cluster of junked sedans, 5 or 6 figures emerged. Leading them was Sangbo, brandishing a machete and wearing a cruel smile. Beside him, in addition to his old subordinates like Shixiong, stood a lanky newcomer in a leather jacket. His eyes cold and predatory, playing with a butterfly knife, its metallic clicks piercing the air. Zhou, Fei Quan, you have guts. Sangbo halted 10 meters away, the blade of his knife pointing ominously at the ground. Where's the money and the documents? Zhou gestured for Fei Quan to set down the travel bag. Producing an envelope from his own pocket, his tone icy. The money is here. I have signed the land transfer documents. But where is Jie? I want to see him. Sangbo cast a glance, and Shixiong immediately turned to rush into the depths of the junkyard. In no time, he emerged, dragging a blindfolded boy with his hands bound. Jie. A gag muffled the child's cries, reducing them to pitiful whimpers. Jie. Fei Quan's eyes reddened at the sight of his brother, ready to rush forward. Stop. Sangbo barked sharply, the machete aimed at Jie. Take another step, and I will sever his hand. Fei Quan. Did you ever consider today when you harmed my brother? Fei Quan ground to a halt, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Zhou placed a firm hand on Fei Quan's shoulder, coldly addressing Sangbo. I see the boy. Take the money and documents, and release him. Yet Sangbo chuckled, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Zhou, do you truly believe I covet your filthy money and worthless documents? Today, what I desire is both of your lives. He cast a glance at the lanky figure in the leather jacket. Crow wants me to convey a message. Blue Moon, it's a done deal. Before he finished speaking, shadows emerged from the periphery of the junkyard. 7 or 8 figures, all wielding weapons, subtly encircling the two men. A few among them were unmistakably dressed as members of the Eastern Star gang. A trap indeed, and the Eastern Star's Crow has truly intervened. Boss, Fei Quan growled, instinctively reaching for the dagger at his calf. Zhou, however, remained unervingly calm. He had anticipated treachery. In the instant Sangbo reveled in his triumph, distracted. Zhou hurled the envelope at Sangbo's face and lunged to the side, emitting a sharp whistle, a signal for Desha to spring into action. Attack, Sangbo commanded, slashing the envelope aside, his voice a harsh growl. Chaos erupted. The ambushers surged forward, weapons flailing. Fei Quan, fueled by pent-up rage, roared and swung the weighted pipe at the two foremost attackers. The pipe sliced through the air with a whoosh. One thug attempting to block it found his hand shattered, the machete clattering to the ground, while the other tried to evade, only to be met with a brutal thrust to the abdomen, collapsing to the ground with a scream. Zhou, meanwhile, had set his sights directly on Sangbo. He dodged the descending machete, sliding forward and striking with precision at Sangbo's wrist, an opening move of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Sangbo reacted swiftly, retracting his hand to avoid losing the weapon. But Zhou pressed on, blocking with his left while delivering a powerful palm strike to the inner side of Sangbo's elbow, numbing his arm and nearly disarming him. Seeking death, Sangbo bellowed, lifting his knee to strike Zhou in the abdomen. Yet Zhou seized the opportunity, grasping Sangbo's knee and leveraging his weight to launch into a scissor hold around Sangbo's neck, an iconic Brazilian jiu-jitsu maneuver. Sangbo's eyes widened in alarm as he desperately leaned back, wildly swinging his knife to fend Zhou off, barely managing to create distance between them. Gasping for breath, Sangbo's eyes reflected sheer panic. When had this kid become such a formidable fighter? On the other side, Fei Quan was now embroiled in a battle against 3 attackers. He fought like a mad tiger, his pipe dancing with ferocity, but he had already sustained 2 cuts, blood seeping from his wounds. The lanky figure in the leather jacket stealthily circled to his side, seizing an opening to thrust a knife toward Fei Quan's side. Fei Quan, watch out. Zhou caught sight of the impending danger and shouted urgently. Fei Quan twisted sharply, the blade grazing his side and drawing blood. Pain momentarily halted his movements, and a machete was suddenly swung at him, glinting ominously. In that critical moment, a thunderous bang echoed from the depths of the junkyard. It was the sound of a shotgun. Following that, Desha's booming voice erupted. Eastern Star scum, eat lead. Desha, flanked by 4 brothers, burst forth from behind the stacks of trucks. 2 shotguns blazing a path. Steel pellets rained down, sending the attackers surrounding Fei Quan sprawling, cries of anguish filling the air. The lanky figure in the leather jacket, realizing the tide had turned, attempted to flee but was struck down by Desha's shot, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Xiong, witnessing the sudden ambush, was frozen in fear, disregarding a Jia as he drew a dagger, intent on slitting a Jia's throat. Xiong, how dare you? Fei Quan's eyes blazed with rage as he lunged forward. But someone was faster. In the instant the gun fired, Zhou broke free from Sangbo, darting like a cheetah toward a Jia's position. As Xiong raised the dagger, Zhou reached him in a heartbeat, executing a precise strike to his wrist, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Xiong attempted to retaliate, but Zhou seized his arm, twisting and throwing him down with a sharp crack, dislocating his shoulder. Xiong howled in agony, collapsing, convulsing from the pain. Zhou swiftly removed a Jia's blindfold and gag, severing the ropes binding him, shielding the trembling child behind him. His voice low and steady. Jia, do not be afraid. Follow me closely. Boss. Jia. Fei Quan rushed over, relief flooding through him as he saw his brother unharmed, tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling. Take a Jia to Desha. Quickly. Zhou pushed a Jia toward Fei Quan, then turned, his gaze locking onto Sangbo, who was retreating with 2 of his subordinates towards the seaside. Sangbo, you cannot escape. Zhou's voice was as frigid as ice. Each step forward felt like a dagger piercing Sangbo's heart. A look of terror finally crossed Sangbo's face as he screamed, Zhou, if you kill me, Brother Crow won't let you off. Dongxing won't rest until it's settled with you. Let him come, Zhou retorted, suddenly accelerating, He deftly maneuvered through the gaps between the wrecked vehicles, swiftly closing the distance to Sang Bo. The last two henchmen beside Sang Bo gritted their teeth and charged forward to obstruct him. Zhou Jiu lowered his body to evade the blade aimed at him, executing a sweeping kick that knocked one down, then swiftly mounted him. Locking his arms in a tight chokehold, the man struggled only twice before his eyes rolled back, unconscious. The other, witnessing this, was so frightened that he lost all sense of composure and turned to flee, only to be struck in the back of the head by a rusted iron pipe hurled by Zhou Jiu, collapsing to the ground with a thud. At this moment, only Sang Bo remained, his back against a derelict bus, with nowhere left to retreat, as if trapped with no wings to fly away. "We can negotiate," Sang Bo gasped, his knife-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably, his tone softening. "I don't want the money or territory anymore. Please spare me." Zhou Jiu remained silent, slowly drawing out his Black Star pistol, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoing ominously as the muzzle pointed directly at Sang Bo's brow. Despair flickered in Sang Bo's eyes, soon replaced by madness as he roared, making one last desperate charge at Zhou Jiu. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the empty parking lot, painfully jarring the eardrums, echoing far and wide. Sang Bo's advancing body instantly froze, a bloody hole appearing in his forehead, blood gushing forth. His face still bore a grimace of ferocity and unwillingness as his body slowly toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Jiu holstered his pistol, his expression impassive. For someone who had plotted so meticulously to end his and his brother's lives, he felt no shred of compassion. "Boss!" Fei Quan rushed over, carrying Ajia. Upon seeing Sang Bo's lifeless body, he let out a long breath. The weight on his heart finally lifted. The battle in the parking lot had essentially concluded. The 7 or 8 sent by Dongxing had either perished or were injured, with a few managing to escape. Sang Bo's former subordinates suffered complete annihilation, with not a single one escaping. Da Xiao approached, still holding the smoking shotgun, and declared loudly, "Boss, it's all cleaned up. We have 2 brothers with minor injuries, but it's nothing. Just a bit of medicine will suffice." "Withdraw," Zhou Jiu ordered decisively, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Shigewei, inform On Ming to provide support. Da Xiao, secure the scene, leaving no obvious traces. Fei Quan, take Ajia onto our vehicle." The group immediately sprang into action, moving swiftly and efficiently. 10 minutes later, 2 vehicles departed from the Yonglei parking lot, smoothly merging into the night along the Saigon highway. Behind them, flames began to rise from the abandoned oil drums ignited as per Da Xiao's plan, both destroying the scene and drawing attention to cover the group's retreat. Inside the vehicle, Ajia slept soundly in Fei Quan's embrace, tears still glistening on his small face. Fei Quan glanced at his brother, then at Zhou Jiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and lowered his voice. "Boss, thank you." Zhou Jiu opened his eyes, patting his shoulder with a calm yet powerful tone. "Brother, there's no need for such words." He summoned the system panel. System notification: successfully rescued the hostage, eliminated the red stick-level enemy Sang Bo, repelled the ambush by Dongxing's crows, ensuring the safety of the team and territory. Dragon Chi value, 100. Current Dragon Chi value, 315, 500. Skill usage feedback: Brazilian war dance utilized in combat, proficiency increased. The gaze of Brother Qian did not feature in this battle. Battle summary: team collaboration was harmonious. Tactical execution was successful, achieving core objectives with minimal cost. The Dragon Chi value surpassed 300, bringing him one step closer to the Red Stick realm. Zhou Jiu gazed out at the rapidly retreating night scenery, feeling little joy. Though Sang Bo was eliminated, the Dongxing crows had officially extended their reach. The trouble was just beginning. Tonight was merely the appetizer. Greater storms awaited him. He needed to grow stronger, and he needed a more stable foundation. The plan to advance into Kowloon in 1985 must be expedited. Chapter 23, Rewards and Territory Expansion. Kowloon, Dongxing's territory. Crow kicked over the mahogany tea table before him. Cigar boxes, liquor bottles, and glass cups shattered on the ground, fragments scattering everywhere. His face was ashen, veins bulging at his temples, and the eyes that typically bore a maniacal grin now seethed with a fury that seemed ready to devour. "Useless. All of you are utterly useless." Crow's roar shook the very ceiling of the office. That fool Sang Bo brought about his own demise. "I sent 6 men, 4 returned as corpses, and 2 are still detained at the precinct." Zhou Jiu, I curse your mother." 7 or 8 people stood in the office, each shrinking back, silent as mice. The head horse, Da Xiao Chong, kept his head down, not daring to breathe. The strategist, the smiling tiger, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze darting around. Unwilling to meet Crow's eyes, the other key members wished they could vanish into thin air. "Boss," Sang Bo brought this upon himself, insisting on kidnapping someone else's brother. "A fool like him deserves what he got. One attempted to soothe the atmosphere. "Shut up," Crow snapped, grabbing an ashtray to hurl it at the man, who hurriedly dodged. The ashtray smashing against the wall, shattering into pieces, saying Bo may be foolish, but he was my dog unleashed to bite. Shouldn't you watch the master when beating the dog? Jojo knew full well saying Bo had ties to me, yet he dared to strike with lethal force. Killing my men. This is a slap in the face to me, to Tung Sing. He gasped for breath, pacing back and forth on the disheveled carpet. The collar of his purple silk shirt torn wide open, revealing the menacing tattoos on his neck, accentuating his ferocity. "Boss," the smiling tiger cautiously approached, his voice ominous. Jojo's actions this time are absolute. He must have Chun Haonan backing him. Sang Bo initiated the kidnapping, in the Underworld. Jojo saving a hostage and killing an enemy holds the moral high ground. If we retaliate recklessly now, Hongxing will undoubtedly intervene, sparking a gang war. Jiang Tianxing may not wish to engage us in full conflict at this time, but that madman Chun Haonan. Then what do you suggest we do? Crow spun around, his eyes sharp as blades fixated on the smiling tiger. Am I to let this slide? How can I, Crow, survive in this world? Of course not. The smiling tiger quickly donned his familiar facade of insincere smiles, but a direct confrontation would come at too great a cost. Jojo just swallowed Sang Bo's territory, right? He took in 3 venues all at once. He may not be able to digest it all. We can exploit this. Crow narrowed his eyes, listening as the smiling tiger leaned closer, whispering a plan. The fury on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a calculating demeanor. He licked his lips, suddenly laughing maniacally. Good, let him enjoy a few days of triumph. I want him to learn how it feels to choke on what he has swallowed. Da Xiao. Yes, boss. Da Xiao trembled in fear, hastily responding. Send someone to keep a close watch on Jojo's 3 new venues, and on the Blue Moon. I want to know every little thing he does. Crow sank back into the leather sofa, lighting a cigar, the smoke swirling around his merciless, snake-like gaze. Also, find out about Jojo's associates, who has weaknesses, who is greedy for money, who is lecherous. I want to strike him where it hurts most at the height of his success in Causeway Bay. 7 days after the battle at Kowloon Bay Warehouse, in Causeway Bay. Blue Moon Bar. In the afternoon, the bar was not yet open for business, and the tables and chairs of the first floor had been temporarily arranged into a long table. Jojo sat at the head, with Fei Quan, Shigue Da Xiao, and Ming seated on either side, while further down were 12 core brothers who had participated in the Kowloon Bay Warehouse battle and the Saigon parking lot rescue. The air was suffused with the sense of disinfectant and smoke, creating a solemn atmosphere that concealed an undercurrent of barely restrained excitement. Before Jojo lay an open black leather briefcase, meticulously filled with stacks of 100 and 1,000 Hong Kong dollar notes, alongside several thick envelopes. Brothers, Jojo began, his voice low yet resonant with authority. In Kowloon Bay and at the Saikung car park, we have fought valiantly and shed blood. Today, I have called you here not for any momentous occasion, but to acknowledge your contributions and distribute the rewards you so rightfully deserve. His gaze swept across the assembly as he reached into the briefcase to retrieve the thickest envelope. Fei Quan, Jojo called out. Fei Quan rose and strode purposefully to the table. In Kowloon Bay, you were the first to confront Xiaoqiang, bravely withstanding the pressure. In Saikung, you led the charge to rescue a Jia, enduring 2 knife wounds. Jojo slid the envelope toward him, containing $20,000. 10,000 is your deserved bonus, while the other 10 is for medical and nutritional expenses. A Jia was traumatized. Ensure he receives proper care. Fei Quan accepted the heavy envelope, swallowing hard and nodding emphatically. Thank you, boss. Though he spoke little, the gratitude and resolve in his eyes conveyed more than words ever could. Da Xiao, Jojo beckoned, and the big man grinned broadly as he stood. During the car park operation, you led the team in from the flank, clearing the ambush with your shotgun. Your contributions were invaluable. Here's 15,000. Thank you, Jogo. Da Xiao beamed, his eyes squinting with delight as he accepted the money, weighing it in his hands. Ming, Jojo continued. You provided crucial support from the periphery, quick and sharp-eyed, intercepting an East Star informant. Your efforts were significant. 8,000. Thank you, boss. Ming quickly stepped forward to accept his reward, his face beaming with joy. Jojo proceeded to call out names from the detailed records maintained by Shigue, personally distributing bonuses and additional medical funds to each individual. Those who participated in the warehouse battle received between 3,000 and 5,000, while those involved in the car park operation were awarded 2,000 to 4,000, depending on their performance and injuries. 2 brothers who had sustained wounds to their arms and shoulders in the car park received an additional 3,000 each for their medical expenses. Jiogu, stammered a young brother with a bandaged arm, clutching a thick stack of money, his hands trembling in disbelief. I only scraped my arm. Skin is flesh, blood is blood. Jojo replied, his tone calm yet firm. This money may not be much, but it is a token of my appreciation. Take it, recover well. and your salary will continue to be paid until you are healed. The brother's eyes welled with tears as he nodded vigorously, his voice thick with emotion. I will definitely follow you, Jogo. Once the money had been distributed, a substantial amount remained on the table. Jojo closed the briefcase and cast a serious glance over the assembly. The funds have been dispersed, and I will reiterate the rules. Under my command, rewards will be given for merit, and transgressions will be met with consequences. Today's distribution is for bonuses and medical expenses. From now on, salaries will be paid on the 5th of each month, without fail. You may use this money to support your families, indulge in leisure, or enjoy life. I have no concern in that regard. However, there are 3 red lines. First, no engagement with drugs, neither for personal use nor within our territory. Second, no bullying of the innocent, particularly women and children. Third, no betrayal of brothers. Anyone who violates these rules will face dire consequences, without exception. Understood, Jogo. The crowd responded in unison, their voices robust enough to lift the roof, their eyes reflecting genuine respect. With tangible rewards in hand and clear rules established, such a leader was worthy of their unwavering loyalty. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Injured brothers should rest well. The others, follow me to work. Jojo rose and led the way outside. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the Jin Yun Lai Mahjong Hall on Siefei Road. It was the largest of Sangbo's 3 establishments, boasting a sizable facade, yet the entrance was only half ajar, revealing a few tables of patrons playing cards with a lethargic air, the atmosphere stifling. 4 lackluster henchmen were slumped against the doorway. Their spirits instantly lifted as Zhou Jiao approached with Fei Quan, De Sha, and several other brothers, and they sprang to attention. What are you doing here? The lead, Huang Mao, nervously stepped forward to block their path. He was a distant cousin of Sangbo, known as Ah Bao. Sangbo is dead. I am here to take over his establishment, Zhou Jiao replied, his stride unwavering as he walked straight into the Mahjong Hall. Ah Bao's expression shifted dramatically. Caught between a desire to obstruct and a fear of confrontation, he could only follow tentatively inside, his voice faltering. You just take over just like that? My boss has just passed away, and you. Fei Quan stepped directly in front of him, his imposing stature silencing Ah Bao's words. Sangbo kidnapped my younger brother. He met a fitting end. This establishment is now under the surname Zhou. Do you have any objections? Cold sweat broke out on Ah Bao's brow, his back damp with fear. He recognized Fei Quan and understood that Sangbo had met his demise at the hands of this very group. I don't mean it that way. But there are still brothers here who need to make a living. Zhou Jiao had reached the counter, glancing at the meager ledger and scant cash before turning to address the patrons and staff, all of whom had ceased their activities, their gazes fixed upon him. Esteemed neighbors and brothers, Zhou Jiao's voice rang clear, echoing throughout the Mahjong Hall. From today onward, Jin Yun Lai has a new owner. My name is Zhou Jiao. The operations will remain unchanged, Mahjong will be played, and tea will be served. No one will impose additional fees, and no one will dare create trouble. He paused, his gaze landing on the 4 anxious henchmen who had been guarding the premises. You were merely trying to make a living under Sangbo. His affairs are concluded, and I will not hold past grievances against you. Now, I offer you 2 options. First, take a settlement and leave Causeway Bay by today, and we will part ways amicably. Or second, stay with me, abide by my rules, and I will treat you as brothers, sharing meals and facing challenges together. Ah Bao and the other 3 henchmen exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Leave? As minor players, where could they go to survive outside of Causeway Bay? Stay? The new boss appeared even more ruthless than Sangbo, yet he also seemed to uphold a code. I will follow Jogo. The youngest, a scarred henchman, spoke decisively. He had grown weary of Sangbo's cruelty and arbitrary enmities. If Jogo would accept him, he, Ali, would stand by him. With a lead established, the other 2 henchmen hesitated but eventually nodded, expressing their willingness to stay. Only Ah Bao remained, torn between loyalty to the deceased boss and the prospect of survival. Zhou Jiao regarded him calmly, unhurriedly speaking. Ah Bao, I understand your predicament as Sangbo's relative. I will offer you double the settlement. You may choose to leave or stay. If you remain, I will trust you, but you must understand, once you join me, the name Sangbo will no longer exist. Ah Bao gritted his teeth, wrestling internally for a few seconds. He met Zhou Jiao's steady yet resolute gaze, and then glanced at the brothers who had already sided with the new leader. Finally, he took a deep breath and lowered his head. Jogo, I will stay. From now on, I will recognize you as my only boss. Good, Zhou Jiao nodded, signaling Shigue, who promptly handed out 4 envelopes, each containing 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, an introductory gift and a portion of their first month's salary in advance. It may not be much, but it is a token of my goodwill. Work diligently, and I will not shortchange you. Zhou Jiao paused before adding, for now, the establishment will remain under your watch. Shigue will reiterate my rules to you. Fei Quan will conduct periodic inspections. Should any issues arise, or if anyone attempts to create disturbances, immediately contact Lan Yuliang. With the money received and clear directives given, Bao and his companions felt a significant portion of their anxiety dissipate, and even a flicker of hope ignited within them. Perhaps, under this new leader, they could indeed carve out a respectable path forward. In the ensuing hours, a familiar spectacle unfolded at two other stalls in Sangbo. One being an amusement arcade, and the other a video rental shop tucked away in a narrow alley. With the precedent set by the case of Jin Yun, the transition process proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Most of the original team chose to remain, while only a handful of die-hard Sangbo loyalists accepted their severance packages and departed in a dejected manner. As the city lights began to shimmer and the neon signs of Causeway Bay flickered to life, Zhou had firmly secured the 3 stalls left behind by Sangbo in his grasp. Though further time was needed for gradual assimilation and integration, the first step of expansion had been solidly taken. Later that evening, on the second floor of the Blue Moon Bar, Shi Guo presented the preliminary accounts to Zhou. Boss, the revenue and profits for the 3 new venues this month are still being calculated. But based on past data and today's observations, after deducting all expenses, rent, labor, utilities, necessary gratuities, the estimated monthly net profit conservatively stands between 40,000 to 45,000. Coupled with a 30% stake in Blue Moon, the protection fees from the thriving mahjong parlor, and our arcade, the total monthly cash flow could reach around 70,000. Zhou nodded, finding this figure in line with his expectations. We need to clarify the accounts as soon as possible. Moving forward, we must operate with greater formality. Shi Guo, you will handle this for now, but for professional matters, we must engage a professional. Follow up with that accounting student, Ahua, as previously mentioned. Understood. I've already scheduled a meeting with him the day after tomorrow. Shi Guo noted promptly, not daring to slacken his pace. Additionally, Zhou turned to Fei Quan, his tone serious. The new recruits are a disorganized bunch. They need to be integrated swiftly. Starting tomorrow, each morning, take them to the open space by the seaside for practice. It need not be too complicated. Focus on discipline, physical fitness, and basic coordination. Desha, you will assist him. Absolutely, no problem, boss. Fei Quan and Desha responded in unison, their tones crisp and decisive. At that moment, a slight commotion arose from downstairs. Shi Guo immediately rose to investigate, returning shortly with an expression of peculiar intrigue. Boss, a young thief was caught in the back alley stealing a customer's wallet by a Wei and Sister Lan. The lad is as thin as a reed, but his gaze is fierce like that of a wildcat. When questioned, he refused to speak, only insisting on meeting the most formidable person here. He claims his name is Shirong. Shirong? Zhou felt a stir within, as if the name bore an inexplicable sense of destiny. Bring him up. His tone was calm, yet a flicker of anticipation lay hidden in his gaze. Perhaps, in addition to consolidating territory and distributing bonuses tonight, an unexpected opportunity might arise. Chapter 24, A Fire in the Eyes. On the second floor of the Blue Moon Bar, the dim yellow light cast a heavy gloom. When Shirong was brought in, flanked by a Wei and Sister Lan, he struggled against their grasp momentarily. He was alarmingly thin, like a bamboo stalk that could snap with a gust of wind, wearing an oversized, faded blue shirt that hung awkwardly from his shoulders, swaying erratically. His face was so grimy that his true complexion was obscured, yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, defiantly surveying the room, reminiscent of a cornered wildcat refusing to back down. Boss, this is the kid. A Wei exclaimed as he released his grip, shoving Shirong forward. The boy staggered but regained his footing, his eyes darting around the room with remarkable speed. He first caught sight of Zhou seated at the head, then shifted to Fei Quan, Shi Guo, and the others. A flicker of wariness crossing his features before he lifted his chin defiantly, refusing to show any hint of fear. What is your name? Zhou inquired, his voice devoid of any inflection. Shirong tightened his lips, remaining resolutely silent, showing no signs of submission. A mute, are you? Desha frowned, impatience creeping into his tone. I am Shirong. The boy suddenly shouted, his voice cracking with the awkwardness of adolescence, yet fiercely assertive. But I stole that money fair and square. Fair and square? Fei Quan scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping him. Stealing is hardly a skill to be proud of. The greatest skill is simply surviving. Shirong whipped around, his eyes ablaze with indignation. I have no parents. What else am I supposed to do? Should I just sit here and wait to starve? Zhou remained silent, studying Shirong intently. He observed every detail, from the boy's threadbare collar to the worn tips of his shoes, and finally, his hands, clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, veins standing out prominently. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Shirong's eyes. They were strikingly unique, pupils dark and gleaming, sclerae impeccably white, now tinged slightly red from a mix of excitement and fear. Yet, What captivated Zhou Jiu the most was the flicker of fire deep within, neither anger nor ambition, but something far more primal, a fervent desire to survive. A refusal to be buried in the mire, and a shred of dignity that had not yet been eroded. Zhou Jiu had encountered a myriad of gazes in his life. Fei Quan's eyes reflected loyalty and camaraderie. Shi Gui's were filled with cunning, and even Sangbo's last moments were marked by terror and madness. But Shi Rong was different. That flicker of fire was weak yet pure, silently pleading, "Give me a chance, and I will prove my worth." "What about the wallet?" Zhou Jiu finally spoke again. Shi Rong fished a black wallet from his pocket. It was Zhou Jiu's wallet, intercepted by Sister Lan downstairs before he could hide it. After a moment's hesitation, he placed it before Shi Gui. Shi Gui flipped it open, nodding to Zhou Jiu. "Boss, not a single cent is missing, it's all here." Zhou Jiu raised his hand, and Shi Gui promptly handed the wallet over. He extracted $200 bills and placed them on the table. "Away, Sister Lan. Thank you for your efforts. Take this money for tea." He then drew out 3 more $100 bills, his gaze fixed on Shi Rong. "This 300 is for you." The room fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief. Shi Rong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face a mask of incredulity. "Why?" His voice trembled, still struggling to accept what he had just heard. "First, you stole something and got caught, which indicates your skills are lacking," Zhou Jiu remarked, his tone remaining even. "Second, you didn't beg for mercy or whine when caught. That shows a measure of backbone. Third," he paused, his gaze locking onto Shi Rong's eyes. "I need someone to run errands and deliver messages. I can offer 300 a month, with food and lodging included. Will you take the job?" Shi Rong stood frozen, as if petrified in place. He glanced at the 3 bills on the table, then back at Zhou Jiu, his lips moving several times without uttering a word. Throughout his life, he had stolen countless times, been caught innumerable times, endured beatings, been spat upon, and even sent to a juvenile rehabilitation center. Yet, no one had ever asked him if he wanted a legitimate job, nor had anyone been willing to offer him $300, a sum that could take him a month of thievery to accumulate. I can't fight," Shi Rong murmured, his voice barely a whisper, tinged with anxiety. "You need to fight," Zhou Jiu replied, his tone steadfast, carrying an undeniable weight. "Your duties will involve running errands, delivering messages, and learning the rules. If you perform well, there will be opportunities for further training. If not, or if your hands remain unclean, I will break your legs and toss you back to the streets to feed the dogs." Shi Rong's breath quickened, his chest heaving. He fixed his gaze on the 3 bills on the table, then abruptly lifted his eyes to Zhou Jiu, the flicker of fire within him suddenly blazing fiercely, threatening to ignite. With a resounding thud, he slammed his forehead against the floor, the sound echoing throughout the room. "Boss, I will follow you." The youth spoke with a voice thick with tears, yet each word resonated with clarity and conviction. "I am called Shi Rong, and I am 16 years old. Hailing from a shack in Sham Shuepa, I am bereft of parents, unburdened by ties. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. I shall obey your every command without question. I will never betray you." As he knelt and bowed, the force of his action caused the floor to tremble slightly. Fei Quan and Shi Gui exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet understanding the gravity of the situation. De Sha scratched his head, looking at Zhou Jiu with a puzzled expression. Ah Wei and Sister Lan, perceptive as ever, quietly withdrew. Zhou Jiu rose and approached Shi Rong, delaying his assistance to pose a question. "Why do you go by Shi Rong?" Shi Rong lifted his gaze, his forehead marked with a large red patch and speckled with dust. I do not know. My grandmother, who raised me, said that when she found me, there was a note in my swaddling cloth that simply read Rong. She called me Shi Rong, and thus I have taken that name." Zhou Jiu repeated the character, a smile breaking across his face. "Rong signifies both flower and grass. Born in the mud, it can still bloom beautifully. It is a fine name." He extended his hand to help Shi Rong to his feet. The youth was slight of build, his arms fragile as if they might snap. Yet he stood tall and unwavering. "Shi Rong, remember the words you have spoken today." Zhou Jiu's gaze bore into his tone turning serious. "Follow me, and abide by 3 rules. Do not touch drugs, do not harm the innocent, and do not betray your brothers. Should you violate any of these, I shall show no mercy." "I understand, boss." Shi Rong nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes, without a hint of hesitation. "You will reside at Lan Yuliang. Shi Gui will arrange your accommodation." Zhou Jiu turned to Shi Gui. "Tomorrow, take him to purchase 2 sets of clothing and a new pair of shoes. The funds will come from the communal account." "Understood, boss. I'll take care of it," Shi Gui replied promptly. Zhou Jiu then addressed Fei Quan. "Fei Quan, have Shi Rong learn some basics from you. How to navigate, how to relay messages, and how to handle situations that arise. He is clever but lacks experience. Keep a watchful eye on him to prevent any mishaps." Fei Quan regarded Shi Rong's frail figure and was reminded of his younger brother, Ajia. He nodded slowly. "Rest assured, Boss, I will teach him well and ensure he doesn't stumble. Shirong hurriedly bowed to Fei Quan, respectfully calling out, Brother Quan. That will be all for today. Zhou Jiu returned to his seat, looking at Shirong. Here, take these $300. It is an advance on your wages. Starting tomorrow, you will work with Shi Gui and Fei Quan. Your first task is to memorize the names and locations of the main streets in Causeway Bay. I will test you in 3 days. Should you fail to remember, you will face the consequences. Yes, boss. Shirong quickly accepted the 3 banknotes, his hands trembling slightly. This was not stolen money. It was his first legitimate income in this lifetime. He carefully folded the bills and tucked them deep into his pocket, securing them tightly, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. Now off you go. Zhou Jiu waved his hand, and the group dispersed. Shi Gui led Shirong downstairs to arrange for his lodging, while Fei Quan and Desha went to inspect the newly acquired territory. In the room, Zhou Jiu was soon left alone. He approached the window, opening it a crack to observe the lively night scene of Lockhart Road below. The neon lights flickered. Traffic flowed like a river, and the cacophony of voices filled the air. This was Causeway Bay in 1985, dazzlingly prosperous, yet brutally harsh. Taking in Shirong was a whim, yet a well-considered one. He needed more hands, especially young, clean, and promising individuals. A street youth like Shirong, without a helping hand, would either starve on the streets or become another lost soul. Like Song Bo, Zhou Jiu never saw himself as a savior. Yet he understood a fundamental truth. Sometimes, offering someone a chance could yield a lifetime of loyalty. Moreover, he genuinely perceived a spark in Shirong's eyes. That flame he had seen in Fei Quan's gaze and felt burning within himself. It was the desire to ascend, to escape the depths, to change one's fate. Only those with fire within them could navigate the treacherous paths ahead. The system panel quietly emerged in his consciousness. System notification. Subjugation of potential disciple Shirong. Initial loyalty value 75. Potential assessment A. Daily Dragon Chi yield 0.1. Current Dragon Chi 315. Daily automatic yield not calculated. The Dragon Chi had increased. Though modest, it accumulated gradually, little by little. Zhou Jiu closed the panel and directed his gaze back to the night scene outside. The threat from the East Star Crows had yet to be neutralized. The newly acquired territory required careful management, and matters concerning the Thailand line were urgent. There was much to be done. But tonight, at least, he had given that youth named Shirong an opportunity to escape the mire. As for whether this lotus, rising from the mud, would bloom and how splendidly it would flourish, that depended on his own fortune and whether he could nurture that flicker of fire within him to carve out a path to survival. Chapter 25. Between Parting and Reunion. At 6:30 in the morning, in the open space beside Causeway Bay's typhoon shelter, the sea breeze, tinged with a salty tang, swept through as dawn broke. The distant Victoria Harbor still shrouded in mist. In the open space stood a somewhat worn Toyota Corolla, the vehicle typically driven by Ah Ming, who had brought it over today for instructional purposes. Shirong stood outside the driver's door, gripping the handle tightly, his eyes wide with trepidation. Fixated on the steering wheel, swallowing nervously. Are you scared? Zhou Jiu stood beside the car, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his tone flat and devoid of inflection. No, I'm not scared. Shirong straightened his back abruptly, though his voice wavered. He had simply never sat in such a front seat before. Fei Quan leaned against the hood of another vehicle, grinning broadly. When I first touched a car, my hands trembled so much that I couldn't even insert the key into the lock. It's perfectly normal, Shirong. Shi Gui squatted on a nearby stone pedestal, jotting notes, and glanced up, adjusting his glasses to interject coldly. That was when you were stealing a car. It doesn't count. Hey, Shi Gui, are you looking for trouble? Fei Quan flared up, pretending to lunge at him, only to be held back by Desha, who chuckled and stretched his arm out. Zhou Jiu had no time to indulge their banter. He pulled open the driver's door. Get in, and first learn the basic components. Shirong took a deep breath, bending to enter the driver's seat. The seat felt oversized for him, and he struggled to adjust it several times before he could barely reach the pedals. Zhou Jiu settled into the passenger seat and immediately began instructing him with clarity and precision. This is the steering wheel. It controls the direction. This is the gear stick. First gear to start, second gear to accelerate, third and fourth for highway speeds, and reverse for backing up. This is the clutch, brake, and accelerator. Remember the order. Left foot for the clutch, right foot for the brake and accelerator. Don't mix them up. Shirong's eyes widened like saucers. His ears perked up straight as he desperately committed each word to memory. Now, insert the key and gently turn it to the right. Shirong's hands trembled as he attempted twice before finally getting the key into the ignition. With a twist, the engine emitted a low roar, and the car vibrated slightly. Shirong flinched, nearly dropping the key. Relax. Zhou Jiu's voice remained steady. The car is merely a machine. You control it. It does not control you. Shirong nodded vigorously, inhaling deeply as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Left foot on the clutch, right hand in first gear. Shi-Rong followed the instructions, but when engaging the gear, he applied too much force, causing the gearbox to emit a loud, jarring clunk. Gentle. Zhou reached out, gripping Shi-Rong's wrist, and with a seamless shift of gears, he found the optimal position and gently nudged forward. As Shi-Rong felt the warmth and strength of Zhou's palm, the anxiety within him inexplicably diminished. Now, slowly release the clutch. Gently press the accelerator with your right foot. This step is the most challenging. Shi-Rong gradually lifted his left foot. The car began to tremble slightly. He nervously glanced at Zhou, and upon seeing him nod, he dared to continue. As the clutch was released halfway, he instinctively pressed the accelerator. Suddenly, the engine roared to life, and the car shot forward violently. Then, due to the clutch not being fully released, it shook uncontrollably, and with a sudden clatter, it stalled. Shi-Rong froze in his seat, his face turning pale, scarcely daring to breathe. It's all right, Zhou said calmly. Let us try again. Remember, the clutch and accelerator must be coordinated gently, like a dance, in and out, finding the right balance. On the second attempt, Shi-Rong was even more tense. He released the clutch too quickly, causing the car to lurch forward again, and it stalled once more. On the third try, he pressed the accelerator too hard. The car remained stationary, but the engine revved loudly. Nearby, Fei Quan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Shi-Rong, what are you doing? This isn't driving. It's torture for the car. Shi-Rong's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Zhou turned and shot Fei Quan a cold glance. That single look silenced Fei Quan immediately. Zhou then turned back to Shi-Rong, saying, ignore him. Everyone has to go through this. When I first learned to drive, I crashed into the barriers on my first day. Really? Shi-Rong exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Zhou said, a rare smile gracing his lips, so don't rush. Driving isn't as hard as it seems, nor is it as simple as it appears. The key is to find the feel for it. He gestured for Shi-Rong to start the car again. This time, I'll assist you. Left foot on the clutch. Release it slowly. Do you feel the car shaking? Steady now. Gently press the accelerator good. Continue to release the clutch. Look, it's moving. Under Zhou's guidance, the somewhat old Toyota Corolla began to glide forward slowly. The speed was as leisurely as a tortoise, yet it was indeed progress. Shi-Rong's eyes lit up, his voice brimming with excitement. It moved. Boss, it actually moved. Excellent. Maintain that. Zhou released his hand, directing his gaze ahead, gripped the steering wheel gently. Don't hold on too tightly. Do you see that orange ice cream cone ahead? Gradually steer towards it. Shi-Rong's entire body tensed. His eyes fixated on the ice cream cone, his knuckles whitening around the steering wheel. The car advanced at a sluggish pace of 5 kilometers per hour. As they approached within 3 meters of the cone, Shi-Rong suddenly panicked and slammed on the brakes. The car came to a screeching halt, and Shi-Rong was thrust forward by inertia, only to be yanked back harshly by the seatbelt, leaving his chest feeling constricted. I'm so sorry, boss. Shi-Rong quickly apologized, his voice tinged with guilt. You don't need to brake that hard. Zhou patted his shoulder, his tone softening, but in an emergency. You must press hard. Let us try again. This time aim to maneuver around the ice cream cone. For the next hour, the sounds of the engine's roar, the stalling clatter, and the occasional screech of tires against the ground echoed continuously. Shi-Rong knocked over an ice cream cone once, nearly veered into a nearby drainage ditch twice, and while reversing, almost collided with where Fei Quan stood, prompting Fei Quan to leap away and shout, Shi-Rong, are you trying to commit murder? Yet Shi-Rong did not lose heart. With each misstep, he gritted his teeth and restarted the car. Sweat dripped into his eyes, causing a stinging discomfort, which he hastily wiped away before continuing. Zhou remained in the passenger seat, giving succinct and clear commands. Turn left half a circle, straighten up. Ease off the accelerator, check the rearview mirror. Gradually, the stalls became less frequent. Shi-Rong began to find his rhythm, managing to control the speed and execute simple straight drives and turns. His movements were still stiff, but he was starting to resemble a driver. As the sun fully ascended, casting golden light across the open area, Zhou finally called for a halt. Let us take a 10-minute break and hydrate. Shi-Rong nearly collapsed into the driver's seat, his shirt soaked with sweat, clinging to him, yet his face beamed with an uncontainable glow of excitement. He pushed open the car door, and as his feet touched the ground, he felt a little dizzy. Fei Quan handed him a bottle of soda, his tone considerably more relaxed than before. Well done, Shi-Rong. Those last few laps looked quite decent. Not nearly good enough, Quan Gu, Shi-Rong replied, taking a large gulp of soda and coughing as it went down the wrong way. Digawei closed his notebook and approached, adjusting his glasses. Boss, I've observed that Shi-Rong's coordination and reaction speed are quite good, but he's too tense. With a few more days of practice, he should be ready for the road. Zhou nodded, turning to Shi-Rong. How do you feel? Tired, Shi-Rong answered honestly, his eyes still shining. but it's truly interesting. Boss, when can I actually drive on the road? When you no longer mistake the sidewalk for a racetrack? Zhou Jiu lit a cigarette, exhaling the smoke slowly, his tone turning serious. Driving isn't about showing off. It's a responsibility. What you hold in your hands is not just the steering wheel, but also the safety of yourself, your passengers, and pedestrians. Do you understand? Shirong straightened his back immediately, nodding earnestly. Understood. For the next few days, come practice for 2 hours every morning. Ming will accompany you. Jojo said. In half a month, I want you to be able to independently complete a round trip from Blue Moon to Mongkok. This will be your first assessment. Understood, boss. Shirong replied loudly, full of confidence. Fei Quan leaned in curiously and asked, Boss, does this mean Shirong is officially starting? Not even close. Jojo exhaled a smoke ring. Driving is just the foundation. There is still much to learn about tailing in traffic, shaking off a tail, and using the car as cover. But all of this must be done step by step. There can be no haste. He looked at Shirong, his tone earnest. Today I will teach you the most important lesson. No matter what you learn, the foundation must be solid before you can progress quickly. Just like shifting gears, Jojo pointed at the gear lever. The car can only accelerate smoothly by shifting up one gear at a time. Do you think you can skip from first to fourth gear? You'll only stall out, and that is of no use. Shirong nodded thoughtfully, his understanding deepening. In the distance, Ming drove over in another vehicle. As he stepped out, his expression turned serious, and he hurried over. Boss, Digaway, I just received word that there's movement over at Dongxing. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly thickened. Even the sea breeze felt cooler. Digaway immediately inquired, what kind of movement? The few 49ers under Crow have been loitering around the territory of Sister 13 on Poland Street these past few days. Looking as if they are scouting the area, Ming whispered urgently, and Sister 13's people have already noticed them. Jojo narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning icy. Poland Street is Sister 13's domain, and a stronghold for the female gang. What does that guy Crow intend to do, reaching out to that territory? Shirong. Jojo suddenly spoke, his voice steady. Yes, boss. Shirong responded immediately, his body tensing upright. This afternoon, you will accompany me to Poland Street, Jojo said slowly. But you're not ready to drive. You're going to deliver a message to Sister 13. This is your first errand task. Can you handle it? Shirong's eyes brightened instantly, nodding vigorously with determination. I can. I'll ensure it gets delivered. Fei Quan frowned, hastily saying, Boss. Is it too dangerous to send Shirong? How about I go instead, and let Shirong stay here? It is always necessary to begin. Jojo interrupted him, his tone brooking no dissent. Shirong, clever and fresh-faced, was not easily noticeable. Stay close to me, but maintain your distance. Do not draw attention. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and, casting a serious glance at the crowd, declared, the Eastern Star has already begun to harbor ill intentions. We cannot remain passive. We must prepare ourselves early. The sea breeze swept through once more, and the morning light fully spread across the open space, dispelling the last wisps of mist. A new day had indeed commenced. Yet, the undercurrents of the underworld had never ceased, growing ever more turbulent. Chapter 26. The red thread of Boland Street at 3 in the afternoon. Boland Street presented a stark contrast to the other areas of Causeway Bay. The neon signs bore names as alluring as Lido Night Fragrance and Golden Phoenix. The shop windows displayed not electronics or seafood, but elegant kipeos and cosmetics. The street, though not wide, was impeccably clean, with even the roadside drainage ditches devoid of any litter. Women clad in various skirts strolled in small groups. Some hurried past, while others leaned casually against storefronts, cigarette in hand, their scrutinizing gazes sharp as blades, appraising passers-by without a hint of subtlety. The dominant colors here were red and gold, with numerous red lanterns adorning doorways and gilded signs shining blindingly in the afternoon sun. The air was infused with the sense of perfume and powder, mingling with a faint trace of smoke, creating a distinctive aroma that belonged solely to Boland Street. Shirong followed half a step behind Jojo, her eyes darting around in curiosity. She had never set foot in such a place before, at least not under this identity. In the shanty towns of Sham Shui Po, she had seen streetwalkers, all worn and struggling to survive. But Boland Street was different. The women here seemed to possess a certain poise, walking with confidence, their postures straight as a rod. Stop looking around. Jojo's voice drifted back to her, soft yet laced with an unmistakable authority. Remember, you are here to conduct business, not to gawk. Yes, boss. Shirong promptly averted her gaze, straightening her back even further. The two halted before a 4-story building. Its facade was adorned with beige ceramic tiles, and a gilded sign reading Phoenix Pavilion hung at the entrance, flanked by 2 women in black suits, exuding no allure. Their short hair neatly styled, makeup understated, and their gazes as cold as ice, radiating an air of ruthlessness. Brother Gio, please. One of the women, sharp-eyed, recognized Jojo immediately. She quickly stepped aside to open the glass door, her tone respectful. Sister is waiting for you on the second floor. Jojo nodded, leading Shirong inside. The first floor resembled a tea restaurant, with 7 or 8 tables, only half of which were occupied, mostly by women sipping tea and chatting. As Jojo entered, several curious glances fell upon him, quickly assessing and then drifting away. Shirong observed keenly. The waitresses were all women, moving swiftly, their smiles perfectly measured, without a hint of sluggishness. The staircase was laid with dark red carpet, and the polished handrails gleamed, reflecting silhouettes. Ascending to the second floor revealed a more private area, with semi-open tea seats separated by screens. In the innermost corner by the window sat a woman clad in a wine-red suit jacket, engrossed in ledger books. Her short hair was meticulously styled with gel, and diamond earrings dangled from her earlobes, glistening coldly. She was Sister 13, the decision-maker for Hongxing on Boland Street, and the only female hall master within the entire organization. Upon hearing footsteps, Sister 13 immediately looked up. She appeared to be in her 30s, her features not conventionally beautiful, yet her eyes carried an undeniable vigor. Her lips were slightly thin, and when not smiling, her face bore a chilling intensity, exuding an innate sharpness. At that moment, she set down the ledger and stood up, a bright smile breaking across her face. Jojo, what a rare guest. Her voice was robust, slightly raspy, making it particularly recognizable. Sit down. Aling. Bring a pot of aged Tiguanyin. Thank you, Sister 13. Jojo took a seat across from her, while Shirong prudently positioned herself half a step behind him, wary of moving too much. Sister 13's gaze flicked over Shirong for a brief moment before she inquired, and who is this? My new recruit, Shirong. Jojo replied, his tone nonchalant. I brought him out to broaden his horizons. Sister 13 repeated the name, nodding slightly, her tone softening as she regarded Shirong with a glimmer of interest. Please, make yourself comfortable. Here, there is no need for such formality. Shirong promptly glanced at Jojo, and upon seeing him slightly nod, she cautiously took a seat on the nearby round stool, her back still straight. Hardly daring to breathe, the tea arrived swiftly. Sister 13 poured it herself, her movements remarkably skilled. Her fingers were long and her nails neatly trimmed, coated in a clear protective polish, exuding competence. Nothing good comes without a reason. Sister 13 pushed the teacup toward Jojo, getting straight to the point without any preamble. You've recently been making waves, having just swallowed up Sangbo's territory, and now you've tangled with the crow. What brings you here for tea? Jojo raised the teacup, bringing it to his nose to savor the fragrance, and replied leisurely. Precisely because of my conflict with the crow that I sought out Sister 13. Oh, Sister 13 raised an eyebrow, her eyes sharpening with curiosity. I received word yesterday that a few of the crow's men have been lurking around Boland Street for the past couple of days. Jojo set down the teacup, his gaze fixed intently on Sister 13, his tone growing serious, as if he were scouting the territory. Sister 13's smile faded slightly, her expression sharpening as if she were preparing for battle. My people have noticed as well. However, Boland Street is not Causeway Bay. The crow's reach does not extend that far. Individually, they may not dare. Jojo's speech slowed, each word pronounced carefully. But what if he were to ally with other forces or resort to underhanded tactics? Though he left his words hanging, Sister 13 instantly grasped their implications. Boland Street thrived on women's business. The utmost taboo was any form of violence or sabotage. Should a catastrophe occur, clientele would disperse. The safety of the women would be compromised, and the entire order of Boland Street would collapse. What do you know? Sister 13 leaned slightly forward, her tone now tinged with gravity. At present, I only know that the crow is brewing something nefarious, Jojo replied calmly. But I have already forged a deadly enmity with him. Should he strike at me, I shall retaliate. If he simultaneously targets Boland Street. He did not finish his thought, yet the meaning was all too clear. The enemy of my enemy could very well become an ally. Sister 13 reclined in her chair, raising her teacup to take a slow sip, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Jojo remained patient, holding his teacup as he sat quietly, offering no urgency. Shirong, at his side, dared not breathe a word. This was her first encounter with a negotiation of such caliber. There were no flashing blades, no loud outcries. Yet every word was laden with veiled probes and calculations, pressing down with an almost suffocating weight. She fixed her gaze on Sister 13's face, watching as her initial wariness gave way to deep thought, eventually revealing a flicker of resolution. Jojo, Sister 13 finally spoke, her tone now more somber. I have heard of your exploits. Rescuing Chun Haonan, killing Sangbo, and confronting the crow head-on takes remarkable courage. Yet you are merely 17, your foundation is shaky, and you command only a handful of followers. Why should I place my trust in you? Simply because I am sitting here now. Jojo's voice remained calm, yet it carried a sense of resilience and strength. If I feared the crow, I could easily retreat to Causeway Bay and wait for others to strike first. But I have come here because I understand that once he is prepared and begins to dismantle us one by one, none of us will survive. He paused briefly before continuing. In this world, power is essential, but foresight is paramount. Sister 13 has maintained her position in Boland Street for over a decade, and her vision is undoubtedly keen. I am a newcomer, yet being new comes with its own advantages. There are fewer burdens to bear, a willingness to strive, and a heartfelt desire to forge friendships. 13's sister gazed at him for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. One that was far more genuine than the previous one, devoid of any pretense and infused with a measure of appreciation. Intriguing. Your words do not seem like those that a 17-year-old lad could articulate. In the realm of the underworld, experience is not dictated by age. Jojo also smiled, his tone assured, emphasizing merit. Excellent. 13's sister abruptly slammed her hand on the table, her voice resonant. I admire forthright individuals. Speak up. How would you like to collaborate? Information sharing. Jojo immediately responded, without beating around the bush, stating that if there were any disturbances from the Crow side, we would keep each other informed. Should assistance be needed, within reasonable limits, we shall lend a hand. If a conflict arises, both Boland Street and Causeway Bay will support one another, standing as mutual allies. 13's sister tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table, pondering. It seems I might be at a disadvantage. The Crow's main focus is on you, while Boland Street will likely only be collateral damage. Thus, I shall demonstrate my sincerity, Jojo said, producing an envelope from his coat and gently sliding it across the table to 13's sister. It contained copies of the land deeds for 2 small shops adjacent to the Blue Moon. They are not extensive in size, but possess a prime location. If 13's sister is interested, she can take them over at an internal rate. Moreover, he turned to Shirong, his tone direct. Shirong, bring forth the items. Shirong hesitated for a moment, then recalled the small pouch Jojo had given him before their departure, hastily retrieving it and presenting it with both hands respectfully before Jojo. Jojo accepted it and opened it on the table to reveal 3 exquisitely crafted gold necklaces, each weighing approximately 10 grams and glimmering under the light. A small token of our meeting, Jojo stated plainly, intended for 13's sister and her 2 capable sisters to wear and enjoy. 13's sister glanced at the gold chains but refrained from touching them, instead fixing a profound gaze upon Jojo, her tone laden with meaning. You seem to have prepared quite thoroughly. I am always considerate towards friends, Jojo replied calmly, neither servile nor arrogant. A silence ensued. 13's sister's fingers lightly tapped beside the gold necklaces, and after a moment, she finally spoke. I do not desire the shops. Your Blue Moon is just starting and needs surrounding industries to support it. I will accept the gold chains as tokens of friendship. She paused, leaning slightly forward, her voice lowered and carrying a weight of solemnity. At the west end of Boland Street, there are 2 brothels named Chunyua Tower and Yulaxiang, which are under my name. Previously, Wafuo collected protection fees, but after his demise, the establishments have remained vacant. Starting next month, you may send someone to collect the fees from these 2 brothels. Shirong's heart raced. Protection fees from brothels are no small matter. This is a tremendous benefit. However, Jojo's expression remained unperturbed, still calm. 13's sister, you are being modest. But since we are collaborating, the profits should be shared. Therefore, I will collect the protection fees. But 30% of the monthly profits will be returned to Boland Street as a management fee. A glimmer of approval flashed in 13's sister's eyes as she nodded. 20% will suffice. I have no intention of taking back what I give. You may keep 80%, providing me with 20% as a token of goodwill, merely as team money for the sisters. Then I am grateful, 13's sister. Jojo raised his teacup, signaling. The 2 cups clinked gently in the air, sealing their agreement. For the next half hour, they finalized all details. Reconciliation on the 5th of each month, using a specific code to communicate in emergencies, and providing each other with 3 reliable contact lists. 13's sister also let slip a piece of information. She had heard that the Crow was recently in contact with an elder from Lianxing, seemingly seeking support. As they parted, 13's sister accompanied Jojo to the staircase. She patted him on the shoulder, her tone tinged with the sentiment of a mentor towards a younger individual. Youngster, you possess both courage and discernment. Among this generation of Hongxing, aside from Chunhaonan, you are the one I find most agreeable. Do well, and Boland Street will always have a place for you. Thank you, 13's sister. Jojo replied earnestly, nodding slightly. As they descended, Shirong followed closely behind, his heart racing, nearly leaping from his chest. It wasn't until they stepped out of the Phoenix Pavilion and onto the bustling streets of Boland Street that he dared to softly inquire. Has it been settled, boss? Indeed. Jojo nodded, his pace unwavering, his tone flat, yet powerful. Remember everything you saw and heard today. Negotiations in this world are not about who shouts the loudest. but rather who possesses foresight, who offers genuine benefits, and who is truly trustworthy. Shirong nodded emphatically, quickly committing Zhou words to memory, striving to digest everything that had transpired without missing a detail. After a few steps, Zhou suddenly called out, "Shirong." "Yes, boss." Shirong immediately responded, not daring to delay. "Do you remember the names of the 2 brothels 13 sister mentioned?" Zhou inquired. "I remember. Chunyue Tower and Yalaxiang." Shirong hurriedly replied, his tone resolute and precise. "Upon returning, write down these 2 names, their approximate locations, and all the details we discussed, word for word." Zhou's tone turned serious. "This is your first assignment. Do not mess it up." "Understood. I guarantee completion." As the sun set, golden rays bathed Bolin Street. The shadows of the 2 figures were elongated by the red lanterns lining the roadside. Shirong glanced back at the gilded sign of the Phoenix Pavilion, then at Zhou's back as he walked ahead, suddenly realizing that this underworld seemed far more intricate than he had imagined, yet also significantly more exciting. And he had only just embarked on the beginning of this path, a long journey ahead, yet filled with brilliance. Chapter 27, The Test of the Boxing Gym. At 3 in the afternoon, a dashing young man clad in a sports tank top stepped into the Blue Moon Bar, striding directly to Zhou and slapping a gilded invitation onto the table with a resounding clap. "Brother Prince invites you to the Prince Boxing Gym at 8 o'clock tonight in Simsha Sui for a sparring session." The newcomer's tone was neither obsequious nor overbearing. His gaze sharp as an eagle, urging, "Brother Gio, I implore you to grace us with your presence." The invitation bore but 2 lines of text. Succinct and straightforward, sparring of martial arts, meeting friends through combat. Signed simply with an elegant flourish of the character for Prince. Shirong reached out to take the invitation, his hands trembling. The Prince Boxing Gym is the prince's territory, the training ground of the Hongxing war god, a sacred place for the martial artists of Simsha Sui. Fighting there is an entirely different affair compared to brawling on the streets. Fei Quan's expression darkened, leaning closer to Zhou. "Boss, the prince is deliberately putting you in a precarious position. His gym is filled with his people. What if?" "There is no what if." Zhou casually closed the invitation, his tone resolute. "The prince values martial ethics. Having stated sparring, he would never resort to underhanded tactics. Furthermore," he raised his gaze towards the window, his eyes fixed on the direction of Simsha Sui. "Winning on his home turf holds greater weight." At 7:50 in the evening, at the Prince Boxing Gym on Nathan Road in Simsha Sui, the gym occupied an entire floor, spacious and ample. Upon entering, a blend of sweat, leather, and medicinal scents assaulted the senses. The walls were adorned with banners, trophies, and photographs, with the most striking feature being a bold ink-wash display reading, "Martial Arts." The central octagonal cage was polished to a shine, not a speck of dust in sight. The overhead lights blazed brightly, illuminating the ring as if it were a stage. The audience was already filled with people. 20 or 30 robust men sat on either side, each muscular and fierce, all disciples of the prince or regulars at the gym. They donned matching black training outfits, each adorned with a small embroidered character for Prince, exuding an imposing presence. As Zhou entered with Fei Quan, Shigue, and Shirong, all eyes instantly turned towards them. There were gazes of scrutiny, curiosity, yet predominantly, overt disdain, as if they were witnessing a farce. Was it really him? Looking as frail as a bamboo pole, could he possibly withstand a punch from the prince? Rumor had it he relied on his intellect to make a living, possessing business acumen, but in a fight? Perhaps he was merely there to deliver vegetables. 17 years old, not even fully matured. And he dared to show his face at the prince's boxing gym? Whispers filled the air, unabashedly penetrating the ears of several onlookers. Fei Quan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Shirong, anxious, felt cold sweat trickling from her palms, while Zhou remained unfazed, striding towards the resting area by the ring. The prince had yet to make his appearance. Shirong discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Along one side of the gym, a row of sandbags, speedballs, and strength training equipment were meticulously arranged. Several men were warming up, the sound of their punches and kicks slicing through the air, tightening the hearts of those who heard it. On another wall, an array of weapons hung, not merely for display, their blades glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. This was the essence of the war god of Hongxing. At precisely 8 o'clock, the curtain at the back room was suddenly drawn aside. The prince emerged, clad in pristine white Muay Thai shorts, his upper body bare, bronzed muscles resembling a sculpture under the bright lights, sharp and defined. His hands bore no bandages. Only 2 red knots tied around his wrists, marking him for battle. His short hair stood erect, and his expressionless square face betrayed nothing. Yet when his gaze swept across the gym, an immediate silence enveloped the entire space. "Zhou." The prince's voice was not loud, but resonated clearly throughout the gym, commanding attention. Zhou removed his outer jacket, revealing a simple black tank top beneath. His tall frame showcased well-defined muscles, yet in comparison to the prince, he appeared somewhat frail. He stepped onto the ring, standing firmly opposite the prince. Below, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The referee, a seasoned coach in his 50s, lean and marked by a scar across his face, looked at both fighters and swiftly announced the rules, a friendly exchange of skills. To the point. If one falls and does not rise within 10 seconds, concedes, or exits the ring, it counts as a loss. Begin. The crisp sound of the bell rang out, sharp and clear. The prince did not launch an immediate attack, but instead circled Zhou slowly, his steps heavy as if the ground were beneath a mountain. He observed the 17-year-old, noting that, despite the intense atmosphere, Zhou maintained steady breathing and an unflinching gaze, impressive in itself. Zhou too was in motion, employing the peculiar sliding steps of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, his body swaying gently to the rhythm. It appeared casual, yet he consistently maintained the optimal distance for both offense and defense, showing no signs of disadvantage. A stir arose among the spectators. What kind of footwork was this? They had never seen anything like it. Was it merely for show, beautiful yet ineffective? A flicker of interest ignited in the prince's eyes. In the next moment, he lunged forward, his left leg whipping out like a whip in a mid-level sweeping kick. Purely a test, Zhou did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he slid back a half step, his right hand instinctively striking down to dissipate the force. A resounding clap echoed as he absorbed much of the impact, yet the residual force left his arm tingling. What formidable strength! The prince felt a twinge of surprise. His kick had not been delivered with full force, yet it was sufficient to send an ordinary person sprawling. Zhou not only absorbed the blow, but did so with such finesse. Intriguing. A smirk played at the corners of the prince's mouth. This time, he would not hold back. A right straight punch erupted from him like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Zhou's face. The wind of the punch whistled, causing several spectators to instinctively retract their necks. Zhou could neither evade nor escape the speed of this punch. He suddenly crouched low, nearly grazing the ground, slipping beneath the prince's armpit, while simultaneously flicking his right leg back like a scorpion's tail, aiming a kick at the prince's rear knee. The change in tactics was swift, so rapid it left onlookers momentarily stunned. The prince's center of gravity wavered, nearly causing him to topple, but years of practical experience kicked in that instant of imbalance. He pivoted sharply, driving his left elbow backward with tremendous force. Zhou had already retreated, the elbow wind brushing past his nose, stirring up a gale. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd, echoing throughout. Had Zhou just made the prince retreat a step? The murmurs shifted, the derision replaced by sheer astonishment. The prince steadied himself and turned to face Zhou, his interest deepening. He rolled his neck, the cracking sound sending shivers down spines. Zhou, the prince spoke, his tone laced with admiration. This is neither Hong Quan nor Muay Thai. Where did you learn this? The ability to win is what constitutes good skill. Zhou's breathing quickened. The series of maneuvers had depleted a considerable amount of his stamina. Well said. The prince's laughter boomed, vibrant and resonant. Then allow me to witness your prowess. This time, he unleashed his full might. The ferocity of Muay Thai surged forth. Knee strikes akin to battering rams, elbow strikes rivaling mountain axes, combined with the heavy foundation of Hong Quan, each blow imbued with the power to obliterate. The ring trembled slightly, and the audience collectively held their breath. This was the prince they knew, the undefeated war god of Hongxing. Zhou found himself ensnared in a brutal struggle. He could not afford to take hits directly. Instead, he relied on the peculiar footwork of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, dodging left and right, maneuvering about, occasionally seizing opportunities to counter with joint locks. Yet the prince's strength was overwhelming. Just as a lock was about to take form, he would break free through sheer brute force. Several times, the prince's heavy punches grazed past him, inflicting searing pain that pierced to the bone. Boss! Fei Quan leapt up from his seat, his voice hoarse from shouting. Shirong bit her lip fiercely, her nails digging into her palm, oblivious to the blood seeping from the wounds. On the ring, Zhou was struck again by a low sweeping kick from the prince, hitting him on the outer thigh, causing him to stagger backward, his back crashing hard against the ropes, a loud thud resounding. Agonizing pain shot through him, his thigh muscles convulsing, leaving him barely able to stand. The prince did not pursue. He remained stationary, his chest heaving as he spoke. Do you concede? You are impressive, but if this continues, you will sustain serious injuries. Zhou braced himself against the ropes, gradually rising, wiping the corner of his mouth. Where had he bitten himself? Blood now staining his lips? He shook his head, a smile forming. Prince, this is just the beginning. The prince furrowed his brow. He could see that Zhou had reached his limit. That peculiar footwork was immensely taxing, and he himself had only exerted 70% of his strength. What was this young man enduring for? The crowd, initially anticipating Zhou Jio's concession, now fell into a profound silence. They recognized the disparity in skill, yet the fire in Zhou Jio's eyes, that indomitable spirit, reminded them of their own early days in training, undaunted by pain, vowing to stand as long as they could, refusing to fall. Continue. Zhou Jio took his stance, this time initiating the attack. Not a straightforward charge, but rather an eerie, curved glide, darting left and right, advancing and retreating, as if dancing with shadows. The prince found himself momentarily unable to lock onto his target. This footwork was unlike anything he had encountered before, reminiscent of a dance. Yet a variant of some ancient battle dance, exceedingly strange. Suddenly, Zhou Jio closed in, not throwing a punch, but ensnaring the prince's arms with his hands, initiating a crosslock. The prince snorted coldly, his muscles instantly tensing, preparing to unleash his brute strength to escape. However, this time, Zhou Jio employed a different tactic. He did not lock the prince down. Instead, he utilized the momentum from the prince's escape to pivot his body, his left leg snapping like a whip, striking fiercely at the prince's supporting ankle. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, and the prince fell to one knee. The arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. The prince, the war god of Hongxing, was actually forced to kneel? Although it was but a fleeting moment before the prince roared in fury and regained his footing, that scene was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. Impossible to erase. The prince straightened, gazing at Zhou Jio with a complex expression, filled with surprise, confusion, and a hint of admiration. He could discern the remarkable physical control and precise calculations required for Zhou Jio's series of movements. This was not mere brute force, it was true skill, and artful strength. For the final move, the prince took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and raised them to his forehead in a traditional Muay Thai gesture of respect, signifying the utmost reverence. Zhou Jio, acknowledging this, quickly assumed a defensive posture, his entire being on high alert. The prince made his move. This time, he set aside all flamboyant techniques, settling into a low stance, his right fist coiled at his side, embodying the essence of Hongchuan, the iron wire fist. The simplest of straight punches, yet it harnessed all his strength and 30 years of mastery, an unstoppable force. As he unleashed the punch, there was not a sound. Yet it felt as if the very air was compressed and torn apart, bearing down with an overwhelming pressure. Zhou Jio did not evade. He understood he could not escape. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, arms crossed protectively over his chest, every muscle in his body tensed to its limit. In his mind flashed a rare technique from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a method of dissipating force not through resistance, but by embracing the impact with his entire body's flexibility. Akin to how water accepts a stone, transforming rigidity into softness. Thud! The sound was thunderous, reverberating and making ears ring. Zhou Jio slid backward several steps, his back colliding heavily with the pillar of the ring, a resounding thump echoing, as if his very organs had shifted. A sweetness filled his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood escaped the corner of his lips, staining his vest crimson. Yet he did not fall. He stood firm, his arms trembling violently, yet still maintaining his defensive stance, his gaze unwavering and fierce, not a hint of defeat in his eyes. The prince stood still, maintaining his punching posture, motionless. After a few seconds, he slowly retracted his fist, glancing at his own hand before lifting his gaze to Zhou Jio, whose bloodied corner of his mouth still held a proud stature. The admiration in the prince's eyes could no longer be concealed. Below the stage, an utter silence reigned. All eyes were fixed upon the ring, watching that 17-year-old youth, who, even under the full force of the war god of Hongxing, stood tall and unyielding. Then, it was unclear who began it, but applause erupted, initially sporadic, then swelling in number and volume until the entire boxing gym was engulfed in thunderous applause, shaking the very roof. Those who had once looked on with disdain now transformed their expressions into genuine respect. In the world of martial arts, strength is always revered. But even more so is the strength of character that refuses to yield. The prince laughed heartily, stepping forward and extending his hand. Zhou Jio raised his trembling hand, grasping the princess, who pulled him up and steadied him. Young lad. The prince clapped Zhou Jio on the shoulder, his voice booming intentionally for all to hear. You have a bright future ahead. He turned to the crowd below, his tone resonating with undeniable authority. Did you all see that? This is what I want to convey to you. Martial arts have no hierarchy, only the person behind them. Zhou Jio took my full force punch and did not fall. From this day forth, he is my friend, the friend of the prince's boxing gym. Anyone who crosses him will be crossing me. His words rang out with clarity, reverberating in the ears of all present. The crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing thunderously. Yes, Prince. Zhou Jio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, nodding sincerely to the prince. Thank you for your guidance, Prince. Guidance, my foot. The prince bellowed with laughter, patting Zhou Jio's back. You have opened my eyes. Bring your skills to the gym sometime and show my people a thing or two. Let them broaden their horizons. Certainly. Zhou Jio descended from the ring. And Fei Quan and Shi Rong rushed to his sides, one on each arm. Shi Rong's eyes were red, tears welling but held back. Fei Quan. His face alight with excitement, trembling as he exclaimed, "Boss, you were incredible. The prince himself acknowledged you as a friend. No one will dare to provoke you in Sim Sha Sui now." Zhou Jio smiled, raising his gaze to the men in the gym who were casting admiring glances. He understood in his heart that tonight's battle was worth it. As he exited the boxing gym, the prince personally escorted him to the door. He handed Zhou Jio a bottle of specially concocted medicinal liquor, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "Be cautious of the crows. They've been frequenting the Liansheng people lately. Trouble may be brewing." "I will," Zhou Jio replied, accepting the liquor with a nod. "Also," the prince continued, his gaze deepening with significance, "Mr. Jiang may seek you out. Seize the opportunity." Zhou Jio felt a stir in his heart and nodded promptly, "Understood." In the car on the way back, Shi Rong carefully applied the medicinal liquor to Zhou Jio, her movements gentle as if afraid to hurt him. Fei Quan, still buzzing with excitement, rambled on about the details of the fight in the ring, unable to contain himself. Zhou Jio leaned against the backrest, closing his eyes to rest. As the system panel quietly materialized in his consciousness, system prompt, engaged in a fierce battle with the top-tier warrior, the prince, and received his public acknowledgement, achieving the slaying generals and raising flags level accomplishment. Dragon Chi value, 150. Proficiency in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu significantly enhanced, advancing to mastery level. Current Dragon Chi value, 465,500. Reputation in the Jianghu significantly elevated. Internal recognition by Hongxing, 30. Favorability from traditionalists, 40. Only one step remains to reach the realm of the Red Stick. Chapter 28. The Gaze of the Dragon Head. 3 days after the fight at the Princess Boxing Gym, Xiao Gui suddenly received an encrypted call. On the other end came a blunt message. "Mr. Jiang invites Zhou Jio for tea, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the Liu Tea House, Lon Ting Private Room." Liu Tea House, a century-old establishment on Stanley Street in central Hong Kong, featuring a 3-story traditional Tang-style building, with tiled steps and wooden booths that exude a nostalgic charm, where the ceiling fans turn leisurely, and the air is filled with the rich aroma of aged pu'er tea mingling with a hint of cigar smoke. This place is favored by the older generation of merchants, scholars, and underworld leaders for its tranquility, privacy, and the assurance that one can speak freely without fear of eavesdropping. Lon Ting is located at the innermost part of the second floor, with bamboo curtains hanging over the street-facing window, allowing light to filter through, casting slender shadows on the floor. Inside the room, there is a round table made of fragrant wood and 4 official hat chairs, with a replica of Zheng Banxiao's bamboo and stone painting hanging on the wall, a piece that resides in Jiang Tianxing's home in the hills. Zhou Jio arrived 10 minutes early. He wore a deep gray suit specially prepared by Xiao Gui, with a white shirt unbuttoned at the collar and no tie. His hair slicked back neatly. Standing at the door of the private room, the attendant hurriedly approached to open the door for him. Jiang Tianxing was already inside. He occupied the main seat, intently arranging a set of purple clay tea utensils. In his 50s, his hair was meticulously combed, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high nose. Dressed in a light, gray Chinese-style stand-collar shirt, and a string of sandalwood prayer beads turning slowly on his wrist, there were no bodyguards. Only the fragrance of tea and the faint sounds of the market drifting in from outside. "Mr. Jiang," Zhou Jio stood at the door, slightly bowing, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Jiang Tianxing lifted his gaze, his eyes behind the glasses warm, yet concealing an unfathomable scrutiny. He offered a faint smile, gesturing with his chin toward the seat opposite him. "Please, sit. Do not be formal. Consider this as an elder inviting a junior for tea." Zhou Jio obediently took a seat, his back straight as an arrow, hands resting steadily upon his knees, betraying not a hint of relaxation. Jiang Tianxing moved with unhurried grace, warming the teacup, washing the leaves, and brewing the tea, each action executed with an elegance that resembled a ritual. The amber liquid swirled gently within the delicate white porcelain cups. "Taste this, an aged pu'er from the 70s, Jiang Tianxing said, sliding a cup toward Zhou Jio, and added, "You absorb the prince's full-force punch without flinching. Quite a formidable youth." Zhou Jio cradled the cup in both hands, bringing it to his nose to inhale the aroma before taking a small sip. The tea was rich and smooth, leaving a lingering sweetness on the palate. "The prince shows mercy. His character is not one to show mercy," Jiang Tianxing replied, shaking his head as he savored a sip of tea himself. "You handled the situation with 13 Sister rather well. The women of Boland Street are notoriously difficult. Her willingness to relinquish 2 stalls of protection clearly indicates that she considers you one of her own." Zhou Jio remained silent, his lips pressed together, patiently awaiting the continuation of the conversation. He understood that these preliminaries were not the crux of the matter. Indeed, Jiang Tianxing set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing through the lenses of his glasses to meet Zhou Jio's eyes. His tone deepened. Zhou Jio, I invited you here today to pose a singular question. Mr. Jiang, please proceed. What is your perspective on the future of Hongxing and Dongxing? The question was deceptively simple, yet its weight felt like 1,000 pounds, rendering one breathless. Zhou Jio fell into silence for a few seconds. He was acutely aware that this single inquiry could determine Jiang Tianxing's assessment of him. Would he be seen as a useful pawn, a potential threat, or a worthy successor? He spoke slowly, his voice calm and devoid of any tremor. Dongxing relies heavily on violence, while Hongxing focuses on business. That is the current state of affairs. Jiang Tianxing nodded slightly, raising his eyes as a signal for him to continue. However, in the future, business will inevitably become violent. Zhou Jio gazed into his teacup, his tone still unruffled. This is not the street-level violence of thugs. It is the violence of capital, of rules, of law. The strategies employed by Dongxing, relying on brute force and intimidation, will eventually be rendered obsolete by the tides of time. Yet, while Hongxing's current ventures into real estate and entertainment, pursuing legitimate business paths, may seem sound, they are fraught with peril. Oh, why is that? Jiang Tianxing's eyes flickered with interest, prompting him to elaborate. Because once organized crime engages in business, the adversaries are no longer other gangs. They are the true giants, British financial conglomerates, wealthy Chinese families, and international capital. Zhou Jio paused briefly before continuing. These entities do not abide by the rules of the underworld. They wield lawyers, media, policies, and financial tactics against you. A single punch can extinguish a life, but a court summons can obliterate an entire faction. The room fell into a suffocating silence, the only sound being the hum of the ceiling fan, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Tianxing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Jio, awaiting further elaboration. Dongxing may appear fearsome at present, but it is merely a sunset on the horizon. Zhou Jio shifted his tone, now imbued with a sense of certainty. That lunatic crow, how long can he maintain his reign of violence? Once the police upgrade their equipment, once the citizens can no longer endure, and as the return to the norm looms ever closer, violent organizations will be the first to be purged. He continued, his eyes sharpening. As for Hongxing, while the transition to legitimate business may appear safe, it places them in fierce competition with even more terrifying adversaries. Mr. Jiang, you should know better than I. The British elites in those central district office towers see no one but their competitors. They will not dispatch thugs. Instead, they will employ every legal means at their disposal to bring you to ruin, to destroy your reputation. Jiang Tianxing idly twirled a string of sandalwood beads with his fingers, his expression neutral, neither pleased nor displeased, as he inquired. So you are suggesting that neither Hongxing nor Dongxing have a future? There is potential, but transformation is essential. Zhou Jio raised his eyes to meet Jiang Tianxing's gaze, his tone resolute. Hongxing must completely cleanse itself of any illicit connotations. Not merely hanging a corporate sign while continuing to engage in shady dealings, but genuinely integrating into the business world, safeguarding itself with capital and legal means. As for Dongxing, it must either evolve or face extinction. He paused before adding, and the most significant variable lies not within Hong Kong. Where then? Jiang Tianxing pressed, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. In London, in New York, in Beijing, Zhou Jio articulated clearly, Hong Kong is a colony, and it must return in 97. These past several years represent the last window of opportunity for the underworld. Those who can seize the chance to transform, who can hitch a ride on the fast train of mainland development, will survive. Otherwise, he left the thought hanging, the implication stark and unmistakable. Jiang Tianxing was silent for a long moment. He lifted his teacup but did not drink, staring intently at the swirling tea leaves within. Every word spoken by this young man struck at the core of his deepest anxieties. British pressures, the uncertainties of the return, the painful transition of the underworld, issues that had haunted him sleepless at night, articulated with such clarity and composure by a mere 17-year-old. It was terrifying. Not because of his intelligence. There were many clever individuals in the underworld. What was truly unsettling was the almost cold, age-defying insight he possessed. As though he stood atop a vantage point, surveying the entire chessboard of the underworld, fully aware of not only the opponent's next move, but their subsequent 10 as well. Zhou Jio, Jiang Tianxing finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Who taught you these things? No one taught me, Zhou Jio replied, shaking his head with a placid demeanor. I read the newspapers, listened to the news, observed the people and events around me, and then ponder how I would act if I were in their shoes. That's all. If I were in their shoes. Jiang Tianxing murmured, repeating the phrase, a smile breaking forth that mingled nostalgia with an unmistakable caution. Jojo, you do not seem like a 17-year-old. This statement was not a compliment, but rather a judgment of his excessive maturity, clarity, and inherent danger. Jojo lowered his head, his tone humble. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. I merely wish to avoid an untimely demise. Silence once again enveloped the room, rendering the air thick and stifling. Jiang Tianxing prepared a fresh pot of tea, this time moving with significantly more slowness, as if using the act of brewing tea to gather his scattered thoughts. Amidst the wafting aroma of tea, he suddenly spoke. What is your perspective on Crow's recent maneuvers? He is seeking allies, Zhou Jiu replied without hesitation. He is reaching out to the elder generation of Lianxing or other factions dissatisfied with Hongxing's transformation. He wishes to demonstrate that the old ways are still relevant. Yet, he has chosen the wrong moment. The more violent he becomes, the quicker his demise. So, you believe we should ignore him? We must pay attention. But without engaging him directly, Zhou Jiu asserted with conviction. Crow's weaknesses are his impatience, arrogance, and tendency to offend others. We must simply wait for him to err or for him to offend the wrong individuals. Jiang Tianxing regarded Zhou Jiu with a penetrating gaze. This young man not only had a clear vision of the larger trends, but could also devise specific strategies, his thoughts so meticulous that he hardly resembled a mere 17-year-old. I will be traveling to the Netherlands next month. Jiang Tianxing abruptly shifted the topic, to meet a few old friends and assess the business landscape there. Chen Haonan will be overseeing matters in Causeway Bay. He paused, his tone growing weighty. Ensure you fulfill your responsibilities. Remember, the path of the underworld is long. Sometimes it is better to proceed steadily than to rush ahead. This was both a piece of advice and a warning. Zhou Jiu nodded earnestly, understood. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Jiang. Once the tea was consumed, the meeting came to a close. Jiang Tianxing did not rise to see him off, remaining seated, his gaze fixed on Zhou Jiu's departing figure. As the door closed, he removed his gold-rimmed glasses, rubbed his temples, and murmured softly, if you truly are 17, how wonderful it would be. Alas, you are not. The young man named Zhou Jiu seemed to harbor within him a creature that had lived far too long. On the ride back to Causeway Bay, Fei Quan could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned in to inquire, Boss, what did Mr. Jiang discuss with you? Was there good news? Zhou Jiu reclined against the back seat, eyes closed, his tone unremarkable, nothing special, just inquiring about recent developments and reminding me to exercise caution. The little devil, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to look at him, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Is it really that simple? Mr. Jiang personally summoned you. It cannot have been just that. Zhou Jiu opened his eyes, gazing out at the fleeting cityscape beyond the window, his tone deepening. In any case, from this moment onward, we must tread more carefully. Mr. Jiang is already keeping a watchful eye on us. This matter was both a blessing and a curse. The positive aspect was that with the attention of a leading figure, their standing would be more secure. The downside was that every action would be scrutinized under a magnifying glass, and any misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Xiaorong spoke softly, her tone tinged with a hint of apprehension. Boss, what shall we do next? Zhou Jiu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a few moments. We shall continue with our designated tasks, recruiting individuals, expanding our territory, and generating profits. However, we must conduct ourselves with greater integrity, adhering to the rules, and leaving no loose ends. He paused momentarily before adding. Additionally, Xiaogui, intensify the investigation into the details of the interactions between Crow and Lianxing. During Mr. Zhang's trip to the Netherlands, Hong Kong is bound to experience turmoil, and we must be prepared in advance. Understood. Rest assured, boss. Xiaogui nodded emphatically. As the vehicle entered Causeway Bay, the night had deepened significantly. Zhou Jiu gazed out at the flickering neon lights. When suddenly a system panel emerged in his mind, system notification, gained high attention and deep evaluation from Hongxing leader Jiang Tianxing, completed a critical event for top-level entry. Dragon Chi value 65, cumulative 530 points, surpassing the promotion threshold for the red stick, 500 points. Promotion can be chosen at any time. Unlocking trade insight. Higher probability of predicting key information during significant decision-making. Significantly elevated status in the underworld, officially entered the core vision of Hongxing. Future decisions will directly influence the trajectory of the narrative. 530 points. Red stick. Zhou Jiu took a deep breath, refraining from choosing promotion immediately. His mind raced like a film playing in fast forward. The red stick is not the endpoint, but a new battlefield. Jiang Tianxing's gaze, sharp as a searchlight, saw through everything. At this moment, promotion would attract too much attention and could lead to trouble. Changes in his physique must be concealed, and he needed to find a completely secure location, leaving no opportunity for Crow or Lianxing to exploit. Jiang Tianxing's words, moving steadily is more crucial than moving swiftly. hit the nail on the head. The foundation of the team is still tender. The Gurkha security team has only just begun training. Xiaogui's intelligence network has yet to reach the core of Helian Shang. Fei Quan is still managing the stalls with his subordinates. And Xiaorong has only just begun her martial arts training. Any rash advancement would lead to pitfalls. Trade insight. A valuable asset, but it must be used with caution. Future decisions must be more precise, ruthless, and discreet. The British capital, the return, the transformation of the society, all are matters of life and death. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. He glanced at the dazzling neon outside, his fingertips lightly tapping on his knee. Tonight, I shall conserve my energy. Tomorrow, I will find a discreet place to promote. Thereafter, I must hasten to monitor Crow's movements and thoroughly investigate Helian Shung's background. The vacuum period after Jiang Tianxing leaves the port is both a trap and a splendid opportunity for expansion. He understood that an elevation in status would bring about physical changes, so he must first secure a safe location, without any room for negligence. Tomorrow it is. For tonight. A good night's sleep is in order. After all, from this day forth, he stands truly upon the chessboard of this underworld, no longer a mere pawn, but the one making the moves. Chapter 29. The Iron Guard enters the fray. After returning from the Luyu tea room to Blue Moon, Zhou Jiu sat in the second-floor office for a full hour. Outside the window, the neon lights of Causeway Bay flickered on one after another, while traffic flowed incessantly. Yet in his eyes, there was only the flashing text on the system panel. Current Dragon Chi value. 53500, eligible for promotion to Red Stick. Red Stick. Those 3 words carried immense weight. They signified a 20 increase in single combat damage, implying that during street confrontations, he could stride forward with confidence, gaining a significant advantage, and further indicating that his body would undergo certain transformations. Jiang Tianxing's remark, "You don't seem like a 17-year-old, still echoed in his ears, a sharp sting that tightened his heart. The way that Hongxing leader regarded him was not that of a mere youth, but rather an appraisal of an unpredictable variable. Such variables can be utilized as pawns or could become grave threats." Zhou Jiu rubbed his temples. The injuries he sustained during his confrontation with the Crown Prince still throbbed faintly. The bruising on his chest would take at least a week to heal. He needed greater martial prowess, not the brutish kind typical of street thugs, but true professionalism, systematic, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. At that moment, he recalled the 3 individuals that Chunbo had mentioned 3 days ago. "Brother Jiu, we have leads on the individuals you seek." Chunbo's voice was low on the phone, the background filled with the creaking sounds of a traditional medicine cabinet. "Where?" Zhou Jiu inquired succinctly, leaving no room for unnecessary chatter. "In the back room of my clinic." "However, Brother Jiu," Chunbo paused, his tone laden with concern, "these 3 have complicated backgrounds. They are reconnaissance soldiers who have retreated from the north. Their skills are exceptionally formidable, but they lack Hong Kong identification." He added, "Previously, they worked as bodyguards for a Chaozhou boss who was arrested, and they were deported once. They returned by sneaking back in." "Why did they come back?" Zhou Jiu asked. "Out of loyalty," Chunbo sighed. "One of their comrade sisters was deceived in Hong Kong and fell into debt with loan sharks. They returned to help. But ultimately, they couldn't save her, and now they find themselves in peril, with both the underworld and law enforcement seeking them out, one wanting to silence them, the other wanting to deport them." Zhou Jiu fell silent for several seconds. "Tell them to meet me at the back alley of Blue Moon at 11 o'clock tonight. I will see them personally." At 10:50, a light rain began to fall in Causeway Bay. In the back alley of Blue Moon, raindrops dripped down rusted drain pipes, splattering against the uneven ground and sending up tiny sprays of water. Zhou Jiu held a black umbrella, accompanied only by Fei Quan. Xiaorong stood guard by the window on the second floor, clutching a pair of binoculars. This was Zhou Jiu's first reconnaissance assignment for him. At exactly 11 o'clock, 3 figures appeared at the alley's entrance. They bore no umbrellas, clad in faded, pilled military uniforms, their footsteps as light as that of a cat, barely making a sound. The rain soaked their short hair and shoulders, yet their backs remained as straight as arrows poised in the rainy night, utterly unmoving. The stoutest among them, with a buzz cut and a square jaw, had a piercing gaze that could cut through. The slender figure on the left, with long fingers, scanned the windows and fire escapes on either side of the alley with acute vigilance. The man of medium stature on the right wore the calmest expression, but Zhou Jiu could see that his right hand was always poised at his waist, undoubtedly concealing something. "Zhao Gang." The stout man spoke first, his voice deep and thick with a northern accent. "Li Feng." The slender one followed suit, his tone brisk. "Wang Zhengwo." The man on the right spoke in a flat, unremarkable tone, devoid of inflection. After introducing themselves, the trio fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on Zhou Jiu. In the rainy night, their 6 eyes resembled glimmering blades, piercing through the darkness. Zhou Jiu raised his hand to close the umbrella, rain immediately soaking his hair and suit. He did not bother to dry himself, but stared directly at the three men, addressing the matter directly. Chun Bo mentioned that you are seeking a way out. Indeed. Zhao Gang replied succinctly, but we do not engage in drugs, harm the innocent, or betray our brothers. How fortuitous, Zhou Jiu smirked slightly. For I have 3 rules as well. No drugs, no harm to innocents, and no betrayal of brothers. Li Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he leaned forward. We heard that you saved Chun Bo's grandson. It was merely a matter of convenience, Zhou Jiu replied nonchalantly. In Hong Kong, there are not many who lend a hand when needed. Wang Jingwo spoke for the second time, his tone still flat. Especially regarding saving an old man he had no connection with. Zhou Jiu did not engage with this remark. Shifting the conversation, what is the current status of your comrade's sister? The 3 men fell silent, the sound of rain the only thing breaking the stillness. After several seconds, Zhao Gang's voice emerged, hoarse and heavy. She is dead. She jumped from the 16th floor. By the time we arrived, she was already cold. The rain intensified. Who was the creditor? Zhou Jiu's tone had also darkened. A lackey of Helian Sheng's uncle, known as Agui. Li Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. We had sought him out 3 times. On the first occasion, he fled. On the second, he alerted the authorities, and on the third, he ambushed us with a group of Vietnamese thugs. And then, Zhou Jiu pressed on. Then we eliminated 4 of the Vietnamese and shattered one of his legs. Zhao Gang replied, his tone unyielding and devoid of remorse. Yet we had also exposed ourselves. Now, Lian Sheng has placed a bounty of 100,000 on our heads. And the immigration department is hunting us down. Zhou Jiu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and produced 3 envelopes from his pocket, offering them forward. Zhao Gang did not accept them, his brow furrowed in confusion. What does this mean? Relocation funds, Zhou Jiu stated plainly, 5,000 each. Additionally, I will cover the funeral expenses for your comrade's sister. Li Feng scrutinized him, his gaze sharp. Why? Because you value loyalty, Zhou Jiu asserted, forcefully pushing the envelope into Zhao Gang's hand. In Hong Kong, individuals who cherish loyalty are few. They are worth saving. Zhao Gang clutched the thick envelope, his hands trembling slightly. 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. 3 individuals could scarcely earn such a sum in half a year. What must we do? Wang Jingwo inquired, a note of seriousness in his voice. First, protect my people, Zhou Jiu declared, extending a finger. Second, safeguard my territory. Third, when the time comes, execute what you do best. Kill. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, caution lacing his tone. If necessary, Zhou Jiu replied, his gaze unwavering. But I will endeavor to prevent you from reaching that point. The 3 exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. There's one more question, Zhao Gang began, our identities. I will handle it, Zhou Jiu interjected firmly, give me 3 days. How will you resolve it? Wang Jingwo pressed, the immigration department is not easy to deal with. I have my connections, Zhou Jiu assured them, confidence lacing his tone. I recently met with Jiang Tiansheng, the leader of Hongxing. The prince is my friend, and San Mei is my ally. If I cannot secure the identities of 3 individuals, I have no business on these streets. His words resonated loudly. Yet Zhou Jiu possessed ample assurance. Since Jiang Tiansheng desired his assistance, such a trivial matter would likely not be refused. Even if Jiang Tiansheng declined, he could leverage his connections through Chun Haonan and the prince to navigate the police's goodwill. When the time came, it would be utilized. Zhao Gang inhaled deeply, tucking the envelope into his jacket, stepping back with a straightened posture, and rendered a salute to Zhou Jiu, a salute executed with impeccable precision. Li Feng and Wang Jingwo followed suit, their movements synchronized. The 3 salutes, delivered on that rainy night, were silent yet powerful, as heavy as 1,000 weights. From this day forth, Zhao Gang declared, fixing his gaze on Zhou Jiu, our lives are yours. Upon returning to the 2nd floor of Blue Moon, Zhou Jiu wasted no time and immediately made 3 phone calls. The first was to Chen Haonan, succinctly outlining the situation and requesting his assistance in communicating with the immigration department. Chen Haonan did not inquire further, simply stating, wait for my news, before ending the call. The second call was to the prince, asking him to arrange a legitimate work visa for Zhao Gang and his companions through the martial arts school. The prince readily agreed. A small matter, I'll have my lawyer handle it tomorrow. The third call was to Shi Gui, his tone serious. Investigate every detail regarding a Gui from Lian Sheng, including who his uncle is and what business he has been involved in recently. I want the report within 3 days. After concluding the calls, Fei Quan could no longer contain himself, a hint of confusion in his voice. Boss, is it worth leveraging so many connections for 3 individuals of unknown origins? Zhou Jiu turned his gaze toward the window, the rain gradually ceasing. Fei Quan, how long have you been with me? Over 4 months, Fei Quan promptly replied. In these 4 months, how many fights have we engaged in? Fei Quan furrowed his brow, pondering. There have been significant ones like the warehouse and car park battles. Countless minor skirmishes. If we had 3 such professionals at that time, Zhou slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing. How many lives would have been lost? How many injuries would have occurred? Fei Quan fell silent, unable to utter a word. The underworld is not merely about violence. Zhou's voice softened, yet remained resolute. It is also a competition of resources and manpower. Zhao Gang and his 2 comrades, placed in a regular army, would be among the elite. If we utilize them well, at a critical moment, they could save 10 lives, 20 lives. This is a calculation that does not incur a loss. Shirong interjected quietly, a hint of timidity in her voice. Boss, when they were downstairs, I observed. Zhao Gang remained still for 20 minutes. Only his eyes moved. Li Feng kept fiddling with something in his pocket. It could be gun parts. Wang Jiangwo seemed to notice me watching. He looked up at the window thrice. Zhou smiled, a note of approval in his voice. Good observation. Shirong, starting tomorrow, learn reconnaissance from Wang Jiangwo. No need to learn how to kill. Just learn how to observe people, discern danger, and relay information. Yes, boss. Shirong's eyes lit up, responding with enthusiasm. The following afternoon, Chun Haonan's call came through. It's all set. Chun Haonan's tone was casual. I pulled some strings at the immigration department to arrange special talent visas for the 3 of them. The paperwork is legitimate, and their records are clean. But remember, this favor is significant. I've noted it, Brother Nan, Zhou replied earnestly. Additionally, Chun Haonan paused, his tone growing serious. Mr. Jiang is aware of this matter. He did not say much, but he asked me to convey one thing to you. Trust those you employ, and do not doubt them. Zhou's heart tightened, realizing that Jiang Tianxing had indeed been watching his every move. Understood. Thank you, Brother Nan. After hanging up, Zhou approached the window. Below, Zhao Gang and his companions had changed into clean clothes and were familiarizing themselves with the Blue Moon environment under Shi Gui's guidance. Their movements still bore the rigidity of soldiers, yet their eyes reflected something different, a light only those with a sense of belonging possess. At that moment, the system panel quietly materialized. System notification. Successfully recruited 3 elite combatants, Zhao Gang, Li Feng, Wang Jiangwo, and utilized high-level connections to resolve their identity issues, demonstrating formidable resource integration capabilities. Dragon Chi value, 40, cumulative total, 570 points. Team S overall combat power rating increased from C to B. Daily Dragon Chi yield, 0.4, previously 130.417. Unlocking team trait. Ironclad loyalty. Core combat personnel's loyalty is solidified, making them less susceptible to defection or betrayal. Current status. Promotion to Red Stick possible, requires a secure environment. 570 points, surpassing expectations. Zhou closed the panel, his gaze settling on Wang Jiangwo below, who was teaching Shirong how to observe pedestrians with utmost seriousness. The streets of Causeway Bay, glistening under the sunlight after the rain, revealed every detail clearly. The security team was established, identities secured, and Dragon Chi sufficient. Next, it was time for a promotion. Chapter 30, Dragon Chi Infusion and the Establishment of Iron Rules. At 1 o'clock in the deep of night, in the safety room of Blue Moon Bar's basement, a dim yellow-white light hung overhead as Zhou sat cross-legged, bare-chested. The bruise on his chest, inflicted by the prince's iron wire fist, still throbbed with pain, each breath a reminder of his agony. He closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness sinking into the system space that only he could access. Current Dragon Chi value, 570,500. Is it necessary to consume 500 points of Dragon Chi to ascend to the Red Staff realm? Warning: the ascension process will last for 1,015 minutes, during which the body will undergo a qualitative transformation and must be in an absolutely safe environment. Zhou confirmed with a thought, and his dantian erupted with a surge of searing energy, not a gentle warmth, but the ferocity of molten lava coursing through his meridians. Zhou's teeth clenched audibly, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably, veins on his forehead bulging as if they might burst. The internal commotion was alarmingly vivid, the crackling sound of bones reinforcing, the tearing and reconstituting of muscle fibers, and the blood surging like a river breaching its banks. Straining against his vessels, the dark bruise on his chest visibly faded at an astonishing rate, dissipating before his eyes. The hidden pain in his ribs peaked, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, as if his bones might fracture into pieces. Yet in the next instant, the excruciating pain receded like a receding tide, replaced by a solid, undeniable strength in those ribs, as if they had been infused with steel. Power surged within him. Zhou's eyes flew open, and a fleeting golden glimmer flickered in his pupils before vanishing. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking like a series of firecrackers, the air in his palms seeming to shatter. In terms of strength, he had previously measured at 100, while the Crown Prince stood at 150. At this moment, he felt he possessed at least 180, if not more. This was not merely an increase in numbers. It represented a qualitative transformation that conferred a crushing advantage. He rose slowly, feeling as light as a feather, yet as heavy as a mountain. Approaching the half-length mirror hanging on the wall, he beheld his 17-year-old visage. Though his aura had undergone a complete metamorphosis, gone was the impetuous sharpness of youth. What remained was the tempered brilliance of one who had faced life and death, emanating a natural pressure from the newfound strength in his hands. Zhou suddenly recalled the battle with the Crown Prince 3 days prior. At that time, he had employed the Brazilian jiu-jitsu technique of energy absorption to its fullest extent, yet still got sent flying 3 meters by the Crown Prince's iron wire punch, nearly fracturing his ribs and unable to stem the flow of blood. That had been the Crown Prince's punch at only 80% of his strength. And now? Zhou closed his eyes, concentrating, replaying the scene in his mind. If he were to receive that iron wire punch now, without needing to absorb the force or evade, he could withstand it head-on. Crossing his arms to brace, he would only take a single step back, and injury would be out of the question. Transitioning from being hurt by 80% strength to not being defeated by full strength denoted a leap in the hierarchy of life. The increase in single combat damage of 20 was not mere rhetoric. It signified a tangible amplification of destructive power, coupled with his now mastered Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Should he engage with the Crown Prince again, he felt a 40% chance of victory and a 60% chance of drawing. A far cry from his previous lack of hope. The system panel materialized in his consciousness. Ascension complete. Current realm, red staff, 702000. Realm effect, single combat damage 20, permanent passive. Comprehensive enhancement of base attributes, strength 8, agility 6, constitution 10. Spirit 4, unlocks red staff exclusive skill blood rage, consumes 30 dragon chi, increases attack speed by 30 for 10 seconds, reduces pain perception by 50. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Remaining dragon chi, 70 points. Zhou let out a long breath, donning his clothes. His chest bore no trace of injury. Smooth as if nothing had happened. He pushed open the heavy blast door, and in the corridors stood Zhao Gang, Li Feng, and Wang Zhengwo, arranged in a triangular formation, resembling 3 statues, remaining utterly vigilant. Brother Jiao. Zhao Gang turned, his gaze briefly sharpening as he sensed Zhou's transformation, a restrained yet oppressive aura that stifled breath. Even more intense than the elite instructors he had encountered during his military service. You've worked hard. Zhou patted his shoulder. Take a rest. We have a meeting at 10 tomorrow morning. The following morning at 10 o'clock, in the temporary conference room on the 2nd floor of Blue Moon. Both sides of the long table were filled with core brothers, Fei Quan, Desha, and a Ming on the left, Shi Gui, Zhao Gang, Li Feng, and Wang Zhengwo on the right. At the end sat Shi Rong, with a notebook spread before him, specifically tasked with recording the meeting's content. Next to Shi Gui sat a young man with black-framed glasses, handsome in appearance, named Chen Zihua, whom everyone called a Hua. Zhou scanned the room. Getting straight to the point, today's meeting has 2 matters. First, the announcement of a new member. He pointed to a Hua, Chen Zihua, a 3rd-year accounting student from Hong Kong University, recommended by Shi Gui after assessment. He joins us today, responsible for financial standardization. Ahua, please say a few words. Ahua stood up, nervously adjusting his glasses. Hello, brothers. My name is Chen Zihua, and I am 20 years old. My father passed away early, and my mother works in a garment factory. I have younger siblings who need to go to school. When brother Shi Gui found me, I was still working the night shift at a convenience store. I will repay the treatment and opportunities given by brother Jiao with 10-fold effort. His voice trembled at first, but by the end, it resonated with conviction. Zhou nodded for him to sit down, turning to the others. Ahua's monthly salary is 1,500, with a 3-month probation period. Fei Quan, take him to familiarize himself with the various venues. Shi Gui, you will handle the financial handover. Fei Quan grinned. Welcome, Ahua. From now on, we'll be counting money together, and it'll be up to your meticulousness. Shi Gui, on the other hand, wore a serious expression. Brother Jiao, rest assured, I will work with Ahua to clarify the accounts without any negligence. All right. Zhou shifted the topic. The second matter is the establishment of a monthly reporting system starting this month. Fei Quan immediately sulked. Boss, do we have to write again? I detest this kind of thing. Dislike it or not, it must be done, Zhou stated with an uncompromising tone. We are no longer just a handful of people fighting over a street corner. Now we have 7 venues and nearly 30 brothers, with monthly revenues reaching around 100,000. Without rules, nothing can be achieved. He looked at Shi Gui. Shi Gui, you will oversee this. By the 5th of each month, each responsible person must submit a written report on financial income and expenditure, site management, personnel performance, intelligence summary, and security situation. By the 10th, I expect to see a comprehensive, consolidated report. Shi Gui's eyes brightened as he immediately opened his notebook. Understood. I've already drafted a report template. I'll have each of you review it after the meeting. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. During my time in the army, daily briefings, weekly reports, and monthly summaries were absolute rules. This system will help us promptly identify issues and adjust our deployments. It's a good plan. Zhou Jiu then clarified the division of responsibilities. Fei Quan will oversee all traditional businesses, including the flourishing mahjong parlor, the gaming hall and video store left by Sang Bo, and the 2 stalls from Sister 13, with Desha and a Ming assisting. Shi Gui will manage the intelligence network and overall financial direction. Zhao Gang will be fully responsible for security, with Li Feng and Wang Jingwo assisting, while also overseeing basic team combat training every Wednesday afternoon. Ahua, under Shi Gui's guidance, will be responsible for establishing standardized financial bookkeeping, tax planning, and daily accounts, and Shi Rong will learn the basics of reconnaissance from Wang Jingwo, while also serving as the meeting recorder. The meeting proceeded exceptionally smoothly, although Fei Quan grumbled that writing was more exhausting than fighting. A single glance from Zhou Jiu had him obediently noting the requirements. Zhao Gang and Shi Gui swiftly coordinated the formats for the security report and intelligence summary. Ahua also timely suggested professional advice on categorized bookkeeping and cost control. Throughout the session, the brothers collaborated seamlessly, devoid of any delays. This was precisely the result of the team cohesion 10 that Zhou Jiu had obtained through the system, functioning effectively behind the scenes. Next, Zhou Jiu's expression darkened as he adopted a serious tone. The third matter, defense against Dongxing. Shi Gui immediately responded. According to intelligence, Wu Ying has been quite active lately. His subordinate, the Smiling Tiger, has been frequenting several law firms in Central for 3 consecutive days, presumably handling assets or seeking legal loopholes. Additionally, Wu Ying secretly met with 2 uncles from Lianxing last week. We have not yet uncovered the specifics of their discussion, but it certainly pertains to us. Fei Quan swore loudly. That scoundrel still hasn't given up, has he? The Crown Prince reminded me a few days ago that Wu Ying is active around Lianxing. Zhou Jiu lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He would not let this matter rest easily. When overt methods fail, they resort to underhanded tactics. Poisoning, framing, kidnapping, arson. These despicable stratagems are the Crow's specialty. He cast his gaze toward Zhao Gang. From today onward, the security team shall enter Level 2 alert. Focus protection on 4 locations. Blue Moon Bar, Prosperous Mahjong Parlor, and he paused briefly, the residence of Ahua's mother and siblings. Shi Gui, provide Zhao Gang with the address. Ahua abruptly lifted his head, eyes reddening swiftly, his voice choking with emotion. Brother Jiu, as long as I'm with you. Family safety is paramount. Zhou Jiu waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Gang, assign a clever brother to discreetly safeguard them without disturbing their daily lives. Zhao Gang's expression turned serious. Understood. I'll send Wang Jingwo. He is most adept at covert protection. Zhou Jiu then looked toward Shi Gui. The intelligence network must keep a sharp eye on the Crow, the Smiling Tiger, and the 2 uncles from Lianxing. Every tea house, nightclub, pier, and warehouse they frequent, deploy surveillance lines. I want a briefing every day at 5 o'clock. Yes, Brother Jiu. Fei Quan, catching Zhou Jiu's glance, nodded emphatically. All our lookouts must be equipped with whistles. If suspicious individuals appear or emergencies arise, sound the alarm. No reckless confrontations. Remember, our primary objective is to maintain our territory and protect our brothers, not to indulge in fleeting pride. Fei Quan nodded vigorously. Understood, boss. I guarantee compliance. At the meeting's conclusion, Shi Gui produced the preliminary core data of the first monthly report. March 1984 monthly report, core data draft. Financial overview, monthly total income, 920 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Protection fees 210 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Venue dividends 480 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Other operations 150 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Miscellaneous 80 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Monthly total expenditure 180 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Personnel salaries 120 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Venue rent 30 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Daily operations 20 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Intelligence fees 10 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Monthly net profit 740 Hong Kong dollars, 000. Cash reserves 2 Hong Kong dollars, 260, 000, including liquid funds. 2. Territory and personnel, controlled territories, 7 locations, 5 in Causeway Bay. 2. On Portland Street. Core members, 19, including new addition Ahua. Peripheral informants, 9. Team structure, 5 in management, Zhou Jiu, Fei Quan, Shi Gui, Zhao Gang, Ahua. 14 in operations, including 3 in security. 3. Major developments. 1. Alliance formed with 13 Sister, acquiring 2 Malan protections on Portland Street. 2. 1 recognition within Hung Hing after solo confrontation with Prince 3. Incorporated professional security team, Zhao Gang and 2 others, significantly enhancing combat power 4. Summoned by Jiang Tiansheng. Entering upper echelon S, Purview 5. Introduced professional financial personnel, Ahua. Initiating standardized management 4. Potential risks 1. Hostility from Dongxing Crow is explicit. Allied with Lianxing Uncle's plotting actions 2. Rapid team expansion increases internal integration and management pressures 3. White society relations require further consolidation v. Core objectives for next month 1. Fully implement monthly reporting system, achieving management standardization 2. Complete integration and training of security team, establishing 3-tier alert system 3. Intensify intelligence monitoring of Dongxing and Lianxing movements. Daily briefings 4. Standardize financial systems, complete segregation of black, gray, and white accounts. The data was crystal clear, the situation transparent. For months ago, the nearly street-dead 49 had now seized 7 territories, netting 740 Hong Kong dollars, 000 monthly, with a team nearing 30, complemented by professional finance and security units. Meeting adjourned. Zhou Jiu rose, gesturing for Shigue, Ahua, and Zhao Gang to remain. After the others departed, Zhou Jiu first addressed Zhao Gang. The security plan must be meticulous. Not only guard against outsiders, but also institute internal oversight. You must know if anyone is embezzling, dabbling in drugs, or colluding secretly with Dongxing. Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed like blades. Understood. I will establish internal patrol protocols and leave no loophole unchecked. Turning to the newcomer, Ahua. Zhou Jiu's tone softened somewhat. You have 1 week to reconcile all accounts from the past 4 months. Black, gray, and white books must be thoroughly separated. Black accounts are for Shigue and me only. Gray accounts are your responsibility. White accounts will be used for registering a legitimate company, requiring immaculate records and fund flows. Ahua took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Brother Jiu, rest assured, I will do it flawlessly. Finally, Zhou Jiu looked at Shigue. The intelligence briefings commence today. Also, keep an eye on office rentals in the market. It need not be large, about 100 or 200 square feet will suffice. It's time we have a proper office. Shigue quickly jotted down notes. Understood, Brother Jiu. One more thing, Mr. Jiang went to the Netherlands yesterday. Zhou Jiu's finger paused. When will he return? They said it's a business trip, no fixed return date. Shigue lowered his voice. Before leaving, Mr. Jiang instructed you to be vigilant about Causeway Bay affairs. Zhou Jiu fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. With Jiang Tianxing absent from Hong Kong, Dongxing would surely stir. The Crow, the Smiling Tiger, Lianxing's uncles, and lurking dangers signaled an imminent storm. Yet, he was no longer the street rat fighting for survival. With a red pole physique, a professional team, ironclad discipline, and a clear strategy, he now possessed sufficient chips to go head-to-head with the adversary to the bitter end. Once the trio had left, the conference room was left with Zhou Jiu alone. He approached the window, gazing at the bustling traffic along Lockhart Road below. His fingertips lightly tracing the calluses on his palm. Blood Fury, a unique skill of the red pole, yet to be truly tested. Zhou Jiu closed his eyes. His consciousness diving into the system panel, silently chanting to activate. Consumes 30 points of Dragon Chi, skill, Blood Fury, activated. Remaining Dragon Chi, 40 points. A scorching torrent erupted from his dantian, coursing through every limb and sinew. The lingering dull ache of old wounds instantly numbed, the pain forcibly subdued by half. He distinctly felt his bodily reflexes accelerating, muscles taut yet balanced, every joint and tendon moving like oiled gears operating with unparalleled smoothness. Suddenly, Zhou Jiu opened his eyes, raised his hand, clenched a fist, and struck the air repeatedly. Swift, astonishingly swift. His fist speed increased by a full 30%. The rushing wind sliced the air with sharp whistles. Within 10 seconds, he unleashed 17 punches in one breath, each strike precise and fierce, landing with near-perfect accuracy. No flashy moves, only lethal blows. As the 10 seconds elapsed, the heat dissipated, pain gradually returning, but far less intense than before. Zhou Jiu retracted his fists, shook his wrists, a gleam of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This skill was forged for life-or-death combat. Against formidable foes, a 10-second burst was enough to turn the tide and counterattack victoriously. He looked down at his fists, knuckles distinct yet harboring cataclysmic force. The Crow, the Smiling Tiger, and Lianxing's uncles. Zhou Jiu's lips curled into a cold, resolute smile. Bring it on. I, Zhou Jiu, will stand firm. Chapter 31, Kowloon Trade. Morning light had just caressed the arcades of Lockhart Road. The entire street had yet to fully awaken. At the corner, Xiang GT restaurant was just raising its iron shutter. The steam from the bamboo baskets mingling with the aroma of milk tea, drifting outward. A newsboy crouched beneath the arcade, leafing through a newspaper whose headline boldly proclaimed the governor's visit to Beijing. A crimson crown taxi crawled by, its driver yawning thunderously. Zhou Jio stood before an old Tong Lao, lifting his eyes to the dust-covered window on the second floor. Shi Gui silently pressed close behind him. Brother Jio, as per your order, the lease is secured. Rent is 800 a month, fixed for 2 years. The landlord is a Nanyang overseas Chinese who only returns once a year at year-end. The record is impeccably clean. Zhou Jio made no reply. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the stairwell reeked of mildew, faded flyers advertising gonorrhea cures plastered in the corners. The second floor door was unlocked. Swinging open with a gentle push, empty. Less than 200 square feet, the walls bare. In the corner lay several legless office desks, their surfaces thickly coated with dust. Enough to write upon. The window pane bore a crack, revealing an alley behind the opposite building, clotheslines crisscrossed haphazardly, a few shirts fluttering in the morning breeze. The previous tenant dealt in counterfeit IDs and was raided by the organized crime unit last month. Shi Gui said the furniture was all removed, leaving only this wreckage. Zhou Jio approached the window, his fingers tracing the sill, leaving a clear mark. Enough, he muttered, turning around. Today we clean it all out. Purchase 4 sets of office desks and chairs, 2 iron cabinets, and a typewriter. Install 2 telephone lines, 1 visible and 1 concealed. The concealed line will connect to an encryption adapter with a number known only to you and me. The meticulous fellow nods in acknowledgement. The furniture can be delivered this afternoon. Arrangements with the telephone company have been made. They will come to install it tomorrow. And where is Ahua? He is waiting at the entrance of the 7 to 11 downstairs. I mentioned to Brother Jio that you had not arrived. And he dared not come up. As Zhou Jio descended the stairs, he caught sight of Ahua huddled beneath the convenience store's awning. His white shirt had become a dull gray, and his eyes, obscured by black-framed glasses, were intently fixed on the ground. He clutched a tattered briefcase as if it were a treasure. At 20, his posture already bore signs of slight hunching. Ahua. Ahua abruptly raised his head and jogged over, exclaiming, Jio, Brother Jio, let us take a look at where you will be making a living. The dust on the second floor had yet to settle. As Ahua pushed the door open, he coughed a few times from the dust, but did not retreat a step. Instead, his eyes widened, scanning the space with the keen awareness of a stray dog discovering a den. We'll place 2 tables here, one for me and another for a female assistant. The iron cabinet will be in the corner and the typewriter by the window for optimal light. Ahua murmured as he walked, gesturing with his fingers, suggesting that the safe should be embedded in the wall, inconspicuous. The ledgers need to be distributed in 3 locations, daily transactions stored in the iron cabinet, important contracts in the safe, and original documents. He suddenly halted, turning to Zhou Jio. Apologies, Brother Jio, I spoke too much. Zhou Jio smiled. What I desire is your elaboration. Please continue. Ahua took a deep breath. The original documents should be stored in a fireproof box, ideally on the first floor, in case of a fire, so that one can carry the box out first. Good. Zhou Jio nodded. You will handle these matters. How much will it cost? Discuss it with the meticulous fellow. The company registration will be completed today. Zhou Jio pulled out a brown paper bag from his pocket and handed it over. Inside were identification documents, proof of address, and a check for $100,000 as registered capital. The company name, Kowloon Trading Company. Scope of business, import and export of electronic products, wholesale and retail. Repair services. Ahua took the bag with steady hands, yet Zhou Jio noticed his Adam's apple bobbing heavily. Repair services? Ahua adjusted his glasses. Aren't we primarily focused on imports? Zhou Jio did not reply. He walked to the window, gazing at the elderly man fixing a radio at the street corner below. The old man's fingers were bony yet agile, resembling a magician as he deftly picked up a sesame-sized capacitor with tweezers, applying the soldering iron and producing a hissing sound as white smoke rose. System prompt. Observing the market ecology triggers passive skill, business acumen. Current assessment. Demand for electronic product repairs will continue to rise over the next decade, with profit margins reaching 60 to 150%. Should this be incorporated into the company's main operations? Zhou Jio silently affirmed, yes. Soon, Hong Kong would be filled with mobile phones. Zhou Jio turned, his voice calm. Those devices are expensive, and when they malfunction, few can repair them. We not only need to sell them, but also offer exclusive repair services, charging prices that can exceed the sale price. Ahua was momentarily taken aback, then his eyelids drooped as he quickly calculated in his mind. If a mobile phone is sold for $20,000, charging 30% for repairs would amount to $6,000, with parts costing no more than $1,000, yielding a profit exceeding 5-fold. Moreover, repairs are cash transactions, leaving no records. The more he calculated, the brighter his eyes became. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Brother Jio, how did you come up with this idea? Zhou Jio did not answer, but instead asked, have you arranged your mother's surgery? Ahua's fingers stiffened. Next Wednesday. The hospital said there is a 70% chance of success, but she will need 3 months of recovery. His voice lowered, Brother Jio. The advance salary doesn't need to be repaid. Zhou replied. Focus on accompanying your mother during her treatment. The company is just starting. I need you to concentrate. Ahua's eyes reddened, turning away to adjust his glasses. Thank you, Brother Jiu. You need not thank me. Zhou patted his shoulder. If you can clarify the company's accounts, that will be the best reward. After a pause, he added, moreover, starting today, your monthly salary will be adjusted to 2,000. Perform well, and there will be quarterly bonuses. Ahua opened his mouth but could not utter a word, only nodding vigorously. Go now, Zhou instructed. Complete the company registration today. Tomorrow, I expect to see the company seal, bank account, and the framework for the first set of ledgers. Yes. Ahua clutched the paper bag and hurried down the stairs, his footsteps echoing loudly in the stairwell. The meticulous fellow approached Zhou. Brother Jiu. Ahua is quite capable. Zhou replied. Have you checked his background? It's clean. With his mother gravely ill and younger siblings to support. If you provide him a path, he will sell his life for you. I only fear that he may lack courage and might not see blood in the future. I do not need him to see blood. Zhou gazed out the window. I need him to help me launder blood-stained money into visible assets. This requires skill. Those with timid hearts tend to be meticulous. The meticulous fellow nodded. Then proceed with the smuggling route as planned. Zhou stated, however, from now on, all smuggling transactions must go through Ahua. Adjust the purchase price upwards and lower the selling price, using cash to fill the gap in between. I want every cent in Kowloon Trading's accounts to have a clear origin within 2 years. Understood. Zhou stood for a while in the empty office before walking to the only old desk that had not been discarded in the corner. The surface was marred with scratches, and in the upper left corner were the etched words, 1978, Ming was here. He traced the letters with his finger. The meticulous fellow. Leave this desk clean and place it in my office. The desk is too old. Zhou replied, precisely because it is old. I want to see it every day as a reminder of where I started. The meticulous fellow fell silent. At 3 in the afternoon, Ahua returned. Sweat beading on his forehead, his shirt dampened across the back, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He carried a brand new black briefcase, bulging with contents. I've got it. Ahua placed the briefcase on the newly delivered desk, retrieving its contents one by one. The company registration certificate, business registration certificate, tax bureau documents, 3 company seals, and the bank account opening letter from HSBC. Zhou picked up the company registration certificate. The black and white text in traditional Chinese read, Kowloon Trading Company. Registration number. Registered capital, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Legal representative, Zhou. Registered address, 150, Lockhart Road, Causeway Bay, Hong Kong, 2nd floor. The paper was light, yet it felt heavy in his hand. The bank account held 50,000 as startup capital. Ahua continued his report. The other 50,000 I exchanged for cash and placed in the safe as instructed. The company's official startup capital is 50,000, while the other 50,000 remains unrecorded. Zhou nodded. Well done. What about hiring an assistant? I found a suitable candidate. Ahua rummaged through the bottom of the bag and produced a resume. She is Lin Xiaojun, a recent graduate from Hong Kong University, with an accounting background. Her family runs a tea restaurant, so her background is clean. I've spoken with her, and she is willing to come on for a salary of 1,200. Have you checked her background? The meticulous fellow has already sent someone to her family's tea restaurant and confirmed there are no issues. Then let us hire her. Zhou said, tell her to start work tomorrow. Teach her the rules, what she should observe and what she should not inquire about. Understood. Ahua then pulled out a hardcover notebook, flipping it open to reveal hand-drawn tables. This is the ledger framework I designed. It consists of 3 sets of accounts. Set A is for public records, to be shown to the tax bureau and bank, pure and clean transactions. Set B is for internal records, documenting all gray areas. Set C is for black accounts, recording only the amounts without tracking their origins or destinations. Visible only to you and the meticulous fellow. Zhou took the notebook and flipped through the pages. The tables were neatly drawn, categories distinctly separated, with space left in the remarks section for coded annotations representing different money trails. I referenced the library's classification method for the code system. Ahua explained, for example, a 01 represents the import of electronic watches, B03 stands for nightclub bonuses, and CXX signifies special payments. Even if the ledger is seen, the details remain obscured. Zhou gazed at him for a moment before suddenly smiling. Ahua, you are a natural in this line of work. Ahua's face flushed, and he lowered his head to adjust his glasses. Starting tomorrow, you will formally take up your position, Zhou said. Your first task, clarify all transactions from the past 4 months according to your framework. I will give you 1 week. A week might be a bit tight, then work the night shift. Zhou's tone remained neutral. I will ask the meticulous fellow to bring you supper every night. Do well, and there will be a 5,000 bonus at the end of the month. Ahua took a deep breath. I will do my best. It is not merely your best. It is imperative that you succeed. Zhou fixed his gaze on Ahua's eyes. You must remember that from today onward. You are not working for me. You are building a fortress for yourself. If the accounts are clear, the fortress will stand firm. If the accounts are chaotic, the first to fall will be you. Ahua's complexion paled, but he nodded emphatically. I understand. In the evening, when Zhou Jiu departed from 150 Lok Road, the second floor had undergone a transformation. The old desks gleamed with polish, new chairs were arranged in perfect order, an iron cabinet stood in the corner, and a dust cover lay over the typewriter. The windows were wide open, allowing the evening breeze to sweep away the musty scent of dust. Ahua remained seated at the desk, scribbling in his notebook, the desk lamp casting a long shadow of him on the wall. Zhou Jiu did not disturb him and gently closed the door behind him. As he reached halfway down the stairs, he suddenly heard Ahua humming a tune, Half a Jean. 8 Liang by Su Guanjia, his off-key singing imbued with an indescribable cheerfulness. Zhou Jiu paused momentarily before continuing his descent. On the street, Fei Quan leaned against the motorcycle, waiting. Boss, all sorted? Zhou Jiu hopped onto the back seat, heading towards the Blue Moon. The motorcycle joined the flow of evening traffic. Zhou Jiu glanced back at the old Tong Lao, the lights in the second-floor window twinkling like a newly ignited star against the dimming sky. He understood that from this day forward, certain things would be different. The 6 characters of Kowloon Trading Company represented the first piece of armor he had prepared for himself, as well as the first variable introduced into this underworld. Chapter 32, Smuggling Line. Just 7 days after the registration of Kowloon Trading Company, with a registered capital of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars on the books, Zhou Jiu perceived it merely as a stepping stone. If he truly wished to snowball his profits, relying on protection fees and bar revenues would be far too slow. He needed a fast, low-risk gray market route. The quicker, the better. At 3 in the morning, the sly ghost stealthily returned to 150 Lok Road, still chilled by the damp air from the Shenzhen River. His hair not yet completely dry. Boss, the line is solid. The sly ghost panted, his tone urgent and excited. Chao Zhoming, the man in charge in Shenzhen Buji, specializes in smuggling electronic goods, Japanese watches, cassette players, video recorders. He has everything. Zhou Jiu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, the sound echoing distinctly in the silence. The desk lamp projected his elongated shadow onto the wall, obscuring half of his face. What is his asking price? Zhou Jiu's voice remained calm, betraying no emotion. He said 37, with him getting 7 and me 3. The sly ghost adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming brightly, but I told him. Brother Jiu is a man of great ambition and needs 50-50. We share risks and split profits. He refused to budge, insisting on meeting you in person to gauge your worth. All right. Zhou Jiu stood, swiftly grabbing the coat draped over the chair, his movements decisive and crisp. Fei Quan. Ming, prepare the vehicle. We're heading to Shenzhen. In the back room of an inconspicuous fish stall in Buji, the mingling scents of fish and smoke were overpowering. Chao Zhoming, around 40, with a buzz cut and a string of agarwood beads wrapped around his wrist, appeared to be a straightforward fisherman. Yet, his eyes, when narrowed, exuded a calculating sharpness, as if weighing the worth of the goods before him. On the table lay several samples, a Seiko watch, a Sony Walkman, and a Panasonic video recorder, all impeccably polished. Zhou Sheng, does the young lad have enough guts? Chao Zhoming lit a red double happiness cigarette, the flame flickering as smoke curled around him, scrutinizing Zhou Jiu intently. The sly ghost has sung your praises to the heavens, but I'm not convinced. This trade relies on guts and trust. Zhou Jiu uttered not a single word of frivolity, pulling out 50,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash from his bag and slamming it down on the table with a resounding thud, the bills fanning out in a glaring display. For the first batch, 2,000 electronic watches and 500 Walkmans. Deposit, 50-50 split. Zhou Jiu's gaze remained steady, each word delivered with conviction. Brother Ming, what I seek is a long-term partnership, not a one-off deal. You supply the goods, and I'll ensure the distribution routes in Hong Kong, building connections slowly. If profits flow, we share equally. If troubles arise, I 1T throw you under the bus. Chao Zhoming stared at the stack of cash, then raised his eyes to meet Zhou Jiu's calm, deep gaze, devoid of any evasion. Suddenly, he smiled, slapping the table. Refreshing. All right, 50-50 it is. However, his tone shifted, growing colder. But let me make it clear, once the goods cross the Shenzhen River, your men must keep a close watch. My responsibility ends on the other side. If anything goes awry, don't come crying to me. Deal. Zhou Jiu extended his hand. Their hands clasped, both damp and heavy, bearing the scent of agarwood and smoke. Thus, a smuggling line spanning across Hong Kong and Shenzhen was quietly established, harboring the potential for upheaval beneath its surface. The first shipment went surprisingly smoothly. 2,000 electronic watches and 500 Walkmans were concealed within the covert compartments of a modified delivery truck, crossing the border via back roads near Mancam 2, and seamlessly driving straight into Kowloon. Zhou personally went to the Kuntong Pier to receive the goods, swiftly handing them over to the electronic shop arranged by the sly ghost. In 3 days, all were sold out, not a single piece remaining. After deducting costs, transportation fees, and Chao Zhoming's share, they netted a profit of 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. Ahua, clutching the account book, trembled as he spoke, his voice wavering. Brother Gio, this batch covers the company's office rent for half a year. This, my friend, is merely the beginning. Zhou picked up a stack of cash, casually locking it in the safe, his tone unperturbed yet imbued with strength. For the next batch, video recorders. The latest models just released in Japan are sold out in Hong Kong, and each can be flipped for 3 times the price. The second shipment featured an even juicier haul, 30 Panasonic home video recorders, valued at 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Zhou made the decision to personally oversee the transport. Fei Quan accompanied him, while Ming drove. The 3 of them each performed their roles without a hint of complacency. At Kwai Chung Pier, at 4 in the morning, the sea breeze was salty and biting against their faces. The rumbling sound of the crane echoed through the night, heavy and thunderous, rattling their eardrums. The truck slowly approached the rear of warehouse number 3, with Ming reversing into position, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his palms slick with sweat. This was his first involvement in such a substantial business, and his legs quivered slightly. Unload the goods quickly. Don't dawdle. Fei Quan leaped from the vehicle. Wielding a thickened pipe, his arm muscles taut, scanning the shadows around them with a keen, knife-like gaze. Boss, the atmosphere feels off. It's too quiet. Something's not right. Zhou stood beside the truck, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his right fist, knuckles turning pale. Deep within his awareness, the system panel lay silent. Yet he could distinctly feel the latent power of explosive fist surging through his veins, akin to a beast poised to awaken, restless and eager. At that moment, charge! 7 dark figures suddenly erupted from the shadows, their knives and clubs glinting ominously in the night, a blinding sight. The Hehe Society is here to do business. Uninvited guests, clear out. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd best get lost. The leader, a scarred-faced man, bellowed, swinging a machete that sliced through the air with a whoosh, while the 6 behind him joined in, brandishing their weapons, clearly intent on robbing the truck. Ming, ram into them. Zhou shouted fiercely, his voice piercing through the night sky, imbued with an undeniable ferocity. Ming, momentarily stunned, didn't he have time to think. Instinctively, he floored the accelerator. Boom. The Toyota Hiace roared to life, akin to an enraged beast, charging straight at the group of assailants. The scarred-faced man and his crew were caught off guard, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies as they hurriedly dove to the sides, their once orderly formation collapsing into chaos. With cries echoing all around, Fei Quan, Zhou shouted again. Understood. With a swift motion akin to a ferocious tiger leaping from its den, Fei Quan dashed forward, brandishing a water pipe with a circular flourish. A resounding bang echoed as it struck the shoulder of a knife-wielding assailant, the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing piercing the air. Sharp and jarring, the assailant let out a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony, unable to rise again. Zhou charged directly at the scarred-faced leader, who had just clambered to his feet, his face still smeared with mud and dirt. Upon seeing Zhou approach, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he raised his machete to strike. The blade sliced through the air with a menacing swiftness, aimed squarely at Zhou's face. At the moment the blade was merely inches from its target, Zhou sprang into action. A devastating punch. A surge of searing energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his arm with fierce intensity, enveloping his entire hand in an instant. Zhou felt as though his right fist had transformed into a red-hot hammer, heavy and imbued with cataclysmic force, as he unleashed it with unadorned speed and raw violence, striking the scarred leader squarely in the chest. A thunderous bang resonated, reverberating through the air and sending tremors around them. The scarred leader was launched backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing through a stack of wooden crates, splintering them into a flurry of debris. He let out a muffled groan, unconscious before he hit the ground, his chest visibly caved in, breathless. Zhou stood rooted in place, his right fist trembling slightly. Knuckles reddened and burning, still imbued with that lingering heat as if magma coursed through his veins, searing to the core. He felt a moment of disorientation, pondering silently, was this power a cheat or a new awakening? Boss, watch out behind you. Ming's frantic scream pierced the night, laced with sheer panic. Zhou snapped back to reality just in time to see another assailant sneaking up from behind, a machete raised high, poised to strike. Fei Quan, quick-witted and agile, threw the water pipe without a moment's hesitation, striking the assailant's wrist with a decisive crack. The machete clattered to the ground, producing a clear, ringing sound. Zhou pivoted, executing a sweeping kick that landed squarely on the assailant's knee with a resounding snap, causing him to cry out in pain as he crumpled to the ground. Zhou Jiu followed up with a vicious kick to the assailant's temple, causing his eyes to roll back as he collapsed, motionless. The remaining 5 assailants, witnessing their leader's swift defeat, lost all will to fight, their spirits shattered. They turned to flee, discarding their weapons in desperation. Fei Quan picked up the fallen machete, blood staining its blade, his gaze fierce and intimidating as he bellowed. Thinking of escaping? Not without consulting me, Fei Quan. Today not a single soul leaves this dock. Leave 2 alive for questioning. Dispose of the rest, Zhou Jiu commanded. His tone icy and devoid of warmth, forcefully suppressing the tumult within him ignited by the violence. Ming, come assist. 3 minutes. In just 3 short minutes. The dock fell silent once more, save for the howling wind and the rhythmic crash of waves. 2 bodies were dragged to the shore and unceremoniously tossed into the inky waters, quickly swallowed by the waves, leaving no trace behind. The remaining 3 captives were bound tightly and stowed in the cargo hold of a truck, their mouths gagged, unable to even whimper. 2 Honda 125 motorcycles were left behind, their keys still in the ignition, belonging to the assailants. Fei Quan retrieved a tissue to wipe the blood from the machete, his gaze landing on Zhou Jiu. His expression a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Boss, your punch was extraordinary. I could swear I heard bones crack. It was audible even from across the street. When did you master such formidable martial prowess? Zhou Jiu paused for a moment, looking down at his right hand before responding in a flat tone. Practiced. A specialized technique of force generation, one you cannot learn. He then turned toward the truck, spotting Ming crouched by a wheel, violently retching. His face pale as a ghost, lips devoid of color. This usually composed and reliable driver was confronting the brutality of death for the first time. It was only natural he would struggle to cope. Zhou Jiu approached, offering a bottle of mineral water, his tone softening slightly. Calm down after you're done. In this line of work, it's either eat or be eaten. There are no other options. You performed admirably today. Your timely acceleration saved the 3 of us. Ming lifted his head, his lips quivering, voice hoarse and tinged with tears. Brother Jiu, did I kill someone? No, Zhou Jiu shook his head, patting Ming's shoulder with conviction. You merely knocked him unconscious. The fatal blow was dealt by Fei Quan. It has nothing to do with you. After a pause, he continued, starting tomorrow, you are no longer a driver. You will be our logistics supervisor. This smuggling route will now be under your responsibility for transport. But remember, in the face of danger, do not panic. It can lead to death. Ming accepted the water, his hands still trembling, yet his gaze gradually steadied, nodding slowly. Determination flickering in his eyes. At 6 in the morning, dawn was approaching. The cargo trucks safely arrived at the secret warehouse in Kowloon without further incident. 30 surveillance cameras were intact, though a few droplets of dark red blood marred the packaging, a stark contrast. Xiao Guo had been waiting at the warehouse entrance. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the 3 men and the traces on the truck, his brow furrowed deeply, his tone grave. Has something happened? The people from Hehe too, 7 in total, came prepared, clearly intending to steal our goods, Zhou Jiu replied, shedding his blood-stained jacket and tossing it aside, his voice icy. Investigate 2 matters. First, who leaked the information about our shipment? Second, who is backing Hehe 2 with the audacity to interfere with my Kowloon trade? Understood, Brother Jiu. Xiao Guo nodded vigorously, not daring to delay, immediately turning to arrange for cleanup while also investigating the leak. Zhou Jiu stood at the warehouse entrance, gazing at the pale light of dawn breaking in the east, lighting a cigarette as the flame flickered in the morning light. Fei Quan approached, his arm wrapped in bandages, stained with blood from the earlier skirmish, the blade having grazed him, leaving a serious wound. Boss, this deal was more perilous than a close shave, Fei Quan murmured, his tone laced with apprehension. If you hadn't been here today, or if Ming had reacted a moment too late, that 300,000 worth of goods would have been lost, and the 3 of us might not have made it out alive. Zhou Jiu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the injury on Fei Quan's arm, a sudden tightness gripping his heart. He had unwittingly led them into a world of bloodshed. From registering the company to finding smuggling routes, he had initially sought a cleaner path, wishing to avoid excessive bloodshed. But he had forgotten that the underworld is treacherous. Even if one seeks to earn a living peacefully, others will not hesitate to take your life for the sake of profit. Quan, go tend to your wound properly. Don't let it get infected. Zhou Jiu exhaled a cloud of smoke, resolve hardening in his eyes. Additionally, contact Uncle Chun. I need to urgently engage those 3 veterans, Zhao Gang, Li Feng, and Wang Zhangwo. The transport line needs professional oversight. We can no longer rely on luck, for luck will eventually run out. You want to bring them into the fold? Fei Quan exclaimed, taken aback, his tone laced with concern. Their backgrounds are sensitive, they are veterans, and if anything goes wrong, we could be in serious trouble. Risk worth taking, Zhou Jio replied in Cantonese, his tone resolute, without a hint of hesitation. This isn't just for today. It's for the future. To traverse great distances and achieve monumental success, we must assemble a professional team that is not only capable in battle, but also unwaveringly loyal. They are indeed the finest candidates. At that moment, the anxious figure hurriedly approached, his countenance dark enough to draw water, his tone unfriendly. Boss, we've uncovered something. That bunch from Hehe Group received money from Dongxing's Smiling Tiger the day before yesterday. The Smiling Tiger has relayed through a middleman that he intends to teach us youngsters a lesson, aiming to thwart Kowloon Trading's operations and expel us from Hong Kong entirely. Zhou Jio's gaze immediately turned icy. He pressed his fingertips together, extinguishing his cigarette with a spark. Smiling Tiger, he murmured the name with a chilling resonance. Very well, Zhou Jio, will remember this debt. He shall pay it back in due time. He turned to venture deeper into the warehouse, his mind immersed in the system panel. System notification, establishing a stable smuggling route. Daily Dragon Energy revenue increases by 0.3. Current daily revenue, 2.0. System notification, practical use of headshot heavy punch. Proficiency increases by 20, current proficiency, 45. Dragon energy value increases by 15. Current dragon energy value, 605. System notification, detection of host's intent to recruit elite combat personnel, triggering suggested mission Iron Guard recruitment to enlist retired soldiers, unlocking team trait Iron-Blooded Loyalty. Zhou Jio closed the panel, his gaze sweeping over the array of brand-new video cameras in the warehouse, then glancing at Ah Ming, who was assisting with inventory. Though still somewhat stiff, he no longer appeared flustered. He then looked towards Fei Quan, who was bandaging his wounds yet still wore a grin. An anticipated profit of 80,000 Hong Kong dollars, a monthly cash flow expectation of 150,000 to 200,000, and a freshly established gray financial pathway. The cost was 3 lives, a near-fatal robbery. And the injuries sustained by his brothers. Is it worth it? He questioned himself internally. There was no answer. In this chaotic era, in this predatory underworld, perhaps only those who stand until the end possess the right to answer such a question. Fei Quan, Zhou Jio suddenly spoke. His gaze fixed on the distant skyline brightening at the dock, his tone resolute and imbued with an undeniable ambition. Tomorrow, accompany me to scout the area. We must find a stable location, not a temporary warehouse, but a place where we can truly put down roots. Fei Quan was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Boss, do you mean to buy a building as a stronghold? Yes, a building, Zhou Jio affirmed, his tone unwavering. There is an old building for sale on Shek Pai Road in Causeway Bay, 300 square feet, priced at 150,000. I intend to purchase it under the company name, marking Kowloon Trading's first legitimate stronghold. He paused, adding, in the future, not only for smuggling, but our accounts, meetings, and even those 3 veterans when they report in, must all have a proper place. He lifted his head, gazing at the rising sun on the horizon. Morning light illuminating half his face, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. If the Smiling Tiger wishes to operate in the shadows, we shall boldly expand in the light. Zhou Jio's voice resonated with conviction, infused with a fierce determination. In the next chapter, let us see who truly reigns as Hong Kong's real boss, the true predator. Chapter 33, The First Piece of Land. The scent of blood from the Kwai Chung dock still clung to the hem of Zhou Jio's attire as he, along with Fei Quan and Ah Ming, plunged into a tea house located in the basement of an old tenement on Shek Pai Road. Outside, a fine rain fell, pattering against the glass, shrouding the scene in a thin veil of white mist. The street view blurred into indistinct color blocks, with the opposite tenement appearing drab and gray. Brother Jio, it's this building. The anxious figure pointed across the road at the 4-story-old structure, his tone urgent yet assured. The exterior plaster is peeling in patches, revealing the green bricks within. The previous owner, Uncle Xiang, worked as a tailor for 40 years and has just retired. He added, his son has emigrated to Canada and is urging him to sell the building for retirement. The asking price was 180,000, but after 3 days of negotiation, I secured it for 150,000. The contract is signed for 2 years. Zhou Jio picked up a cup of hot milk tea, savoring a sip as warmth rolled down his throat. Through the rain, he fixated intently on the 3-story building, covering an area of 300 square feet. The first floor had previously been a gaming hall, now entirely vacant. The second, third, and fourth floors were residential, their doors and windows tightly shut. The location was perfect. The back alley led to Lockhart Road, with the main street of Shek Pai Road just a stone's throw away, a mere 5-minute walk to the Blue Moon Bar. When is the transfer? Zhou Jio set down the cup, the bottom striking the table with a light clink, his tone crisp. We can go to the land office for the transfer tomorrow. The anxious figure flipped through his notebook, his fingers moving swiftly. However, Uncle Xiang has one request. He wishes to remain as a caretaker, without a salary, only seeking shelter from the elements. Zhou tapped his fingers against the table, raising his gaze to say, offer him a caretaker salary of 800 per month, including 2 meals. He paused before adding, he has watched over this building for 30 years. No one knows the affairs of this street better than he does. His vigilance is more reliable than any surveillance. Fei Quan was taken aback, exclaiming, boss. That means we're at a loss. He originally didn't want a salary, and now we must pay him 800 plus meals. At a loss? Zhou smiled lightly, his gaze penetrating. In this underworld, money can buy buildings but cannot purchase hearts. Uncle Xiang is the living map of this street. Keeping him is equivalent to gaining an extra pair of eyes. It's a guaranteed profit. The next day at noon, the sun shone brightly. The procedures at the land office were handled swiftly and efficiently. Uncle Xiang, in his 60s, was remarkably hunched, his fingers contorted from years of wielding scissors. Rough as tree bark, with remnants of thread embedded beneath his nails. He trembled as he handed Zhou a set of gleaming copper keys, their handles worn smooth by time. Mr. Zhou, this building was built by my grandfather. Uncle Xiang's eyes glistened with tears, his voice hoarse, each word weighted with emotion. I was born here, grew up here, and now I age here. He sniffled, adding, I know it belongs to you now, but I hope you won't tear it down or alter its appearance. Zhou took the keys, his fingertips brushing against the thick calluses on the old man's hands. Momentarily lost in thought. In a past life, his grandfather's hands bore a striking resemblance. On the doorframe of their rural home, his grandfather would touch it daily, polishing it to a glossy sheen. Rest assured, Uncle Xiang. Zhou grasped the keys firmly, his voice soft yet resolute. I will take good care of this building, ensuring it remains intact and unaltered. He added, you are now the caretaker for Kowloon trading. This is also your home. I promise you, as long as I, Zhou, am here, no one will dare to disturb you or cause you harm. Uncle Xiang lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhou. In Zhou's eyes, there was no greed typical of ordinary real estate developers, but rather an unusual sincerity, both a promise and a confidence. The old man wiped away the moisture from his eyes, nodding repeatedly, very well. Young man, I have guarded this building for 30 years. I hope you will use it well. At 3 in the afternoon, the rain ceased. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ground. Zhou ascended to the second floor, which was eerily empty. Save for a few dusty wooden windows and a pile of old newspapers left by previous tenants, crumpled and askew. Sunlight streamed through the grimy glass, casting diamond-shaped patches of light on the floor, while dust danced in the beams. He walked slowly, his leather boots creaking on the wooden floor, producing a clear squeak. Squeak sound that resonated in the empty room. Upon reaching the southwest corner, Zhou suddenly halted his steps. In the corner of the wall, there was a piece of graffiti, rendered in crayon, its once vibrant colors now faded to a delicate pink, yet still discernible. A crooked, oversized elephant, beside which was whimsically inscribed Xiao Ming, 8 years old. Beneath the graffiti, someone had affixed a yellowed photograph with transparent tape, depicting a toothless child whose smile revealed teeth, but hid his eyes, a blend of innocence and radiance. Zhou crouched down, his fingertips gently tracing the crayon marks. The paint had long since dried, deeply embedded in the wall, resembling a faint scar left by time, concealing untold fragmented memories. In the world of conflict, what ultimately remains are these seemingly trivial things, he murmured softly, his tone devoid of emotion, yet tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Behind him, faint footsteps approached. Tentative and cautious, Shirong, carrying a bucket and a rag, timidly made her way over, not daring to intrude upon Zhou's crouched position. She curiously inched closer and quietly inquired, Boss, what are you looking at? Old things, Zhou replied as he stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. His tone unremarkable. Why aren't you downstairs helping out? Fei Quan should have brought the renovation crew. I wanted to clean it up a bit, Shirong replied, somewhat flustered, her fingers twisting the edge of the rag. This will be our company in the future. I want it to be bright and tidy, not a mess. Zhou glanced at her, nodded, and softened his tone slightly. Be careful not to smudge the wall or tear the photograph. Yes, Brother Jiu, Shirong responded enthusiastically, her eyes shining with determination as she hastily picked up the rag and began to gently wipe the adjacent wall. She soon noticed the graffiti, her eyes lighting up. Oh, this elephant is drawn so charmingly. It was left by the previous tenant, Zhou said as he walked to the window, pushing it open just a crack, allowing the wind to carry in the sunlight. Sometimes, these marks are worth more than golden keys, more reliable than any line of sight. Shirong seemed to grasp the essence, though only partially, yet she dutifully committed Zhou's words to memory. In the days that followed, Shirong accompanied Xiang Bo to guard the entrance every day. She listened to the elderly man's tales of the changes along Xie Fei Road over the decades. How each shop had changed hands, the gang conflicts that had once erupted in the alley, the times when police would patrol, and the types of ruffians that roamed the streets. These seemingly trivial bits of street wisdom gradually wove an invisible net, quietly protecting the old tenement. As evening fell, the sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows of the tenement. Fei Quan arrived with the renovation crew, their presence breaking the silence of the building with a cacophony of tools and chatter. Zhou stood at the second-floor window, observing the bustling activity below on Causeway Road as neon lights flickered to life, painting the street in vibrant hues. "Boss, what is the plan? How are we proceeding with this building?" Fei Quan climbed the stairs, urgency in his voice, still holding a tape measure. "The workers are waiting for your instructions." Zhou turned around, pointing downstairs with a decisive and clear tone. "The first floor will be converted into a shop, clean up the facade to receive customers. The second floor will be the office area. Ahua and Ajun will move in tomorrow. The third floor will serve as a warehouse for important goods and accounts. The fourth floor will be reserved for Xiangbo to live in, keeping an eye on the entire building." He tapped the window frame lightly with his fingertips, his gaze filled with ambition, each word punctuated with determination. "This is merely the beginning. In 1985, I want the name of Kowloon Trade etched into the skyscrapers of Central, so that all of Hong Kong recognizes me." Zhou. Fei Quan grinned widely, thumping his chest. "All right. With the boss's orders, we will follow through. We are truly going to achieve great things. Indeed, we will achieve great things, but it is also a tightrope walk." Zhou's tone grew serious as he glanced at Shirong, who was diligently cleaning the staircase railing, and at Xiangbo, who was discussing details with the renovation workers at the entrance. "Fei Quan, remember this. Property is the bone, and popularity is the blood." He paused before adding, "Having bone without blood is lifeless. Having blood without bone is but a bandit. What we seek is both bone and blood, a solid foundation, not drifting like dandelion fluff." Fei Quan wiped the smile from his face, nodding earnestly, committing those words to memory. "I've got it, boss." Just then, Brother Jiu. Ahua rushed up the stairs, breathless, holding a gold-embossed invitation, his words tumbling over each other. "Jiang Tiansheng sent someone with this. He wants you to go to Liu Tea House tomorrow for tea to discuss the maritime guarantee matter." Zhou's expression instantly sharpened. He took the invitation, his fingertips grazing the exquisite embossing, the texture cool to the touch. The smuggling line had just opened, traces not yet wiped clean, and Jiang Tiansheng was already catching wind of it. Moreover, he was proactively offering maritime guarantees as a leader of the Hongxing Triad, his reach long enough, his vision sharp, and his intentions profoundly unsettling. Zhou tucked the invitation into his pocket with a calm demeanor. Yet his voice carried an undeniable conviction. "Relay to the messenger that I, Zhou, will arrive punctually." There was no hesitation, nor a trace of fear. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. Sooner or later, he would confront Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing. In the stillness of the night, the entire tenement fell silent. The renovation workers had long since finished for the day, and the air was filled with the lingering sense of paint and sawdust, mingled with a touch of warmth from the sunlight. Zhou remained alone on the second floor, leaning against the window, gazing at the darkened street below. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system panel. System notification. Acquired the first fixed asset, Causeway Road property. Confirmation of asset appreciation. Dragon Chi value increased by 15. Current Dragon Chi value, 620. System notification. Unlocked passive trait territorial awareness within the scope of owned property. Increasing alertness by 10%. Enhancing sensitivity to potential threats. System notification. Unlocked title property owner. Increasing initial credibility in negotiations with banks and financial institutions. Zhou closed the panel, opened his eyes, and gazed out at the neon-lit Causeway Bay. This building, this set of keys, this elderly guardian of the building. And this child's graffiti represented his first foundation laid in 1984 amidst the chaotic underworld of Hong Kong. Steadily advancing, step by step, he would eventually support a vast expanse of sky. Chapter 34. Testing the waters in the stock market. On the second floor of the new office building on Causeway Road, Ahua slammed the ledger down on an old wooden table, adjusting his glasses. His tone tinged with caution. "Brother Jiu, the 80,000 profit from the smuggling line has already been recorded. The company currently has cash on hand of 156,000. As you instructed, I've set aside 50,000 for liquidity and allocated 100,000 for a fixed deposit." "No need for a fixed deposit," Zhou interjected sharply, his finger tapping the Xian Bao newspaper on the table, his tone crisp and decisive. "Take that 50,000 to Central Securities and open an account to buy stocks." Ahua was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Buy stocks? Brother Jiu, that's too risky. We could lose everything." "Buy Kowloon Warehouse." Zhou pushed the newspaper toward Ahua, which clearly displayed the real estate stock market's lackluster performance. with Kowloon Warehouse's stock price continuously declining, currently priced at $12 per share, by 4,000 shares. Not a cent less. The atmosphere at Defu Securities near Central Trading Plaza was thick with the scent of cigars and the anxiety of people, stiflingly oppressive. Zhou Jiu huddled in the corner of the large client room, his gaze fixed on the green numbers flickering on the quote machine. In the year 1984, the stock market was languishing, particularly in the real estate sector, with Kowloon Warehouse suffering a dramatic decline in share prices due to rumors surrounding the Pak family. Mr. Zhou confirmed the purchase of 4,000 shares of Kowloon Warehouse at an entry price of $12.05, totaling $48,200, exclusive of transaction fees. The stockbroker, Mr. Zhang Ziyuan, a bespectacled gentleman in his 30s, appeared cultured, yet wore a conspicuously large gold ring. Order placed. Mr. Zhou swiftly signed a check without any hesitation. At the very moment the pen glided across the paper, his right hand trembled slightly, causing the pen tip to wobble. He was aware that in 3 months, Pak Yukong would team up with Li Ka-shing to target Kowloon Warehouse, driving its stock price up to $40 or $50. He also understood that the current malaise was merely an illusion. However, as the check was handed over, a fleeting sense of disorientation washed over him. I know it will rise, but is this truly a matter of skill? Or is it mere trickery? Mr. Zhou, the transaction is complete. Mr. Zhang presented the receipt, his tone tinged with admiration. You possess great courage. While everyone else is selling, you alone dare to buy. Mr. Zhou took the receipt, ready to respond, when suddenly he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness, his surroundings spinning uncontrollably. The numbers on the quote machine began to distort and blur, transforming into a bizarre tableau of a day in 1985, where the real estate stock charts resembled a roller coaster, plummeting then surging, with piercing red arrows that stung the eyes. Strangely, he seemed to catch a whiff of burnt paper, mingled with the scent of ink from banknotes, alongside the palpable heat of an era undergoing monumental change, constricting his chest. System notification, financial operations initiated. Unlocking trend prediction at the novice level. A vague foresight of the stock market trends over the next 3 months is now available, with an accuracy of approximately 60%. Dragon Chi value increased by 5. Current Dragon Chi value, 625. With his eyes closed, Mr. Zhou fought against the dizziness, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. This sensory premonition was far more unsettling than mere data. It was as if he had truly traversed to 1985, witnessing the tumult of the stock market firsthand. Mr. Zhou, are you unwell? Mr. Zhang inquired, stepping forward with concern. Nothing to worry about. Mr. Zhou waved his hand dismissively, his tone flat, just a touch of low blood sugar. Mr. Zhang offered him a cup of hot milk tea and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Mr. Zhou, being from the real estate sector, I've heard about a young businesswoman from Nanyang who frequents the K.W. building. She seems to have connections with the Pak family. He paused before adding. Her name is Shen Qingwei, 28 years old, pursuing an MBA, with an impressive background. Her father is a rubber tycoon from Nanyang, and her brother-in-law is a high-ranking government official. She is seeking real estate partners and has mentioned your company, Kowloon Trading. Mr. Zhou took the milk tea, his fingers hovering momentarily, raising an eyebrow as he asked. She mentioned me? Indeed. She remarked that you have a keen eye for investment. Mr. Zhang replied with a smile. In such a dismal market, your willingness to invest in both real estate and stocks sets you apart from the ordinary speculators. It resembles the entrepreneurial mindset of merchants from the Nanyang region. Mr. Zhou sipped the milk tea in silence, contemplating. In his heart, he mused. A woman venturing alone into Hong Kong in 1984 is no small feat by evening. Mr. Zhou returned to his office on Shek Pai Road. His assistant, the young little ghost, was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Mr. Zhou arrive, he hurried over. Speaking with a mix of urgency and certainty, Boss, I've gathered intel on Shen Qingwei. She is indeed the daughter of a Nanyang businessman, frequently seen at the K. While building in Central, and has had several discussions with Pak Yukong's second son-in-law. Rumors suggest that the shipping magnate's family is planning a significant move, likely to acquire Kowloon Warehouse. Mr. Zhou's gaze sharpened instantly. The information from Little Ghost mirrored the historical events he remembered. The fierce battle between Pak Yukong and Li Ka-shing targeting Kowloon Warehouse was about to erupt in 1985. An investment of $50,000 now would burgeon into $200,000 in 3 months. Continue to monitor her closely, Mr. Zhou instructed calmly, but do not alert her. I want to be informed of every detail. Understood. Little Ghost nodded emphatically, then added, also, Uncle Chung mentioned a leak in the third-floor water pipes. I've arranged for repairs, so there's no need to worry. Mr. Zhou nodded, gazing out at the darkening sky. Awa was busy recording today as stock market transactions, still grappling with the intricacies of the trade, but already adept at interpreting candlestick charts. After the market closed, Mr. Zhou strolled alone to Queens Road Central. Outside the brokerage, shadows were sparse, with most faces appearing ashen, dejected, having incurred losses once again. Chapter 35. Investing in the Future. Returning from the central brokerage to Shek Pai Road, dusk had settled. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue upon the weathered exterior of the old tenement building. Just as Mr. Zhou stepped inside, Uncle Chung approached him with a teapot in hand. The elderly man still bore traces of dust, a clear indication that he had just finished repairing the water pipes on the third floor. Mr. Zhou, a young man has been looking for you for a few days now, Uncle Chung said, handing over a cup of tea, his voice lowered. He is from the law department at Hong Kong University and waits outside every day after class, claiming you asked him to come. He added, I've observed him for a few days. This young lad possesses solid character. Standing quietly outside for half an hour each day without disturbing anyone or inquiring about matters with the neighbors. Mr. Zhou accepted the tea, the warmth enveloping his features. He suddenly recalled having asked Uncle Chung to keep an eye out for a studious, yet underprivileged youth. He took a sip of the hot tea and inquired casually, what is his name? Lu Jiahui. Uncle Chung sighed, his tone laced with a hint of nostalgia. I hear he is an exceptional student at the law department, with stellar grades, but unfortunately, his family is poor. His father passed away early, and his mother works 3 jobs in the new territories to support his education. This boy walks back from the university every day, not even willing to spend money on bus fare. Mr. Zhou set the tea down, gazing out at the encroaching night. He instructed, tell him to wait for me tomorrow afternoon at the Yat Yuan Tea restaurant near the university. Also, prepare a copy of the History of the Rule of Law in Hong Kong, and ensure it is an old edition, not the current textbook used in the academy. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Uncle Chung replied promptly. After a brief hesitation, he could not resist asking, Mr. Zhou, this boy appears quite stubborn. Are you not concerned about nurturing a thankless wretch? Mr. Zhou smiled lightly, his tone resolute. What I seek is precisely that spirit of defiance. The next day, in the afternoon at Yat Yuan Tea restaurant. This vintage establishment on Pak Fu Lam Road had been operating for 20 years. The ceiling fan creaked as it spun, and the walls were adorned with yellowed menus, their edges curling. Mr. Zhou occupied a corner booth, perusing a 1947 edition of the History of the Rule of Law in Hong Kong. The pages had yellowed, with signs of insect damage at the corners, yet it was remarkably well preserved. He arrived half an hour early, ordered a glass of iced lemon tea, and quietly observed the view of the University of Hong Kong's red brick walls. Groups of students strolled by, some clutching hefty law tomes. Others engaged in animated discussions about cases, brimming with youthful vigor. Mr. Zhou's fingers lightly tapped the table, and a flood of past memories surged within him, back when he was struggling at the bottom of an investment bank, just as lean and just as unwilling to bend, believing that talent alone could change the world, only to be ultimately worn down by the harsh realities of its rules. Are you Mr. Zhou? A slender voice interrupted his reverie. Mr. Zhou looked up to see a young man standing before his table. Lu Jiahui, barely in his early 20s, wore a white shirt faded to near translucence, its cuffs frayed and the pant legs conspicuously shortened, a clear testament to last year's attire. Yet, his posture was unyieldingly erect, like a spear poised for flight. His gaunt face bore the pallor of chronic malnutrition, but his eyes shone with a fierce, unwavering brightness, embodying the distinctive pride of a scholar. Sit. Zhou Jiu gestured calmly to the seat opposite him. What will you have to drink? No, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Lu Jiahui replied, settling down with his hands resting on his knees, body slightly leaning forward, his gaze laced with caution. I've done my homework on you. Kowloon Trading is a fledgling outfit in Causeway Bay, registered less than half a month ago, with Underworld ties. Mr. Zhou, why have you sought me out? Zhou Jiu did not answer immediately. Instead, he slid a book across the table toward him, The History of Hong Kong's Rule of Law. Lu Jiahui glanced down at the cover, his pupils contracting sharply, surprise coloring his tone. This is the 1947 edition? It compiles cases from Hong Kong's first 30 years of legal history, including many gray area judgments. One must study the roots, Zhou Jiu said evenly. The law you're learning now stems from the order established by the British. Yet beneath Hong Kong's surface lies another system that has operated for a century. I want you to see how these two coexist. So, you want me to help you with a lawsuit? Or to whitewash your reputation? Lu Jiahui's fingers clenched the table's edge, knuckles blanching, his voice edged with firmness. I've investigated your background. Kowloon Trading ostensibly deals in electronics, but is involved in smuggling and other illicit activities. I study law. I do not engage in illegal deeds. Zhou Jiu picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups, pushing one toward Lu Jiahui with an unchanged calmness. Suppose I told you this was an investment. Would you believe me? Invest in a penniless student? Lu Jiahui scoffed, disdain flickering in his eyes. I'm broke, can't even pay next semester's tuition. What could you possibly gain? An investment in Hong Kong's legal future, Zhou Jiu said as he retrieved a checkbook from his breast pocket. The pen glided across the paper, inscribing 1,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly until graduation. The pen paused mid-air, and a drop of ink spilled, spreading into a dark, glaring blot. Zhou Jio's fingers trembled slightly. In that moment, memories of his previous life surged forth. Cold-blooded mergers, employees he had personally laid off, families ruined by his reports, all vividly clear. Back then, working in investment banking, he recognized only numbers, not people, believing the violence of capital to be justice. Now, reborn and wielding the system, he began to question whether this was a shrewd political investment or an act of atonement for his former merciless calculations. He looked up at Lu Jiehui, this lean, resolute youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to his own recently graduated self, once standing beneath the towering offices of investment banks. Yearning for a path forward. Giving you a path is giving my former self a path. Zhou Jio declared solemnly as he signed the final figure and pushed the check across the table. 1,000 a month, covering tuition and living expenses. Until you graduate in 1987. I don't need you to do anything for me. No lawsuits, no whitewashing. I only ask that you remember that Hong Kong's future requires just, law-abiding custodians. Lu Jiehui stared at the check, then at Zhou Jio's eyes, which held a near-compassionate tranquility. He did not immediately reach out. His voice remained guarded. Why do you do this? You're a man of the streets. Why sponsor a law student? Because I want to build a world governed by rules. Zhou Jio's voice was low, resolute. Each word deliberate. You study your law, I'll uphold my codes. Perhaps one day, we'll find a new path, not lawlessness, but rule within the law. Let the underworld abide by law, and the common people be treated fairly. There is no law beyond the law, Lu Jiehui countered, his tone imbued with the doctrinal certainty of a law student. Before the law, all are equal. There are no underworld rules. But in reality, shadows elude the light. Zhou Jio replied serenely, unperturbed. If I could truly replace violence with order, stop gangs from oppressing the innocent, cleanse business of bloodshed, and open avenues for all to rise, would you consider that worthy of exploration? Lu Jiehui gripped the book tightly, falling into contemplative silence. The bustling cafe around them faded into a quiet enclave where even their breathing was audible. He looked from the precious old tome to the check that could resolve all his troubles and finally spoke. If you can truly achieve that, perhaps it's worth observing. But I warn you, if I find you using me for illegal acts, I will be the first to report you. Fair enough, Zhou Jio smiled, a note of approval in his voice. I look forward to your graduation day in 1987. I will celebrate with you personally. System notification, long-term political investment confirmed. White-collar relationship with Lu Jiehui established. Passive trait legal resonance unlocked. Persuasion when negotiating with law enforcement increases by 10. Dragon energy points deferred. 120 points to be granted upon Lu Jiehui's graduation in 1987. Zhou Jio rose, patted Lu Jiehui's shoulder gently, his tone softening. There's a card tucked inside the book. If you face difficulties, come to me directly. No need for formalities. That night, Lu Jiehui returned to his rented room in the new territories. His mother simmered soup in the kitchen, its aroma wafting through the air. Sitting by his bed under the dim light, he opened the history of Hong Kong's rule of law. Between its pages, he found Zhou Jio's business card and a note. Rule of law is not cold statutes, but the baseline that allows people to live with dignity. Jio. He pondered briefly, then retrieved his diary from beneath the bed and solemnly wrote, Met Zhou Jio today. When he spoke of guarding Hong Kong's legal future, there was a strange look in his eyes, part compassion, part obsession. What kind of underworld does he want to build? A gangster sponsoring a law student. Is it disguise or sincerity? Worth observing. He paused, then added, Mark this man as a subject for my thesis, Social Governance in Hong Kong's Gray Zones. As he left the University of Hong Kong, night had fully fallen. Streetlights flickered on, casting a mellow glow over the pavement. Zhou Jio strolled along Queen's Road east with Fei Quan, heading to a familiar tea house near the Wan Chai police station. At the corner of Fenwick Street, a sharp gunshot shattered the twilight's tranquility. Bang. Robbery. Don't move. A masked assailant burst from a jewelry store, clutching a bulging cloth bag in one hand and brandishing a smoking Black Star pistol in the other, radiating lethal menace. Behind him, a wiry plainclothes officer gave chase alone. No more than 10 meters away, the future ace of the organized crime and Triad Bureau, Ma Jun. The robber spun to fire. But Ma Jun rolled aside with the agility of a leopard, though he was clearly unarmed and at a disadvantage. Bullets struck the pavement near Zhou Jio's feet, scattering sparks and ringing harshly. Zhou Jio's eyes sharpened. He instantly recognized the officer as the formidable Ma Jun from his memories. He whispered to Fei Quan, Assist me. But do not kill anyone. Leave that to the police. Fei Quan understood the implication, swiftly seizing a nearby trash bin and hurling it fiercely at the thug, while Zhou Jio took a shortcut, rapidly encircling the adversary. Chapter 36. between black and white. A stray bullet struck the cement ground beside Zhou feet, igniting a shower of sparks. His pupils constricted sharply, and his body reacted quicker than his mind, as he yanked Fei Quan aside and dove behind a roadside mailbox. Pressing tightly against the wall, "Boss, it's a big gang member," Fei Quan whispered, gritting his teeth, his fingers already inching towards the dagger at his waist, his gaze fierce. Zhou restrained his hand, his voice firm and resolute. "Use your fists, avoid bloodshed, hold back." At the street corner, a plainclothes officer was using the trash bin as cover, engaged in a tense standoff with the armed thug. The man, approximately 27 or 28, possessed a lithe, leopard-like physique. His short hair standing on end, his gaze sharp enough to slice through the air. Zhou instantly recognized the face, Ma Jun, a future ace of the organized crime unit. Currently a squad leader in the major crimes unit. Seeing his pursuit hindered, the thug let out a ferocious roar, abruptly swinging his gun to aim at the pedestrians nearby. Bellowing, "Don't move. Anyone who moves, I will kill." Zhou's heart sank. This thug was no ordinary robber. His movements were swift, and his gun stance impeccable, clearly indicating military training, an elite gang member. Should he take hostages, the consequences would be dire. Fei Quan, flanked from the left, draw his attention. Zhou made a rapid assessment, his words swift. "I will launch a surprise attack from behind and subdue him." "Understood, boss," Fei Quan responded. He picked up a metal trash bin lid from the ground, exerting all his strength to throw it towards the thug's right side. The resounding clang of metal against the ground exploded in the narrow street, causing the thug to instinctively pivot, directing his gun towards the source of the noise. In that fleeting moment, Zhou emerged like a specter from the shadows. Executing a Brazilian jiu-jitsu move, he swept low to the ground, his right leg snaking like a whip, accurately ensnaring the thug's ankle, while his left hand seized the thug's wrist, twisting and pressing down. This was a technique from the system's unlocked Brazilian jiu-jitsu, designed specifically for disarming an armed assailant by leveraging joint manipulation rather than engaging in a brute force confrontation. "Ah!" The thug let out a wretched scream as his handgun flew from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Seizing this critical moment, Ma Jun lunged forward, driving his knee forcefully into the thug's lower back, and with a click of handcuffs, secured his hands. However, the thug, in a fit of rage, managed to draw a spring knife from his boot, thrusting it backward towards Ma Jun's abdomen. "Be careful," Zhou shouted, contorting his body in an uncanny manner. As if boneless, springing off the ground, his right hand struck like a snake, precisely seizing the thug's wrist, and with a swift pull and twist, he locked it in a crosshold. The thug's arm was restrained at an unnatural angle. The knife blade halted mere inches from Ma Jun's abdomen, unable to advance further. "Let go," Zhou commanded coldly, applying increased pressure, his tone devoid of warmth. The thug's face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring down his brow as his fingers slackened, the spring knife clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Jun swiftly secured a second pair of handcuffs, completely subduing the thug and pinning him to the ground to prevent any struggle. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 10 seconds, so rapid it left onlookers bewildered. Even the pedestrians nearby were yet to comprehend the situation. Gasping for breath, Ma Jun rose, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. Zhou, clad in a dark suit, appeared to be an ordinary businessman, yet the moves he had just executed were neither traditional Hung Gar nor Wing Chun, nor were they the chaotic flailing of street thugs. The fluidity of his movements, the precise manipulation of joints, resembled a variant of military combat techniques, imbued with an uncanny rhythmic grace. "Who are you?" Ma Jun inquired, one hand resting on his sidearm, his gaze sharp as a blade, remaining vigilant. Zhou released the thug, raised his hands in a gesture of peace, and offered a perfectly timed smile, a good citizen passing by, merely lending a hand upon witnessing the police in action. "A good citizen?" Ma Jun scoffed, his eyes scanning Fei Quan, who was hastily approaching, and the vague outline of weaponry at Fei Quan's waist. His tone dripped with sarcasm. A good citizen strolling about with a bodyguard? Legal resonance was passively triggered. Zhou felt an unusual clarity wash over him, as if he could see through the probing nature of Ma Jun's words. He understood that now was not the time to retreat or to be overly assertive. Ma Jun was the archetype of an action-oriented officer, disdainful of pretense, and appreciative of straightforwardness. "Employing a bodyguard for business in Hong Kong isn't illegal, is it, officer?" Zhou produced a business card from his pocket and extended it casually. "Kowloon Trading, Zhou. I just concluded a business deal nearby and came over upon hearing the gunfire. In this world, we cannot allow criminals to run rampant." Ma Jun accepted the card without looking at it, his eyes still locked on his Zhou's, pressing further. "Impressive skills. Where did you learn them?" "Self-taught." Zhou indicated the subdued thug on the ground, his tone measured. "This individual is no ordinary robber. His gun stance reflects military training. He's likely a gang member." Officer. Pursuing him alone is quite reckless. Ma Jun's gaze flickered. Indeed, he had sensed the thug's capabilities earlier. Had it not been for Zhou Jio's precise grip on the throat, he might have already suffered a fatal wound. Do you understand combat? Ma Jun's tone softened slightly, though his vigilance remained intact, now tinged with less hostility. Somewhat. Zhou Jio replied modestly. Mainly out of a fear of bloodshed, I learned some techniques for controlling others. Ma Jun scrutinized him intently. Techniques for controlling others? Those moves were clearly lethal, yet he had managed to restrain his strength at the critical moment. Such control was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Furthermore, the young man's demeanor was unnaturally calm, too composed for someone who had just faced life and death, as if he were accustomed to such scenarios. Zhou Jio. Ma Jun murmured the name, suddenly recalling the recent rumors circulating about the up-and-coming Kowloon trading in Causeway Bay, known for its ruthless yet remarkably principled operations. Avoiding drugs and innocent casualties, seemingly aiming to establish a new order within the gray areas of society. I will remember you, Ma Jun stated, pocketing the business card. His tone firm. Don't let me catch you slipping. Officer, you jest, Zhou Jio smiled, his demeanor unflustered. I am a legitimate businessman, the tax-paying kind. Ma Jun snorted, bending to lift the still-struggling thug, pressing down on his head to prevent any movements. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from afar, growing closer as nearby patrol officers rushed to the scene upon hearing the gunfire. Leave, Ma Jun gestured to Zhou Jio, signaling him to depart quickly. I will file a report on today's events. Take care of yourself. Zhou Jio nodded, turning with Fei Quan to swiftly disappear into a nearby alley. As they rounded the corner, he glanced back just in time to see Ma Jun displaying his badge to his arriving colleagues. The stern, serious face on the identification card gradually merged with the memory of the formidable OCU officer he had come to know. The eyes of that officer are too perceptive. Zhou Jio murmured to Fei Quan, his tone laden with significance, but perhaps he could become a kind of friend in a certain sense. Fei Quan furrowed his brow in confusion, replying, Boss, he clearly suspects us. How could he be a friend? Suspicion is an instinct of the police, but acknowledgement is an entirely different matter. Zhou Jio adjusted the collar of his suit, his tone resolute. He has noticed my skills and our discipline. I restrained you from drawing your knife, refrained from taking a life, and left no obvious marks. This type of controlled violence is precisely what individuals like him admire. That evening, in the Serious Crimes Unit office of the Wanchai Police Station, Ma Jun slammed the report onto the table, facing his superior, Senior Inspector Li Wenbin. The ruthless gangster has been confirmed as a subordinate of Yi Guohuan, responsible for reconnaissance and support, Ma Jun reported, his voice steady. If it weren't for someone's assistance today, I might have been finished. Li Wenbin flipped through the report, his brow tightly knitted, his tone grave. Zhou Jio? Kowloon Trading? This name has surfaced in many recent Underworld rumors. Are you certain he is not part of another gang of thugs? Uncertain, Ma Jun leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the table as he fell into contemplation. But his demeanor does not resemble that of a typical hoodlum. He seems more like a soldier. His tactical awareness is exceptionally strong, and he strikes with precision. Despite having the capability to snap that gangster's neck, he chose to subdue him by locking his throat. Moreover, his subordinates obey commands. I noticed that Fei Quan, despite having drawn his knife, withdrew it at just one glance from him. What do you mean? Li Wenbin raised his eyes to Ma Jun, his gaze questioning. It means this person is very dangerous, yet also quite unique. Ma Jun replied solemnly, his tone serious. It appears he is establishing some form of order. I've checked, and his establishments do not engage in drug trafficking, do not coerce individuals into prostitution, and even fund impoverished students. This approach is entirely different from the likes of the East Star Gang. Li Wenbin contemplated this, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Are you suggesting we can utilize him to counterbalance East Star? For now, do not act against him. Ma Jun stood up, moving to the window, gazing at the cityscape cloaked in night. Let us observe. If he truly wishes to establish order in the gray area, it may not be a bad thing for us. At the very least, it is easier to manage than those who lack any moral boundaries. He paused, adding with conviction, but I will keep a close watch on him. Should he cross the line, I will personally apprehend him. Meanwhile, at the office building of CFA Dao, Zhou Jio stood by the window, observing the vibrant streets of Causeway Bay, illuminated by flickering neon lights amid the bustling traffic. A system panel emerged in the depths of his consciousness. System notification. Initial contact established with key whitelisted character Ma Jun. Relationship value. Cautiously observant. System notification. Passive trait rule of law resonance activated for the first time. Persuasive power enhancement effect recorded. System notification. Assisting the police, on the surface, in curbing crime. Dragon Chi value 10. Current Dragon Chi value. 635. Zhou Jio closed the panel, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with determination. The first step had been taken. He had finally established a connection with Ma Jun. although the other party remained vigilant. That acknowledgement based on strength was far more solid than any brotherhood forged over drinks. Boss. A small-time thug suddenly burst through the door, his face ashen, his voice trembling. Something has gone wrong. The smiling tiger has set a trap, bribing the cleaner from Blue Moon to hide white powder in our bar's air conditioning ducts. The police have already been notified, and they will arrive in 10 minutes, led by Li Wenbin. Zhou Jio's expression hardened, his aura instantly chilling. Li Wenbin. He was precisely Ma Jun's superior. If they were discovered now, not only would Blue Moon be shut down, but the barely established facade of being good citizens would crumble in an instant. What was even more troubling was how Ma Jun would perceive this. Just moments ago, he had deemed him controllable, and now, drugs would be found? Fei Quan, tell Ming to prepare the car. Zhou Jio swiftly donned his coat, his tone chillingly calm. His words rapid. Little ghost, contact that cleaner immediately. I need to know the exact location of the white powder, and not a second of delay. He paused, adding with piercing intensity, and relay a message to Ma Jun. Tell him I would like to invite him to watch a show. Ma Jun, will he help us now? Little ghost fretted, his voice rife with panic. He is not helping us. He is aiding order. Zhou Jio scoffed coldly, his eyes glinting with resolve. If the smiling tiger wishes to play dirty, then we shall show him what true control looks like. Chapter 37, The Countermeasure. In the basement of Blue Moon Bar, Zhou Jio scrutinized the flat layout spread out by Little Ghost, his finger tapping the location of the air conditioning duct as he spoke coldly. Are you certain it is here? Absolutely, boss. Little Ghost's glasses reflected the light, his tone resolute. Wei personally saw the cleaner sneak up, holding a black plastic bag. The time was last night at 3 o'clock, precisely when it was the quietest after closing. Zhou Jio rose, shedding his suit jacket to reveal a fitted black outfit beneath. He flexed his wrists, the joints cracking softly, and asked, is the flour ready? 3 pounds, packaged identically. The Shah handed over a sealed bag, his tone urgent. Boss, do you really have to go up there yourself? Let me handle it. You're the head horse, don't take risks. Your build is too large. The duct is too narrow for you to fit. Zhou Jio secured the flour bag around his waist, and took another black plastic bag containing the real white powder sourced from underground channels. Identical to the one hidden by the cleaner. If the smiling tiger wants to play dirty, I will demonstrate to him what true filth looks like. He paused, turning to Fei Quan, speaking rapidly. What is the situation outside? Li Wenbin is leading the team. They are expected to arrive in about 7 minutes. Fei Quan glanced at his watch, adding, Ma Jun is also in the car, sitting in the front passenger seat. 7 minutes. Zhou Jio took a deep breath and ascended the ladder. The air inside the duct was both stale and hot, the dust choking his throat. He suddenly recalled the clean merger deals he had executed in his previous life at the investment bank. Those numerical games now seemed extraordinarily innocent compared to the sordid affairs at hand. System notification, detecting the host actively unraveling a conspiracy. Crisis anticipation skill activated. Zhou Jio ignored the system notification, focusing entirely on the sensations at his fingertips. When he located the black plastic bag, his palms were slick with sweat. The system was not omnipotent. It would not inform him 24 hours in advance that someone intended to frame him, nor would it reveal the specific corner where the white powder was hidden. True control lay in Little Ghost's intelligence network, in Wei's vigilant eyes on the streets, and in Shah's ability to procure identical flour at any moment. He deftly swapped the contents, tucking the real white powder into his clothes and placing the flour back in its original position. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly halted, shouting down the duct at Little Ghost. Where's the smiling tiger's car right now? In the back alley downstairs, a black Mercedes, license plate XX2345. Little Ghost's voice floated up. The driver just went up to buy cigarettes and hasn't he returned yet. Zhou Jio's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes glinting like ice. He slid out from the duct's other side, moving along the outer wall like a gecko, reaching the shadows of the back alley in 3 minutes. The black Mercedes was parked beside a dumpster, the window partially rolled down, and indeed, the driver was absent. He clung to the car like a specter, deftly executing the technique of opening the trunk, a skill imparted to him by the mischievous spirit just yesterday. He swiftly concealed the package of pure white powder in the spare tire compartment and restored everything to its original state, leaving not a trace behind. A taste of their own medicine, Zhou Jio remarked, standing in the shadows, brushing dust from his hands with a tone rife with disdain. But this game is truly tedious. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the Blue Moon Bar, as Li Wenbin burst in with 6 officers, Zhou Jio was leisurely polishing glasses behind the bar, his movements deliberate, as if preparing for afternoon tea. Police. Routine inspection. Li Wenbin flashed his badge, his gaze sweeping the room like a hawk, exuding an air of menace. Zhou Jio set down the glass, feigning an appropriately surprised expression. Officer? Working late? Would you like a cup of coffee to perk you up? Enough chit-chat. Li Wenbin commanded with a wave of his hand, his tone unyielding. Search. Focus on the air conditioning ducts, the storage room, and his office. The officers scattered, their movements brisk. Ma Jun followed closely behind Li Wenbin, his gaze fixated on Zhou Jio. The young man remained unnaturally calm, too calm. Ma Jun noted the stability of Zhou Jio's fingers, his eyes betraying no hint of evasion, perhaps even a glimmer of anticipation. Mr. Zhou, we have received reports of drug concealment here. Li Wenbin approached the bar, his tone grave. I hope you will be cooperative with our investigation. Of course. I am a law-abiding citizen. Zhou Jio spread his hands in a gesture of openness, his expression serene. However, officer, business has been thriving recently, and there are quite a few envious of my success. Please conduct a thorough investigation to clear my name. Ma Jun, locking eyes with him, asked bluntly. Did you know we would come? I know that some do not wish for my well-being. Zhou Jio met his gaze earnestly. But I also know that you officers are discerning and will not wrong the innocent. Legal resonance, the passive effect triggered once more. And Zhou Jio felt that strange clarity wash over him. He understood that this statement implied someone is targeting me, while also providing a ladder for the police. More importantly, he perceived a flicker of realization in Ma Jun's eyes. Indeed, Ma Jun was taken aback. Zhou Jio knew they would come, and even who had reported him. What did this signify? It indicated that this individual had informants within the police force, and they were of considerable rank. Li Wenbin's operation was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Even he had only learned the destination before getting into the car. 10 minutes later, the search results emerged. Report to Sir Li. A package of white powder was found in the air conditioning duct. An officer rushed over, his tone tense. Li Wenbin's eyes narrowed sharply as he turned to Zhou Jio. Zhou Jio, what do you have to say for yourself? Officer, how can we ascertain what it is without opening it? Zhou Jio maintained his smile, his demeanor unflustered. What if it is flour? We often use flour in our kitchen for baking. The officer opened the sealed bag, dipped a finger in, rubbed it between his fingers, and sniffed it. His expression turning peculiar. Sir Li, it seems to really be flour. Li Wenbin snatched the bag, inspecting it closely, his expression growing increasingly grim. It was indeed flour, carrying a faint scent of milk, reminiscent of that used for baking. This. Li Wenbin turned to Ma Jun, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ma Jun remained silent, noting the curve of Zhou Jio's lips. It was not the expression of an innocent person relieved of suspicion. It was the look of a hunter observing its prey stepping into a trap. Continue the search. Li Wenbin shouted in frustration, leave no corner unchecked. Another 20 minutes passed without a single discovery. The Blue Moon bar was as clean as a chapel. Even the few concealed knives were legally registered as props. It appears to be a misunderstanding. Zhou Jio adjusted his collar, his tone calm. Officer, do you require me to go to the station for a statement? Li Wenbin's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he replied, no need. Dismissed. The officers filed out in succession. Ma Jun walked at the rear and, passing by Zhou Jio, lowered his voice to say, you knew all along. It was not a question but a statement. Zhou Jio retrieved an envelope from beneath the bar and swiftly tucked it into Ma Jun's coat pocket. Officer, someone has bribed my cleaner. This is the recording. As for that package of real goods, it should now be in the vehicle of someone wishing to harm me. I suspect that vehicle is currently parked near the police station, or perhaps at Dongxing's territory. Ma Jun's hand pressed against his pocket, feeling the thickness of the envelope. He gazed deeply at Zhou Jio and asked in a low voice, what exactly are you? A person who wishes to abide by the rules, Zhou Jio replied softly. His tone resolute. Within the bounds of the rules, we can be friends. Beyond them, I trust that you will teach me how to conduct myself. Ma Jun said nothing further and turned to leave. Yet he knew that from this moment on, a certain tacit understanding had been established between him and Zhou Jio, a precarious relationship based on the exchange of information, informal yet fraught with danger. An hour later, at Dongxing's territory, the smiling tiger was furious, hurling a teacup against the floor, shards scattering everywhere as he roared. What? The police searched Zhou Jio's place and found nothing, yet white powder was discovered in my car. Brother Tiger, we clearly placed the goods. One of his subordinates stammered, unable to complete his sentence. Shut up. The smiling tiger's face twisted in rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhou Jio, this person cannot be allowed to live. Contact Crow, I want him dead. Meanwhile, at the CF Feidao office building, Zhou Jio stood by the window, gazing at the neon lights in the night, his expression tranquil. The system panel slowly materialized. System notification, successfully defused the framing crisis. Dragon Chi value 25. Countermeasure successful. Additional 15. Current Dragon Chi value, 675. System notification, skill crisis preemption, beginner, unlocked, granting a 30 chance of early awareness of conspiracies targeting oneself. System notification, relationship with key white figure Ma Jun advanced, limited cooperation observed. Zhou Jio closed the panel and lit a cigarette. Crisis preemption, this skill arrived just in time. Yet he understood that true security did not stem from the system, but from the intelligence network of the mischievous spirit, the tacit understanding with Ma Jun, and the backing of higher powers. Boss, the mischievous spirit entered, his expression grave. The camel has sent word, requesting to meet you tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock at Liu Ti House for a discussion. It's said to be a mediation. Zhou exhaled a ring of smoke. His gaze profound. Mediation? The smiling tiger had just stumbled, and now the camel was stepping forward. This was clearly a delaying tactic from Dongxing. But Liu Ti House was a frequent haunt of Jiang Tianxing. Prepare the car. Zhou extinguished his cigarette, his tone resolute. Additionally, have Ah Hua prepare a generous gift. I wish to present it to an elder. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped into Liu Ti House, he would hear news that would alter the entire landscape of the underworld. Jiang Tianxing was set to depart for the Netherlands. Chapter 38. Advancing through retreat. Liu Ti House was located on Stanley Street in Central, a 3-story old-style building, its flower-patterned tiles covering the floor, ceiling fans turning leisurely. The air infused with the aged aroma of pu'er tea and the rich scent of cigars. This was the last gentleman's club in Hong Kong, where business magnates and underworld bosses convened to negotiate, without the need for blades or guns, relying solely on the warmth of tea and the finesse of timing. As Zhou ascended to the second floor, the camel was already seated by the window. The venerable leader of the East Star, around 60 years of age, donned a light gray tang suit, his fingers deftly manipulating a string of sandalwood prayer beads. Before him sat a teapot containing freshly brewed tea guanyin. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary retired gentleman, yet his half-closed eyes occasionally sparkled with an astute glimmer, reminiscent of an old cat surveying a bird entering its domain. Harboring shrewd calculations. Zhou, please take a seat. He beckoned with a casual gesture towards the mahogany chair opposite him, his tone unassuming. Zhou straightened himself as he sat down, maintaining an air of dignified composure, and greeted Uncle Liu. The smiling tiger is youthful and impetuous, lacking discretion in his actions. Liu poured a cup of tea and slid it across the table towards Zhou, his demeanor akin to casual conversation about the weather. I extend my apologies on his behalf. Here is $100,000, intended as a token for your troubles, as well as for your tea expenses. A check was gently placed upon the table. Zhou accepted the check, his fingertips grazing the paper's texture, suddenly reminded of his previous life in investment banking, where post-merger reconciliations were conducted amid smiles that concealed treachery. Those hypocritical pleasantries were purchased with silver. Now, this check for $100,000 was not merely an apology. It was a transaction for time. Uncle Liu, you are too kind. Zhou tucked the check into his pocket and lifted the teacup. The East Star is an established organization. It is only natural that some of the younger members are inexperienced. As long as such misunderstandings do not recur, we can coexist amicably and prosper together. You possess great wisdom, Liu smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with age. Few among the youth exhibit such discernment as you. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and the tea room felt imbued with the warmth of a gentle spring breeze. Yet, Zhou was acutely aware that this $100,000 was not merely a concession to him, but a gesture of respect towards Jiang Tianxing, as well as an obligation to the underworld. Would the smiling tiger relent? Judging by the lingering coldness in Liu's eyes, the answer was all too apparent. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit ascended, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Zhou. He was Chen Yao, a trusted confidant of Jiang Tianxing, known as the white paper fan of the Hongxing organization, tasked with clandestine communications between the leader and the outside world. Zhou, may I have a word? Chen Yao's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Zhou inclined his head towards Liu, saying, Uncle Liu, please excuse me for a moment. Be my guest. Liu continued to twist the prayer beads, a flicker of scrutiny evident in his gaze. On the terrace of the third floor, the panoramic view of Victoria Harbor was breathtaking, yet Zhou had no mind to admire it. The leader is flying to Holland in 3 days to meet some old acquaintances and to check on business there. Chen Yao presented Zhou with an ornate box. Before departing, the leader asked me to hand this to you. Inside the box lay a purple clay teapot, adorned with intricate engravings of bamboo and stones, both rustic and elegant. Zhou lifted the teapot's base and discovered a folded note. Keep your heart steady, do not change. Zhou's fingers tightened slightly, knuckles widening. Was Jiang Tianxing entrusting him? No, it was a test. Causeway Bay was the lifeblood of Hongxing. With the leader away, the greatest fear was an upheaval. Jiang Tianxing's message conveyed both expectation and warning. Maintain control over the East Star and secure the territory until his return. This also implied that for the forthcoming month, the protective umbrella would momentarily retract. During this month, it would all depend on him. The leader also mentioned. Chen Yao lowered his voice, gravely serious. The East Star has been too exuberant lately, and Liu is unable to rein in the wolves below. For this month, you must exercise caution. If you encounter insurmountable issues, seek the Prince or Sister 13, but do not resort to bloodshed lightly. Zhou inhaled deeply, securing the purple clay teapot within his cloak, his tone resolute. Inform Mr. Jiang that Causeway Bay will remain undisturbed. Chen Yao nodded and turned to leave. Zhou stood on the terrace, gazing at the shimmering waves of the harbor, his heart heavy with gravity. With a month's time frame ahead, the smiling tiger and the crow would not remain idle, and he had to fortify the defenses within these 30 days. System prompt. Lu mediated 30 Dragon Chi, Jiang Tianxing entrusted 50 Dragon Chi, current Dragon Chi at 725. Downstairs, Lu's confidant approached, whispering, "Boss, is that how we settle this? What about the smiling tiger?" Maintaining control this time is a gesture of respect towards Tianxing. Lu quickened the pace of his bead twisting, his expression suddenly turning icy. Zhou knows how to navigate, but those who are overly shrewd are often the most dangerous. Once Tianxing departs, inform him that I expect to see Zhou kneeling. Understood, boss. That evening at 8 o'clock, in the office building on CFA Road, core members gathered on the second floor, the atmosphere thick with tension. Zhou stood by the window, his back to the others, idly toying with the purple clay teapot. Boss, regarding Lu's side, Fei Quan began, only to be interrupted by the intensity of Zhou's gaze. An outward reconciliation masks a sharpening of knives. Zhou turned to face the assembly, his eyes scanning each individual, his voice steely. Mr. Jiang will fly to Holland in 3 days and will be away for a month. During this month, the Underworld will enter a vacuum. The East Star will inevitably retaliate. He paused, his voice resolute. From this day forth, we shall initiate a level 3 alert. Before the Chinese New Year in 1985, we will contract our operations, adopting a defensive posture. All expansion plans are suspended, all cash flow must be reverted, and all personnel are to cancel their leave. A timid member adjusted his glasses, cautiously inquiring, what about the smuggling lines? Continue as usual, but reduce the frequency by half. With shipments scheduled for late at night, Zhou directed his gaze to Ming, his tone brooking no dissent. You will personally oversee the transport, with Fei Quan accompanying you, to ensure absolute security. Understood, boss. Both men responded in unison. Additionally, Zhou turned to Ahua. What is the situation on the stock market? Ahua opened the ledger, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Kowloon warehouse has surged to $18. Our holdings purchased at 12 are now poised for a profit of 96,000. A collective gasp filled the office. In less than a month, nearly doubling their returns, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. Zhou's expression hardened, his voice unwavering. Liquidate everything. Everything. Ahua was momentarily taken aback, quickly urging, Brother Gio, the momentum is still strong. We should wait a bit longer to maximize profits. Quick money can also cost lives. Zhou approached the table, tapping his fingers upon its surface. All proceeds from this transaction are to be invested in the Iron Guard plan. I want to see Zhao Gang, Li Feng, and Wang Jiangwo report within a week. Furthermore, allocate an additional 100,000 from the smuggling profits, totaling 200,000, as initial funding for the security team. Fei Quan's eyes brightened, excitement bubbling forth. Boss, are you officially forming the Guard? Not just any thugs, but a professional security force. Zhou's gaze turned far-sighted, his tone grave. With Mr. Jiang absent this month, we must rely on ourselves to safeguard Causeway Bay. Zhao Gang and his team have backgrounds in reconnaissance. They understand tactics, firearms, and intelligence. I need a unit capable of confronting the East Star head-on, not this current ragtag assembly wielding watermelon knives. He stared out into the neon-lit night, his voice low yet powerful. This month presents both crisis and opportunity. If we endure, we shall become the true masters of Causeway Bay. If we falter, he left the thought unfinished, yet every individual present comprehended his implication. Failing to endure meant a fate worse than death. Chapter 39, Year-End Review. In the office building on CFA Road, the gentle rain fell outside, transforming the final evening of 1984 into a honeyed hue upon the glass. Within the room, the heating system emitted a soft hiss, while 20 faces gathered densely around the elongated table. The air hung heavy with the mingled scents of tobacco and tea leaves, accompanied by an almost palpable restlessness yearning to break free. At the head of the table stood Zhou. Before him lay the ledgers painstakingly compiled overnight by Ahua. The hardcover bore the gilded inscription Kowloon Trade, which shimmered beneath the chandelier's glow like a freshly minted seal, weighty and commanding the atmosphere. 1984, Zhou began, his voice low yet instantly silencing the room's clamor. We started with 3 men, a single blade, beside the trash bins in the alleys of Lockhart Road. He flipped open the ledger, his finger tracing the dense columns of figures with a steady tone. July, net profit 74,000. October, breaking past 100,000. December, stabilizing at 150,000. Annual net profit totaled 1,200,000 after all expenses, brotherhood funds, and political investments. He paused briefly, then swept his gaze across every face with unwavering certainty. Our current total assets have surpassed 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. A moment of silence followed, then erupted into unrestrained jubilation. Big Sha slammed his fist upon the table, causing the teacup to bounce with a ping. Ajun covered her mouth, eyes glistening with tears. Even the usually composed Xiao Gui's eyes sparkled fiercely behind his lenses. Watching his brother's fervent excitement, Zhou suddenly drifted into thought. In his previous life within investment banking, even when granted a year-end bonus of $1 million, he stood in a conference room amidst applause, taken for granted, even deemed insufficient. Yet now, gazing upon Fei Quan's calloused knuckles still marked by fresh scars, Xiao Rong's chilled fingers nervously clutching her garment's hem, and Ahua's reddened eyes from sleepless nights of accounting, an extraordinary sense of fulfillment welled within his soul, more genuine than any systemic reward. $1 million bonus in my past life never brought such joy, he silently confided to himself. Silence. Zhou raised his hand, effortlessly quelling the exuberance. Money is to be distributed, not hoarded. Ahua, distribute the red envelopes. Adjusting his glasses, Ahua presented a lacquered tray meticulously arranged with 20 red packets. Core brothers receive 1,000 each, peripheral brothers 500 each. Additionally, from beneath the table, Zhou retrieved a wooden box, lifting its lid to reveal 20 heavy copper lighters, each engraved with a line of fine script. 1984 comrades. This is. Fei Quan accepted the lighter, his rough fingers caressing the inscription, voice thick with emotion. The year we walked together. Zhou approached Fei Quan, personally placing the lighter into his palm, fingertips brushing against the calluses there. When you followed me, you were 3,000 in debt. Now you are a leader commanding 20 men. This hand has upheld our realm. He then moved to Xiao Rong, who lifted her youthful face, eyes shining like stars. Zhou laid the lighter in her cool palm. Want to learn from Xiao Gui? First, master protecting yourself with this hand. Next year, I will teach you to wield a firearm. She nodded solemnly, clutching the metal still warm from Zhou's touch. At last, Zhou stood before 3 newly arrived men, Zhao Gang, Li Feng, and Wang Jiangwo, clad in faded work trousers, standing as straight as pines, though without uniforms. Their military bearing was unmistakable. You 3, Zhou's voice deepened, formerly reconnaissance troops from the north. Your discharge pay swindled by agents, now laborers at the docks. I pay you 3,000 each monthly, not for manual labor, but as iron guards. Brother Jiao, Zhao Gang rasped. Not yet about loyalty, Zhou interrupted briskly. Let me first see if you're worth the 3,000. Removing his watch and unbuttoning his shirt cuff, he revealed lean forearms. Come at me together, no holding back. The 3 exchanged glances. As Li Feng began to protest, Zhou moved with the fluidity of a boneless serpent, sliding across the floor to Wang Jiangwo's lower body. Wang Jiangwo instinctively retreated, adopting a military boxing stance, only to find Zhou's right leg coiling around his ankle like a whip, an identical but swifter, fiercer technique to their encounter at Kwaicheng docks. Serious now, Zhao Gang growled, and the trio instantly formed a triangular formation, their offense and defense synchronized. The next 3 minutes transformed the second floor into a battleground. Zhao Gang's grappling was fierce and commanding. Li Feng's kicks struck with whip-like precision. Wang Jiangwo's elbows were sharp and lethal. Yet Zhou, ghost-like, weaved among them, the searing impact of his headshot-heavy punches coursing through his meridians, each strike halting just a breath from vital points. Finally, Zhou rammed Zhao Gang aside with a shoulder charge, locking Li Feng's wrist with his left hand while pressing his right foot onto Wang Jiangwo's instep. All 3 froze, utterly immobilized. Grade B. Zhou released his grip, breathing steady. Stronger than ordinary men, far behind Gao Jing, but sufficient. Rubbing his shoulder, Zhao Gang's astonishment shifted to respect. Brother Jiao, what style is this? Assassin-s martial art. Zhou adjusted his collar, tone unwavering. Starting tomorrow, you train all brothers in tactical coordination. I want not reckless gangsters brandishing knives, but a unit versed in cover, retreat, and cooperation. His gaze fixed on them. Though we don't wear uniforms here, we have rules in brotherhood. Can you deliver? We can. They roared in unison, the sound vibrating the window panes. System notification. Elite combatants, Zhao Gang, Li Feng, Wang Jiangwo, successfully recruited. Kowloon Security Squad, Iron Guards, formed. Overall team combat rating elevated to B. System notification. Annual strategic plan completed. Dragon Spirit value 50. Team cohesion 5. Current Dragon Spirit total, 755. Zhou returned to his seat, accepting a teacup from Xiao Gui. Now, I announced the 3 principal directions for 1985. He raised a finger. First, advance into Kowloon walled city. It is a lawless zone and intelligence hub. We shall implant a stake there, establishing an intelligence network independent from Hung Hing. Second finger, expand the Thailand corridor. Smuggling is merely the beginning. I demand a transnational route capable of trafficking arms, gold, and rescuing lives. The third finger struck the table with resolute force, voice resonant, deepen commercial ventures. Kowloon trade shall evolve into Kowloon Group, real estate, finance, entertainment, all fully legitimate. We will cleanse our name, but not now, only when we are powerful enough to deter scrutiny. Fei Quan listened, his excitement gradually tempered by unease. Watching Zhou, he wished to voice concerns, but dared not. As the enterprise grows, distancing itself from violence, will these brothers skilled only in combat still find a place? Perceiving his gaze, Zhou merely nodded slightly, offering no explanation. Finally, Zhou rose, raising his cup. 1984, we survived. In 1985, we shall thrive. Cheers. To prosperity. 20 cups clinked together, tea splashing forth like an invisible oath etched indelibly upon each heart. That evening, in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor of Longing Pavilion, Zhou had reserved the entire floor for the first time. 10 tables brimmed with core personnel. Amidst cheers, Xiao Rong was coaxed onto the stage to sing Cantonese opera. Clearing her throat, the young girl began with measured precision the aria Fragrant Blossom from the Flower Princess. Falling flowers fill the sky, veiling the moon's light. I offer a cup to commend the Phoenix altar. Zhou leaned back against the chair, listening to that somewhat immature yet articulate singing voice. Observing Fei Quan busily serving dishes to his younger brother, watching Zhao Gang and the others awkwardly toasting, and seeing Ah Hua and Xiang Bo whispering about next year's budget. He absent-mindedly touched the lighter in his pocket, engraved with 1984 together, its metallic edge pressing against his palm, causing a slight ache. Suddenly, the banquet hall doors were flung open. A pale-faced figure rushed in, clutching a telegram, weaving through the noisy crowd, and approached Zhou, lowering his voice. Boss. Urgent telegram from Uncle Bing in Thailand. Zhou took the telegram, his fingertips brushing against the coarse texture of the paper. He did not read it immediately, but fell into a 3-second silence, closing his eyes. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. He unfolded the telegram, the hurried, scrawled handwriting read, goods seized, the Snake Gang demands $1 million. Additionally, there's a Hong Kong dragon in prison named Gao Jin, you might be interested. Zhou's fingers tightened slightly, slowly crumpling the telegram into a ball. When he opened his eyes again, the warmth that had been present moments ago vanished, replaced by a profound, deep calm. He stood up and patted Fei Quan on the shoulder. Ah Quan, you take charge tonight. I have matters to attend to. Fei Quan sensed something amiss and urgently asked, Boss, is something wrong? Not a problem. Zhou gazed out at the dazzling night view of Victoria Harbor. But a new path is about to unfold. He turned and walked towards the staircase, his silhouette elongated under the lights. Unbeknownst to anyone, his other hand hung at his side, tightly gripping the 1984 together lighter, as if it were the only anchor in this era. Chapter 40, Bangkok Night. The phantom hand on. The hot wind at Suvarnabhumi Airport felt as if one were being scorched. Enveloped in the briny scent of fish sauce and the sweet aroma of lemongrass, sticking to his face, both clammy and burning. Zhou tugged at the collar of his Armani suit, producing a soft sound. His shirt was already soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. Cool beads of perspiration trickling down his spine, causing a prickling discomfort. This wretched weather was more oppressive than Hong Kong's hottest days. Even the finest suit could not withstand this humid heat. He glanced down at the ledger in his pocket, calculating precisely. The cost of the plane ticket was 3,500 Hong Kong dollars. Accommodation for half a month amounted to 8,000 Thai baht, equivalent to 1,800 Hong Kong dollars, with 30,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash. Total investment was 350,000, with an expected profit of 200,000 net monthly from the smuggling line in Thailand, an ROI of 570, commendable. Zhou ran his fingers along the edge of the ledger, his gaze sharp as a blade. This deal was guaranteed to yield profit, justifying his personal trip to Bangkok. Mr. Zhou? A tentative voice called from the exit. Zhou lifted his eyes to see a gaunt man with gold-rimmed glasses holding a sign, on which Zhou was awkwardly scrawled. The reflection in the man's lenses obscured half his face, his smile oily and overly eager. Yet the scrutinizing glimmer in his eyes could not be concealed, as if assessing Zhou like a thief. Zhou nodded slightly, offering no superfluous words, his gaze scanning the bulge at the man's waist, the outline unmistakably square. A .38 caliber revolver, no doubt. This disciple of Uncle Shou was quite cautious. A disciple of Uncle Shou? Zhou extended a Marlboro, the box snapping as it met his palm, his tone unembellished yet confident. The phantom hand Azan? Too kind. Too kind. The man quickly accepted the cigarette, his fingers trembling slightly, his gaze involuntarily flickering to Zhou Rolex on his wrist. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashing before he plastered on a smile again. Just call me Azan. We're all friends in this circle. Uncle Shou mentioned you require a full suite of services? Medical, intelligence, and Zhou leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his words crisp and devoid of hesitation. Special channels. The smile on Azan's face momentarily faltered, a fleeting look of surprise flashing in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure, waving a hand. Understood, understood. Let us discuss in the car. It's too crowded here. Bangkok in 1985 had yet to see elevated highways, and the streets were riddled with potholes. The Toyota pickup roared to life, splashing through the muddy roads, sending up a spray of muck. Neon lights flickered in the streets, the red and green reflections dancing on the vehicle's surface, while the aroma of tom yum soup wafted from the roadside stalls, mingling with the dusty air, sharp and pungent. Zhou leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, furrowing his brow in concentration, yet his mind drifted to a translucent system panel at the edge of his vision. Visible only to him, imperceptible to others. Dragons roar in the heavens. Current Dragon Chi, 7, 552,000, early red stick. Daily earnings, 20. Usable skills, headshot heavy punch, Brazilian dance of war. Table flipping intimidation, bloodstained garment. Cost, 350,000, expected monthly profit, 200,000, break-even period, 2 months. Zhou silently recited this in his mind, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his knee, maintaining a steady rhythm. But the condition was clear. He must secure Gao Jin and the smuggling line. Losing either would jeopardize this deal. No mistakes could be afforded. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Anyone who dared obstruct his path to profit, regardless of who they were, would pay the price. The pickup screeched to a halt. The tires screeching against the pavement, stopping in front of a dilapidated tenement building. The structure appeared aged and neglected, the paint peeling in patches. The hallway dark and devoid of streetlights, exuding a chilling aura. Azan's clinic was on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, the sharp scent of disinfectant mingled with a heavy metallic odor of blood rushed into his nostrils, overwhelming and nearly suffocating. On the operating table lay a Thai man shot in the abdomen, his complexion ashen, lips chapped, evidently undermedicated. He was gnawing on a wooden stick, reduced to splinters. Teeth clattering from the pain, cold sweat streaming down his face, soaking the sheets beneath him. Boss, please, the members of the Serpent Gang are also causing him trouble. Eager to peel off his skin. If you attempt to rescue him, it would be tantamount to directly opposing General Chachai. General Chachai wields immense power in Bangkok, commanding respect from both the underworld and the law. You are playing with fire. Cost assessment. Zhou leisurely fastened the buttons of his shirt, moving with unhurried grace. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted, revealing a cold smirk. His tone was calm yet resolute, devoid of any hint of fear. Chachai's territory is worth $500,000 per month, which is the extent of its value. However, Gao Jin's worth is incalculable. When calculating the ROI, it is worth the risk. I am committed to this venture. In his eyes, there are no actions that cannot be taken, only returns that are insufficiently high. Are you a madman or a genius? Azan squinted, his gaze intense behind his glasses, as if meeting Zhou for the first time. His voice laden with confusion and shock. Is it truly worth offending General Chachai for a Gao Jin? By then, don't even think about rescuing him. You may find yourself trapped in Bangkok, unable to return to Hong Kong. I am merely an accountant. Zhou raised a finger towards his temple. His tone calm yet assured, his eyes unwavering. Each word was clear and powerful. An accountant only concerns himself with numbers. In his ledger, there are only costs and profits. Devoid of fear or retreat. That evening, Zhou took residence in the apartment arranged by Azan, though referred to as an apartment. It was merely a 10-square-meter dilapidated room, cramped and damp, with mold growing in the corners. The fan buzzed incessantly, creating a headache-inducing noise, and the warm air it circulated was utterly ineffective. Zhou had no inclination to be picky. He first twisted the door lock, testing it twice to ensure it was secure, then swiftly walked over to draw the curtains tightly, tugging at the edges to ensure no gaps remained that could allow prying eyes. Only then did he sit on the edge of the bed to check the system panel. System notification, high potential target Gao Jin detected. Expected capture yield, 200 Dragon Chi. Recommended priority, highest. 200 points, equivalent to 40 victories in one-on-one confrontations. Zhou lay on the creaking wooden bed. The mattress was uncomfortably hard. He gazed at the mottled ceiling, his mind racing with calculations, thoughts clear and precise. However, the cost of a jailbreak was excessively high. A direct approach would undoubtedly fail. He needed to leverage circumstances. use the hands of others to accomplish his own objectives. Uncle Bing and the Warden's discord, General Chachai's smuggling routes, and the enmity between the Serpent Gang and Gao Jin. All these could be utilized as pawns. He retrieved the Jianghu Order Arrow, trial version, from his inner pocket. The token was cold to the touch, his fingertips tracing the engravings, his gaze sharp and voice resolute. This must be employed at the critical moment. Not a single opportunity must be squandered. Outside, the distant sound of the Chao Phraya River ferry's horn echoed, rising and falling, mingling with the raucous noise of nearby bars and the roar of motorcycles below, creating a cacophony. Zhou suddenly opened his eyes wide in the darkness. A piercing cold light flashing within, akin to a lurking beast poised to pounce. The night in Bangkok resembled a ferocious creature bound by chains, menacing and perilous. Zhou was about to personally unshackle this beast, stirring the entire underground world of Bangkok and reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. No one could stop him. Chapter 41. The Iron Bar Transaction. The iron gate of Bangkok's central prison slammed shut behind Zhou with a resounding clang, reverberating painfully in his ears. As he steadied himself, he was immediately assaulted by the unmistakable stench of prison, a pungent mix of sweat and disinfectant, intertwined with the sour odor of despair fermenting among the inmates, causing him to grimace, yet he dared not show any sign of weakness. The visitation room was exceedingly cramped, featuring only a cold iron table and 2 rigid chairs, devoid of any superfluous furnishings. When Gao Jin was brought in by the guards, the clattering of handcuffs and shackles echoed sharply, creating a sound both crisp and jarring, imbued with a sense of forbidding hostility. This man was far leaner than Zhou had anticipated, his high cheekbones jutting out, his complexion waxy from prolonged imprisonment, yet his eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. Like a blade tempered in fire, when they swept across the room, even the air seemed to tremble with menace. A Hong Konger? Gao Jin plopped down on the iron chair, the legs scraping against the floor with an irritating screech, his Mandarin heavily laced with a Teochew accent, cold as ice. I do not know you. You do not need to know me. Zhou raised his hand, sliding a pack of red Marlboros across the table with a decisive thud, his tone unadorned yet imbued with undeniable authority. What you need to acknowledge is this. He then pushed forward a photograph, lightly tapping it with his fingertip. Gao Min, 12 years old, St. Francis College, your sister. Chachai's men captured this photo of her on her way home from school yesterday. Gao Jin's expression shifted in an instant. The previous numbness and indifference of a prisoner were replaced by a blaze of fury, akin to a beast enraged when its vulnerable spot is prodded. He slammed his hands on the iron table, the chains stretching taut with a piercing clank, his voice low yet seething with lethal intent, each word biting. Who are you? A cost analyst. Zhou leaned back against the chair, appearing relaxed, yet every muscle in his body was taut as a bowstring. The palpable menace radiating from Gao Jin left no room for ambiguity. To extricate you from prison will cost approximately 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. To ensure your sister's perpetual safety will incur a monthly cost of 5,000. The return, you will work for me for 5 years as the Thai line supervisor, with a tentative annual salary of 100,000 plus bonuses. You are buying me? Gao Jin smirked, a cold laugh escaping him, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery, his tone dripping with arrogance. I am investing in you. Zhou promptly corrected him, his tone crisp and devoid of ambiguity. ROI calculation. You are worth this price. However, there's one issue. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to convey a sense of urgency. Chachai has bribed the warden, and tonight at midnight, members of the Serpent Gang will attempt to kill you. Furthermore, Uncle Bing and the warden had a falling out over profit sharing last week. This is the only window of opportunity. Gao Jin scrutinized him, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through flesh, studying him for an extended period, until the visitation room was filled solely with their breaths and the occasional clinking of chains. Finally, he spoke, his tone still icy. Why choose me? Because you are a Hong Kong dragon, and I require someone capable of carving a bloody path through Bangkok. Zhou abruptly stood, the metal chair screeching against the floor, his tone brisk and decisive. If you agree, meet at the medical room tonight at 10. My people will orchestrate a blackout. You will have only 3 minutes. Why should I trust you? Gao Jin pressed, his eyes brimming with wariness, unwilling to easily lower his guard in such a wretched place. Trust was a luxury he could not afford. Zhou approached the door, hand resting on the handle, before suddenly turning back, his tone unassuming yet striking at the heart of the matter. Imbued with unwavering confidence. Simply because I can walk out of here right now and allow Chachai's men to enter, yet I chose to discuss costs with you first. With that, he turned and departed, leaving no trace of longing behind. Upon leaving the prison, Zhou swiftly made his way to a public phone booth by the street, pushed the door shut and locked it behind him, quickly dialing Ajan's number. His tone was urgent yet still composed. Has Uncle Bing confirmed the arrangement? Confirmed, confirmed. Ajan's voice crackled through the line, tinged with barely concealed excitement and a hint of nervousness. The warden has shorted him on 2 shipments, and Uncle Bing is furious. Willing to cooperate with us. But boss, Cha-Chai's assassins are 2 men armed with MAC-10s. Their firepower is formidable. Are you certain you want to confront them directly? Not directly. We will leverage the situation. Zhou Jio's eyes scanned the soldiers across the street, his tone resolute, without a trace of hesitation. I will utilize the Jianghu Order Arrow trial version. I need information from retired corrupt officers, those who despise the current system and would betray everything for money. What? Ajan's voice was filled with shock, clearly taken aback, disbelief evident in his tone. I said. Zhou lowered his voice further, wary of being overheard. His tone unmistakably firm. Didn't Uncle Shou tell you? I have some special channels in Hong Kong. Tonight at 10. I need 2 insiders, 1 in the distribution room and 1 in the medical room. The cost is 20,000. Are you in? On the other end of the line. Silence lingered for an interminable duration, so prolonged that Zhou Jio was on the verge of hanging up, when Ajan's gritted voice finally broke through. Damn it. Upon returning to the apartment, Zhou Jio swiftly locked the door, double-checked it to ensure its security, and then hastily examined the system panel. The crimson digits at the periphery of his vision flickered incessantly, strikingly conspicuous. System notification, Gao Jin's subjugation task progress at 50. Estimated completion will yield 200 Dragon Chi. 200 points, plus subsequent returns. Zhou Jio lowered his gaze, mentally calculating with alacrity, his eyes sharp. However, the risk factor loomed high. A failure would entail an 80,000 sunk cost, not to mention a threat to his life. He could not afford to be careless. He unfurled the prison blueprint provided by Ajan, rapidly sketching several critical points with a pencil, muttering under his breath. The medical room is here, the power distribution room is here. With a 30-meter corridor in between, a considerable distance. Gao Jin's combat power assessment equated to a skill worth 50 Dragon Chi, formidable enough to warrant the risk. Outside, the sun slowly dipped below the banks of the Chao Phraya River, golden rays cascading upon the water's surface, only to be swiftly consumed by encroaching darkness. Zhou Jio bent down, prepared the blood-dyed robe, item, and then grasped the Colt 1911, checking the magazine containing 7 rounds of 45 ACP, neither more nor less, precisely sufficient. An expenditure of 80,000, with potential returns boundless. He gazed into the mirror, his tone resolute, each word imbued with conviction. Zhou Jio, ROI greater than 300, execute. Chapter 42, Blood Night on the Chao Phraya River. At 10:15 p.m., Bangkok Central Prison was plunged into an abyss of darkness. Not the ordinary flickering of lights during a routine power outage, but a cataclysmic gloom following the detonation of the power distribution room. So dark that one could not see their own hand before their face, a suffocating sensation enveloping the entire prison. Zhou Jio pressed himself against the corner wall of the medical room, scarcely daring to breathe, his fingertips gripping the MAC-10 at his waist. His ears attuned to every subtle sound in the vicinity. In the next moment, a cacophony of furious Thai curses erupted from the corridor's end, laced with a tempest of rage, followed closely by the muted thud of a silenced pistol. 2 soft pops, as gentle as the buzz of a mosquito, yet imbued with a chilling lethality, echoing sharply in the stillness of the darkness. Costs were escalating. Zhou Jio furrowed his brow, reciting silently in his mind, his tone unnaturally calm. Even in peril, he had not forgotten to weigh the gains and losses. Those 2 informants had likely fallen into the hands of the rabble and perished. Yet with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Once the plan commenced, there would be no turning back. Not a moment could be wasted. Zhou Jio crouched low against the icy cement wall, moving swiftly and silently. His steps as light as a cat, suppressing even his breathing to an almost imperceptible level. The blood-dyed robe he wore had long since activated. A searing pain coursed through his left arm, where a stray bullet had grazed him, blood trickling down his arm, dripping onto the ground and splattering into tiny crimson droplets, staining half his sleeve. Yet he paid it no mind, feeling instead a ferocious energy surging through his veins. This was the effect of the blood-dyed robe. In a state of low health, all attributes surged by 15, growing fiercer with each confrontation, stronger the more bloodied he became. The door to the medical room was ajar, a thin sliver revealing a faint glimmer of light within. Zhou Jio's gaze sharpened, no longer hesitating. He kicked the door open with a resounding crash, the wooden barrier slamming forcefully against the wall before rebounding with a loud thud, reverberating painfully in his ears. In his line of sight, Gao Jin had a firm grip on the second assassin's neck, veins bulging in his fingers. With a sharp crack, the assassin's head tilted grotesquely to one side, eyes bulging wide, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any breath. The first assassin lay long dead in the corner, his MAC-10 submachine gun clattering to the floor. Still warm to the touch, smoke wafting from the muzzle. He was late. Gao Jin released his grip, shaking his wrist to rid it of bloodstains. His tone laced with a hint of derision, yet tinged with barely perceptible admiration as his gaze swept over Zhou Jio. 3 minutes have already elapsed. There are dogs on the path. Zhou Jio bent down, swiftly picking up the MAC-10 from the ground, tossing it to Gao Jin with a decisive motion. Devoid of any superfluous words, his tone matter-of-fact yet confident. Can you use it? Gao Jin caught the weapon, his fingers deftly inspecting the magazine. Racking the slide with astonishing proficiency, akin to disassembling a child's toy, scarcely lifting his gaze. He looked up at Zhou Jio, his eyes sharp as knives. His demeanor frigid. The informants? And the prison warden's personal guards. None can be spared. Zhou Jio pointed toward the window, urgency in his voice yet devoid of panic. Scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Below the medical room is a cesspool. Jump down quickly. No time to dawdle. Ajan's boat is just 50 meters away on the tributary of the Chao Phraya River. Delay, and we will be surrounded by prison guards. Yet Gao Jin remained rooted in place, unmoving, his eyes filled with urgency and concern, his voice taut as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Jio. Unwilling to budge, my sister. She has already been relocated. Zhou Jio interjected firmly, his tone resolute, leaving no room for hesitation. This was part of the cost analysis. No time for sentimentality. Now, we must go. Just as Zhou Jio's words fell, a shrill alarm shattered the night, sending a jolt of fear coursing through him, reverberating throughout Bangkok's central prison. The searchlights atop the tower swung over. A beam of harsh white light illuminating the medical room as brightly as day, revealing every drop of blood and shard of glass with crystal clarity, offering no sanctuary. Zhou Jio suddenly felt a rush of warmth above his head. It was the ethereal glow of the system's bamboo scroll projection, spinning rapidly overhead, buzzing ominously. The crisis intuition, skill screamed in his mind, incessantly warning him of imminent peril. Get down, Zhou Jio bellowed, his voice booming with undeniable authority. Before the command fully escaped his lips, he bent sharply, throwing himself onto the ground. In the next instant, a series of sharp cracks echoed as bullets pierced the walls of the medical room, accompanied by a howling wind, striking the medicine cabinet behind them with a thunderous crash, shattering it into fragments. Glass shards and remnants of medicine scattered across the floor, creating a cacophony as they fell. The mingling scent of spilled pharmaceuticals and blood filling the air, acrid and overwhelming. Zhou Jio swiftly raised the MAC-10 in his grasp, squeezing the trigger as a hail of bullets rained towards the tower, the blinding searchlight shattering with a resounding crash, plunging the medical room back into a dim twilight. Through the window. Hurry, Zhou Jio shouted, quickly rising to his feet, reaching to pull Gao Jin along, fearing that any delay would see them cornered by the approaching guards. But Gao Jin defied him, pivoting sharply and darting out of the medical room with the swiftness of the wind, without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Jio's heart raced, and without time to ponder, he followed suit. As he stepped out of the medical room, a piercing scream echoed down the corridor, followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire. The cacophony of gunshots and cries mingling in a dissonant symphony that was jarring to the ears. In his line of sight, Gao Jin moved with astonishing speed, adeptly maneuvering through the narrow corridor, his form agile as he dodged incoming bullets, disarming opponents, firing shots, delivering elbow strikes, and executing kicks, all in a seamless, decisive flow, devoid of any unnecessary moves. Within mere seconds, 3 oncoming prison guards lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any breath, not even a groan escaping their lips. This was the prowess of a Hong Kong dragon. Zhou Jio trailed behind, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he assessed the situation. His tone tinged with admiration. The system's valuation was far too conservative. This skill was significantly stronger than anticipated. As Zhou Jio pondered, a cacophony of footsteps surged from both sides of the corridor, dense and drawing nearer, the sounds of hurried footsteps, frantic shouts, and gunfire intertwining. It was evident that the prison guards and the warden's elite soldiers had been alerted, rushing towards them with the intent to ensnare the two of them. Zhou Jio was acutely aware that he could no longer afford to linger. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril. He had to unlock that skill now. He swiftly halted, pressing his back against the wall for cover, his consciousness plunging into the system panel. Before his eyes, red numbers danced wildly, blindingly bright, and the locked skill icon loomed directly ahead. Without hesitation, he tapped his fingertip against the long-sealed icon. Unlock skill, Mozambique drill. Effect, 2 quick shots, 1 slow. Guaranteed fatal rhythm. Note, standard military training tactic. Military training techniques. Zhou Jio silently mused, his gaze sharpening as he gripped a gun in each hand, aiming at the foremost enemy with a dispassionate demeanor, ready to test his newly acquired skills. Before he could finish his thoughts, Zhou Jio squeezed the trigger. The first shot. The second shot, rapidly striking the enemy at the forefront in the chest. Two muffled thuds echoed as the adversary staggered back, blood erupting from his wounds. The third shot, executed with deliberate slowness, found its mark in the enemy's forehead. With a resounding crack, the foe collapsed, lifeless, without a struggle. The second enemy barely raised his weapon. Yet before he could pull the trigger, Zhou Jio repeated the sequence. Chest, head, clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary movements. The enemy fell into a pool of blood, unable to utter a scream. The third adversary, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee, desperate for survival. Zhou Jio slid forward, executing a swift tackle that transitioned into a capoeira ground technique, his heel crashing into the outer side of the enemy's knee with a resounding crack. The enemy shrieked, collapsing in agony, clutching his knee, unable to rise again. What kind of fighting style is this? Gao Jin, watching from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered. His eyes wide with astonishment as he could not help but inquire, his tone laced with profound confusion. This marksmanship, so precise and ruthless, with an unsettling rhythm, was not something an ordinary person could master. The Mozambique drill, Zhou Jio gasped, his chest heaving from exertion. The recent skirmish had drained much of his strength, and his left arm continued to bleed. Yet, his gaze remained sharp, his tone unwavering. Don't just stand there, move quickly. If we delay any longer, escape will be impossible. The two no longer hesitated, turning to dash toward the window of the infirmary, leaping forward and plunging into the cesspool below with a resounding splash. A wave of rancid stench instantly engulfed their senses, nearly suffocating them. The foul odor invaded their nostrils, lingering stubbornly, as if filling their lungs with its noxious presence. Zhou Jio held his breath, gritting his teeth, swimming with all his might, the stinging pain from his arm intensifying. Yet that very discomfort kept him alert, preventing any lapse in focus, lest he be overwhelmed by the stench or discovered by the approaching enemies. 10 seconds later, the two emerged from the water, gasping for air, desperate to expel the foulness from their lungs. Looking up, they saw Azon's small boat anchored nearby, within arm's reach. Azon was anxiously leaning over the side, his foot tapping in agitation. "Get in, quickly," Azon shouted, reaching out to help them aboard, urgency palpable in his voice as he warned of the approaching prison guards. Zhou Jio and Gao Jin wasted no time, grasping the boat paddle Azon offered and scrambling onto the vessel. In an instant, Azon pivoted, gripping the oars tightly, rowing furiously. The boat creaking and wobbling as it sped into the main channel of the Chao Phraya River, racing towards the distance. Behind them, Bangkok Central Prison had descended into chaos. The sounds of alarms, gunfire, screams, and curses merging into a cacophony that filled the night sky, searchlights sweeping the prison in vain, unable to locate the two fugitives. Zhou Jio lay at the bottom of the boat, slowly closing his eyes as exhaustion washed over him. He gazed up at the stars twinkling in the night sky, their faint light casting a glow upon his face, when he suddenly felt the system's visual effects begin to fade. It was the aftereffect of his initial use of the Mozambique drill, his mental energy severely depleted, his head buzzing, and a heavy drowsiness washing over him, leaving him with barely the strength to keep his eyes open. "Who exactly are you?" Gao Jin sat on the opposite side of the boat, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Jio, his expression a complex mixture of confusion, admiration, and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. His voice was grave. "That marksmanship, those skills, and your composure, it's clear you are no ordinary accountant." Zhou Jio gradually closed his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His tone remained calm but imbued with undeniable confidence, each word clear and resolute. "Just an accountant. I've simply had more practical experience." Chapter 43, The Ferocious Dragon Unleashed. Gao Jin stood atop the opposite building facing the entrance of the Serpent Gang, the night wind rustling his clothing, carrying the coolness of Bangkok's late hours, stinging his cheeks slightly. In his hand, he gripped the Beretta 92F that Zhou Jio had given him, the cold metal sending a chill up his spine, while in the other hand, he clutched a crumpled note bearing the Serpent Gang's address. "Cost analysis." He smirked, mimicking Zhou Jio's serious demeanor, his mind filled with calculations, muttering to himself in a tone that dripped with sarcasm and conviction, "If Chache wants to kill me, I shall strike back. The ROI is infinitely large." The words escaped him before he could fully process them. Having spent only a few hours with Zhou Jio, he had unconsciously adopted his tone, realizing that the man's cost theory had undeniably etched itself into his very being. Below, the headquarters of the Serpent Gang blazed with lights, as bright as daylight, the silhouettes of revelers visible from a distance, accompanied by the raucous sounds of music and laughter. Chache, the rotund fellow, was throwing a celebration inside, reveling in the death of the Hong Kong dragon and the removal of a significant threat. Gao Jin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the main seat where the corpulent figure lounged, flanked by scantily clad women. One hand clutching a wine glass while the other roamed without restraint, his face a mask of unrestrained delight, igniting a fire of fury within Gao Jin. He averted his gaze, bending down to check his equipment, his movements crisp and efficient, devoid of any superfluous delays. Two Beretta 92 FS secured to either side of his waist. Within easy reach, 7 magazines neatly arranged on his tactical belt, their weight a solid reassurance, and a tiger-tooth combat knife concealed within his boot. The blade sharp and glinting, capable of ending a life in an instant. Zhou had stated that this was his entire investment. No surplus supplies, no backup. Gao Jin had to use Chache's life and the downfall of the Serpent Gang to prove himself worthy of this investment. To demonstrate that he was no mere pawn to be discarded. Proving worth? Gao Jin scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping him, his eyes flashing with determination. My worth has never required validation from others. With that, he seized the prepared rope from the rooftop, gripping it tightly before leaping off the building. Descending smoothly from the height of several meters, his movements fluid and without hesitation. He landed silently, his toes barely brushing the ground, his body poised like a coiled cheetah, swiftly dissipating the force of his descent. He lowered his body, shoulders hunched, ghost-like as he glided through the dense undergrowth of the garden. Branches brushing against his sleeves with faint sounds, yet it did not disrupt his rhythm in the slightest. At the entrance of the garden, 2 sentinels, lazily chatting while holding cigarettes, hummed an incongruous tune, their heads bobbing in a state of pathetic vigilance, completely oblivious to the sounds behind them. Gao Jin's gaze turned icy as he quickened his pace, his figure flickering, and within moments, he was behind the 2 men. Before they could react, the combat knife, concealed within his boot, was unsheathed, its cold glint slicing through the night sky, precisely carving through their throats. A soft hiss accompanied the spray of blood that splattered onto the flower bed, warm and thick with the metallic scent of iron. The 2 henchmen barely had time to utter a sound before their bodies slumped lifelessly, their eyes wide with disbelief. Gao Jin reached out, dragging their bodies swiftly into the dense foliage, his movements clean and decisive, leaving no trace behind. This was not a technique bestowed by any system, nor a skill taught by Zhou. It was a survival instinct honed on the battlegrounds of Vietnam, forged in the crucible of blood and death. The main entrance was too conspicuous, brightly lit and bustling with activity. To force one's way in would be tantamount to walking into a trap, a fool's errand. Gao Jin surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the entrance of a ventilation duct in the corner, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and slipped inside. The duct was narrow and dim, cloaked in dust and spider webs, its stale air causing him to wrinkle his nose. Yet he paid it no mind. Crouching within the cold metallic confines, he crawled forward with agility, making not a single extraneous sound. The darkness enveloped him, and he relied on his hearing to discern his direction, clearly catching the sounds of music, laughter, and playful banter below. All a chaotic symphony that masked the sound of his movements. After crawling a short distance, he halted, straining to listen, confirming that the source of the noise was directly beneath him at the main hall's vent, situated perfectly above Chakai's head, providing an optimal angle for action. Gao Jin took a deep breath, his chest gently rising and falling as he quelled the simmering aggression within him, his fingers tightening around the Beretta 92F at his waist. His gaze resolutely steely. In the next instant, he kicked forcefully at the metal grate of the vent, the loud clang echoing as it warped and fell onto the table below with a sharp crash. Seizing the moment of chaos as the crowd panicked and faltered, Gao Jin leaped down from the vent, landing with the grace of a predator, steady and unwavering. Gunfire erupted precisely 3 seconds later. A resounding bang that shattered the raucous atmosphere, drowning out all music and laughter. The first bullet struck Chatsai's left shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining his floral shirt. Yet it was not a fatal wound. This was intentional. Gao Jin desired to witness Chatsai's empire crumble before his very eyes, to see his subordinates fall one by one, to watch him plummet from the heights of power into the depths of despair, enduring torment before finally sending him to his demise. Who? Chakai cried out in pain, his corpulent frame shaking violently, the wine glass in his hand shattering on the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Fear gripped him, causing him to momentarily forget the searing pain of his wound. He scrambled, collapsing beneath the table, curling up tightly, exposing only his wide, terrified eyes as he scanned the room, his voice trembling with panic. Hong Kong's dragon. Gao Jin stood tall, his posture reminiscent of a vengeful deity. His eyes icy and his tone eerily calm, yet laced with lethal intent. Before his words could fully resonate, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, shooting swiftly with precision, each round echoing without pause. The Mozambique drill? No, this was not a deliberate rhythm crafted by Zhou. This was pure instinct, a ferocity ingrained in his very being. Each shot found its mark, chest, forehead, between the eyes, leaving no bullet wasted, each one claiming a life. The gunmen of the Poison Snake Gang, realizing the threat, hastily reached for their weapons to retaliate, yet their reactions were sluggish. Before they could even aim at Gao Jin, they collapsed into pools of blood, devoid of breath or struggle. Amidst the chaos, one man wildly raised an AK-47, aiming directly at Gao Jin while roaring to pull the trigger. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Gao Jin slid forward in a deft maneuver, closing the distance with remarkable speed. In that instant, the combat knife from his boot re-emerged, slicing through the man's ankle with a crisp crack, eliciting a scream. Gao Jin then raised his hand, firing a shot, not at the man, but at the ceiling. The loud bang shattered the chandelier, sending shards raining down, further complicating the already chaotic scene. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the AK-47 from the man's grasp, gripping it with one hand, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a volley of gunfire that rained down upon the surrounding henchmen. The recoil jolted his shoulder, sending a throb through his bones. Yet his arm remained steady as a rock, each shot landing with pinpoint accuracy as if measured with a ruler, wasting not a single bullet. In the blink of an eye, several more henchmen fell, lifeless in the blood-soaked ground. Chakai. Gao Jin stepped over the corpses, advancing step by step, his polished shoes squelching through the blood with a sickening sound, each footfall echoing like a drumbeat on the hearts of those present. Come out. Do not cower like a turtle. I know you're in there. The rotund drug lord slowly emerged from behind the liquor cabinet, trembling, his face ashen and lips cracked, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and despair. Clutching a golden desert eagle tightly, its barrel quivering uncontrollably, he stammered with a quavering voice, You were supposed to be dead? That Hong Kong man, Zhou Jiao, deceived me. He said you had been mistakenly killed by the Poison Snake Gang. He did not deceive you. Gao Jin lifted his foot and kicked the golden desert eagle from Chatsai's grasp, sending it clattering to the ground, sliding far out of reach. No longer a threat. Towering over Chakai, Gao Jin's gaze dripped with derision and indifference. His tone remained flat, yet pierced the heart. He merely calculated the costs faster than I did. The gunfire erupted once more, a decisive bang, devoid of hesitation. A dark hole appeared instantly in Chatsai's forehead. Blood and brain matter erupting forth, splattering against the nearby liquor cabinet in a horrifying display. His eyes held remnants of disbelief and fear as his body convulsed before collapsing. Lifeless, the once mighty drug lord of Bangkok reduced to nothing. Gao Jin surveyed the scene. Within the hall lay 20 bodies sprawled in disarray, blood staining the ground. Flowing toward the entrance, mingling with the acrid scents of alcohol and perfume, a nauseating concoction. From the moment he descended the vent to the eradication of all henchmen and the demise of Chakai, a mere 3 minutes had elapsed. 3 minutes, 20 lives extinguished, 3 minutes. The complete annihilation of the Poison Snake Gang's stronghold. This was the might of Hong Kong's dragon. This was Gao Jin's confidence, not a gift from any system, but the fruits of his own ruthless endeavors. Approaching a nearby table, he seized a bottle of whiskey, unscrewed the cap, and took a hearty swig. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, burning yet soothing the tumult within. After a deep gulp, he retrieved the match Zhou Jiao had given him, striking it alight. The faint flame flickered, yet stood starkly visible in the dim hall. This was Zhou Jiao's lesson on scene cleanup. The most cost-effective method, a single fire to cleanse all traces, leaving no evidence behind. Gao Jin tossed the lit match onto the nearby sofa, which ignited instantly. Flames rapidly spreading, soon engulfing the entire hall in a roaring blaze. The flames surged skyward, illuminating the night sky of Bangkok, while thick smoke billowed, causing people to cough violently. Seizing the chaos wrought by the spreading inferno, Gao Jin turned and swiftly dashed out of the Serpent Gang's lair. In a fleeting moment, he vanished into the shadows of Bangkok's night, as quietly as he had arrived, leaving behind only a raging sea of fire and the utterly obliterated Serpent Gang. 3 days later, Gao Jin stood before Zhou Jiao, still carrying the lingering scent of gunpowder, his clothes stained with faint traces of blood. His gaze remained as cold and piercing as ever, yet now bore an added measure of composure. He regarded the man before him, whose calm demeanor belied a mind consumed with cost calculations. With a tone that was flat yet imbued with undeniable confidence, he articulated each word with precision. Cha Chai is dead. The Serpent Gang has disbanded. His underlings are either dead at my hands or have scattered like leaves in the wind, never to coalesce again. Does this validate my worth? Zhou Jiao sat leisurely in his chair, perusing a newspaper, as if the blood-soaked figure before him, who had just clawed his way out of a sea of corpses, was merely an ordinary subordinate reporting on tasks. Upon hearing Gao Jin's words, he slowly lifted his head, his expression as serene as one reviewing a mundane financial statement. devoid of any tumult. His voice remained level, neither warm nor cold. The cost recovery is barely acceptable. Welcome aboard, Gao Jin. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Gao Jin's eyes, sharp as blades, pierced through Zhou Jiu, laced with a hint of challenge and a barely perceptible doubt. Having just annihilated the Serpent Gang, his hands stained with blood and his aura thick with menace, he found Zhou Jiu sitting before him, utterly unguarded, without an ounce of wariness. Did he not fear that Gao Jin might turn against him and seize everything for himself? Zhou Jiu smiled, but it was not a smile born of genuine joy. Rather, it was a calculated expression, suffused with certainty. His gaze was resolute, his tone calm, yet brimming with conviction. The cost is too high, and the returns are too low. You are not that kind of person. Killing me would bring you no benefit. Instead, you would lose a protector, a facilitator, a poor bargain indeed. You wouldn't undertake such a loss-making venture. Gao Jin studied him intently for a long time, his expression a complex tapestry of confusion, admiration, and a subtle hint of wariness. This man was unfathomably profound, his depths inscrutable, the terrifying precision of his marksmanship, the meticulousness of his strategies, and the calmness he exuded amidst chaos. All these signified to Gao Jin that behind Zhou Jiu lay a force he could not comprehend, something beyond ordinary understanding. Yet he refrained from inquiring, nor did he wish to. After years of navigating the underworld, he understood better than anyone that those who asked too many questions often met swift ends. Everyone harbored their own secrets. Zhou Jiu had his, and so did he. Mutual non-interference and the pursuit of shared interests were the best ways to coexist. I require a new identity and the permanent safety of my sister. Gao Jin averted his gaze, his tone flat, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. This was the agreement he had struck with Zhou Jiu, the profit reaped from his service, and his sole concern. Arrangements had been made. Zhou Jiu lowered his head, continuing to flip through the newspaper, not lifting his gaze. He extended a thick envelope toward Gao Jin, his tone remaining unremarkable. A Hong Kong ID. The new name is Gao Jin. Your identity is that of a Thai Chinese expatriate, impeccably clean, with no trace of a dark past. No one will be able to uncover your history. Your sister has been placed in Kowloon walled city. It is a place rife with chaos, yet also the safest. Under my discreet protection, no one can harm a hair on her head. Gao Jin reached out to accept the envelope, his fingertips trembling slightly, not from fear, but from a sense of relief, for his concern had finally found resolution. In his life, there was little to tether him, the sole vulnerability being his sister, Gao Min. As long as she was safe, he would do anything. He clenched the envelope tightly, turned to leave, but paused mid-step, slowly turning back to Zhou Jiu. A hint of curiosity in his eyes. That shooting technique, the Mozambique drill, did you really learn it from military training videos? Zhou Jiu turned a page of the newspaper. Still not lifting his gaze, his tone indifferent, devoid of any tremor. It's honed through real combat. If you engage in a few more skirmishes and eliminate a few more nuisances, you too will master it. Gao Jin refrained from pressing further. Nodding slightly as he turned away, striding purposefully out of the room, his posture upright and resolute. He soon vanished from the doorway, leaving behind a silence laden with the lingering scent of gunpowder. Zhou Jiu set the newspaper aside, lifting his gaze towards the door, where the red digits flickered incessantly at the periphery of his vision, system notifications visible only to him. Chapter 44, The Price of Warlords. The death of Cha Chai was akin to a stone cast into a quagmire, the ripples not yet settled when famished crocodiles were already drawn by the scent of blood. General Cha Chai's own nephew, Kai Ba. Ajan's finger traced a heavy circle on the map, his tone laced with gravity. That fellow grasped the smuggling routes in the north and was poised to swallow Cha Chai's former territory. The price had also surged. The monthly protection fee skyrocketed from 50,000 to a staggering 150,000. Zhou Jiu stood in the warehouse by the Chao Phraya River, observing the workers bustling about, transporting Uncle Bing's goods, electronics, denim, and half a container of pharmaceuticals, piled high like a small mountain. He stroked his chin, his voice devoid of inflection, yet revealing a sharp acumen. A 200 price increase? The ROI is unacceptable. But I have soldiers, Brother Zhou. Ajan hurriedly lowered his voice, leaning closer to Zhou Jiu, urgency evident in his tone. A real army. 300 strong, all armed with M16s. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We must assess the situation. Then let us transform ourselves into the local dragon. Zhou Jiu pivoted sharply, his gaze as frigid as ice, devoid of ambiguity. Arrange a meeting. This cost, I will negotiate personally. The meeting was set at a military camp on the outskirts of Bangkok. Kai Ba, approximately 30 years of age, stood in crisp military attire, the insignia on his collar glinting coldly. His gaze, tempered by the fires of conflict, swept over Zhou Jiu with the indifference of one surveying a lamb destined for slaughter. Devoid of any semblance of respect, The kid from Hong Kong. My uncle Cha-Chai's death. Does it concern you? Kai Ba's voice was gravelly, imbued with the distinct toughness of a soldier, his tone laden with scrutiny. Indeed, Zhou Jiu did not deny it, his tone straightforward, devoid of subterfuge. But I am here to assist you in clearing your path. Cha-Chai embezzled a significant amount of your military funds. Is that not correct? Kai Ba's expression shifted dramatically. The indifference in his eyes shattered, replaced by a flicker of astonishment laced with malice. No one understood better than him that Cha-Chai's embezzlement was a deep-seated thorn, kept well hidden. To Zhou Jiu's astonishment, he was aware of this. This intelligence had been procured by Zhou Jiu from Ajan. Cha-Chai's greed was not only substantial, but staggering. Zhou Jiu remained silent, awaiting Kai Ba's response. What exactly are you getting at? Kai Ba's voice was strained, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the table. His gaze intensified with wariness, as if attempting to pierce through Zhou Jiu. Cost reconstruction. Zhou Jiu handed over a document with a decisive gesture, his tone neither submissive nor aggressive. Cha-Chai previously charged you 150,000. I offer you 100,000, but I demand exclusive rights to the northern smuggling routes. Furthermore, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Kai Ba's taut face, articulating each word carefully. I can inform you where your uncle concealed his funds. A sum valued at $2 million. Kai Ba seized the document fiercely, his fingers rubbing the paper repeatedly, turning pale at the tips, his eyes rife with confusion and disbelief. 2 million? How do you know where the money is hidden? An accountant's intuition, Zhou Jiu replied with a smile, his tone light and unburdened by tension. And, of course, the accounting techniques I learned from military training videos are quite sufficient. As the negotiations extended into twilight, there was little room for subterfuge or artifice. A decisive agreement was reached, a monthly protection fee of 80,000, with the exclusive rights to the northern smuggling route granted to Zhou Jiu, who would additionally present 3 M16 rifles as a token of goodwill. These weapons procured directly from Cha-Chai's armory, with no discrepancies whatsoever. However, as Zhou Jiu exited the military camp, he was acutely aware that this matter was far from resolved. The glint in Kai Ba's eyes betrayed his intentions. Zhou Jiu discerned at once that this soldier was utterly untrustworthy, steeped in malice, and that upon receiving the $2 million, he would undoubtedly turn on him, resorting to violence to eliminate any witnesses. It was imperative to teach them a lesson, to instill fear. Seated in his vehicle, reclined against the seat, Zhou Jiu spoke to his companion Gao Jin with a tone that brooked no negotiation, making it abundantly clear that any aggression towards him or attempts to encroach on his territory would incur costs far exceeding any potential gains, an endeavor not worth undertaking. That evening, the darkness enveloped the surroundings like impenetrable ink, even the moon retreating behind clouds. Kai Ba's adjutant, leading 2 companies of armed soldiers, encircled Zhou Jiu's warehouse, sealing it off completely, creating a barrier impenetrable even to a fly. Charge in. Capture that Hong Kong brat alive or dead, the adjutant bellowed, his voice cutting through the night like a knife. A throng of soldiers surged forward, guns raised, their footsteps and shouts blending into a cacophony that resembled a chaotic stew. Yet, when they burst through the warehouse's grand entrance, they were met with utter disbelief. The interior was barren, save for towering piles of empty crates, devoid of any human presence. The only mark upon the walls was a graffiti scrawl, a blood-red numeral 9, glaringly vivid, as if freshly painted, exuding an eerie aura of intimidation. Where's he? The adjutant roared, veins bulging with fury as he surveyed the empty space, his voice cracking as he kicked over a nearby crate in frustration. Useless. A complete failure. With so many men, not a single one could be kept in check. Right here, came a voice from above, cold and crisp, slicing through the din like shards of ice, immediately silencing the commotion. The adjutant and his soldiers looked up sharply, their gazes drawn to the source of the voice. The moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating Zhou Jiu, who stood poised on the rooftop, each hand gripping a firearm. His posture erect, eyes as frigid as a poisoned blade, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Beside him, Gao Jin wore an expressionless visage, his eyes bloodshot, brandishing an AK-47, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent, resembling a living embodiment of death. His mere presence instilled dread in those who beheld him. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. It was not a chaotic barrage, but rather a methodical rhythm of 2 fast, 1 slow, a Mozambique drill, erupting in the dark, the muzzle flashes flickering like stars in the night. Every trio of bullets formed a deadly trio, each group flawlessly claiming a life, with not a hint of deviation. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out with clarity, interspersed with the cries of the wounded, soldiers collapsing one by one, the ground swiftly becoming a crimson tapestry, the scent of blood saturating the air, choking the very breath from their lungs. Zhou balanced on the edge of the rooftop and leaped, his body carving a sleek arc through the air. Utilizing the rolling maneuver of the Brazilian jiu-jitsu, he skillfully dissipated the force of his descent, landing with a thud. As he rose, his knee struck upward with a sharp crack, shattering the jaw of an approaching soldier. The soldier let out a pained scream, clutching his shattered jaw, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling forth, never to rise again. Meanwhile, Gao Jin leaped from the rooftop, rolling upon impact, then charging directly at the soldiers. His AK-47 fired with precision akin to a surgeon performing an operation, every shot finding its mark. The soldiers barely had time to react before they fell in rapid succession. This was no mere skirmish. It was a blatant display meant for Kai Ba, a stark reminder of the grave consequences faced by anyone who dared to challenge Zhou. Time flew by, and within 3 minutes, the cacophony of screams ceased, the gunfire fell silent. 20 lifeless bodies lay strewn across the floor, blood pooling into rivulets that trickled through the cracks in the ground, the stench of death overpowering. The remaining soldiers, paralyzed by fear, turned pale as sheets, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons as they retreated, their morale shattered, devoid of the courage to resist. They had never witnessed such carnage. It was a one-sided massacre. Zhou approached the adjutant, his steps deliberate, each one echoing on the blood-soaked ground, the sound sending chills down the spines of those present. The adjutant trembled, his legs quaking, his pants dampening, his body slack as if on the verge of collapse, his gaze filled with terror. Looking at Zhou as one might gaze upon the Grim Reaper, rendered speechless. Inform Kai Ba, Zhou began, speaking in Thai. His voice a mere whisper, yet laced with icy finality. The $2 million lead shall suffice as his tuition fee. Should he dare to provoke me again, the cost will be his head. With that, Zhou turned and walked away, casting not a single glance back at the adjutant. The moonlight elongated his shadow, radiating an aura of forbidding coldness as he stepped out of the warehouse, vanishing into the night. Gao Jin followed closely, unable to restrain himself. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you not going to kill him?" "Cost considerations," Zhou replied, not bothering to look back, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Articulating each word with precision, a living adjutant is far more valuable than a dead one. He will disseminate today's events, spreading fear. And fear is the cheapest and most effective weapon there is. The two exchanged no further words and soon returned to their safe house. Zhou secured the door and engaged the lock, finally allowing himself to tremble. The earlier confrontation had drained him of all energy, his muscles ached, and his arm bore the marks of battle, oozing blood. His proficiency in the Mozambique drill was still lacking during the skirmish. He had narrowly avoided being struck by stray bullets on at least 2 occasions, a mere moment away from his own demise. He raised his hand to access the system interface, the text clear and unchanging, presenting itself before him. Dragon Chi value, 1105. Mozambique shooting proficiency, 15. Tip: continuous combat can enhance proficiency. Zhou studied the panel for several moments, simultaneously retrieving a first aid kit to bandage his arm, murmuring softly, "I need a few more live engagements." He paused, determination flaring in his gaze, continuing, "But for now, we must return to Hong Kong. This place is temporarily secure. Gao Jin can manage it here." Having dressed his wounds, he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and mentally strategized the journey back to Hong Kong. Alongside his forthcoming plans, Kai Ba would undoubtedly seek retribution. This animosity was far from over. Chapter 45, Nanyang Moon, Kowloon Warehouse. In the cafe of the Oriental Mandarin Hotel, the air conditioning was set to a brisk chill, leaving a cool draft at the nape of one's neck. Mingling with the aroma of coffee that carried a hint of chill, Zhou donned a light gray suit, impeccably pressed and devoid of any crease. He slightly raised his gaze, his eyes landing on the woman across from him, Shen Qinghua, in her early 30s. She exuded the distinctive sharpness and elegance characteristic of a Southeast Asian business magnate, clutching 3 genuine shipping lines in her hand. She was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the realm of Southeast Asia. With a silver spoon in hand, Shen Qinghua leisurely stirred her black coffee, the dark liquid swirling within the cup. When she lifted her gaze, her eyes were as piercing as a knife tempered in ice, locking onto Zhou. Her tone was measured yet laden with an undeniable sense of pressure. "Mr. Zhou, are you interested in Kowloon Warehouse?" After a brief pause, she added with a hint of sarcasm curling her lips, "Mr. Pow's acquisition plan is known to fewer than 10 individuals in our circle. You seem quite well informed, Mr. Zhou." Zhou chose not to engage with her remark, wearing a faint smile as he spoke with crisp clarity, avoiding any circumlocution. "That's precisely why I sought you out." Sitting up slightly straighter, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, each word resonating with conviction. "I have clearly calculated the cost, Mr. Pow requires a 20 stake to maintain control, which is the baseline. Currently, however, The circulating shares of Kowloon warehouse amount to only 15, leaving a gap of 5. Zhou Jio's gaze intensified, fixating on Shen Qingyue with unwavering assurance. Miss Shen, you happen to hold precisely that 5, do you not? The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Qingyue's stirring of her coffee ceased abruptly, the spoon clinking against the cup with a sharp sound. The sharpness in her eyes intensified, her tone chilling. Have you been investigating me? Zhou Jiu let out a scoff, casually retrieving a document from his briefcase and sliding it across the table to Shen Qingyue. The paper glided over the surface, producing a faint rustling sound, his voice nonchalant yet imbued with undeniable authority. It's merely basic accounting, hardly an investigation. The market price is 12 per share. I will offer you 15 for your 2 stake. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed a check across the table, the figure on it strikingly prominent. He glanced at Shen Qingyue and added, additionally, this 500,000 Hong Kong dollars is for information regarding Mr. Pao's next move. Word for word, truthfully conveyed to me. Shen Qingyue cast a glance at the check without moving a finger, not even granting it a glance. The mockery at the corners of her mouth deepened, her tone dripping with disdain. At 20 per share, I might consider it. As for the information, what makes you think I would sell? Zhou Jiu leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, closing the distance between them. His tone grew more somber, tinged with subtle persuasion, yet laced with pressure. Miss Shen, you should understand ROI better than I do. Holding that 5 stake means that if Mr. Pao's acquisition succeeds, the share price of Kowloon Warehouse will rise to at least 30, ensuring you profit without loss. This deal is advantageous. He suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes turning cold, and his voice heavy, each word hitting like a hammer. But what if Mr. Li Ka-shing intervenes? He scrutinized Shen Qingyue's face, not missing a flicker of emotion. His tone a warning. In that case, Mr. Pao will likely fail, and your 5 stake will become worthless, nothing more than a pile of scrap paper. Shen Qingyue's expression shifted instantly, the calmness and composure she had maintained shattered. She leaned forward slightly, urgency creeping into her voice as she pressed, is Mr. Li going to intervene? Zhou Jiu reclined back into his chair, his tone softening somewhat but still firm. It's uncertain, but the risk is evident. One must be cautious. With that, he swiftly reclaimed the check, his movements decisive and unhesitant. Thus, sell me too, cash out, and secure your profits, ensuring your safety. He paused, reiterating with precision, this is a hedge against risk. The cafe fell into a heavy silence, the only sounds being the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional traffic noise from outside. The silence enveloped them like an invisible net, lingering for a full 5 minutes without a word exchanged. Just as Zhou Jiu was about to reignite the conversation, Shen Qingyue unexpectedly smiled, her laughter breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Looking at Zhou Jiu, her gaze softened, revealing admiration. Mr. Zhou, you don't resemble a gangster. Rather, you seem like an investment banking elite, calculating accounts with more finesse than those old foxes. Zhou Jiu raised an eyebrow, his smile remaining gentle, his tone half serious, half casual. I am indeed. It's just that with practical experience comes exposure to various tempests. One learns to account in different ways, calculating profit in the most advantageous manner. After a series of negotiations, they settled on a final price of 17 per share, agreeing to the acquisition of 2 of Kowloon Warehouse from Shen Qingyue for a total of 3. For million Hong Kong dollars, with not a cent more or less, every figure precise to the last digit. Zhou Jiu rummaged through his briefcase, a fleeting hint of frustration crossing his features, but he quickly regained his composure, stating candidly, I lack sufficient cash on hand for a one-time payment. Before Shen Qingyue could interject, he continued, his tone resolute and filled with confidence. I will use the future earnings from the Bangkok smuggling line as collateral. When the profits arrive, I will pay you the remaining amount without delay. It is a promise. Shen Qingyue scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly weighing his sincerity. After a moment, she slowly extended her hand, her fingers slender yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Calmly, she stated, there is one more condition. I want to see just how formidable the person capable of making that ruthless character, Gui Ba, withdraw truly is. She delivered her words with unwavering clarity, tinged with curiosity and a hint of unyielding spirit. Zhou Jiu did not hesitate to reach out, firmly clasping her hand, his grip warm yet steady. Looking into Shen Qingyue's eyes, his voice was unwavering, each word clear and precise, perfectly mirroring her own. You will see when Kowloon Warehouse reaches 30. With their hands clasped in agreement, they exchanged no further pleasantries and rose to depart, the air conditioning in the cafe still brisk, yet the earlier tension had dissipated completely. That night, under the profound darkness, the moon hung high over Bangkok, casting its cool luminescence onto the hotel balcony, where a warm evening breeze stirred the hem of Zhou Jiu's suit. Alone on the balcony, he pondered in solitude, the brightly lit room behind him failing to penetrate his thoughts. He raised his hand, Accessing the system panel, his gaze fixated on every line of text, missing not a single digit as he scrutinized it closely. Current Dragon Chi, 1105. Assets, cash 120,000. Stock holdings, Kowloon Warehouse 50,000 shares at a cost of 12. Current value 18. Bangkok Line valuation 2,000,000. Total approximately 5,000,000. Distance to midterm red stick, 1,695 Dragon Chi remaining. Gazing at the numbers on the panel, Zhou brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath. This speed is far too slow. When will I be able to reach the midterm red stick? He raised his hand to rub his furrowed brow, a flicker of urgency passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by unwavering determination as he spoke with resolute clarity, imbued with unassailable conviction. We need to make bolder moves, more aggressive strokes, to swiftly amass Dragon Chi. The city fortress must be seized. He gritted his teeth, articulating each word with resolute determination in his gaze. Capturing the city fortress would not only grant him access to abundant resources and power, but would also enable him to rapidly accumulate dragon energy. The only shortcut available to him at this moment. Zhou lifted his eyes to behold the distant nightscape of Bangkok, aglow with brilliant lights and flickering neon, enveloping the entire city in a shroud of opulence. Yet, amidst the splendor, the lingering scent of gunpowder hung in the air, a remnant of the retreating enemies. However, his thoughts had long since transcended this minor battlefield of Bangkok. His gaze pierced through mountains and seas, drifting back to the tempestuous Hong Kong on the horizon. In 1985, a golden era awaited, as the Hong Kong stock market prepared for an explosive ascent, where even pigs could soar amidst the winds. Zhou was determined not to miss this opportunity. He aimed to firmly position himself at the crest of the wave, navigating the tumultuous seas with unwavering resolve. Raising his hand, he gazed into the pitch-black night sky, the moonlight casting a glow upon his face, illuminating his steadfast features. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a tone both grave and resolute, uttering precisely, "The investment has been made. Now, we await the returns." The evening breeze continued to blow. The moonlight of the South Seas remained cool, yet within Zhou's heart, a fierce fire had ignited. The Kowloon walled city was merely the first step. Within the realms of Hong Kong's underworld and its stock market, he would inevitably carve out his own place. Chapter 46. The Walled City, the Might of Bejiquan. The runway of Kai Tak Airport glimmered coldly in the night. Zhou dragged his suitcase, stepping through customs with deliberate strides. As the wind blew, it delivered the unique humidity of Hong Kong, mingled with the clamor of the streets, striking his face and rousing his senses. His mind raced, meticulously calculating the costs. Crystal clear, Bangkok's assets totaled 5 million, including 800,000 in cash liabilities, stock floating profits, and equity. Not a single cent could be mistaken. Yet the available emergency funds amounted to 1.8 million from the sale of one Kowloon warehouse share. The other share must remain untouched until it appreciates. He could not afford to act hastily. His objectives were clearer: to acquire 3 Tong Lu buildings in the walled city, with an anticipated cost of 1.5 million. The remaining 300,000 would be reserved for operational funds, to maintain appearances, and for emergencies. Every cent must be judiciously spent. "Boss," a voice broke through the din, as the agile Gui stood at the exit, fervently waving his hand, his arm nearly reaching the heavens. Behind him, a familiar Toyota Crown stood quietly, its body gleaming under the night sky. Zhou wasted no time, swiftly approaching, opening the car door, and without a hint of pleasantry, he inquired directly, "Have the stocks been sold?" "How could I dare to delay, boss?" Gui replied, starting the vehicle as he hastily handed over an envelope, his fingertips brimming with urgency. "According to your telegram's instructions, the shares were smoothly offloaded, and the 1.8 million has been fully credited, every cent intact. However, Liang has made it known at the O Bureau that he wants you to drop by for a cup of coffee upon your return." Zhou accepted the envelope, his fingers brushing against the stiff paper as he lowered his head to count the cash inside. Without lifting his gaze, his tone remained flat. "Cost considerations. I shall not entertain him for the time being." After counting the money, he tucked the envelope into his pocket, glanced ahead at the road, and spoke with unyielding finality, "To Kowloon Walled City." The late-night Kowloon Walled City loomed ominously, a beast curled within the heart of Hong Kong, quiet yet exuding an undeniable ferocity. The car halted at the outskirts of the walled city, and Zhou stepped out, his gaze fixed upon a 6-story Tong Lu not far away. The peeling walls revealed mottled blue bricks beneath, and a tangle of wires clung together like a colossal spider's web, chaotic yet steeped in a sense of vitality. Instantly, Zhou recognized the strategic advantage of this location. Adjacent to the illegal dentist street on the eastern edge of the walled city, bustling with activity, ensuring a high flow of people. Moreover, the labyrinthine alleys would facilitate a quick escape should any trouble arise, maximizing the margin for error. Gui quickly caught up to Zhou, leaning in closer and lowering his voice, tinged with caution. Boss, the owner of this building is Fei Bo, affiliated with the He 2 group, and he holds a certain standing within the walled city. He has quoted a firm price of 500,000 per building, refusing to negotiate. Zhou scrutinized the Tong Lu, slowly shaking his head, his tone imbued with irrefutable certainty. The cost is excessive, it is not worth it. He paused, turning to Gui with piercing eyes. Have you investigated his background? This fellow is drowning in gambling debts and is desperate to liquidate assets to repay them. He cannot afford to hold out. As his words settled, he established a price with decisive clarity. 400,000, cash paid in full. Today we sign the contract. Any delay will not be tolerated. The negotiation site was set atop the Tong Lu's rooftop. Fei Bo arrived with 4 lackeys, each exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor, arms crossed. Their gazes fixed on Zhou with an air of menace. In contrast, Zhou brought only Gui, standing tall and composed, showing no signs of intimidation despite the numerical disadvantage. The night wind howled, stirring up dust and debris on the rooftop, yet failing to dissipate the stale odor that lingered. Mingled with sweat and smoke, constricting the throat, Fei Bo slammed his palm onto the dilapidated table, the resounding thud causing the cups atop to rattle. His voice booming with impatience and arrogance. 400,000? Kid, are you trying to mock me? Do you have any idea what this building is worth? 500,000. Not a cent less. Zhou remained seated, leaning slightly back, his expression unchanged, his tone calm yet pointed. It may indeed be worth 500,000. But you are in urgent need of cash to repay your gambling debts, correct? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Fei Bo's suddenly stiffened face, continuing with a chilling reminder. If you do not repay by noon tomorrow, the Daquan gang will sever your fingers. You haven't forgotten that threat, have you? As his words echoed, Zhou brusquely pushed a black leather case onto the table, the snap of its opening resonating in the air, revealing a neatly stacked cache of cash, glimmering enticingly in the night. 400,000. Take it now and sign the contract immediately, and you may yet save your fingers. Alternatively, by tomorrow, those 9 fingers of yours may fetch no more than 350,000. Calculating the ROI, taking it now would be far more advantageous for him. Fei Bo's complexion shifted dramatically, from crimson to ashen, and then to a shade of slate, his eyes darting about in panic. He found himself unable to contradict the truth of Zhou's words. Indeed, he owed the Daquan gang 400,000 in gambling debts, and tomorrow marked the final deadline. Failing to repay would jeopardize not only his fingers, but perhaps even his life. He stared at the case on the table, his fingers clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh, his gaze flickering between the cash and Zhou, indecisive. Just as the tension hung thick in the air, a cacophony erupted from below, mingled with the clattering of furniture and the shouts of gangsters, growing closer and louder, shattering the rooftop's tranquility. Fei Bo, you coward! Get out here! A thunderous roar pierced through the night, followed by a burly man with a long scar slicing from the corner of his eye to his chin, flanked by a dozen thugs wielding steel pipes and knives, storming up to the rooftop, their heavy footsteps causing the floorboards to tremble. It was Scarred Chun, a member of the Daquan gang, and also Fei Bo's creditor. Scarred Chun's eye zeroed in on Fei Bo, his expression transforming into a mask of fury as he lunged forward, seizing Fei Bo by the collar and forcefully slamming him against the table. His voice a piercing thunder. Fei Bo, repay the money. 400,000, not a cent less. If you dare utter a single no today, I shall sever your arm. In an instant, the atmosphere descended into chaos. Fei Bo's 4 lackeys were paralyzed with fear, shrinking into the corners, barely daring to breathe. The sly figure instinctively edged closer to Zhou, his gaze warily fixed on the men brought by Scarred Chun, his hand stealthily inching toward the weapon at his waist. Scarred Chun, cursing vehemently, clutched Fei Bo and was about to strike when his peripheral vision caught sight of an open suitcase on the table, brimming with cash, instantly captivating his attention. His eyes gleamed with avarice as he released Fei Bo's collar and hastily approached the table, fixating on the bounty within the suitcase. A greedy smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he proclaimed with a swaggering tone, 400,000? Just perfect. Fei Bo, it seems fortune smiles upon you. This sum shall suffice to settle your debts. With that, he reached for the suitcase. In his heart, Zhou silently chanted, rising costs. Without a hint of hesitation, he rose to his full height, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his expression calm, yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority that instantly captured everyone's attention. He refrained from drawing his weapon, fully aware that in the chaotic realm of Kowloon walled city, a gunshot would summon the military, leading to insurmountable troubles, an escalation of costs that would prove unworthy. He lifted his hand, shrugged off his suit jacket, carelessly tossing it onto a chair, revealing a black vest underneath, the contours of his muscular physique subtly discernible, brimming with latent power and strength. This is a transaction between Fei Bo and myself. Zhou voice was soft yet crystal clear, resonating in every ear present, devoid of any tremor, yet emanating an impenetrable force, a third party, with no authority to interfere. His gaze swept over Scarred Chun, his eyes sharp as blades, his tone calm, yet precise. Cost analysis. Should you attempt to seize forcefully here today, you shall incur the loss of 35 men, an endeavor not worth the price. Alternatively, turn and depart now, retrieve Fei Bo's other assets to settle the debt, and we shall retreat mutually, causing no further disturbance. Choose wisely. Upon hearing this, Scarred Chun was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in laughter, as though he had heard the greatest jest. His laughter was brutish and boisterous, ringing painfully in the ears of those present. Who do you think you are? Scarred Chun halted his laughter, his gaze fiercely fixed on Zhou, his face contorted with disdain, spittle flying as he shouted. A mere nobody dares to stand tall before me? You think you can negotiate cost with me? Kill them. Dispose of these insolent fools. Yes, Brother Chun. The thugs behind Scarred Chun echoed in unison, cracking their knuckles, their eyes filled with malice as they brandished pipes and knives, charging at Zhou with ferocity, eager to devour him whole. The first thug, brandishing a pipe, swung it violently towards Zhou's head, the whoosh of wind accompanying the force of the blow. Unfazed, Zhou subtly shifted his body, effortlessly dodging the strike, his movements precise and unencumbered. In a swift motion, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful blow, seemingly aimed at the thug's head, yet he clearly articulated, 8 extremes fist, close mountain lean. With a resounding thud, his punch connected with the thug's chest. The thug let out a pained cry, his body spiraling out of control as if struck by a speeding truck, hurtling towards the edge of the rooftop, only to plummet down into the refuse below, a fall that would not be fatal, yet would undoubtedly leave him severely injured, his days of bravado extinguished. The first thug fell within mere seconds. The remaining thugs momentarily froze before spiraling into a frenzy. The second thug, eyes steely, swung a machete towards Zhou's waist with ferocity, the blade glinting ominously. Zhou swiftly crouched, deftly avoiding the strike, his movements as swift as lightning. Almost immediately, he pivoted, executing a Brazilian jiu-jitsu sweep that connected solidly with the thug's calf. Crack! The sound of bones splintering echoed, and the thug screamed, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, the machete clattering from his grasp. Before he could muster the strength to rise, Zhou's heel came crashing down onto his wrist, accompanied by another sickening crack that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Ground technique of the 8 extremes fist, Zhou stated flatly, explaining even as he continued his assault, his elbow rising sharply to deliver a crushing blow to the throat of the third thug. The third thug emitted a low groan, clutching his throat as his face flushed red before turning pale, his body crumpling to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still, reduced to faint gasps for air. Each of Zhou's movements was decisive and lethal, devoid of any hesitation. On the rooftop, screams, the sound of splintering bones, and the dull thud of fists and feet colliding intermingled, creating a heart-pounding symphony. In a mere 3 minutes, all 5 of Scarred Chun's thugs lay on the ground, either dead or grievously wounded, their cries of agony ringing out, none able to rise again. The arrogance and disdain that once adorned Scarred Chun's face vanished without a trace, replaced by shock and disbelief, his complexion pale as iron, betraying a hint of panic as his gaze fixated on Zhou, his body involuntarily retreating a few steps, nearly dropping the butterfly knife in his grasp. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly unremarkable young man possessed such formidable prowess. In 3 minutes, he had dispatched his 5 most capable subordinates. The display of strength was nothing short of terrifying. Yet Scarred Chun was a man of pride, in front of his subordinates. To be humiliated by a youth was intolerable. He gritted his teeth, his gaze turning increasingly ferocious, abruptly drawing the butterfly knife from his waist, the blade glinting ominously as he charged at Zhou, roaring, "You seek death. I shall take you down with me." Zhou's expression hardened, his fearlessness evident as he suddenly lunged forward a step, lowering his left shoulder before unleashing a powerful thrust of his right shoulder toward Scarred Chun. 8 extremes close mountain lean. Though this technique was not fully mastered, the memories of his past life combined with the system's enhancements rendered it still fearsome. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as Zhou's shoulder collided fiercely with Scarred Chun's chest. Scarred Chun let out a harrowing scream, his body losing control and soaring 3 meters back. crashing heavily against the rooftop's iron railing. Crack! The sound of metal snapping echoed as the thick railing was shattered upon impact. Scarred Chun fell heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his body convulsing, the butterfly knife slipping from his grasp as he lay there, unable to muster any strength to resist. Only able to wail in agony, his eyes filled with terror and despair, the last vestiges of his arrogance extinguished. Zhou approached him step by step, raising his foot to stamp down hard on Scarred Chin's chest, the force compelling another agonizing scream from him, his face turning as pale as parchment. Each breath becoming increasingly labored. He looked down at Scarred Chun from his elevated position, his gaze icy and his tone resolute as he articulated every word with precision. This building, for 100,000, I shall take it. After a brief pause, an undeniable pressure infused his voice as he continued, speaking clearly and forcefully. Inform the Daquan gang that henceforth, when collecting debts in Kowloon walled city, they must first consult me, the Jiushao Society. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. Scarred Chun lay on the ground, gasping for breath underfoot, his eyes brimming with fear. Utterly devoid of any inclination to resist, he could only nod fervently, mumbling incoherently, Yes, I understand, I will certainly inform them. Beside him, Fei Bo was already trembling with fear, his legs weak as if he might collapse at any moment, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with terror and reverence. Gazing at Zhou as though he were a deity of death, he dared not hesitate for even a moment, hastily grasping the contract and pen from the table, his hand shaking uncontrollably as he hastily scribbled his name, terrified that any delay would lead to a fate akin to Scarred Chin's. Zhou lowered his gaze to inspect the signature on the contract, confirming its accuracy before bending down to pick up the deed lying on the table, handling it with care before stowing it in his pocket. At that moment, from the periphery of his vision, a series of numbers began to fluctuate, the dragon chi value rising imperceptibly. Expanding his territory, he had secured the first piece of land in the walled city. A faint smile graced Zhou's lips. Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 47, The Eye of the Tornado. The wind on the rooftop howled fiercely, swirling up the dust and smoke from the walled city, stinging the skin. The tornado stood at the edge of the rooftop, leaning against the cold water tower, his gaze hawk-like, fixated on the combat unfolding across on the rooftop of the Tang building. At just 19 years of age, traces of boyishness still lingered on his face. Yet the ferocity in his eyes was more lethal than that of seasoned ruffians who had prowled the walled city for decades. No one dared to underestimate this 19-year-old youth. He had already taken lives for a full 7 years within the walled city. Since he had plunged a fruit knife into the first rogue who crossed him at the tender age of 12, his blade had never faltered. His observational skills honed to a razor's edge, able to discern the feints and realities of combat with a mere glance. Is that Zhou? He inquired, tilting his head slightly, his voice devoid of any tremor, addressing Chen Luojun who stood beside him. The tone was low, yet it carried an undeniable aura of authority, forged through the crucible of survival in the walled city. The 6-year-old youth nodded, clutching a half-eaten pineapple bun tightly in his little hand, crumbs adorning his mouth as he mumbled, So sharp, the one who took down Scarred Chun. The tornado narrowed his eyes, cold light glinting within their slits. The wind intensified, whipping his fringe against his forehead, yet he remained immovable, his gaze glued to Zhou. He observed with clarity as Zhou threw a punch, sensing an unusual glimmer above him, not light, but momentum, a force he had only witnessed emanating from the seasoned elders of the walled city, coiled like a slumbering dragon, exuding a natural authority. Even from a distance of several meters, the weight of that oppressive aura could be felt. Not your average thug, the tornado murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously caressing the butterfly knife at his waist, his expression now tinged with wariness. After spending so long in the walled city, he understood better than most that those who concealed their power posed a far greater danger than the brash and reckless rogues. The fighting continued, and his eyes did not waver. Soon enough, Zhou felled the last of Scarred Chun's subordinates with a single blow, leaving Scarred Chun himself crouched on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, devoid of the strength to lift his head. Yet Zhou did not finish him off. He bent down, grasped Scarred Chun by the collar, and whispered something into his ear. The tornado observed closely as Scarred Chun, upon hearing those words, stiffened momentarily, then obediently bowed deeply to Zhou before struggling to rise, retreating with his men in a dejected manner, not daring to utter a single harsh word. He was subduing him, not merely through violence. The tornado instantly discerned Zhou's intentions, a mix of intrigue and gravity in his demeanor. This fellow was minimizing costs while maximizing gains, resembling a shrewd merchant rather than one who resorted solely to bloodshed like the brutish thugs. Chen Luojun, beside him, failed to grasp the significance of the exchange, preoccupied with devouring his pineapple bun, occasionally nodding and offering his agreement with awe. The tornado ceased speaking, his expression growing more solemn. He recognized that this man named Zhou Jiao was undoubtedly stirring up trouble in the walled city, and the stakes were far from trivial. Nightfall soon enveloped the walled city, neon lights casting mottled shadows through the windows of the Tang building, blending with the raucous sounds of gambling, the shouts of street vendors, and the occasional echoes of altercations. It was a typical night in the walled city, yet beneath the surface, currents of unrest simmered. The tornado sat within his territory, a cup of cool tea steaming before him. Before long, one of his subordinates rushed in, bearing a respectful demeanor, leaning in to whisper urgent news into his ear. It was his intelligence network, returning with all pertinent information regarding Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao, a rising star from Causeway Bay, a red-collared member of the Hongxing gang, had just returned from a lucrative business deal in Bangkok, flush with cash and extravagantly generous. Once the subordinate finished reporting, he stood quietly at attention, not daring to breathe. He understood the tornado's temperament. Any displeasing news could provoke a violent reaction. Upon hearing the report, the corners of the tornado's mouth curled into a cold smirk. He reached for the butterfly knife on the table, deftly spinning it, the blade gleaming with a chilling light under the illumination. Clicking shut and then springing open with practiced ease, imbued with a hint of menace. He sought to establish his foothold in the walled city. His voice remained flat, yet every word resonated with conviction. Typically, newcomers to the walled city had three paths to choose: either comply and acknowledge him as the boss, engage in a fight to the death, or consider a partnership. He paused, his finger resting on the blade's edge, applying slight pressure, a small cut forming on his fingertip, a droplet of blood seeping forth, which he nonchalantly wiped on his trousers. Is he very fierce, brother? Chen Luojun, having finished his pineapple bun, wiped the crumbs from his mouth, his little brow furrowed as he timidly inquired, curiosity mingling with trepidation in his gaze. The tornado glanced at him, his expression softening slightly. In the walled city, he was ruthless to all, save for this 6-year-old boy, to whom he afforded more patience. No, he hesitated, searching for the appropriate words to describe Zhou Jiao's peril while avoiding scaring the child. He is very dangerous. That kind of danger is not the obvious threat like Scar Chun, which can be seen through at a glance. It is akin to a concealed viper hidden among the abacus beads. He reached out, gently ruffling Chen Luojuan's hair, his tone growing somber. You see him calculating money over there, appearing harmless, yet in an instant, he could strike with lethal intent, leaving no chance for a reaction. Chen Luoju nodded, somewhat understanding, his small body inching closer to the tornado, as if this proximity could grant him a measure of safety. The tornado fell silent once more, retrieving the butterfly knife and allowing its blade to twirl deftly between his fingertips, his gaze transforming again into a frigid, piercing glare. He understood that since Zhou Jiao aspired to establish a foothold in the city, it was only a matter of time before he sought him out. An inevitable confrontation loomed between them. Indeed, the following morning, one of his subordinates presented him with an invitation, its gilded cover adorned with elegant characters. Yet it now rested in the hands of this rugged man. Boss, this invitation was sent by Zhou Jiao, requesting your presence at the Blue Moon Bar for a discussion on security cooperation, his subordinate stated, head bowed in deference, his tone laced with a hint of trepidation. Shall we go? The Blue Moon has been temporarily reserved by Zhou Jiao. There may be ambushes within. The tornado took the invitation, casting it aside onto the table with a soft clap. Go. He uttered the word with unyielding decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. Rising, he retrieved a black trench coat from the wardrobe, draping it over his shoulders and adjusting the collar to obscure half of his face within its shadow, exuding an aura of commanding presence. But I wish to see just how formidable Zhou Jiao truly is, to ascertain the precision of his calculations. With that, he strode forth, the hem of his coat sweeping the ground and stirring a gust of wind, prompting his subordinate to follow closely, fearful of delaying even a moment. The Blue Moon Bar, situated on the outskirts of the city, was not among the most bustling locales. It was a mingling ground for both ruffians and various unsavory characters. However, today, the establishment had been commandeered by Zhou Jiao, with 2 imposing bodyguards stationed at the entrance, their expressions stern and their gazes vigilant, forbidding any passers-by from approaching. As the tornado approached the entrance, the bodyguards immediately stepped forward to obstruct his path, their icy stares fixed upon him, their tone hostile. What do you want? The place is booked, you cannot enter. The tornado remained silent, merely casting a glance at them, his eyes radiating a lethal intensity that felt akin to a blade sharpened by ice, causing the 2 bodyguards to instinctively stiffen, retreating a step, their courage to block him evaporating. With a disdainful snort, he advanced into the bar, his subordinate closely at his heels, their imposing presence allowing them passage without hindrance. Inside, the bar was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few wall sconces, the ambience markedly different from the usual clamor. Instead enveloped in an eerie calm as soothing Cantonese oldies played softly in the background. Zhou occupied a booth at the far end, a tea set before him. Steam wafting from the hot water, obscuring half of his face, rendering his expression indiscernible. This was the tornado's first close encounter with Zhou himself. From several meters away, he felt that familiar aura, even more palpable and oppressive than when observed from the rooftop. It was not a ferocity born of muscle nor a presence sustained by tattoos. It was Zhou's very stillness, exuding the weight of a towering mountain, leaving one breathless. The steadiness and restraint he emanated were unlike anything the tornado had ever witnessed within the city. He approached with deliberate steps, grounded and devoid of any hint of unease. Even in the face of Zhou's looming pressure, he maintained his posture straight. After 7 years of navigating the city's treacheries, he had encountered countless storms and would never show weakness before an outsider. Yet, as he stood before the booth, the moment Zhou's gaze swept over him, the hair on the back of the tornado's neck stood on end. That gaze was chilling, venomous, devoid of warmth, akin to a predator scrutinizing its prey, assessing, with an almost imperceptible edge of ruthlessness, suggesting that any hint of movement on his part would result in immediate execution. The tornado's heart raced, instinctively grasping the butterfly knife at his waist, his fingertips pressing slightly to suppress the surge of trepidation welling within. He knew he had not misjudged. This Zhou was undoubtedly the most perilous adversary he had ever encountered. "Mr. Long," Zhou initiated, a faint smile gracing his lips. His tone even yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Cost analysis. Should you and I engage in conflict within the city, the monthly loss would amount to 500,000. However, through cooperation, we could each profit 300,000. Which shall you choose?" There were no superfluous pleasantries, no insincere formalities. He plunged directly into the matter at hand, confirming the tornado's suspicions that this man was steeped in calculations. The tornado pulled out a chair, sitting down with a slight lean forward, his hands resting on the table. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou, his voice frigid, devoid of courtesy. "Your acquisition of properties in the city, are you intending to engage in the narcotics trade?" In the city, outsiders purchasing properties were often presumed to be venturing into the lucrative drug business, a realm rife with peril yet teeming with ambition. As countless ruffians pursued this path, he instinctively presumed Zhou would be no exception. Zhou shook his head, his smile unwavering. His tone still placid. "I do not dabble in drugs." With that, he pushed a document across the table toward the tornado. The cover bore no inscriptions, appearing rather mundane: electronics, traditional medicine, and intelligence. "I require a local partner. You provide the territory and connections, I supply the resources and funds, a 50-50 split." The tornado glanced at the document, but refrained from reaching for it, maintaining his gaze on Zhou, his vigilance undiminished. A hint of derision in his voice. "Why should I trust you? The world of crime is treacherous, and human hearts are inscrutable." Having navigated the city for 7 years, he had long ceased to trust anyone. No matter how sweetly Zhou spoke, it could very well be a snare. Once ensnared, escape could prove impossible. Zhou, hearing this, lifted the teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip, his movements graceful, somewhat incongruent with his identity as a hardened enforcer. Yet the conviction in his tone was impossible to overlook. "Due to my having eliminated 5 of Chunskar's subordinates, yet sparing him, taking lives is merely a cost. Subjugation is the profit. I only consider ROI." He articulated this slowly, each word crystal clear, devoid of ambiguity, his tone resolute and unyielding. The tornado fixed his gaze on Zhou's eyes for a prolonged moment. He did not comprehend what ROI meant, nor did he know what those 3 letters signified. But he understood the intensity within Zhou's gaze. It mirrored his own, a pragmatism focused solely on tangible benefits. As long as there was profit, collaboration was possible. Devoid of profit, one could act without hesitation. After a moment of silence, the tornado slowly spoke, his tone carrying both a sense of probing and an unwavering firmness. 50-50 is unacceptable. I propose 60-40, with me taking the larger share. As the local overlord, he risked more by providing territory and connections. Thus, he firmly established his bottom line, unwilling to concede an inch. Zhou, upon hearing this, exhibited no change in his expression, as if he had anticipated this very response. He set the teacup down and turned his gaze towards the window, his attention falling upon a young boy polishing shoes by the roadside. This was Chun Luojun. "Very well, but I have one condition." Zhou's voice remained even, yet bore an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. "That boy, Chun Luojun, I wish to take him as my apprentice." At this proclamation, the tornado's expression transformed instantaneously. He surged to his feet, hands braced against the table, his fierce demeanor erupting like an enraged beast. his voice icy and piercing. Imbued with a strong warning, he is mine. Chen Luojun was the only person he protected within the city. No one, not even Zhou Jio, could lay a finger on him. Zhou Jio seemed to have anticipated such a reaction long ago. His face remained impassive, his tone calm and unhurried as he explained, investment. I have spent 10 years teaching him. After a decade, whom he chooses to follow depends entirely on his own will. I will never coerce him. For these 10 years, I will pay you an annual training fee of 100,000. He paused briefly, then lifted his gaze towards Tornado, his eyes gleaming with a mix of calculation and certainty. A cost of 100,000 per year, yielding a top-tier combatant. What is your choice? Tornado's body stiffened. His hands clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles whitened. The fury in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep contemplation. Following Zhou Jio's gaze, he looked out the window. Chen Luojun was crouched by the roadside, holding a cloth, carefully polishing a passerby's shoes. His movements were clumsy yet earnest. Occasionally, he glanced toward the bar, his expression tinged with anticipation and dependence. 10 years. Tornado murmured the words silently, his eyes clouded with complexity. 10 years was a distant future. No one could predict what would transpire, nor whom Chen Luojun would choose after such time. Yet, an annual training fee of 100,000 was a tangible benefit, available immediately and without deduction. Moreover, Tornado could discern Zhou Jio's formidable strength. If Chen Luojun studied under him for 10 years, he might indeed become a top-tier fighter. In the city fortress, he could secure his place, no longer forced to scrape a living by polishing shoes or suffer others' bullying. He was silent for a full 30 seconds, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. On one side, the person he protected. On the other, concrete benefits and Chen Luojun's future. Ultimately, he unclenched his fists, his voice regaining calm, but carrying a resolute edge. Agreed. Having spoken, he extended his right hand, bloodied and scarred from countless battles, marks of his survival and standing within the city fortress. But I must warn you, Tornado's gaze turned icy again, his tone laden with stern caution, each word enunciated with crystal clarity. There is a powerful overlord in this city fortress who despises outsiders. Should you fall into his hands, I will neither aid you nor acknowledge you as my partner. Zhou Jio looked at the outstretched hand and finally revealed a genuine smile, one laced with calculation and tacit approval. He reached out and gripped Tornado's hand firmly. Their hands clasped tightly, fingertips transmitting a cold touch, their eyes unmasked, brimming with ruthless resolve and scheming intent. Then let him become a sunk cost. Zhou Jio's voice was even, yet every syllable resonated with relentless determination, devoid of fear. To him, that overlord who ruled the city fortress was but an obstacle to be effortlessly eliminated. The bar's dim lights persisted, Cantonese oldies softly playing in the background. Two men, each harboring their own designs, clasped hands firmly. The storm poised to engulf the city fortress was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 48, City Fortress Night, Triple Bloodshed. The Overlord's retaliation came swifter than Zhou Jio had anticipated. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Jio squatted on the second floor of a Tong building, scrutinizing the renovation progress of Jiuxiao Clinic. Suddenly, a sharp crash echoed from below, the glass shattered into fragments. Immediately after came a barrage of heavy footsteps, pounding the ground with such force it reverberated. At least 30 men. Boss, Overlord's men, whispered a pale-faced scout trembling at the window. The leader is Wang Jiao, the madman who practices hard qigong. Zhou Jio's mind raced, instantly calculating the cost-benefit. 30 enemies versus 8 allies, including 3 iron guards. A direct fight would result in a 60 casualty rate, utterly unacceptable. He had to leverage the situation and summon Tornado. Grabbing his mobile phone, Zhou Jio dialed the only number he trusted, his tone brisk and resolute. Mr. Long, the Overlord's men are beneath my building. If they take me down, you'll be next. Cost sharing, profit sharing, are you in? Silence lingered for 3 seconds before a terse reply came through. 5 minutes. Without hesitation, Zhou Jio ended the call and checked his gear. 2 black stars, black market replicas of Type 54, a Tiger Fong combat knife, bloodstained rope prepared, and Brazilian battle dance, skill ready for activation. To the iron guards, seize the high ground. Zhou Jio shouted, his voice as heavy as iron. Scout, take the secret passage to fetch Uncle Shou for emergency aid. Everyone else, hold them off for 5 minutes. By time for Tornado. Below, Wang Jiu relentlessly battered the door. That muscular madman, clad in a Zhongshan suit with hair slicked and flawless, bore eyes wild with madness. His blows shook the doorframe with thunderous force. Zhou Jio, come out. Wang Jiu bellowed amidst the assault, his voice piercing the night. The fortress rejects outsiders. Suddenly, the door was yanked open. Zhou Jio stood at the threshold, empty-handed, weaponless. His expression utterly composed. Cost calculation, Zhou Jio said evenly, his voice devoid of any tremor. You've lost over 10 men tonight. The Overlord will execute you. Leave now, and I'll pretend you never came. Wang Jiu laughed maniacally, the sound sharp and grating. His fists cracked audibly as he launched a fierce straight punch toward Zhou Jio's face. Zhou Jio dodged swiftly, his body sliding like an eel as Dragon Shadow, agility bonus activated. His right fist clenched and delivered a brutal blow to Wang Jio's ribs. A devastating head strike. Boom. A muffled thud echoed. Wang Jiu staggered back, clutching his ribs, yet remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. His hard qigong was formidable. Zhou Jio's eyes narrowed, his gaze heavy with gravity, fingertips tensing. Before he could react further, Wang Jiu unleashed a flurry of kicks, the wind whistling as they flew. Powerful enough to snap steel pipes. Leaning back, Zhou Jiu lightly tapped the ground with his heel, executing a backward flip empowered by Brazilian battle dance, instantly creating 2 meters of distance. He grabbed a rusty iron pipe from the ground, gripping it tightly. Brazilian battle dance, ground technique. Zhou Jiu uttered coldly, lowering his body. He slid forward close to Wang Jiu's lower body, swinging the iron pipe fiercely at the ligaments behind his knee. A fatal Wang Jiushuang's eyes burned with a crimson hue as he let out a ferocious roar. His fists clenched tightly, descending upon Zhou Jio's head with the force of thunder, capable of shattering skulls. Zhou Jio did not flinch. He suddenly lowered his right shoulder, channeling all his strength into it, and, with an explosive surge of energy from the 8 extremities mountain press, charged straight at Wang Jio. Boom! A deafening crash erupted as the two collided violently, sending a shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Jio was forced back 3 steps, staggering, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining his Zhongshan suit, a glaring sight. Zhou Jiu, too, was in pain. A sharp throb radiated from his right shoulder. Clearly dislocated, his arm hanging limply at his side, each movement a piercing agony. Yet, he remained unperturbed, swiftly grasping his dislocated right arm with his left hand, twisting and pushing with a sharp crack. In an instant, the dislocated shoulder snapped back into place with a decisive fluidity. Devoid of hesitation, an emergency technique taught to him by Uncle Ashu. Who exactly are you? Wang Jio's face was a mask of horror, his voice trembling. His gaze fixed on Zhou Jio as if he were confronting a monster. He could scarcely believe that his formidable hard qigong was bested by this outsider. Zhou Jio spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, which splattered on the ground, raising a fine cloud of dust. He replied blandly, with no hint of emotion, an accountant. After a brief pause, he added, just with a bit more practical experience. At that moment, a howling sound suddenly erupted from the alleyway. A whirlwind of 20 men, armed with machetes and steel pipes, surged forward, their butterfly knives glinting coldly under the moonlight, the sound of their footsteps dense and formidable, swiftly surrounding the area below. Wang Jio, your opponent is me. The whirlwind leapt into the air, his body soaring, the butterfly knife aimed directly at Wang Jio's throat. His voice booming with a hint of menace, cutting through the chaotic night. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jio bent down, picking up a black star from the ground. His finger firmly pressing the trigger as the Mozambique shooting method was executed in an instant. 2 fast shots followed by 1 slow, 3 gunshots rang out in rapid succession, each bullet finding its mark on 3 henchmen attempting a stealthy ambush on the whirlwind. They fell to the ground without a sound, lifeless. Back to back, the whirlwind roared, deflecting the machetes of the nearby henchmen while urgently calling out to Zhou Jio, his tone both hasty and commanding. Optimal cost solution, Zhou Jio promptly replied. Moving swiftly to position himself behind the whirlwind, the two stood back to back, forming a defensive stance. Their eyes cold and resolute as they scanned the 30-odd henchmen surrounding them, an aura of lethal intent radiating from them. The melee was about to erupt. Blades flashed and clashed, flesh and blood splattered. The cries of the wounded mingled with the sounds of combat and the clashing of weapons, shattering the stillness of the night in the city, the stench of blood wafting through the air, choking the throat. The chaos continued for 10 minutes. Zhou Jio's Brazilian jiu-jitsu was executed flawlessly in the narrow alley, his movements a whirlwind of elbow strikes and knee thrusts, each blow swift and merciless, each strike capable of incapacitating an enemy's combat ability, his motions smooth and precise, devoid of any superfluous actions. As his health dipped to 20, the effects of blood-dyed garment activated, unleashing a 15-point boost to all attributes, propelling him into a near-frenzied state. His eyes turned crimson, blood vessels bursting within them. Appearing utterly consumed by bloodlust, his strikes grew increasingly brutal and unrelenting. Even as new wounds adorned his body, he remained oblivious. Wang Jio surveyed his collapsing subordinates. Ensnared by the whirlwind, a blade having struck his shoulder, blood gushing forth, he understood all too well that defeat was inevitable tonight. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, summoning his strength to endure the whirlwind's blow, bearing the excruciating pain in his shoulder, turning to leap toward the window, vaulting through it, stumbling a few steps upon landing, disregarding the pursuit behind him, and sprinting into the night, vanishing without a trace. Should we pursue? The whirlwind gasped, his chest heaving violently, the wound on his arm continuing to bleed, staining his sleeve red. He turned to Zhou, his tone laced with reluctance. Zhou leaned against the wall, slowly straightening up, blood still staining his lips, his face pale but composed. He shook his head and replied coolly, "No, the cost is too high." He was injured and unable to continue fighting for the time being. "Clean up the scene. We have one." As soon as he finished speaking, the corner of Zhou's vision caught a glimpse of the dragon energy value, wildly fluctuating at an astonishing speed, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. The night in the city remained pitch black, yet the bloodstains on the ground, the scattered weapons, and the fallen bodies all told the tale of this brutal three-way battle. While the silhouettes of Zhou and the whirlwind stood tall in the night, becoming the most resplendent figures in the city that evening. Chapter 49, Blood-Dyed Dragon's Roar. The second counterattack from the big boss arrived sooner than anyone had anticipated. Exactly 36 hours later, he made his entrance. This time, it was not the petty lackey Wang Jiao, but rather the true mastermind behind the city's underground bank, the portly old man known as the Big Boss. He personally led a contingent of 50 burly subordinates, each wielding an AK, their dark muzzles aimed menacingly forward, an aura of death surrounding them, effectively sealing off the entrance to the city. "Zhou, whirlwind, come out and face your demise." The coarse roar reverberated against the dilapidated buildings of the city, the echo buzzing ominously, causing the nearby windows to tremble slightly. On the rooftop, Zhou stood firm, hands buried deep in his pockets, gazing down at the dark mass of people below, his eyes as frigid as ice. His mind raced, calculating swiftly and meticulously, every detail accounted for. The enemy numbered 50, all equipped with automatic firearms. Our side had 35 brothers. A motley crew of Zhou's and the whirlwind's men, armed at best with handguns, while some were left with only machetes and steel pipes as their cold weaponry. In a head-on clash, the odds of victory barely exceeded 30%. A strategy was imperative. A recreation of the classic scenes from old Hong Kong films was necessary to turn the tide. Zhou turned his head to the whirlwind beside him, his tone laced with intrigue yet underscored by certainty. "Mr. Long, do you recall how Brother Ma acted in A Better Tomorrow?" The whirlwind frowned, confusion etched across his face, a hint of incredulity in his voice. "Where did you even watch that old movie?" "I have an excellent memory," Zhou replied, and before the whirlwind could inquire further, he tore open his shirt. Bandages were tightly wrapped around his chest, and dark red blood had begun to seep through, spreading in glaring patches. The blood-dyed garment effect triggered, granting a direct 15-point surge in all attributes. His gaze sharpened, teeth clenched, he declared each word with conviction. "We overturn the table." "What?" The whirlwind's pupils constricted, his face a mask of shock, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. "It's about breaking the rules," Zhou stated, reaching for a nearby mobile phone, his fingers swiftly dialing a number, connecting to Uncle Ashu's phone with crisp efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. "Send out word to the O department. The big boss is making a white powder transaction tonight, right at his current location." "You're calling the police?" The whirlwind gasped, his voice rising in disbelief, unable to process the madness of Zhou's actions. In this territory, those in the underworld never interacted with the police. Had Zhou lost his mind? Exploiting the situation. A cold glint flashed in Zhou's eyes, his tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable ferocity. This was the least costly path to victory. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The shrill sound of police sirens grew closer, piercing the silence of the city. The O Record S Organized Crime and Triad Investigation Unit S armored vehicles, one after another, surrounded the entrance of the walled city, creating an impenetrable blockade. Not even a fly could escape. Li Ying personally led the charge, standing atop an armored vehicle, a megaphone in hand, his voice booming, reverberating in the ears of those present. "Boss, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons. Surrender immediately." Below, the expression on the boss's face changed dramatically, the arrogance that had once radiated from him extinguished in an instant. He was unafraid of Zhou, unafraid of the tornado. After all, they were merely small-time players on the street. With 50 men and 10 AKs at his disposal, he believed he could hold his ground. But he feared the police. He feared them deeply. Among the 50 subordinates he brought, a staggering 13 were wanted criminals, each with blood on their hands. If captured by the O Record, they would face life in prison at best, or worse, a bullet to the head. "Retreat. Quick, retreat." The boss, in a frenzy, jumped up and down, his flesh quivering, bellowing at his subordinates, losing all semblance of dignity. Chaos erupted in an instant. His men scrambled in panic. Some hurriedly stashing their guns, others darting in all directions, the scene resembling a pot of boiling porridge. At this critical juncture, on the rooftop, Zhou gaze hardened. And without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down. 3 stories high, the wind howled past his ears, lifting his blood-stained shirt, a haunting whistle accompanying his descent. The dragon shadow effect activated fully, his agility attributes soaring. Zhou's body momentarily paused in midair before he rolled, landing with a heavy thud, dust flying. Absorbing all the impact effortlessly. Before the dust could settle, he sprang forth, like an arrow released from its bow, plunging directly into the heart of the enemy's formation. Mozambique shooting method, Zhou shouted, drawing a pistol in each hand, aiming forward. The gunfire erupted in 2 rapid shots followed by 1 slow, the rhythm precise and flawless. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire pierced the night sky. The 2 bodyguards beside the boss had no time to react, their heads tilted as blood gushed forth. Collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Almost simultaneously, from a side alley, the tornado charged forth with his men, clutching a butterfly knife. Its blade glimmering menacingly in the dim light, he targeted those armed with AKs, engaging them in close combat, where their long guns proved unwieldy. No matter how formidable the AK, it could not match the efficacy of a small, agile butterfly knife. The butterfly knife danced through the air, each strike aimed with deadly precision at vital points, screams echoing as more fell into the crimson pools. A melee, a complete and utter melee, a bloody battle, a relentless fight to the death. Zhou bled profusely, his chest and arms stained red, even his hands slick with blood. The effect of blood-stained garb intensified with each drop, boosting all attributes by 15, a surge of feral strength coursing through his veins. He resembled an enraged beast. His eyes crimson, face contorted in a savage grimace, rampaging through the enemy ranks, unstoppable. Each punch sliced through the air, the sound of breaking bones audible. Each kick struck with tremendous force, sending opponents flying, crashing against walls, blood spewing, lifeless. Zhou was consumed by fury, reaching the pinnacle of his bloodlust. Above him, a faint system glow flickered, visible only to him, resembling a blood-red sun, its brilliance blinding, radiating a feral and bloodthirsty aura, enveloping him in a crimson halo. Zhou, I will see you dead. The boss, witnessing his men fall one by one, watched Zhou rampage through his ranks like a demonic force, his eyes reddening with rage. His flesh trembling, unable to contain himself any longer. He drew his gun, aiming at Zhou, roaring in fury. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet whistling towards Zhou's head. Zhou reacted with remarkable speed, tilting his head ever so slightly. The bullet grazed past his ear, lifting a strand of hair. Crashing into the wall behind him, sparks flying. Before the boss could pull the trigger again, Zhou ducked, employing the Brazilian jiu-jitsu technique. His legs bending low as he slid swiftly, closing the distance to the boss in an instant. Drink! Zhou shouted, channeling all his strength into his shoulder. Executing the 8 extremes fist technique with full force. His shoulder slammed into the boss's ample abdomen with a resounding thud. The boss let out a piercing scream. His body propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, soaring 5 meters before crashing into a fruit stall. The stall toppled, apples, oranges, and bananas scattered amidst the blood pooling from the boss, creating a scene of utter chaos. Lying on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, his eyes rolled back. He was utterly unconscious. It was over. Zhou slowly stood up, walking towards the boss, lifting his foot and crushing down on his wrist. The sound of bones shattering echoing once more. He turned, surveying the remaining subordinates, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. He bellowed, "Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Consider the cost. You followed the wrong boss." The remaining 20 subordinates, witnessing the multitude of bodies strewn across the ground, gazing at Zhou, drenched in blood and resembling a demonic entity, then glancing at the encroaching record police, panicked entirely, abandoning all thoughts of resistance. They hastily tossed their weapons aside, dropping to their knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing. "Spare us, Great One. We surrender. We shall not dare again." At that moment, Liang, accompanied by the record officers, broke through the crowd and rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting sharply. Disbelief etched across his face. The ground was soaked in blood, littered with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Zhou stood at the center, bloodied, his shirt soaked and clinging to his form, outlining his crimson-stained chest. Blood marred his face and arms, his eyes a fierce red, emanating a savage and bloodthirsty aura, like a demon incarnate, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Liang, the esteemed inspector of the record, Having encountered countless heinous criminals and witnessed numerous bloody scenes, felt a profound fear for the very first time, a fear that penetrated to the core of his being. He opened his mouth, his voice dry, gazing at Zhou, struggling to utter a complete sentence. Zhou, you. Li sir, Zhou interrupted. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he casually picked up an AK and tossed it before Liang. The eradication of the bandits is complete. The boss and his narcotics are here. The credit is yours. I merely seek peace in this territory. Liang bent down to pick up the AK lying on the ground, his fingertips trembling slightly. He raised his head, gazing at Zhou with a complex expression that mingled shock, doubt, and a subtle hint of wariness. You plotted against me? Cooperation, Zhou replied with a faint smile. His tone calm, yet imbued with an air of unassailable confidence. Cost-sharing, profit-sharing. Is it not so? Liang studied him in silence for a long while, ultimately refraining from further comment. He merely cast a deep glance at Zhou before turning to his subordinates and commanding, take all these people away. Keep a close watch on the boss. That night, the stronghold changed hands. There were no superfluous words, no further bloodshed. Zhou and Tornado decisively seized all the territory of the former boss through this battle. The Jiushao society firmly established its roots in the stronghold, carving out a place for itself in this chaotic city, where no one dared to provoke them lightly henceforth. Standing at the highest point of the stronghold, Zhou surveyed the land beneath him, and at the periphery of his vision, a line of golden characters gradually emerged, dragon chi value, surging explosively. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This was merely the beginning. What he sought was not only the tranquility of the stronghold, but also the authoritative voice within the entire underground world of the harbor city. Chapter 50. The Young Dragon, Subduing Chun Luojun. The mornings in the stronghold have always been a blend of decay and vitality. The stench of rot intertwined with an indefatigable spirit, wafting through every narrow alley. Zhou stood in an open space, his feet shoulder-width apart, his gaze sweeping over to meet a figure so slight it resembled a bean sprout. Chun Luojun, 6 years old. He was clad in an absurdly oversized t-shirt, its hem dragging down to his knees, exposing 2 slender calves, his bare feet squelching in the muddy ground, caked in grime. Yet, his eyes shone with an alarming brightness, glaring fiercely as if he were a freshly weaned wolf, both fierce and wild, utterly unafraid. Zhou lifted his chin slightly, his voice low but imbued with undeniable authority. I hear you've defeated every child your age in the stronghold? Chun Luojun abruptly lifted his head, his neck taut with pride, his small face brimming with arrogance as he shouted in rebuttal, I even beat the older kids. After speaking, he squinted, sizing Zhou up from head to toe, and asked with a crisp tone, Are you the new boss of Tornado? I am your new teacher. No sooner had Zhou spoken than he tossed a pair of sandbags to the ground beside Chun Luojun with a resounding thud. Put these on and fight me. Chun Luojun glanced at the sandbags at his feet, then looked back at Zhou, his brows knitting together in earnest honesty. I can't beat you. Though young, he was sharp-witted. Zhou was tall and robust, and at 6 years old, he was as thin as a monkey. There was no contest, and he saw no need to put on a brave face. Noticing this, Zhou slowly crouched down to meet Chun Luojun's gaze, his eyes sharp as he delivered his words with precision. Cost analysis. You cannot defeat me now, but what about 10 years from now? After a pause, he spoke with a heavier tone, tinged with the weight of a wager. I will teach you for 10 years. If you can defeat me in 10 years, you will have your freedom. If not, you will be with me for life. Do you dare to gamble? Chun Luojun locked eyes with Zhou, scrutinizing him intently, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. He stared for a long while, long enough for Zhou's expression to remain steadfast, before he quietly asked, Are you serious? Zhou abruptly rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers, his tone resolute and imbued with the shrewdness of a businessman. I never make unprofitable deals. He glanced at Chun Luojun, adding, You are a high potential target. I mean, you have talent. Investing in you will yield substantial returns. Good. Chun Luojun replied without a moment's hesitation, his voice bright, yet laced with determination. He bent down to pick up the sandbags, awkwardly yet swiftly securing them around his slender wrists, and after fastening them, he looked up at Zhou, lifting his chin to inquire, How do we fight? First, you learn to endure punishment. Before Zhou's words had fully settled, he suddenly made his move. With no heavy punches or fierce kicks, he delivered a swift shove that knocked into Chun Luojun's shoulder. Steady yourself. Horse stance. As Zhou's command echoed, Chun Luojun fell to the ground like a rag doll, landing painfully on his backside, his mouth cornered, dusted with mud. Yet, he did not cry out or complain. Gritting his teeth and scrambling back up, just as he steadied himself, Zhou shoved him again. Thud. Once more, he tumbled to the ground. Fall. Rise. rise, fall, repeating this without a single complaint or hint of retreat. For 10 full minutes, Chun Luojun was covered in dust, his hair a chaotic mess, his face speckled with dirt, and his bare feet raw and even oozing a bit of blood. Yet his eyes, far from dimming, shone even more fiercely, filled with an indomitable spirit akin to a wolf cub cornered yet refusing to yield. Finally, Zhou halted his assault, observing the determined boy before him with a flicker of approval in his eyes, though he did not express it. His tone remained even. Basic physical training. Rise at 5 every morning, run, hold the horse stance, and hit the sandbags. As he spoke, he pulled out a tattered notebook from his pocket, the cover wrinkled, and handed it to Chun Luojun. This is an introduction to Fei Quan, written by me. Don't ask where I learned it, just remember the moves. Chun Luojun extended his dusty little hand to receive the notebook, carefully flipping it open. His eyes widening in surprise as he looked up at Zhou, his voice tinged with astonishment and uncertainty. Fei Quan? The one that just knocked the boss away? Yes. A martial art born from real combat. Zhou nodded slightly, his voice steady, correcting, learned from the mainland, now passed on to you. The training continued uninterrupted throughout the morning. As the sun climbed higher, scorching the skin, Chun Luojun was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him, outlining his slight figure. Yet he spared no effort, mirroring Zhou's every move. Even when exhaustion left him breathless and his legs weak, he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to relent. Only after Zhou confirmed that Chun Luojun had thoroughly memorized the first 3 moves did he cease the training, patting the boy's shoulder. Let us go. I'll take you somewhere. With that, he turned and walked away, and Chun Luojun hurriedly followed, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet he closely trailed Zhou's back, not daring to lag behind. The two moved in tandem through the narrow alleys of the stronghold, turning several corners before finally stopping in front of a newly renovated building, the Jiuxiao Medical Clinic. The clinic had been completely refurbished. It stood out in stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated structures, emanating a sense of cleanliness and order. The first floor housed the clinic, furnished with several hospital beds and treatment tables, all meticulously arranged. The second floor was a pharmacy, with windows thrown open, revealing neatly arranged medicine cabinets. The third floor served as a storage area, seeming unremarkable yet functioning as a smuggling transit point, harboring secrets unknown to most. At the entrance stood an elderly man with graying hair, the former caretaker of the old building where Xia Fei had resided, now reassigned by Zhou to guard the Jiuxiao Medical Clinic. Upon seeing Zhou, the elder quickly approached, respectfully greeting, "Brother Jiu." Zhou nodded slightly, foregoing unnecessary conversation. He turned to Chun Luojun, gesturing toward the clinic. "You will live here from now on. There's a bed on the 3rd floor, clean just for you." As he spoke, he produced a heavy copper token from his pocket, which bore a clear engraving of the character for 9. He extended it towards Chun Luojun and said, "This is the emblem of my Jiuxiao society. Should you find yourself in trouble, display it, and none within the city will dare to harm you. But remember," before Zhou could finish his thought, Chun Luojun interjected with unwavering resolve, his voice steady and earnest, "I will not engage with poison, harm the innocent, or betray my brothers." He lifted his chin slightly and added, "Brother Tornado taught me that." "Excellent," Zhou said, a faint smile finally gracing his features as he patted Chun Luojun on the shoulder, the gesture light, yet imbued with a sense of approval. 10 years from now, in 1995, I will return to assess your progress. If, at that time, you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall present you with a grand gift." Chun Luojun's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation as he eagerly pressed, "What grand gift?" Zhou turned away, his back to Chun Luojun, the sunlight casting a long shadow of him as he spoke in a deep, commanding tone, imbued with an undeniable authority. "I shall make you the dragon of the city." With that, he strode away, his figure receding into the narrow alleyways of the city until it vanished from sight. Chun Luojun clutched the copper token tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The warmth of the token seeped through his palm and into his heart. He did not comprehend concepts like ROI, cost investments, or anticipated returns. He only understood that from this moment forth, his life belonged to the man before him. He raised his head, gazing steadfastly in the direction Zhou had departed. An indomitable spirit hidden within his small frame, the stubbornness of youth and the brilliance destined for the future dragon of the city. The sunlight enveloped him, dispelling the shadows and illuminating his path forward. The breeze of the city lifted his oversized t-shirt, creating a rustling sound, as if heralding the beginning of his own legendary saga at the tender age of 6. Chapter 51, Jiuxiao Medical Hall. As the sign for Jiuxiao Medical Hall was hung, the residents of the eastern district of the city flocked over to witness the excitement. It bore no extravagant name, just a simple white background with black lettering, unpretentious and straightforward. Flanking the entrance were 2 pots of golden-orange trees, and on either side hung couplets that seamlessly blended Eastern and Western styles, reflecting both the decorum of a medical hall and the lively spirit of the harbor city. The practitioner on duty was a black market doctor from Thailand, a disciple of Uncle Shou, possessing both skill and a sharp gaze. As he settled at the consultation desk, an air of unapproachability surrounded him. At the stairway leading to the 2nd floor, Zhou bent down to inspect the hidden compartment in the wall, tapping the stone slab to ensure it was securely concealed. Only then did he leisurely calculate the finances. A clear accounting is essential. The monthly operational cost of the medical hall is 30,000, while the earnings from smuggling are 200,000, yielding a net profit of 170,000. Not only can we profit, but we can also establish a good reputation. It's a win-win. The hidden compartment was overflowing with pharmaceuticals and electronic watches smuggled from Thailand, each item carefully concealed, revealing not a whisper of their presence. Just then, the sound of a cane tapping against the floor echoed from downstairs. Xiang Bo, leaning on his cane, ascended to the 2nd floor. Inching closer to Zhou and lowering his voice with a hint of caution, "Mr. Zhou, there's a woman downstairs looking for you. She claims to be from Yixingyi." Zhou raised an eyebrow, a playful glint flashing in his eyes, showing no signs of alarm. He was well aware of Yixingyi, a branch of Lianxing, typically engaged in legitimate business, appearing respectable on the surface, yet harboring a ruthless edge, especially their leader, Xia Wanting, a mere 19 years old. Inheriting her father's legacy and commanding the territory of Honghuiting with a grip strong enough to intimidate seasoned veterans of the underworld. She was certainly no pushover. Zhou straightened, brushed off the dust from his hands, and spoke with crisp decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. "Please have her come up and prepare some tea." Moments later, footsteps approached, and Xia Wanting pushed the door open. She was even younger and colder than Zhou had anticipated, dressed in a pristine white suit. Her short hair neatly tucked behind her ears, she stood tall, her eyes as icy as tempered steel. As she scanned the 2nd floor, the very air seemed to chill, exuding none of the softness of youth, but rather the commanding presence of an underworld leader. With no pleasantries exchanged, she cut straight to the chase, her tone laced with scrutiny and an air of authority. "Mr. Zhou, your movements within the city are quite bold. With the downfall of the big boss and Tornado sharing the territory with you, I wish to understand the extent of your ambitions." Zhou casually offered her a cup of steaming tea, the steam rising in a gentle wisp, contrasting with his unhurried demeanor. Yet each word was clear and deliberate. Cost considerations. Too grand an ambition invites too many enemies. Too small an ambition yields insufficient profits. He paused, locking his gaze with Xia Wanting's, unwavering and direct. "My goal is balance. Yixingyi wishes to venture into the pharmaceutical business? I can provide a channel at 15 below market price." Xia Wanting arched an eyebrow, her tone cautious, and without any superfluous words, she asked straightforwardly, "Conditions?" "Arms." Zhou set down his teacup with a sharp clink, his tone suddenly serious, shedding the earlier nonchalance. Now imbued with an unmistakable authority, "I know Yixingyi has a means to procure black stars. I require 20 units, with ammunition, at market price. But I demand priority in supply." Xia Wanting narrowed her eyes, her gaze growing colder, her voice laced with a fierce intensity as she challenged Zhou. "Are you plotting rebellion? Self-defense?" Zhou chuckled, his demeanor relaxed yet brimming with confidence. Unperturbed by her pressure, the scum from Dongxing have overstepped their bounds on Bolan Street. I need to display firepower, otherwise, I cannot rein in those who lack foresight. He leaned slightly forward, his tone deepening. "Cost-sharing. You profit from pharmaceuticals while I ensure the safety of the city, a win-win. Why would we not pursue this?" Xia Wanting toyed with the rim of her cup, her cold demeanor intensifying, her voice dripping with provocation as she slowly inquired, "What if I refuse?" "That would be quite regrettable." Zhou feigned a sigh of remorse, then shifted the conversation with a hint of amusement, yet veiled pressure. "I would have no choice but to seek collaboration with the Number Gang, but as you know, the quality of their pharmaceuticals pales in comparison to Yixingyi's reliability. In terms of ROI, should you refuse me, it would result in a loss of 100,000 in net profit each month. I trust Head Xie can calculate this." Xia Wanting scrutinized him for a lengthy moment, her wariness and skepticism gradually dissipating, before she suddenly smiled, her tone tinged with both resignation and admiration. "Mr. Zhou, you truly treat the underworld as a business. The underworld is, at its core, a business." Zhou smiled in return, his tone crisp and decisive, devoid of any ambiguity. "It is merely that we employ different calculations." With that, they exchanged a knowing glance, and no further words were necessary. The agreement was conclusively reached. The final agreement stipulated, Yixingyi would supply arms, 20 black stars and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. while Jiuxiao society would provide smuggled pharmaceutical channels, with profits divided 70 to 30, Zhou Jiu receiving 70, Xia wanting 30, due to the higher risks associated with the channel. After bidding farewell to Xia wanting and watching her figure disappear into the throng of the city, Zhou Jiu returned to the medical hall and ascended directly to the third floor. The third floor was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Zhou Jiu stood alone by the window, his fingers tapping the system panel, quietly reviewing the information. Current Dragon Chi, 1425. Assets, cash 950, 000, stocks 250. 000, 25 per share, 1 share. Fixed assets 3, 500, 000, approximately 6, 700, 000. Disciple, Chun Luojun, in training. More is needed. Zhou Jiu fixated on the panel, murmuring to himself, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination, his tone resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Dragon Chi, territory, and a classic resurgence. He slowly turned around, casting his gaze towards the window. At that moment, the neon lights of the city began to flicker, their vibrant hues intermingling, illuminating the bustling crowd below, reflecting the unique liveliness and clamor of the harbor enclave. A cold smirk played at the corners of Zhou Jiu's mouth, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, fully aware that this place would ultimately become his realm of ascendance. The light from the clinic spilled through the window, cascading into the streets of the enclave, intertwining with the neon glow, resembling a newly risen star, unassuming yet concealing boundless brilliance, heralding a transformation in the enclave's dynamics that would be irrevocably rewritten by this humble Jiuxiao clinic. Downstairs, the neighbors continued to gather around the clinic, engaged in animated discussions. Some praised Zhou Jiu's capabilities, marveling at how, at such a young age, he managed to establish a clinic. Others speculated, with a hint of skepticism, that there was more to the Jiuxiao clinic than met the eye. At the consultation desk, Uncle Shou's apprentice was methodically attending to the neighbors, his technique deft and his focus unwavering, completely undisturbed by the external clamor. Little did anyone know, this seemingly ordinary clinic served not only as a sanctuary for saving lives, but also as a crucial pawn in Zhou Jiu's strategic maneuvering within the enclave, a means of amassing power. The hidden compartment on the second floor remained discreet, housing Western medicines and electronic devices, the foundation of Zhou Jiu's smuggling operations, as well as his leverage in collaboration with Yi Shenghe. On the third floor, Zhou Jiu gazed out at the enclave, his eyes brimming with conviction. He understood that this was merely the beginning. What he sought was not just a monthly net profit of 170,000, but the very authority over the enclave, the means to support his resurgence of classic traditions, and everything necessary to accumulate his dragon energy. The provocations from the Eastern Star, the collaboration with Yi Shenghe, the territorial divisions wrought by Tornado, and the lurking forces hidden in the shadows, all of it, in Zhou Jiu's eyes, constituted merely a part of the business, a stepping stone towards his ascent in the enclave and mastery over its dynamics. He calculated each step with precision, moving steadily without greed or recklessness, yet never faltering. After all, the realm of the martial world is a business, and more so, a battlefield where the weak are devoured by the strong. Only those who are ruthless, astute, and stable can emerge victorious in the end. The sign of Jiuxiao Clinic, illuminated by the neon lights, grew increasingly distinct. That night, the enclave remained raucous, yet everyone sensed, albeit vaguely, that something had quietly shifted. And this change had begun with the recently established Jiuxiao Clinic, initiated by the man who viewed the martial world as a business, Zhou Jiu. Chapter 52, Blood at the Red Flower Pavilion. The night at the Red Flower Pavilion was always infused with two elements, the seductive fragrance of rouge and powder, and the acrid scent of blood from blades. Xia Wanting leaned against the second-floor windowsill, her gaze as cold as ice, fixated on the unmarked van below. The wind swept through the night, rustling the edges of her trench coat, intensifying the chill in her eyes. They have arrived. Her trusted aide, a Hong, approached discreetly, his voice barely above a whisper. Laced with tension, the Vietnamese gang had sent 30 young men armed with 12 AKs, clearly seeking vengeance for the last shipment of white powder. Xia Wanting did not turn around, instead donning a bulletproof vest, topped with a snow-white trench coat that accentuated her icy demeanor, making the two black stars in her hands appear even more striking. Those were gifts from Zhou Jiu, gleaming with polish, the rifling pristine enough to reflect a silhouette, clearly of exceptional quality. Boss Wanting, a Hong pressed, unable to suppress his concern. After all, the Vietnamese gang was formidable, and their firepower was overwhelming. He will not directly engage in the battle. Xia Wanting lowered her gaze to inspect the magazine, the sound of a bullet being chambered crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. He only supplies arms and intelligence. This is a matter for us at Yi Shenghe, not for outsiders to meddle in. But She hesitated, her fingertips gliding over the cold gun barrel, her expression darkening. If the situation truly becomes dire, he will intercept their reinforcements. Can you trust him? Hung furrowed his brow, knowing Zhou Jio was a master of calculation, his intentions inscrutable, making it hard to feel reassured. I trust his meticulous calculations. Xiao Wanning scoffed, her tone imbued with clarity. If I were to die, half of the money he invested in the Enclave would go to waste. Such a loss is not one Zhou Jio would entertain. As time ticked away, at precisely 10 o'clock, the atmosphere in the alley suddenly grew charged. The Vietnamese gang wasted no time. Some bore RPGs, aiming straight at the entrance of the Red Flower Pavilion. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, splintering the heavy door into oblivion, debris scattering everywhere. Engage, Xiao Wanning shouted, leaping from the second floor. As she landed, her knees bent slightly to absorb the impact. Both hands raised her guns simultaneously, the sharp cracks of gunfire echoing decisively, without a trace of hesitation. She lacked Zhou Jio's flashy Mozambique shooting technique, relying solely on instinct. Honed by her father's teachings of ruthless decisiveness, leaving no room for mercy. Before the echoes of gunfire had faded, 2 Vietnamese men at the forefront fell, their foreheads exploding in a burst of crimson, their bodies collapsing without a tremor, lifeless. Secure the stairs. Xiao Wanning's voice rang out, fierce as a blade. Her gun still smoking, resolute in her determination to prevent the rabble from ascending to the second floor. Those who hold the line will be handsomely rewarded. The battle escalated into a brutal frenzy, reaching extremes of savagery. The Vietnamese gang had come prepared, outnumbered and outgunned. The AKs rattled, bullets raining down like a storm, pinning everyone down. The brothers of Yi Shenghe fought valiantly, charging forward despite being hit, determined to drag down their foes even in death. Yet he paused momentarily, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint arc, his gaze brimming with calculation, which to choose. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Jio let out a derisive snort, discarding the cigarette, but onto the ground and crushing it underfoot, sparks flying in all directions. He straightened up, his tone resolute and devoid of hesitation. I choose the latter. It's a surefire win. Just in time, the 5-minute mark had arrived. 3 vans thundered out from the alleyway, their headlights blinding and engines roaring with deafening intensity. Reinforcements from the Vietnamese gang. The vehicles were packed with individuals, each wielding weapons, clearly intent on a violent confrontation. Zhou Jio's expression sharpened as he stepped boldly into the middle of the road, his figure standing tall like a pine tree. With both hands, he drew a pair of black stars, the gun barrels unwaveringly aimed at the approaching vehicles, his voice as cold as ice. Devoid of warmth, this road is closed. The lead van's driver, incensed by the audacity of one man blocking the way, slammed down on the accelerator, hurtling towards Zhou Jio with fierce intent. The speed escalated, a gust of wind rushing towards Zhou Jio as if it sought to crush him into pulp. Yet, Zhou Jio remained unfazed. He crouched low, deftly sidestepping, his movements so swift they left but a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, the twin guns in his grasp erupted, the sharp cracks of gunfire punctuating the air. 3 shots, executed with the precision and ferocity of the Mozambique drill. 2 quick, 1 slow, the rhythm unbroken. 3 bullets struck the driver squarely in the chest and forehead. The driver emitted a muffled groan, his head lolling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The out-of-control van crashed into the adjacent wall with a resounding thud, its front crumpling instantly, shards of glass scattering across the ground as the occupants were thrown into disarray, their cries echoing. The second vehicle's Vietnamese occupants, witnessing the chaos, became instantly enraged. 5 individuals flung open the doors, leaping out and brandishing AKs, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Bullets raining down like a tempest, sending debris flying and riddling the walls with bullet holes. Zhou Jio's eyes narrowed, and he activated Dragon Shadow, his agility surging to its peak. He darted through the narrow alley like a wraith, his figure elusive. Bullets chasing his shadow yet failing to graze even the hem of his clothing, only striking the walls and creating a cacophony of shattered stone. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, ground technique. Zhou Jio called out, his body sliding forward, legs extended, executing a sweeping maneuver that cut into the enemy ranks. The fluidity of his motion was astonishing. As swift as lightning. Before the adversaries could react, the butt of his gun struck down on a Vietnamese man's knee with a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoing clearly. The man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, racked with pain, tears streaming down his face. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jio bent down, snatched the AK from the man's hands, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets erupted with ferocity. The remaining 4 Vietnamese had no chance to evade, each falling to the ground with pained cries before falling silent. In a mere 3 minutes, the Vietnamese gang's reinforcements lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Not a single survivor left. The alley was littered with corpses and blood, AKs scattered about, the metallic scent of blood so pungent it was almost nauseating. Zhou stood tall, brushing off the dust from his clothing, bending to retrieve the walkie-talkie from the last fallen soldier, tuning it to the appropriate channel, and pressing the button to speak in fluent Vietnamese, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. The reinforcements are gone, retreat, or face death. His voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable severity, as if recounting a trivial matter. In the Red Flower Pavilion, the leader of the Vietnamese gang was commanding his subordinates to advance with a demeanor brimming with arrogance and malice. However, upon hearing Zhou's words, his expression turned as pale as a sheet, his pupils constricting, his body trembling as his bravado vanished without a trace. Retreat. Withdraw quickly, he bellowed to his men, his voice laced with terror. If they delayed any longer, it would all be over. With the reinforcements lost, they stood no chance. The Vietnamese gang members, already intimidated by the relentless onslaught from Shungha, were further thrown into a panic at the news of their lost reinforcements, abandoning all hope of resistance. They discarded their gear, stumbling backward in a frenzy, pushing and shoving one another, desperate to escape this hellish scenario. Chapter 53, The Aftermath of Urban Warfare. The blood in the Red Flower Pavilion still simmered, not yet dried. Zhou stepped onto the sticky bloodstains, methodically clearing the scene. The crunch of gravel beneath his polished shoes echoing softly. Cost analysis: 5 bullets, 0 casualties, securing Shungha's absolute loyalty. ROI 1600. He kicked the corpse of the Vietnamese thug on the ground with force, sending it sliding half a foot, the dull thud resonating. Xiao Gui, take photographs. Zhou commanded, his tone unyielding, devoid of any hesitation. Send them to Ajan, instructing him to unearth the identities of these scoundrels. No sooner had he spoken than a subordinate hurried over, lowering his voice to report. Boss, Miss Xia is looking for you. Xia Wanting stood not far away. Her complexion as pale as paper, her left arm wrapped in thick bandages, faint blood seeping through, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brightness, betraying no hint of fear. Zhou, thank you, she uttered, her voice a bit hoarse but clear in every syllable. Zhou pulled out a cigarette box, offering her one with a tone as casual as if discussing a matter of little consequence. It's merely cost sharing. Your survival ensures the stability of my pharmaceutical supply. It's self-preservation. Xia Wanting accepted the cigarette, her fingertips slightly pale, forcing a smile. Suit yourself. After a moment, she raised her gaze to meet Zhou's. Her eyes filled with inquiry. But I want to know where you learned that shooting technique, that ghost-like agility in the alley? Zhou lit his cigarette, inhaling deeply, the smoke curling from his nostrils, obscuring his expression, leaving only a nonchalant remark. Practical experience. The more you fight, the better you become. I don't believe you. Xia Wanting asserted firmly, her gaze locked onto him, unwilling to waver. You must have someone backing you, or some form of power. Zhou felt a jolt of alarm within, akin to a needle prick, yet his face remained inscrutable, his expression unchanged as he replied coolly. If you mean luck, then yes, I do have that. I've always been fortunate. Xia Wanting was about to press further when, without warning, a cacophony of screeching brakes erupted from the alley. 3 vans screeched to a halt, tires screeching against the ground, emitting plumes of white smoke, the piercing sound shattering the alley's eerie silence. The doors were flung open, and rather than the previous Vietnamese thugs, a group of men clad in black, their expressions fierce and menacing, emerged. Zhou narrowed his eyes, his demeanor instantly chilling, his fingers instinctively gripping the gun at his waist, murmuring, the remnants of Cha-Chai, or the men of Gaiba. The crowd parted, revealing a Thai monk at the forefront. Dressed in a dusty yellow robe, his appearance seemingly benign, yet in his grasp was a grenade launcher, its dark muzzle ominously aimed into the alley. Zhou, General Gaiba sends his regards. The monk spoke, his Cantonese harsh and awkward, each word laced with icy malice. The debts of Bangkok must be repaid in Hong Kong. Zhou's mind raced with cost analysis, not hesitating for a moment. 10 enemies, heavy weaponry, narrow terrain. My side consists only of myself and Xia Wanting, injured, along with 5 battered soldiers. The odds of victory are below 20%. With urgency dictating his actions, Zhou swiftly turned to Xia Wanting, his voice low and serious. Miss Xia, exit through the back door. No sooner had he spoken than he had drawn his twin guns with speed, raising the barrels towards the Thai men, his tone cold and resolute. This is my cost. I will assist you. Xia Wanting gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, displaying no sign of retreat despite her injured arm. All she wished was to remain and fight alongside him. No. Zhou's voice cut through the air sharply, his gaze upon her as frigid as ice, leaving no room for negotiation. Your survival is an asset. Your demise is a liability. Leave. The authoritative command carried an undeniable weight, and as Xia Wanting met his resolute eyes, she realized that her presence would only hinder him. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, turned, and swiftly retreated through the back door, gently closing it behind her. In the alley, Zhou Jiu stood alone, facing 10 menacing Thai assassins brandishing weapons. Just then, Zhou Jiu suddenly broke into a smile, a grin that exuded confidence and calculated foresight, tinged with a hint of arrogance and coldness. Even in the direst of circumstances, he displayed no fear. Brother Jia's gaze, activate. Excuse, imposing aura. In the next instant, the 10 Thai assassins became paralyzed as if ensnared by an unseen force. A chilling dread coursed through their bodies, penetrating to their very souls. The sensation was akin to wandering alone in the dead of night, suddenly becoming the prey of a ravenous beast, chilled to the bone and rendered immobile, their breath quickening as fear spread like wildfire within. It was in that fleeting moment of hesitation that Zhou Jiu seized the opportunity, launching into the Mozambique shooting method without a moment's pause, firing both guns in a fluid motion. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, shattering the stillness of the alley, each shot accompanied by a piercing scream. In the narrow confines of the alley, Zhou Jiu's dragon shadow, agility reached its zenith, his form a blur, evading detection. He propelled himself off the nearby wall. Leaping into the air, using a nearby trash bin as leverage, he soared, dodging bullets, with a deft flick of his fingers on the fire escape. He flipped and instantly landed on the opposite side. Every obstacle in the alley transformed into his springboard, aiding him in evading attacks and retaliating against his foes. The cacophony of Thai curses, the relentless gunfire, the anguished screams, and the resounding thuds of bullets striking walls melded into a chaotic symphony, filling the alley with a heart-pounding thrill. Suddenly, one of the Thai assassins seized the moment, raising a grenade launcher, its dark muzzle aimed directly at Zhou Jiu. Poised to pull the trigger. In a split second, Zhou Jiu's eyes narrowed, his body instinctively dropping low as he executed a sliding maneuver reminiscent of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, propelling himself forward like an arrow towards the assassin. The speed was blinding, leaving only an afterimage, and before the assassin could react, Zhou Jiu was upon him, jamming the gun barrel firmly against his chin. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, a cloud of blood bursting forth, splattering Zhou Jiu's face. The assassin had no time to scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet the danger was far from over. Another Thai assassin, seizing the opportunity, stealthily approached from behind, wielding a sharp dagger raised high, ready to strike Zhou Jiu's back. However, Zhou Jiu had already sensed the movement behind him. Without turning around, he suddenly thrust backward, employing the 8 Extremes mountain press. Crack! The unmistakable sound of a rib fracturing accompanied the assassin's shrill scream as he was flung backward, crashing violently against the wall. Slumping to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth until he lay still. The gunfire and screams echoed in the alley for a full 5 minutes. At the end of that duration, silence fell abruptly. The cries ceased, leaving the alley enveloped in a heavy stillness, permeated only by the acrid scents of blood and gunpowder. Scattered across the ground lay the lifeless bodies of the Thai assassins, their blood staining the earth and pooling into a grotesque puddle. Yet, standing alone in the center of the alley was Zhou Jiu. Having sustained 3 gunshot wounds, blood flowed from his injuries, soaking his attire and rendering him a sight of disarray. Nevertheless, his back remained straight, like an unyielding pine. The bloodstained garb effect invigorated him, making him even more formidable in battle. Despite his grievous injuries and the blood that covered him, his gaze remained cold and defiant, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Zhou Jiu lowered his head, observing the blood on his body, then glanced at the corpses strewn about, slowly expelling a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the ground, creating a small bloom of crimson. He murmured softly, his tone imbued with exhaustion, yet tinged with a sense of unwillingness and coldness. The cost of dominance is truly steep. Chapter 54, Alliance of Offense and Defense. In the private room of the Liu Yu tea house, on the 2nd floor, Zhou Jiu felt a persistent ache from his wounds, a throbbing discomfort. Yet he donned a sharply tailored suit, his posture impeccably straight, betraying no signs of distress to the outside observer. Opposite him sat Xia Wanting, her left arm in a sling, tightly bandaged, yet her expression bore no trace of defeat. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, full of spirit. The lawyer, seated beside them, pushed 2 neatly printed contracts forward, tapping the paper with his fingertip, speaking briskly. The alliance between Yixing and Jiuxiao Society, an agreement of mutual defense. He paused, articulating each term clearly. Exclusive agency for pharmaceutical channels, priority supply of arms, mutual support clauses. Miss Xia, please sign. Zhou Jiu did not lift his eyelids, taking the pen and swiftly inscribing his name on the paper. The terms were drafted by him, each etched in his mind, as familiar as his own name. In contrast, Xiao Wanting held the contract delicately, scrutinizing each word and line with meticulous attention, leaving no detail overlooked. Eventually, her gaze settled on a particular clause, and she lifted her eyes to Zhou Jiu, her tone steady. Clause 10 states that if one party encounters a catastrophe, the other must provide full support. Cost sharing? Shared. Zhou Jiu affirmed, his voice unwavering, each word precise. This is an investment, not charity. You save me, or I save you, all to prevent investment losses. Xiao Wanting raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing her lips, her tone imbued with approval, ruthless, yet reasonable. With that, she took the pen, signing her name without hesitation. Then looked up at Zhou Jiu. I admire your calculations. Observing her, the lawyer swiftly gathered the two signed contracts, his movements efficient, not a single word wasted. Zhou Jiu then reached into the inner pocket of his suit, retrieving a thick envelope and gently sliding it across the table towards Xiao Wanting. His tone level. This is the advance payment. 500,000, a deposit for the next batch of pharmaceuticals. Xiao Wanting's gaze fell upon the envelope. Yet she made no move to take it, her fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop as she met Zhou Jiu's eyes, her tone probing. Zhou Jiu, I have a question. After a brief pause, she added, if, hypothetically, one day I find myself in a dire predicament, where the cost of rescuing me far outweighs the benefits, would you come? Zhou Jiu fell silent. The private room descended into an eerie quiet, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the street outside, amplifying the weight of the silence. After a brief moment, he slowly lifted the teacup from the table, his fingertips caressing the rim, his tone becoming noticeably grave. The cost cannot be calculated in this manner. Oh, Xiao Wanting raised her eyebrows, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, urging him to continue. Your life, to me, is worth more than just the 500,000 in pharmaceutical agency. Zhou Jiu lowered his head, sipping the hot tea. Warmth spread through him as he spoke in a calm, yet serious tone. You are the leader of Yixingyi, the spokesperson of Hong Waiting, and my friend. The value of a friend cannot be found on a balance sheet. Xiao Wanting was utterly taken aback. She stared blankly at Zhou Jiu, her eyes filled with astonishment. This was the first time he had uttered such soft words. The first time he had mentioned the word friend. Zhou Jiu set the teacup down, the bottom tapping against the table with a soft clink, instantly drawing Xiao Wanting back to reality. The seriousness faded from his expression, returning to his usual calculating demeanor, his tone still crisp. So, if that day truly comes, I will reassess the cost. But most likely, I will be there. Xiao Wanting smiled. This time, there was no pretense, no calculation. It was a genuine smile, warmth shining in her eyes. You truly are both cold-blooded and passionate. Zhou Jiu slowly rose, the hem of his suit swaying slightly, suppressing the pain from his injury. His tone calm, yet confident, the contradiction of accounting. He looked directly at Xiao Wanting, getting straight to the point. In 3 days, at the Hongxing Hall meeting, I may be promoted. At that time, I might require the name of Yixingyi. At any time, Xiao Wanting immediately replied, without the slightest hesitation. Slowly extending her uninjured right hand, her tone firm and earnest. Pleasure working with you, Jiuge. Zhou Jiu regarded her outstretched hand, his eyes revealing no emotion, and slowly extended his own, clasping hers tightly, his fingers firm, his tone steady. Pleasure working with you, Tingjia. The two shook hands, their grip firm, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries, yet imbued with mutual understanding and confidence. Outside the window, the night in Hong Kong unfurled, neon lights flickering, and the city sparkled like stars. Reflecting upon the two individuals in the private room, heralding a partnership that would inevitably stir the underworld of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Chapter 55, The Glimmer of Money. Deep within the walled city, in a dilapidated attic, Xiao Ma Gu slouched in his wheelchair, his back to Zhou Jiu, fixated on the pigeons outside the window. His legs had yet to fully heal, but he could stand, albeit with difficulty. Zhou Jiu stepped forward, his tone decisive, devoid of any hesitation. 150,000. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the startup capital for your return to the docks. Guns, boats, manpower, I will cover half. In return, I want 20 of your smuggling profits for the next 3 years. Xiao Ma Gu slowly turned, the wheels of his wheelchair creaking loudly against the worn floor. His sunglasses obscured his face, but the depth of his gaze was inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. Zhou Sheng, you know full well that my comeback may not succeed. His voice was low, but it carried a defiant edge. I have already calculated the costs. Zhou Jiu raised his hand, offering a thick envelope, scarcely touching its surface. In 1986, you face a deadly trial. But as long as you survive, you will become the most formidable smuggler in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Investing in you is a high-risk, high-reward venture. I accept that. Xiao Ma Ji's brow furrowed slightly. A hint of doubt in his tone. Deadly trial? My intuition. Zhou Jio pointed to his temple, his conviction unwavering. I am an accountant. Such intuitions are remarkably accurate. The attic fell silent, the only sound being the fluttering wings of the pigeons outside. Xiao Ma Gu remained silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on Zhou Jio. Before suddenly speaking, what if I don't repay? Zhou Jio suddenly laughed, though the mirth did not reach his eyes, his tone exuding confidence. You won't. He paused, adding, because you are Xiao Ma Gu, a person of great repute. Even your spit is like a nail. Moreover, as his words trailed off, Zhou Jio stood, his steps steady as he moved to the window, turning his back to Xiao Ma Gu. Gazing down at the chaotic alleys of the walled city, I am investing not just money, but also your escape route. If you fail, I will arrange for you to flee to the Philippines or Thailand, where Gao Jin will assist you, ensuring your survival. Xiao Ma Ji's expression darkened, a chill creeping into his voice. Are you buying my life? I am buying your potential. Zhou Jio abruptly turned, his previously jovial demeanor replaced by a gaze as sharp as a blade. The glimmer of money, unleashed. That look was chilling, heavy, suffocating. 150. 000 buys you a promise. If you survive, help me with one thing. His voice was low, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Xiao Ma Gu clenched his fists, his tone resolute. What is it? At the end of 1986, if Song Zijia is in peril, save him once. Zhou Jio articulated each word with gravity. That is my long-term investment. Xiao Ma Gu met his gaze, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down upon him, constricting his chest. This was neither a threat nor intimidation. It was a relentless determination, as if Zhou Jio would keep raising the stakes until Xiao Ma Gu acquiesced. With no room for ambiguity. After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Ma Gu finally spoke, his tone tinged with resignation but resolute. Deal. He extended his hand to receive the thick envelope, and at the moment his fingertips brushed against it, he glanced up at Zhou Jio, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. With an almost imperceptible hint of expectation, but I have one condition. Zhou Jio raised an eyebrow, his tone brisk and efficient, devoid of any delay. Speak. Teach me that kind of gaze. Xiao Ma Ji's smile deepened, his words precise, the kind that makes people hesitant to negotiate. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jio couldn't help but laugh, his tone tinged with amusement and a touch of certainty. That is the confidence forged in real battles, not something that can be taught. Once you've fought through the 1986 conflict and emerged alive, you will naturally possess it. With the matters discussed, Zhou Jio turned to leave the attic. The alleys of the walled city were narrow and dark, littered with garbage, and occasionally a few scruffy youths would scurry past, startled by Zhou Jio's demeanor. Retreating into the shadows, too afraid to speak, Zhou Jio walked alone through the alley, his steps steady, his expression tranquil. Suddenly, he sensed the internal dragon energy within him stirring slightly, a classic revisited, triggered. Investing in Xiao Ma Gu was not merely for those smuggling profits. It was also about laying the groundwork for the future, placing a crucial piece on the board. Zhou Jio gazed up at the pitch-black night sky, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, muttering to himself, his tone filled with certainty and expectation. The cost is 150,000. The anticipated returns are limitless. Pausing, he added with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, the ROI is worth anticipating. Chapter 56, The Wind at the Docks. The sea breeze howled, scattering the fishy scent of the docks, but the acrid smell of blood clung to the air, refusing to dissipate. Xiao Ma Gu leaned against a shipping container, his back pressed against the cold metal, sunglasses perched on his prominent nose, his eyes fixed intently on the 12 individuals across from him. Former subordinates of Song Zihao, all ruthless characters, had come today to seize the shipment. Leading them was a Chong, who stepped forward, his tone dripping with disdain as he shouted, Xiao Ma, you've lost your touch. A Chung had once been the most trusted brother of Xiao Ma Gu, yet now he stood before him as a traitor. Join me now, and I will offer you a way out. A Ching stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Ma's lips curled slightly, his hand unconsciously reaching for the black star at his waist, his fingertips grazing the cold surface of the gun. Last night's words from Zhou Jio crashed violently into his mind. Zhou Jio's voice, as calm as if calculating accounts, echoed, cost assessment. You have 12 men, I have 5. With a casualty rate of 60 in a head-on clash. However, I will provide cover from the tower crane 300 meters away, with an ROI of 400. It is worth the risk. Xiao Ma lowered his voice, murmuring that name. The man was unfathomably deep. He had given him 150,000, provided him with a gun, and offered him an escape route, yet he had not uttered a word about repayment. Xiao Ma spat out the toothpick he had been chewing, the stick clattering to the ground. He raised his eyes to A Ching, a smile lacing his tone. A Ching, do you know who I'm with now? A Ching furrowed his brow, instinctively retorting, who? Jiu Xiao Society. Xiao Ma laughed, pausing briefly before adding, an accountant. No sooner had the words left his mouth than gunfire erupted. It did not originate from the dock. It came from the tower crane 300 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in a row, 2 fast and 1 slow. The rhythm terrifyingly steady. The 3 lackeys beside Ching never made a sound, their foreheads punctured in an instant. Their bodies collapsing straight down as if an invisible reaper had come to claim their lives. A sniper. Ching was struck with panic, crouching low to the ground. His voice trembling. No, it wasn't a sniper. Xiaoma could see clearly. Standing atop the tower crane was Zhou Jio. He held twin guns. Standing resolutely on the swaying steel structure. Each time he raised his hands to shoot, he remained utterly still, his precision frighteningly impeccable. Such marksmanship was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Mozambique shooting technique. Xiaoma recalled Zhou Jio's earlier explanation, inwardly scoffing at the military training films. But at this moment, he could not afford to doubt. With each shot Zhou Jio fired, a life was surely taken. In a mere 3 minutes. From the original 12 opponents, only 5 remained, all pale with fear, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Ching was completely unraveling. Lying on the ground and roaring in terror, there are ghosts. There are really ghosts. Right now? Xiaoma's gaze sharpened, seizing the opportunity. He drew the black star from his waist, his finger pulling the trigger as gunfire erupted in succession. Bang, bang. 2 shots hit their marks, and among the remaining 5, 2 more fell to the ground. The last 3 lackeys, utterly terrified, abandoned their fallen comrades, scrambling towards the dock and leaping into the sea, desperately swimming away. Seeking to escape this hellish place. The battle ended in an instant. On the tower crane, Zhou Jio grasped the rope and descended smoothly, his movements crisp and efficient. As if he were a feather, landing silently on the ground without a sound. His trench coat remained pristine, not a speck of dust upon it. As if the harrowing gunfight had nothing to do with him at all. Zhou Jio bent down, leisurely inspecting the spent shells on the ground. His tone as flat as if calculating expenses, cost recovery. 15 bullets, traitors eliminated, goods preserved. Xiaoma, your credit limit has been increased. Xiaoma tightened his grip on the black star, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Jio, his voice laced with confusion and inquiry. What on earth? He paused, emphasizing, what kind of person possesses such marksmanship, such balance? Zhou Jio picked up a shell, raising it to the sunlight for inspection. A faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, still calm, an accountant. Just someone with more practical experience. With that, he turned and walked away. The morning light bathed him, elongating his silhouette, radiating an indescribable sense of detachment and mystery. Xiaoma stood rooted to the spot, suddenly feeling an icy chill creeping from his back to his head. It was not fear, but reverence. Zhou Jio was like a shadow, omnipresent, yet utterly elusive. His true nature obscured. Xiaoma of Jiushao society watched Zhou Jio's departing figure, murmuring to himself, his tone laden with complexity, Jiushao. Chapter 57, Close to the Mountain. Song Zihao's former subordinates were not merely a small group at the dock. In the center of the abandoned car lot, Zhou Jio stood firm. The wind whipped up dust, and 20 thugs brandished knives and clubs, encircling him tightly. This gang was Ching's remnants, seeking vengeance against Zhou Jio. Zhou Jio, come out and die. A furious shout reverberated, shaking the surrounding dust. Zhou Jio's gaze sharpened, quickly calculating in his mind. 20 enemies, all armed with cold weapons. Not a single firearm among them. Our side has only 6 men, 3 of whom are iron guards. If we were to engage head-on, the casualty rate would be around 40%, a losing proposition that must be avoided. I must test the newly unlocked combat prowess. Zhou Jio pulled off his suit jacket, tossing it to the ground, the black vest beneath fitting snugly against his body, his muscles taut and defined, as if forged from steel, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He scanned the 20 thugs, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather, all at once. It will save time. Upon hearing this, the thugs erupted in fury, seeking death. Let's take him down. The 20 men roared, rushing at him with knives and clubs. The glinting blades and swinging clubs dizzying to behold. Zhou Jio inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as dragon might. Activated, a commanding aura suddenly emanating from him, causing the advancing thugs to falter slightly, their momentum momentarily stalling. The first thug with a club charged at him, but before he could swing, Zhou Jio did not evade or dodge. Instead, he dropped his right shoulder and, like a rampaging bull, charged forward with a Bejiquan technique. Boom. The sound echoed like thunder. The thug was struck as if by a speeding train, hurtling backward 5 meters and crashing into 3 of his companions, all 4 collapsing in a heap. The one who had been hit visibly caved in at the chest, his eyes rolling back, and he fell silent, unconscious. Zhou Jio shook his shoulders, the joints cracking audibly. His tone flippant yet fierce. Bejiquan, learned from the mainland. No sooner had he spoken than the second thug wielding a machete swung it down toward his head with a fierce howl, the blade slicing through the air. aiming directly for his face. Zhou Jio's eyes narrowed. Utilizing the flexibility of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, he crouched low to the ground, avoiding the blade's edge in an instant. His right leg sweeping out with a sharp crack, shattering the thug's kneecap. The wailing cry barely escaped before Zhou Jio was already rising. His elbow smashing like an iron wedge into the thug's throat, another dull thud resounding as the thug clutched his throat, his face turning crimson, unable to catch his breath. Collapsing straight down. At that moment, a third thug crept in from the side, steel pipe raised high to strike Zhou Jio's back, aiming to catch him off guard. As Zhou Jio's ears twitched, his body subtly tilted to the side, deftly evading the steel pipe's trajectory. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. Executing the rhythm of the Mozambique shooting technique, 2 rapid strikes followed by 1 slow, each executed with impeccable precision. The first blow landed squarely on his opponent's chest, targeting a vital point. The second struck fiercely against the sternum, and the third, delivered languidly yet powerfully, connected with the jaw. A splatter of blood erupted from the gangster's mouth, 2 teeth flying loose as darkness clouded his vision, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless. The melee erupted into chaos. Zhou Jio moved as if in a realm untouched by others, his form as agile as a serpent, yet his strength as formidable as a tiger. The ferocity of the 8 Extremes fist melded seamlessly with the fluidity of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, creating a perfect fusion where each strike was lethal. With a powerful Taizhan Kyo maneuver, he sent 2 gangsters hurtling away, crashing violently against abandoned vehicles, the impact resonating with a deafening hum. A swift elbow strike followed, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear as another gangster fell to the ground, howling in agony. A well-placed kick sent his opponent staggering backward, toppling over comrades and leaving them bruised and battered. Weapons fell around Zhou Jio, some he skillfully dodged, while others he blocked with bare hands, sustaining a minor cut from a blade without flinching. He retaliated with a punch, sending the assailant sprawling, desperately searching for his lost teeth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the abandoned car lot reverberated with the cacophony of screams, the clash of bodies, the crack of bones, and the clatter of metal, an orchestra of chaos that was painfully jarring. In merely 5 minutes, 15 gangsters lay scattered across the ground, either dead or grievously injured, their wails echoing as weapons littered the earth. The remaining 5 gangsters stared in terror at Zhou Jio, whose every move exuded power and whose gaze was as cold as ice. Their legs trembled, hands unsteady on their weapons, instinctively retreating, their faces etched with fear. This boy was no mere mortal. He was a demon. Flee. A cold smile curved Zhou Jio's lips, devoid of warmth, filled with calculated resolve. The cost had yet to be recouped, and they already wished to escape. No sooner had he thought this than he bent to retrieve a half-meter-long iron pipe from the ground, gripping it tightly, with an explosive headbutt infused into his strike. His arm muscles bulged as he exerted force, hurling the iron pipe with ferocity. Whoosh! The pipe flew like a released javelin, whistling through the air, striking true towards Ah Chung, the last in the fleeing line. Thud! The pipe pierced through Ah Chung's thigh, blood spraying forth as it lodged itself into a discarded tire behind him, pinning him firmly in place, unable to move. Fortunately, it did not claim his life, but the pain was excruciating. Zhou Jio, I will kill you. Ah Chung writhed in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face, his wails piercing the night. Yet his eyes burned with venomous hatred as they fixated on Zhou Jio. Zhou Jio leisurely approached, looking down upon him from his elevated stance, and suddenly stomped down hard on the iron pipe embedded in Ah Cheng's thigh. Ah Cheng's scream reached a new pitch, tears and snot streaming down his face as the pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Zhou Jio's tone was frigid as he stated unequivocally, "Inform Song Zaheo that his former subordinates are now my assets. If he wishes to reclaim them, he must pay." Ah Chung trembled with fear, no longer daring to resist. Nodding fervently, mumbling incoherently, "I understand, I will tell Song Zaheo. Please, just don't step on it anymore." Zhou Jio snorted dismissively, withdrawing his foot and turning to leave, his subordinates following behind, leaving the moaning gangsters and the pinned Ah Chung behind. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Zhou Jio halted, raising his hand to access the system panel. His gaze fixated as he scrutinized the details. Dragon Chi value, 16, 801, 760, 80, victory in one-on-one combat instills fear. Proficiency in 8 Extremes Taizhan Kyo, 35. Zhou Jio glanced at the numbers on the panel, his brow slightly furrowing. He retrieved some gauze from his pocket, slowly tending to the abrasions on his knuckles while softly murmuring, "I need more practical combat experience. But first, to reap the stock market." Chapter 58, The Stock Market Hunter. The cage houses in Sham Shui had long since been transformed into Tang Lu apartments. Yet Zhou Jio retained a 10 square meter room for solitude, a sanctuary away from any disturbances. Click. The door locked firmly. With a swift motion, he drew the curtains tightly, plunging the room into darkness. Save for the flickering lights seeping in from outside. It was only then that Zhou Jiu exhaled deeply, raising his eyes towards the void, allowing himself to summon the system panel. At the edge of his vision, a semi-transparent interface unfurled slowly. Dragon-S roar in the 9 heavens. Current Dragon Chi, 17,602. 000, early red stick, nearing mid-level. Assets, cash 200, 000, stocks 2. 8 million, 1 share of Kowloon Warehouse, currently at 30 per share. Trend prediction, beginner. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has reached its peak. Selling as Advis, the daily yield of Dragon Energy is merely 56 points. Far too sluggish to keep pace with his rhythm. Acceleration is imperative. Zhou Jiu picked up a pen and swiftly inscribed several names on paper. Fei Quan, Shi Gui, Da Sha, a Ming, and Shi Rong. After finishing, he gazed at the names for a few seconds, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes, with clearly defined roles. Allowing each of them to lead independently will enhance the efficiency of our consolidation. He rose and approached the window, gently parting the curtain. Outside, the nightscape of Hong Kong was ablaze with lights, neon glimmering, and traffic bustling, a scene of opulence. In 1985, this wave of stock market frenzy swept the city, with some reaping fortunes while others faced ruin. Yet Zhou Jiu stood firmly atop this crest, holding his chips, navigating the tides with ease. Chapter 59, Wings of the Dragon. In the basement of the Blue Moon Bar, the lighting was dim, shrouded in a layer of dust, and the smoky scent mingled with the odor of cheap liquor. Suffocating the air, Zhou Jiu leaned against the central seat, his back pressed against the cold wall, his gaze as frigid as a blade. And with an unyielding intensity he commanded, "Convene the core meeting." Fei Quan, Shi Gui, Da Sha, a Ming, and Shi Rong stood in a straight line, their postures straighter than flagpoles. Who would have imagined that just 3 months prior, they were but street urchins, scavenging for cigarette butts and enduring beatings. Now, they had become the backbone of the Jiao Shao society. The roughness of their former selves had faded significantly, replaced by the fierce spirit and confidence of gang affiliation. A stark contrast to their previous state. With a shift in roles, Zhou Jiu raised his chin and casually slid 5 documents across the table to the 5 individuals. Each word crisp and clear. Fei Quan, you are tasked with leading 10 men to take charge of the consolidation of the Yaomati area. His gaze swept over Fei Quan, his tone devoid of any ambiguity. The objective is to subdue the remnants of Song Zaheo's forces. The budget is 100,000, with a deadline of 1 month. If you can accomplish this, nod. If not, get lost. Understood, boss. We will ensure it is done. Fei Quan stepped forward, snatching the document, his knuckles turning white with grip, his eyes ablaze with fervor, emanating an eagerness to prove himself, leaving no room for hesitation. Shi Gui. Zhou Jiu's Adam's apple moved, and his gaze turned to the small, yet sharp-eyed Shi Gui. Boss, I'm here. Shi Gui responded promptly, his posture straightening even further. Upgrade the intelligence network completely. Zhou Jiu's tone turned icy, each word laced with thorns. Every move of Li Ying from the O department, even if he sips tea, smokes a cigarette, or engages in casual conversation, must be reported to me immediately. And regarding Dongxing's crow, not a single detail of his movements can escape our notice, understood? He pointed at the figures on the document, his tone stern. The budget is 50,000, to be spent entirely on bribing informants. If funds fall short, come to me. But should you dare to botch this or profit from it, I will remove your third leg. Understood. Boss, rest assured. Shi Gui nodded vigorously, gripping the document tightly. I guarantee I will keep a close watch on them, not missing a single hair's movement. Da Sha Ming. Zhou Jiu's voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable authority. Present. The two responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, causing the walls of the basement to tremble slightly. Da Sha, with his honest demeanor and robust physique, exuded a raw strength, while a Ming, composed and introspective, possessed a piercing gaze that seemed capable of seeing through hearts. You too, guard the stronghold. Zhou Jiu's tone was grave, each word weighed down by significance. The core mission is to protect Chen Luojun and the medical clinic. Whoever dares approach the clinic with ill intent shall be dealt with severely. Remember, as long as the clinic stands, if anything goes awry, you two will be brought before me. Understood, boss. They echoed in unison, their voices firm and unwavering, as if ready to rush to the stronghold at any moment. Zhou Jiu's gaze finally fell upon the girl at the end of the line, his tone softening slightly, yet still imbued with undeniable firmness. Shi Rong. The 16-year-old Shi Rong immediately straightened her slender frame, not daring to show the slightest sign of complacency. She was no longer the timid orphan who once cowered in corners, afraid to lift her gaze. Now, clad in a fitted blazer and clutching a ledger tightly, her eyes, though still carrying a hint of youthful innocence. Reflected newfound determination and seriousness, devoid of her earlier timidity. You will manage the finances, Jojo stated, pulling a set of safe keys from his pocket and presenting them to Shirong, his voice crisp. All financial transactions in the society must pass through your hands. Not a single detail can be erroneous. Do you understand? He paused, adding, a monthly salary of 5,000, with a vehicle provided. In the future, you will no longer have to squeeze onto buses or subways. Let us maintain some decorum. Shirong accepted the keys with both hands, her fingers trembling involuntarily. Her voice still tinged with a hint of apprehension, yet filled with sincerity. Boss, I'm afraid I won't perform well and will delay the society's affairs. Failing your trust. Jojo looked into her eyes, his tone calm, yet resolute, devoid of any condescension. Cost analysis. Training you for 3 months, an investment of 30,000. If you fail, we incur a loss of 30,000. If you succeed, the gains are boundless. He paused, each word clear and emphatic. The ROI indicates that it is worth the gamble. Once the meeting concluded, Fei Quan and the others dared not linger, each clutching their documents as they hurriedly dispersed. In the basement, soon only Jojo and Fei Quan remained. Fei Quan had not departed, standing hesitantly, his mouth moving but words failing him, the epitome of indecision. Jojo lowered his gaze to the materials in hand, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound, steady and measured. Without looking up or prompting, he simply uttered a single word, inquire. Fei Quan scratched his head, a look of honest confusion crossing his face, and after a moment's hesitation, he tentatively began, boss. He bit his lip, finally voicing his uncertainty. You have been exceptionally fierce lately, whether it's the 8 extremes fist or that astonishingly precise marksmanship. And that reckless fighting style last time in the stronghold, you seem to be in a blood frenzy, even instilling fear in your opponents. Boss, how have you trained to become so formidable? Jojo finally ceased his movements, slowly raising his head, his gaze still calm. As though Fei Quan was not speaking of him, and with an indifferent tone, he simply replied, practical combat. Practical combat. Fei Quan was utterly taken aback, his face reflecting utter bewilderment. Scratching his head again, he asked, is it really that simple? No special training for fists or firearms. Every battle I fight is calculated. Jojo gradually stood up, his steps steady as he approached Fei Quan, his stature towering over him slightly. An aura emanating from him that compelled Fei Quan to instinctively straighten his posture, not daring to breathe too heavily. His tone remained flat, yet there was an underlying ferocity that instilled an intrinsic respect. When you kill a person, it is merely an act of murder, done and over with, yielding nothing. When I kill, I am accumulating experience, building momentum, and instilling a fearsome presence that makes my enemies tremble upon seeing me. Jojo raised his hand and patted Fei Quan's shoulder, the pressure neither heavy nor light, yet unmistakably encouraging. The more battles you engage in, the more lives you take. The more blood you witness, naturally, you will grow stronger. Fei Quan's eyes lit up, his understanding blossoming as he nodded, the confusion on his face dissipating significantly. Tentatively asking, is it akin to leveling up in a game? The more monsters you slay, the higher your level and the greater your strength? Quite similar. A faint curve briefly graced Jojo's lips, vanishing so swiftly it seemed but an illusion. He patted Fei Quan on the shoulder once more, his tone crisp and resolute. Go secure control over Yao Tsimong swiftly. That place is a chaotic blend of all sorts. The opportunities for real combat are plentiful. Fight a few hard battles, and you'll grow stronger. You won't just be that street thug who only knew how to brawl in gangs anymore. Understood. Thanks, boss. Fei Quan's eyes suddenly brightened with newfound clarity, excitement radiating across his face. Without a hint of hesitation, he clasped his fists firmly towards Jojo in salute, then turned and strode off briskly, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Muttering softly under his breath, real combat leveling up, soon I'll be strong enough to back the boss up. Jojo remained rooted, his gaze fixed on Fei Quan's departing figure. His eyes flickered subtly as he scrutinized for a moment, confirming that the young man's reverence was pure, untainted by any doubt about the system's existence or extraneous thoughts. Only then did he slowly withdraw his gaze, his expression settling back into serene calm. Turning around, he resumed his seat, closed his eyes gently, and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk as he silently contemplated. Cost accounting. Team division completed. Projected daily dragon energy gain increased from 56 to 15 points. At this point, his brow furrowed sharply, his voice tinged with impatience and urgency. A flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. 70 days until mid-stage red staff. That's far too long, unbearably long. I must find a major battle to catalyze progress. Otherwise, the pace is too slow, and I'll never catch up. Chapter 60. The Jiuxiao Accounting Office. August 31st, 1985, Juxiao Society's year-end inventory. Inside the dimly lit office of the Blue Moon Bar, the air hung thick with smoke mingled faintly with the scent of whiskey. Zhou sat firmly behind his desk. His back straight, 3 ledgers neatly spread before him, every page open to the latest entries. Cash flow ledger, fixed asset list, dragon energy income and expenditure records, all meticulously organized. His fingertips rested on the cash flow ledger, softly stroking the inked characters as he lowered his gaze and quietly recited, word by word. Cash, 25 million. Gao Jin remitted 200,000. This month's clinic profit, 150,000. Total 6 million. Without pause, his fingers moved to the adjacent fixed asset list. His tone measured and clear. Fixed assets. Old building on CFA Road, 180,000. 3 Tang buildings in the walled city, 5 million. Blue Moon Bar, 500,000. Clinic, 300,000. Total 48 million. Stocks, fully liquidated. Total assets, 608 million. No sooner had he finished than Zhou's brow tightened sharply. His visage darkening instantly as a cold glint crossed his eyes. Compared to last month's peak of 1 million, a staggering 4 million had evaporated. His mind was crystal clear. The decline was explained by timely stock market withdrawal, converting part of the holdings into cash, and the month's operational expenses, utilities, wages, materials, every cent genuinely spent, no falsification. Raising his hand, he lightly tapped the desk with knuckles, the rhythmic knocks resonating distinctly in the quiet office. His voice, calm yet resolute as if soothing himself or reaffirming a hard truth, spoke firmly, but the risk has diminished. After a brief pause, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with calculated steadiness. Now, all assets are cash and fixed property, no debts, no bubbles, rock solid. Far better than gambling on luck in the stock market. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted. The system panel's phantom image appeared before his eyes. His gaze locked unwaveringly on the sequence of numbers displayed, unwilling to look away, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. Current dragon energy, 1760. Until mid-stage red staff, 240 dragon energy. Daily income, 15 points, post-team expansion. Squinting, Zhou's eyes blazed brighter as he quickly calculated. 16 more days of natural growth needed to accumulate the 240 dragon energy for the breakthrough to mid-stage red staff. Before he could finish his thought, the office's silence was shattered by the sudden shrill ringing of the Big Brother phone. Piercing and incongruous in the dim space. Zhou reacted instantly, snatching up the receiver at the very first ring, pressing firmly on the answer button. Voice sharp with irritation at the interruption. Speak. The hurried, trembling voice of Shigue burst from the earpiece, fraught with panic and stammering, but every word clear. Boss. Bad news. Xia Wanting's in trouble. The Vietnamese gang and the Hehitu faction, 30 men in total, have surrounded Red Flower Pavilion. Miss Xia is trapped inside, can't get out. Bang. A muffled thud echoed as Zhou sprang from his chair with lightning speed and force. The chair legs scraped harshly against the floor, emitting a grating screech that made the 3 ledgers on the desk tremble slightly, their corners curling upward. Swiftly, he grabbed the black trench coat draped over the chair back, donning it with decisive efficiency. Pulling the collar up and zipping it closed, he simultaneously computed the pros and cons in his mind, voice cold and unyielding. Words sharp and resolute. Cost analysis. Rescuing her carries high risk, but the return is full loyalty from Yi Sheng and he. Plus a one-time fulfillment of the 240 dragon energy deficit. ROI justifies it. Without hesitation, he bent down, yanked open the lowest drawer of the desk with his left hand, while his right hand swiftly seized 2 black pistols, muzzles pointed downward, knuckles whitening from the grip. Rising upright, he strode purposefully out of the office, each heavy, urgent footfall stirring the air, the coat's hem fluttering softly behind him. Passing through the bar's lobby, where the staff busily attended their duties, Zhou's commanding voice rang out, loud, powerful, and penetrating, overpowering the faint music. Fei Quan, take men to Yao Tsimong. Proceed with the plan to incorporate those scum. Ignore what happens on my end. Shigue, send me the route to Red Flower Pavilion immediately, no mistakes allowed. Shirome, I'm here. Before he finished, a crisp, resolute female voice promptly responded without hesitation. Shirome stood at the bar's entrance, slender yet upright, clutching a black bulletproof vest so tightly that Zhou momentarily froze, evidently taken aback by Shirome's unexpected declaration. The calm in his eyes fractured for an instant, revealing a faint ripple of emotion that lingered for a few seconds. Soon after, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, donning a smile that exuded confidence and foresight, devoid of any semblance of strain. His tone softened slightly compared to before, imbued with an imperceptible gentleness, yet still unwavering. Indeed, I shall not perish. For I have yet to recoup my investments. As his words faded, he chose not to linger or utter another syllable. He abruptly turned on his heel and strode purposefully into the enveloping darkness of the night. The night was dense as ink, and his figure flickered before being swiftly consumed by the pitch-black surroundings, leaving behind only a poised silhouette that glided past the dim glow of the street lamp. Behind him, unseen by anyone, the ethereal flicker of the system panel continued to pulse at the periphery of his vision, a flurry of red digits bouncing vigorously, their brilliance starkly conspicuous against the thick night. Inside the office, the 3 ledgers lay spread across the table, their inscriptions clear and numbers distinct, chronicling the rise and fall of Jiuxiao society over the past year. In the grand hall of the Blue Moon Bar, the staff dutifully attended to their tasks. Yet the atmosphere was thick with an inexplicable tension and foreboding, silence reigning except for the faint strains of music that gently flowed through the quiet space. As the night deepened, the streets of Yao Ma Ti remained ablaze with lights, bustling with the sounds of traffic and lively chatter, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Yet, towards the direction of the Red Flower Pavilion, a suffocating sense of oppression loomed, as if a great battle was imminent, ready to ignite at any moment. Zhou, gripping his twin firearms, navigated through the night, his footsteps steady, his gaze resolute, his mind singularly focused on one thought: to rescue Xiao Wanting, seize the dragon's energy, and secure his dominion. His figure darted swiftly beneath the streetlights, the hem of his trench coat whipping in the wind, his dual guns glinting with a cold sheen in the night, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. No one could foresee the tempest that this rescue would unleash, nor could they predict the turning point that Jiuxiao society would face in the aftermath. Yet Zhou understood clearly, should he emerge victorious from this gamble, it would elevate him to unparalleled heights, and even in defeat, he would never suffer total ruin. After all, he had always calculated every possible outcome before taking action. The walkie-talkie hung at his waist intermittently crackled with the urgent voice of Shigue. Yet Zhou remained unfazed, adhering to his predetermined path as he hastened toward the Red Flower Pavilion. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear, only calm, conviction, and a hint of uncontainable fierceness, qualities befitting the leader of Jiuxiao society, those poised to break through the mid-tier of the Red Gang, and the hallmarks of a formidable figure who had meticulously orchestrated every detail of the situation. This night of 1985 was destined to be anything but tranquil. The lights of the Blue Moon Bar continued to shine, safeguarding the 3 ledgers that bore the lifeblood of Jiuxiao society. The encirclement around the Red Flower Pavilion remained tightly fastened, ensnaring Xiao Wanting of the Yixing He, and Zhou, cloaked in an air of determination and lethal intent, surged toward the Red Flower Pavilion, where a battle concerning the dragon's energy, loyalty, and the dignity of Jiuxiao society was poised to unfold. Chapter 61. Blood stains the Red Flower Pavilion. The perimeter of the Red Flower Pavilion was impenetrable. Zhou crouched at the alley's entrance, his gaze as frigid as ice, scanning the 30 armed members of the chaotic Vietnamese gang across from him, their AKs glimmering menacingly, along with machetes that flashed coldly, and several black stars ominously directed toward him. His mind raced as he calculated. 30 enemies, 5 automatic firearms. As for his side, only himself. Engaging directly? The odds were less than 10%. Yet a cruel smile curled at Zhou's lips. Utilizing the terrain, the environment, and the right props, he had enough. In the next instant, he activated Bloodstained Garment, seizing a shard of broken glass nearby and slicing it across his left arm. Blood gushed forth, trickling down his arm, while his aura surged wildly, intensifying with ferocity. Flip the table. His furious roar reverberated through the alley as Zhou kicked the fruit stand with all his might. With a resounding crash, the wooden table along with its bounty of fruits flew directly into the enemy ranks. Table flip intimidation activated. In the eyes of those thugs, Zhou transformed into a fearsome specter, his imposing presence suffocating, leaving them breathless. The enemies momentarily froze. It was in this crucial second. Zhou flipped his hands, his dual guns already in his grasp, and Mozambique shooting method was fully charged. 2 fast shots, 1 slow, aimed at the chest and head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck true, dropping one adversary lifelessly to the ground. In less than 5 seconds, he felled 5 gunmen, their cries stifled before they could escape. Over there. Kill that thin one. From the enemy ranks, someone screamed frantically, and bullets rained down like hail, ricocheting off the walls, sparks flying, debris scattering. Zhou's eyes narrowed, and Dragon Shadow was fully activated, his body weaving through the narrow alley in a zigzag pattern, evading the bullets that pursued him. Leaving behind a wall riddled with bullet holes, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the alley. Suddenly, a Vietnamese thug wielding an AK blocked his path. The gun barrel aimed squarely at his chest, ready to pull the trigger. Zhou Jio did not slow down or dodge. Instead, he executed a Brazilian war dance slide tackle, propelling himself swiftly along the ground, while his shoulders slammed into the thug's knee. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed chillingly through the alley. The Vietnamese thug screamed. His knee shattered, and the AK slipped from his grasp. Zhou Jio seized the falling AK, swung it around, and aimed it at the enemy crowd, pulling the trigger with conviction. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets erupted, a crimson mist enveloping the scene, screams and gunfire merging into chaos. Zhou Jio was drenched in blood, his own, enhanced by the effect of blood-stained garment. Yet more was the enemy's blood splattered upon him. He became emboldened by his wounds, his eyes blazing red, veins coursing with fury, exuding an aura of malevolence, as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell, unstoppable wherever he went. A devil. He was a devil. One thug, paralyzed by fear at the sight, screamed in terror and turned to flee, only to be met with Zhou Jio's bullet to the head. Zhou Jio ceased to linger in battle, crashing through the doors of the Red Flower Pavilion with a thunderous bang, the entrance shaking from the impact. Inside, Xiao Wanting had long since run out of ammunition, clutching a dagger tightly, her gaze resolute, prepared for a final showdown, even if it meant mutual destruction. I shall not allow you to die. Zhou Jio stood at the threshold, his back to her, his voice hoarse yet resolute, undeniably firm. As he spoke, he slowly turned to face the 20 enemies rushing in, a trace of blood staining his lips, revealing a smile that was both feral and unyielding. Come, let me show you what a blood-stained dragon's roar truly is. Before the words even left his lips, all three of his major skills erupted simultaneously. Bloodstained garment, low health. 15 to all attributes. Table flip, intimidation, enemy immobilization, Mozambique shooting method, precise harvesting. The clash of blades and the thunderous firing of guns erupted. The melee was imminent, lasting a full 10 minutes. As the final strike of 8 Extremes Stick Mountain Lean by Zhou Jio collided fiercely with the body of the Tung Sing master. It sent him flying across the room, crashing heavily against the wall, rendering him unconscious. In the alley, not a single enemy remained standing. Corpses littered the ground, and the floor was stained crimson with blood, the air thick with a pungent metallic scent. Zhou Jio could barely hold on, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. His chest heaving violently, drenched in blood as if he had just emerged from a bloodbath. Yet, his eyes still sparkled with the light of life. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wanting rushed over, cautiously supporting him, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and urgency. Have you lost your mind? Taking on 30 by yourself? Do you want to die? Zhou Jio opened his mouth, coughing up a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the ground, yet he still managed to smile. His voice weak, yet resolute. The cost has been calculated. It's worth it. Just then, from the corner of his vision, he noticed the surge of dragon energy skyrocketing, leaping rapidly to victory. Chapter 62, The Eye of Finance. In the Peninsula Hotel Cafe, the cool air invigorated the senses. Shen Qingyue rested her chin on her hand, her gaze unwavering, fixated intently on the man across from her. Zhou Jio was clad in a perfectly tailored Armani suit, his tie impeccably knotted, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, resembling an elite mogul freshly emerged from Wall Street. If she weren't fully aware, one might easily be deceived by his genteel appearance, especially considering this was the same man who, merely 3 days prior, had single-handedly plunged into a gang stronghold, taking down 30 thugs with his bare hands. Shen Qingyue traced her fingertip along the rim of her coffee cup, her tone laced with a hint of probing as she slowly began. Mr. Zhou, can your costs still hold up? The intrigue in her words was apparent to any discerning listener. Zhou Jio's lips curled into a faint smile, his fingertips gently tapping the table, his voice clear and decisive, devoid of any circumlocution. Medical expenses are 600,000. But I have secured shares in Yixing and 50% equity, yielding an ROI of 233. As his words settled, he lifted his gaze to meet Shen Qingyue's, a playful glint in his eyes. Miss Shen, your personal visit to Hong Kong surely isn't merely out of concern for my injuries, is it? Shen Qingyue picked up her coffee spoon, leisurely stirring the dark brew, the brown liquid swirling as her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Jio. Her tone assured, I came to assess whether my partner is worth a long-term investment. Pausing momentarily, she emphasized her words, each syllable deliberate. You escaped the peak at $30 with a monstrous precision. During that incident in the stronghold, you faced 30 adversaries alone, ferocious as a wild tiger. Who in the underworld doesn't know your name now? The moniker of Blood-Clothed Dragon has already spread throughout the realms of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Shen Qingyue leaned slightly forward, her gaze piercing into him. Zhou Jio, who exactly are you? Zhou Jio raised his hand, gently placing the coffee cup on the table, the bottom producing a soft clink that shattered the cafe's tranquility. His smile remained unchanged, his tone as calm as water, just an accountant. After a brief pause, he added, a subtle edge to his voice, merely someone who is better at calculations than the average person. I don't believe it. Shen Qinghua countered without hesitation. Her eyes filled with skepticism, locking onto Zhou Jio's gaze without flinching. I have investigated you. Before you turned 17, you were an inconspicuous lackey in the 4-9 district, simply passing time within the gang, unnoticed by anyone. But after you turned 17, it was as if you suddenly awakened, as if you had unlocked your meridians. Your marksmanship is so precise it could hit a target 100 paces away, and your fighting skills are brutal enough to shatter bones and sever tendons. Even your financial instinct is alarmingly sharp. She frowned, her tone laced with confusion. It's as if you've been possessed by something, a complete transformation. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhou Jio, as a thin layer of sweat formed on his back. This woman was far too perceptive. Yet, his smile did not wane, still exuding that composed and refined demeanor as he raised an eyebrow, innocently questioning. Miss Shen, what do you mean by that? What are you implying? I don't know. Shen Qinghua shook her head, her words straightforward and honest, devoid of any concealment. But I can sense that there is a force behind you, constantly supporting you. That power is neither gang strength nor familial backing. It is something ineffable, enabling you to strategize flawlessly, each step meticulously calculated. Her tone was serious, devoid of jest. Zhou Jio ceased his idle chatter, abruptly standing up and striding towards the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Shen Qinghua, gazing out at the bustling traffic below. His voice deepened, tinged with a hint of probing. Miss Shen, if you are concerned about the risks of investment, fearing that associating with me might lead to losses, I can repurchase your shares at the original price right now, ensuring you do not lose a single cent now. Shen Qinghua immediately rebutted without a moment's thought. Rising to her feet and swiftly joining him at the window, her voice unwavering and resolute. I want to increase my stake. She turned to Zhou Jio, her eyes filled with trust and a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. 5 million for 10% of Jiuxiao society. I believe you will undoubtedly become a legend in Hong Kong, carving out your own niche in this realm. Zhou Jio turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and amusement, his tone lighthearted. Why? What makes you so certain? Why do you dare to invest 5 million in an uncertain future? Shen Qinghua did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze to the distant Victoria Harbor. The sea breeze slipped through the window's seams, tousling a few strands of hair on her forehead. She gazed at the distant waters, her tone both distant and resolute. Because I have seen figures like Bao Yugong and Li Kaxing, those titans, they all possess an aura of power, a presence that signifies greatness. But you are different. She turned back to Zhou Jio, her gaze sharp. Your aura carries a scent of blood. The ferocity from that battle in the stronghold, and a precision that does not belong to this era, a kind of meticulousness that ensures you never miss your mark. Zhou Jio did not turn, his back straight as a hidden blade, appearing calm, yet brimming with latent sharpness. He was acutely aware that Shen Qinghua had sensed something amiss. She vaguely perceived the anomaly within him, yet she could not articulate what it was. It was the power of the system, an existence that others could neither understand nor detect. Yet to Shen Qinghua, this power only bore the weight of profound inscrutability. After a moment of silence, Zhou Jio finally spoke, his voice crisp and decisive, devoid of any ambiguity. Deal. He slowly turned, extending his right hand, his gaze steadfastly meeting Shen Qinghua's. 5 million for 10% equity. But you must assist me with one task. Shen Qinghua's eyes narrowed, without a moment's hesitation. She replied with a single word, her tone crisp and slightly assertive. Speak. Conduct an asset investigation on O's Liang. Zhou Jio stated his request with calm clarity, the cost being 500,000, while the reward entailed her becoming a board member of Jiuxiao Society, sharing in the profits alongside him. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Qinghua immediately extended her hand, grasping Zhou Jio's. Her fingers were cool, yet her grip was firm, her tone carrying a note of warning, each word crystal clear. Deal. But I warn you, Zhou Jio, do not let me discover that you are playing with fire. My investment demands absolute security, leaving no room for error. Zhou Jio tightened his grip on her hand, his smile remaining gentle, yet his tone was unwaveringly assured, tinged with confidence. Rest assured, I am the most conservative accountant. This sentence serves as both a commitment and a source of confidence. He has never engaged in a losing venture, nor would he wager everything he possesses on a gamble devoid of odds. The air conditioning in the cafe remains cool, as their hands clasp tightly together. In the silent exchange of glances, devoid of superfluous words, they both discern the sharpness and calculations reflected in each other's eyes. Shen Qinghua is acutely aware that her investment of 5 million has found the right recipient. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiu understands that with Shun Qingyue's support, his path in Hong Kong and Kowloon will proceed with greater ease and stability, bringing him one step closer to his ambitions. This seemingly straightforward meeting is, in truth, a collision between the realms of legality and finance, a clandestine transaction that will shape the future dynamics of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Chapter 63. The blade of Yao Ma Ti Fei Quan is drenched in blood, the sticky crimson fluid trickling down his arms and thighs, soaking his clothes and pooling in dark red puddles on the ground. He leans against the cold wall, his shoulders sagging, gasping for air, his chest heaving as if it might explode. Each breath feels like a knife slicing through his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly devoid of strength to wipe away the blood. Today's endeavor was meant to decisively dismantle the remnants of Song Zheho's influence in Yao Ma Ti. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would encounter a formidable opponent, a tough nut to crack? The adversary in question is Song Zheho's cousin, Song Zijia, not merely a namesake, but a man accompanied by 20 loyal underlings, fiercely defending their ground on Palam Street, clearly intent on a relentless confrontation with Fei Quan. Struggling, Fei Quan makes his way to a public phone booth, trembling as he lifts the receiver, blood seeping through his fingers. His voice is hoarse, akin to sandpaper, betraying his helplessness. "Boss, I can't handle this." After a moment, gritting his teeth, despair saturates his tone. "They have AKs, their firepower is terrifying, while we're armed with nothing but broken knives. If this drags on, my brothers will be lost." Meanwhile, Zhou Jiu stands on the rooftop of Jiuxiao Clinic, the evening breeze rustling the edges of his clothing. He gazes calmly towards the smoke rising from the direction of Palam Street, his expression unperturbed, as if the chaos of gunfire and bloodshed holds no relevance for him. Speaking into the phone, his tone is devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. Each word crisp and calculated. Cost analysis. "If you retreat, you'll incur a loss of 100,000, and your credibility will plummet. If you hold your ground and wait for me, the losses may be mitigated. Which will you choose?" Fei Quan, on the other end, hesitates not in the slightest, biting down hard, each word a testament to his resolve. "I'll wait for you. Hold on for 2 hours." Zhou Jiu utters those 5 words without further ado, promptly ending the call. He slowly turns, his gaze shifting to the shadowed corner of the rooftop, and inquires, "Gao Jin, can you get to work right after your arrival?" Gao Jin stands in the shade, his figure tall and poised like a pine tree, a black suitcase in hand. His head is slightly bowed, concealing his expression, yet his eyes, visible in the shadow, are as cold as ice, sharp enough to pierce the soul, radiating an aura that warns others to keep their distance. Upon hearing Zhou Jiu's words, he raises his gaze slowly, his lips parting to utter 2 succinct words, imbued with a chilling bluntness. "Cost?" Zhou Jiu smirks slightly, a hint of barely perceptible amusement in his voice as he presents his terms. "Eliminate the troubles on Palam Street, and you will receive a 10% share of the profits in Hong Kong." Deal. Gao Jin offers no further words. As soon as the agreement is reached, he effortlessly lifts the suitcase with one hand, placing it on the ground with a click, and it springs open. He leans down, drawing out 2 Beretta pistols, their metallic sheen reflecting the coldness in his eyes, intensifying the chilling aura around him. He kicks the suitcase aside, grips the pistols tightly, and stands ready for action. Time passes relentlessly, each second a race against death. Fei Quan and his brothers, using the wall and trash cans for cover, endure relentless assaults from Song Zijia and his men, sustaining more wounds and losing blood, yet none falter. They grit their teeth, holding out for Zhou Jiu's arrival. 2 hours, neither more nor less, just in time. On Palam Street, smoke fills the air, mingling with the stench of blood and gunpowder, creating an unbearable atmosphere. The ground is strewn with weapons, shell casings, and the bodies of fallen underlings, the scene a grim tableau of carnage. Song Zijia stands in the center of the street, hands on his hips, dust speckling his attire, yet he bears not a trace of disarray. Instead, he wears a smug smile, his lips curling in arrogance, his eyes filled with disdain. Fresh from commanding his men through another wave of brutal attacks, he eagerly anticipates the surrender of Fei Quan and his crew, already plotting how to take credit for this victory before his cousin, Song Zhehao. At that moment, steady footsteps echo from the alleyway, not the chaotic scurrying of subordinates, but 2 pairs of deliberate, powerful strides, exuding a palpable sense of pressure, advancing with an unhurried confidence that seems to tread upon the nerves of all present. Song Zijia furrows his brow, narrowing his eyes towards the alleyway. Just 2 figures approach. One stands tall, exuding an air of calm, his eyes serene yet sharp, Zhou Jiu. The other, a figure of icy demeanor, wielding 2 Berettas, radiates a lethal aura, Gao Jin. Upon recognizing them, Song Zijia bursts into laughter, doubled over with mirth. Wiping his face as he points at Zhou Jiu and Gao Jin, his voice dripping with mockery. Just the two of you? Seeking death. Zhou Jio's gaze hardens. Without a word of pleasantry or hesitation, he swiftly employs the Mozambique drill, each hand grasping a gun, arms steady, barrels aimed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets rain forth with astonishing speed and pinpoint accuracy, each one directed at Song Zijia's subordinates. Meanwhile, Gao Jin moves like a specter, swift and silent, seamlessly flanking from the side, his beretta steady and unwavering, rising to take aim. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot finds its mark, each bullet striking true. As those charging forward fall lifeless to the ground without a moment's warning. Gao Jin, to your left. Zhou Jio catches a glimpse of an underling sneaking up with a knife aimed at his back, urgently calling out, his tone brisk yet composed. Understood. Gao Jin does not turn his head, his voice still icy. As soon as he speaks, his wrist flicks, the gun pivoting to the left, and with a single shot, the sneaking underling collapses, a bloody hole appearing in his forehead, blood gushing forth. In an instant, they are back to back, moving in perfect synchrony as they advance steadily down the narrow confines of Palam Street. Zhou Jio's wrist deftly rotates, firing continuously until he has emptied his magazines. He swiftly holsters his pistols, crouching low to engage in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, his elbows and knees striking with precision and ferocity, targeting the vital points of their foes. The approaching underlings stand no chance, each one falling beneath his relentless assault. Gao Jin retained his grip on the beretta, his focus unwavering as he engaged in mid-range combat. The martial arts techniques he had mastered from military training were executed with exquisite precision. Each move was succinct, decisive, and lethal, devoid of any superfluous flourish. Every punch and kick struck with surgical accuracy at the enemy's vital points, and in perfect synchrony with pinpoint shots, the two fighters moved as one, flawless and unassailable. Akin to two unsheathed blades, cutting through all opposition without resistance. The cacophony of screams, gunfire, and clattering weapons echoed through Bolan Street, reverberating into the heavens. Time flew by, and in a mere 5 minutes, all 20 of Song Zijia's loyal subordinates lay sprawled in pools of blood, some lifeless, while others writhed in agony, moaning. Yet no one remained capable of rising, nor could anyone grasp a weapon to continue the fight. The triumphant smile on Song Zijia's face abruptly froze, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. His eyes filled with panic as his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He understood he had lost, utterly and irrevocably, with no chance of redemption remaining. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Song Zijia gritted his teeth, consumed by a singular thought: to flee. If he could escape, there would still be opportunities for vengeance in the future. Gone was his previous arrogance. Turning to flee towards the alley, he barely moved before a shadow darted behind him. Gao Jin's gaze turned icy as he propelled himself forward with the speed of lightning, closing the distance to Song Zijia, and delivered a powerful kick to his back. With a resounding thud, Song Zijia stumbled, his balance lost, and like a discarded sack, he fell forward, his face crashing against the cold ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, pain forcing him to grimace, yet he lacked the strength to struggle. Gao Jin swiftly approached, placing a foot firmly on the back of Song Zijia's neck, applying pressure that rendered him breathless. His face flushed crimson as he clawed desperately at the ground, but to no avail. He could only lie there, immobilized. Zhou Jio walked over slowly, his steps deliberate as he approached Song Zijia, looking down at him from a commanding height, his gun steadily aimed at Song Zijia's head. The coldness of the gun permeated the air, sending chills through Song Zijia's body, making him tremble uncontrollably. Zhou Jio's tone remained eerily calm, each word piercing through Song Zijia's ears with an undeniable sense of authority. Cost recovery. Song Zijia's former subordinates now belonged to the Jiuxiao society. You have two choices: submit or become a sunk cost. Trembling, Song Zijia struggled to lift his head, his vision catching the glacial, piercing gaze of Gao Jin. Devoid of warmth, filled only with a palpable intent to kill, as if the moment he uttered a word of defiance, his head would be blown off on the spot. He turned to Zhou Jio, whose expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze terrifyingly serene. As if Song Zijia's life or death was merely a trivial cost-benefit analysis in Zhou Jio's eyes. The last flicker of courage within Song Zijia was extinguished. All his arrogance and stubbornness rendered utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. He slowly bowed his head, his voice trembling with fear and reluctance, articulating each word with palpable dread: I submit. Just then, Fei Quan emerged from behind a nearby cover, bloodied and tattered, his face smeared with dirt and blood. His head bowed low, shoulders trembling, shame and self-reproach etched across his features, lacking even the courage to meet Zhou Jio's gaze. He approached Zhou Jio, his legs slightly bent, his voice hoarse and laden with guilt as he stammered, Boss, I. Before he could finish, Zhou Jiu raised a hand and gently patted his shoulder. His tone calm, devoid of any reproach, instead imbued with affirmation. You did the right thing. Zhou Jiu's voice, though soft, flowed like a warm current, instantly dispelling Fei Quan's guilt and self-condemnation. He paused, then continued, his tone still steady but imbued with undeniable authority. Knowing you cannot win, call for support. This is cost control, not cowardice. Now, go and take over the territory, recruit the defectors. Fei Quan's head shot up, disbelief filling his eyes, soon followed by a wave of gratitude. He nodded vigorously, wiping away the blood and tears from his face, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Understood, boss." With that, he turned and strode deeper into Bolin Street. Though battered, his steps remained resolute, a renewed fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. From this day forth, Bolin Street belongs to the Jiuxiao Society. Yao Mati will ultimately also fall under the dominion of the Jiuxiao Society. Chapter 64, Harvest of the Night. The moment Song Zijie surrendered, it was as if a domino had been toppled, triggering a chain reaction that threw the entire underground forces of Hong Kong and Kowloon into disarray. For the next 3 days, Zhou Jiu and Gao Jin hardly rested, leading daily assaults with a strategy focused on ruthless decapitation, seizing no territory, disturbing no subordinates, but targeting the leaders of various factions, either eliminating them outright or capturing them alive. Without a trace of hesitation, Sim Sha Sui, the Golden Flower nightclub, the neon signs flickered, dizzying the eyes, while the subordinates at the entrance stood rigidly, yet inside. Danger lurked in the shadows. At the bar, Zhou Jiu sat alone, twirling a glass of whiskey, the amber liquid swaying gently as he sipped leisurely, his demeanor as nonchalant as if he were drinking plain water. Opposite him sat the last steadfast follower of Song Zihao, Shabi, flanked by 10 burly bodyguards, all hands resting on their holstered weapons, their eyes glinting like ravenous wolves, fixated on Zhou Jiu, exuding an oppressive aura. Shabi crossed his arms, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice rough and grating, steeped in disdain. "Zhou Jiu, you came alone?" He stepped forward, his eyes brimming with malice, adding with mockery, "Do you think killing Song Zijie means you've won?" "No," Zhou Jiu replied slowly, placing his glass down with a sharp clink against the bar, shattering the momentary silence. He lifted his gaze to Shabi, his tone casual, yet laced with an undeniable ferocity. "I am merely here to calculate costs." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Jiu snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A shadow leaped from the second-floor railing, landing soundlessly on the ground. Gao Jin, wielding a handgun in each hand, aimed directly at Shabi's bodyguards, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a barrage using the Mozambique shooting method, 2 fast, 1 slow, as gunfire erupted in a continuous rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 3 bodyguards crumpled to the ground, not even able to utter a sound, lifeless on the spot. A brawl was imminent. Zhou Jiu did not draw his weapon. Instead, he pivoted, launching into the 8 extremes technique, crashing through the narrow confines of the nightclub like a wild beast. Every charge was executed with maximum force, sending the bodyguards flying upon impact, crashing heavily against the walls with a resounding thud that reverberated through the establishment. Shattered glass, overturned tables, and bodies soaring through the air created a chaotic scene under the flickering neon lights, quickly accumulating a layer of glass shards and blood on the floor. The pungent scent of blood mingling with the aroma of whiskey, saturating the entire nightclub. "Military training techniques," Zhou Jiu shouted, his voice booming with confidence. Before his words had completely left his lips, he abruptly lifted his elbow, and with a sharp crack, shattered Shabiao's jaw. Shabiao convulsed in pain. Yet Zhou Jiu showed no mercy, fixating on him and articulating each word with chilling clarity. The 8 extremes learned from the mainland. Meanwhile, Gao Jin lurked in the shadows, mercilessly reaping his targets with a methodical and ruthless approach. His expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotion, as he executed each maneuver with frightening efficiency. Every shot was impeccably aimed, either striking the joints of the bodyguards, crippling their mobility, or landing directly in the forehead, delivering a swift death, leaving no room for respite. The cacophony of gunfire, anguished screams, and the splintering of furniture intertwined, reverberating throughout the Golden Flower nightclub, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. The chaotic brawl had come to an unequivocal end. All 10 of Shabiao's bodyguards lay either dead or wounded on the ground, not a single one able to rise. Shabiao collapsed, his knees buckling as he sank heavily into the pool of blood, his mouth filled with crimson, and blood continually oozing from the corners. With a shattered jaw, he could barely articulate his words, only managing to emit a series of gasping sounds. The fierce glint in his eyes had been extinguished, leaving only fear and despair. Zhou Jiu produced a tissue, leisurely wiping the blood from his hands, his demeanor unruffled. as if the preceding tumultuous skirmish had no bearing on him. Approaching Xiaobiao, he looked down upon him from a lofty height, his tone flat yet laced with an icy chill, precisely stating, cost analysis, resist, die, submit, live. After cleansing his hands, Zhou Jiao casually discarded the tissue into the pool of blood before Xiaobiao. The fabric instantly stained crimson. His gaze turned frigid, and his tone grew more weighted as he uttered 2 words, choose. Xiaobiao trembled, utterly petrified by Zhou Jiao's imposing presence, his mouth filled with blood, his teeth chattering. Yet he lacked the courage to meet Zhou Jiao's gaze. Stuttering, he managed to squeeze out a few words, weak yet distinct. I surrender. Observing his pitiful state, Zhou Jiao's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. He refrained from further speech, merely raising his hand, prompting Gao Jin to promptly holster his pistol and silently position himself behind Zhou Jiao, standing tall like an icy harbinger of death, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any remnants of threat. Inside the Golden Flower nightclub, only the sounds of Xiaobiao's labored breaths and the moans of the injured remained. The neon lights still flickering, yet failing to penetrate the pervasive atmosphere of bloodshed and despair. Zhou Jiao's silhouette stretched long under the lights, exuding an aura that commanded distance, instilling fear in all, none daring to approach or even glance his way. That night, Sim Sha Sui had irrevocably transformed. The remnants of Song Ziho's power had been effectively dismantled, with Xiaobiao's surrender signifying the complete dissolution of Song Ziho's influence in Hong Kong and Kowloon, leaving no chance for resurgence. In the aftermath of this night, the names Zhou Jiao and Gao Jin would resonate throughout Sim Sha Sui, becoming figures of dread for all underground forces. Bending slightly, Zhou Jiao patted Xiaobiao on the shoulder, his tone imbued with a hint of mockery, yet underscored by authority. Those who recognize the times are wise. Xiaobiao, you have finally not been foolish to the end. Xiaobiao trembled with pain, managing a feeble nod, unable to articulate coherent words, his eyes reflecting deeper fear. He understood that from the moment he uttered the words I surrender, he was no longer aligned with Song Ziho. His future would lie in following Zhou Jiao, with obedience or death as his only options. No third path existed. Gao Jin approached Zhou Jiao, speaking in hushed tones. Brother Jiao, everything has been cleaned up, there are no loose ends. Zhou Jiao nodded, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the bodies and the wounded, his tone unperturbed. Take the living away, dispose of the dead, leave no trace to avoid complications. Understood, Brother Jiao. Gao Jin promptly responded, turning to organize his men. Zhou Jiao lifted a glass of whiskey from the bar, taking a sip as he gazed deeply into the night outside. The night in Hong Kong and Kowloon remained shrouded in darkness, the cold wind rattling against the window, whispering tales of the bloodshed and carnage that had transpired. This was merely the beginning. Consolidating Song Ziho's power was just a small step in his grand scheme. In the future, Sim Sha Sui and indeed all of Hong Kong and Kowloon would belong to Zhou Jiao, and none would dare obstruct his path. Those who did would face death. Xiaobiao knelt on the ground, watching Zhou Jiao's retreating figure, filled with trepidation and reverence. He knew that following such a ruthless individual might bring difficult days ahead. Yet at least he retained his life. Compared to Song Zijia's fate, he considered himself fortunate. Not long after, Gao Jin had arranged for the injured to be carried away, and the bodies were swiftly dealt with. The Golden Flower nightclub soon returned to tranquility, as if the fierce melee had never occurred, leaving only the lingering scent of blood in the air, a reminder of the night's grim harvest. Zhou Jiao set down his glass, turning towards the entrance of the nightclub, his steps measured and composed, each stride imbued with an irresistible authority. Gao Jin closely followed, his posture upright, eyes vigilant, ever protective of Zhou Jiao's safety. Reaching the entrance, Zhou Jiao paused, glancing back at the kneeling Xiaobiao, his voice icy. Rise, follow me. From now on, you are mine. Should you dare to play tricks, I won't hesitate to recalibrate the cost. Xiaobiao struggled to stand, pain etching his face pale, yet he dared not voice any dissent, silently trailing behind Zhou Jiao, head bowed, like a wayward child caught in wrongdoing, scarcely daring to breathe. The night grew deeper. Zhou Jiao, Gao Jin, and Xiaobiao vanished into the inky darkness. The neon signs of the Golden Flower nightclub continued to flicker, illuminating the street outside, yet failing to penetrate the obscurity of the night or the schemes and bloodshed concealed within it. That night, Zhou Jiao executed the most ruthless reclamation of Song Ziho's remaining forces, establishing his dominance in Sim Sha Sui through blood and violence. Yet, this dark harvest was far from concluded. Numerous challenges awaited him ahead. However, he felt no fear, for Zhou Jiao had never been one to shy away from adversity. Those who dared to provoke him would face death, until all trembled before him and bowed in submission. Chapter 65, The King of Yao Mati, The Last Stronghold. The Yao Mati Theater. Here gathered the last loyalists of Song Ziho, a full 20 in number. Leading them was Song Ziho's sworn brother, Lan Minghua. And these men were resolute in their defiance, armed and burning with determination to confront Zhou Jiao to the bitter end. Zhou Jiao stood at the entrance of the theater, his back straight as an arrow. Behind him were Gao Jin, Fei Quan, and 50 loyal members of the Jiuxiao Society, all with rigid postures and an aura of impending violence, effectively sealing off the entrance to the theater. Zhou Jiao seized a megaphone, pressing the button to broadcast his voice through the metal speaker, its tone sharp and frigid. Lan Minghua, listen, let us clarify the cost analysis. If you die, you lose a worthless life. If I die, I merely expend 5,000 rounds of ammunition. If you surrender, you lose a bit of face but preserve your life, ensuring your brother's livelihoods as well. Consider the ROI. Surrendering is far more advantageous than dying. Do you understand? Zhou Jiao. Lan Minghua clung to the theater window, his face flushed, veins bulging from his neck as he bellowed with fervor. Brother Hao has shown me kindness. I would rather die than surrender. Zhou Jiao scoffed, casually discarding the megaphone to the ground, the sound echoing coldly. Then it becomes a sunk cost. He turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, addressing Gao Jin and Fei Quan with a commanding tone. Gao Jin, Fei Quan, employ the Mozambique shooting technique. Provide cover fire. I will breach. Boss. No. It's too dangerous. Fei Quan, anxious, stepped forward and lowered his voice urgently, sweat beading on his forehead. The agility honed through real combat was not so easily extinguished. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Jiao shifted his stance like a released arrow, surging forward with fierce momentum. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted instantaneously, rattling like frying beans, dense and relentless. Gao Jin and Fei Quan unleashed a twin-gun barrage, fingers rapidly squeezing triggers with precision, locking down every window of the theater, suppressing the enemy's firepower so thoroughly that not even a head dared to peek out. Zhou Jiao's figure moved like a phantom. His dragon shadow skill was fully activated, his steps drifting like a gust of wind. Bullets whistled past, grazing his clothes with a sharp hiss, never even touching him, leaving only a trail of bullet holes pocked in the ground behind him. Boom. Harnessing his momentum, Zhou Jiao slammed into the theater's old wooden door, which cracked and burst open with a thunderous crash. Prior to charging, he had already inflicted a self-wound. Now, the blood-stained robe, skill ignited instantly. Fresh blood trickling down his arm, dyeing half his sleeve crimson. Immediately after, the table-flipping intimidation, skill roared to life, unleashing a sweeping, overwhelming pressure that smothered the entire room, suffocating all within. Surrender. Zhou Jiao roared fiercely, shaking the roof tiles with a buzzing resonance, coupled with the system's terrifying aura. 5 out of the 20 loyalists inside weakened, collapsing onto their knees with trembling limbs, their guns clattering to the floor as they lost the will to resist. The remaining 15 stalwarts gritted their teeth, firing furiously at Zhou Jiao. Calm and unhurried, Zhou Jiao flipped his body and executed the Brazilian war dance. His footsteps sinuous and serpentine, dodging left and right as all bullets missed him, striking the walls and scattering debris. Then, he surged forward, unleashing a rapid succession of Baji shoulder strikes, his shoulders ramming mercilessly into the blockers. Each hit resonated with dull thuds, sending his opponents flying against the walls, unconscious. With sheer force, he carved a bloody path straight toward Lan Minghua. Lan Minghua's eyes burned red with cruelty, seeing Zhou Jiao approach. He bellowed and swung his machete at Zhou Jiao's head, the blade gleaming coldly and slicing through the air with lethal sharpness. Zhou Jiao did not flinch. His eyes hardened as he caught the blade barehanded, a searing slash tearing his skin and splattering blood across his face, staining his brows and eyes crimson. Before Lan Minghua could react, Zhou Jiao gathered all his strength in his right fist and delivered a devastating, explosive head punch to Lan Minghua's temple. Boom. The impact resounded powerfully. Lan Minghua did not utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed stiffly, utterly unconscious, his machete rolling aside. The leader was down. The leader was down. Panic seized the room. Terrified screams erupted. Gunfire descended into chaos, and no one dared to fight desperately anymore. They exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with dread. Zhou Jiao slowly straightened, raising his bloodied fist high. Crimson droplets dripped from between his fingers, striking the floor with a rhythmic pat that silenced the entire scene. Those who surrender shall not be killed. From this day forth, the Jiuxiao Society seizes control of Yao Mong. 10 minutes later, atop the rooftop of the Yao Mati Theater, the Jiuxiao Society's flag ascended slowly, fluttering boldly in the wind, strikingly conspicuous. Zhou Jiao stood on the rooftop, gazing imperiously down at the neon-lit streets of Yao Mong, the ceaseless flow of traffic, and the bustling throngs below, all now under his dominion. At the edge of his vision, the dragon energy meter pulsed incessantly, glaringly bright. Chapter 66, Jiuxiao Treasury. On September 15, 1985, the Jiuxiao Society convened its inaugural official financial meeting. The entire basement was taut with tension. Not even a breath dared escape loudly. The basement of the Blue Moon Bar was damp and dim, a yellow desk lamp hanging overhead, casting light on a long table where even dust motes were visible. Zhou Jiu sat steadily at the head. To his left, the slender-looking deputy finance supervisor, Shi Rong, and to his right, Gao Jin, clad in black. His cold gaze as piercing as ice, exuding lethal intent. Along the sides of the table sat Fei Quan, Shi Gui, De Sha, and a Ming, all upright and rigid, barely daring to breathe. In the corner, the CCTV hummed, its screen flickering with static. The face of Bangkok's Asian appeared, state-of-the-art for 1985, a rare luxury in Hong Kong. Used for remote conferencing. Zhou Jiu flipped his fingers, slamming a worn leather ledger onto the table with a crisp clap. The pages were yellowed, ink slightly blurred. Clearing his throat, he spoke bluntly, two succinct words devoid of any flourish. Begin. Shi Rong sprang up swiftly. The 16-year-old girl was wrapped in an ill-fitting suit that strained at the shoulders, the hem fluttering, yet her gaze was unwavering and composed beyond her years. As of September 15th, Jiuxiao Society's cash flow stood at cash reserves of 7 million, fixed assets of 5 million. Her speech was measured, each word striking crisply without hesitation. This included Yao Tsim Mong properties valued at 1.5 million, walled village tenements at 2 million, properties on CFA Road at 180,000, Blue Moon Bar at 500,000, the medical clinic at 300,000, Yishingi shares at 2 million, and others totaling 1.02 million. Total assets, a full 15.5 million. Zhou Jiu lowered his gaze, fingers tapping the table rhythmically, fast and heavy, mentally tallying, far exceeding his estimate of 8.5 million. Primarily due to the appreciated valuation of Yishingi shares. Yet a frown creased his brow sharply. Cash flow pressures were mounting. If this continued, a financial shortfall was inevitable. His eyes snapped open, voice icy and unyielding as he demanded bluntly, expenditures? Shi Rong adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting light, and resumed her report without delay. Monthly expenses included personnel salaries at 180,000, venue maintenance at 50,000, medical expenses from battles in chapters 61, 64, and 65 totaling 450,000, Bangkok line revenue sharing at 200,000, amounting to a fixed monthly outlay of 880,000. Pausing briefly, her tone softened slightly, yet remained clear and unwavering. Monthly income comprised smuggling line net profits of 400,000, medical clinic 250,000, Yishingi dividends 150,000, Causeway Bay protection fees 100,000, totaling 900,000 per month. Net profit was barely 20,000, virtually breaking even. Zhou Jiu's mind was as clear as a mirror. The numbers were unmistakable. Monthly cash flow was nearing depletion. The choice was urgent. Either secure new revenue streams swiftly or slash expenditures. At the current ROI. Continuing as is was pure loss-making and utterly unprofitable. Suddenly, he struck the table with a thunderous punch. The cup on the table clattered, the surface trembling. His voice resonated with the commanding gravitas of a leader, leaving no room for negotiation. 2 resolutions. Silence engulfed the room instantly. Even Aizen on the screen straightened. Eyes fixed unwaveringly on Zhou Jiu, scarcely daring to breathe. First, increase the protection fees in Yao Tsim Mong by 20. This takes effect next month without exception. Anyone who attempts subterfuge will have their bones shattered. Zhou Jiu's tone was icy and piercing as his gaze swept across the assembly, finally locking on a Fei Quan. His voice deepened with resolve. Second, Fei Quan. Fei Quan shuddered as if pricked by needles, immediately lifting his head, eyes taut, sweat beading on his brow. Staring intently at Zhou Jiu, scarcely daring to breathe. Expand the smuggling operations in Causeway Bay. Spare no effort. I want the net profit raised to 600,000 per month. Zhou Jiu's voice was low but as sharp as an ice pick, the pressure overwhelming. After a pause, his warning nearly spilled over in his tone. Can't do it? Do it. Fei Quan gritted his teeth, nodding vigorously, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead and onto his trousers. His tone was urgent yet resolute. However, my esteemed leader, I truly lack the manpower on my end. It's simply untenable. Zhou Jiu, without a moment's hesitation, turned to Gao Jin beside him, his voice crisp and decisive without a hint of delay. Gao Jin. Arrange for 10 individuals to be dispatched from Thailand. Let the Bangkok line bear the costs. It need not be accounted for in the society's expenditures. Gao Jin did not waste a moment, nodding slightly, his gaze unwavering, his hand resting firmly at his waist, clearly concealing a weapon. With no expression on his face, he uttered 2 words with conviction, understood. Zhou Jiu leaned back, slumping into the chair, his aura slightly easing, yet still oppressive enough to stifle. Seizing the opportunity while others were lost in thought, he discreetly scanned the edge of his vision towards a panel that only he could see within the entire harbor. Others couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. Dragon Roar 9 Heavens. Current Dragon Chi, 2, 300, 500, mid-red stick, daily earnings, 30. Assets, cash 7 million. Fixed assets 8, 5 million, total 15, 5 million. To stabilize the mid-red stick, an additional 500 Dragon Chi is required. Zhou Jiu mused internally that it was still insufficient. His lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes darkening momentarily, a glint of sharpness flashing beneath, realizing the necessity to engage in more battles to accumulate Dragon Chi. Alternatively, he could recruit more disciples and expand his territory. Otherwise, he would be unable to maintain his position at the mid-red stick. He suddenly straightened, waved his hand, and returned to his previous brisk tone, leaving no room for superfluous dialogue. Dismissed. Xiaorong, stay behind. Yes, esteemed leader. The crowd responded in unison. Their voices barely above a whisper, rising cautiously to exit, fearful of inciting Zhou Jiu's ire. Before long, the basement was left with only Zhou Jiu and Xiaorong. The silence so profound that one could hear the buzzing of the overhead lamp, with no other sounds lingering. Xiaorong clutched the hem of her clothing, her fingers turning pale. Her voice trembling with anxiety, her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at Zhou Jiu. Esteemed leader, did I miscalculate? Have I erred somewhere and caused your displeasure? Zhou Jiu shook his head, the chill in his demeanor dissipating slightly, his tone softening considerably as he reached into his pocket, retrieving an envelope and handing it to her. His fingertips gently brushing against her hand in a gesture of comfort. No, your calculations were precise, not a single error. This is 50,000, your quarterly bonus. Take it. He paused momentarily before continuing with a serious tone, infused with a leader's expectations for his junior. Also, enroll in an accounting class at the Night School of Hong Kong University. Study diligently to enhance your skills. The 50,000 cost will be covered by the society. Once you graduate, you will be our society's most proficient CFO. This investment promises a commendable ROI. Xiaorong accepted the envelope with both hands, her fingertips incessantly trembling. Though the envelope was thin, it felt weighty in her grasp. Her eyes reddened instantly, tears welling at the corners as she bit her lip to hold them back. Her voice slightly choked yet clear, articulating each word precisely. Thank you, esteemed leader, but I yearn to learn your kind of calculations. Zhou Jiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile breaking through, his tone considerably more relaxed as he inquired. What kind of calculations? Xiaorong raised her hand, clumsily gesturing a couple of times. Her gaze intense and her tone resolute, leaving no room for misunderstanding. The kind that accounts for lives, territories, and money. Zhou Jiu couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting her shoulder, his voice warm yet imbued with the undeniable certainty of a leader that is forged through real combat. First, let us settle the accounts, and I will teach you later. Xiaorong nodded vigorously, clutching the envelope tightly against her chest, unable to restrain the tears that finally escaped, cascading down her cheeks. Yet her smile radiated brightly, an expression of joy from being recognized by her leader and hope for the future. The dim yellow light of the basement illuminated her face, a small figure harboring immense strength, resolute in her aspirations. Chapter 67, Web of Intrigue. Xiao Gui crouched in a corner on the rooftop, gripping a high-powered telescope so tightly that his knuckles turned white, the lens fixated on the dilapidated entrance of Dongxing Hall, not daring to blink. The wind rustled his collar, chilling his neck, yet he paid no heed, his gaze solely fixed on the underlings entering and exiting the hall. Truth be told, who could have anticipated this? Just 3 months prior, he was a petty thief scavenging for food on the streets, and now he had become the intelligence chief of the Jiuxiao Society. He commanded a dozen informants, each concealed deeper than a mouse, parked at an ice cream stand across the hall, eyes darting towards the entrance. Hostesses at the adjacent nightclub were all ears for news. Delivery workers seized their moment to sneak into the back kitchen, their peripheral vision sweeping across every private room. Even the cleaning lady sweeping the floors within Dongxing was one of his own. Xiao Gui smirked, deliberately altering his voice to mimic Zhou Jiu's commanding tone. Muttering, cost accounting, monthly intelligence expenditure 30,000, covering Yao Ma Ti, Causeway Bay, and the walled city. ROI. He paused, slapping his thigh, adopting Zhou Jiu's assured demeanor to add, priceless. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly adjusted the channel on his walkie-talkie. Immediately hearing the panicked voice of an informant on the other end, tinged with trepidation. Xiao Gui. The Crows have arranged to meet with the Number Gang at Chunyu Lu on Palan Street tomorrow night. It seems they are planning to join forces against Brother Jiu. Xiao Gui's eyes widened, his expression sharpening, his fingertips grabbing a nearby notepad. The pen scratching audibly on the paper as he spoke with a clarity akin to slicing bamboo. Hey, confirm the time, number of people, and room number. Check each one thoroughly. After a brief pause, he added the in dust. The meticulous figure of Shi Gui abruptly shook his head, raising a hand to tousle his hair. Casting aside the peculiar thoughts that had invaded his mind, his gaze gradually sharpened. It was all calculations. Every bit of it was deduced by Brother Jiu. Instinctively, he recalled the last altercation at the Red Flower Pavilion, and even now, a cold sweat trickled down his back at the memory. At that time, Brother Jiu had already predicted that the Vietnamese gang would unite and concoct a scheme, accurately forecasting the route they would take to invade, and even the precise moment when Li Ying would appear at the city gate, with not a single detail amiss. Such feats were beyond human capability. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill ran down his spine, involuntarily causing him to shudder, and his voice trembled slightly. Unless the leader possessed some extraordinary means. This notion sprouted in his mind like a creeping vine, ensnaring his thoughts tightly, impossible to disentangle. Yet, he dared not utter a word, nor even broach the subject. Having spent considerable time in the Jiuxiao society, he understood better than anyone the unspoken ironclad rule. Do not inquire how the leader achieves his feats. Merely observe the results and emulate them. Speaking out of turn was akin to courting disaster, and could very well implicate oneself. Taking a deep breath, he felt his chest rise and fall, suppressing the doubts swirling within. He carefully folded the freshly recorded intelligence and tucked it into an envelope, pressing the seal firmly shut. This information was of paramount importance, concerning Brother Jiu's safety. He could not entrust it to anyone else. It was imperative that he personally deliver it to Brother Jiu. Having gathered his belongings, he turned and made his way downstairs, moving with deliberate stealth. Just as he rounded the corner of the staircase, he encountered Shirong. Standing at the end of the corridor with her arms crossed, Shirong approached him as he neared. Her tone flat and devoid of emotion as she relayed the message. Shi Gui Gu, the leader requests your presence at the clinic. He mentioned there is a cost accounting topic he wishes to teach you. Taken aback, Shi Gui raised an eyebrow. A hint of resigned familiarity in his tone as he pouted. Is it yet another convoluted calculation that requires extensive brainpower? It's giving me a headache. Indeed. Shirong nodded gently, her gaze briefly scanning him before continuing with Brother Jiu's message. He said that intelligence must not only be gathered but also meticulously recorded, both real and fabricated accounts, intertwined to leave the enemy utterly bewildered and unable to discern the truth. Upon hearing this, Shi Gui's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if a light bulb had illuminated his mind. The previous sense of resignation dissipated instantaneously. Rubbing his hands together with eagerness, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his voice rising in excitement. I'm on my way. Without waiting for Shirong to speak further, he dashed down the stairs, his hurried footsteps echoing against the walls, oblivious to the fluttering of his clothing in the wind. His heart and mind consumed with the anticipation of the new skills Brother Jiu was to impart. Watching him rush away, Shirong remained rooted in place, her gaze slightly dazed as she contemplated the staircase's direction. Her lips moved gently, yet no words escaped. Having been by Zhou Jiu's side for some time, she, like Shi Gui, found him unfathomable, akin to a bottomless well, perpetually inscrutable in his thoughts, and ever elusive in revealing his hidden cards. Yet, curiously, this enigma never instilled fear. Rather, it provided a profound sense of security, akin to having a steadfast support behind one, regardless of the troubles faced or the formidable opponents encountered. The mere thought of Brother Jiu's presence assured her that no obstacle was insurmountable, no enemy unconquerable. Even if the heavens were to fall, Brother Jiu would bear the weight. With a soft sigh, Shirong withdrew her gaze and turned to walk in the opposite direction. She needed to return to the clinic, vigilant in observing the surrounding activities for Brother Jiu, leaving no room for negligence. Should any mishap occur, she could not justify it to him. Meanwhile, Shi Gui had already leaped into the vehicle parked by the roadside, fidgeting as he started the engine, flooring the accelerator as the car roared to life. Speeding towards the clinic, the wheels kicking up a cloud of dust. In the rearview mirror, the rooftop gradually diminished, becoming increasingly blurred. Yet Shi Gui was acutely aware that the intelligence web he had meticulously woven was quietly tightening across the corners of the harbor. Like an invisible net lying in wait for its prey, he was the intelligence chief of the Jiuxiao society, Brother Jiu's eyes, the weaver of that intricate web. As long as he remained, no enemy's scheme would ever succeed, and not a single hair on Brother Jiu's head would be harmed.